Chapter 1. The Illness of Collecting Children. Disclaimer. This story is entirely fictional, containing elements of fantasy. The author is not a professional, and all references to consumables, food, medicine, prescriptions are derived from literature. Baidu is not a reliable source and should not be referenced. No attempts should be made. The lone brave should retreat. The storage box is here. Step inside and crouch. After 3 continuous months of rain, the weather has finally cleared. Under the blazing sun, a pungent aroma of mud mingled with the stench of decay permeated the air. Nevertheless, this was enough to incite jubilant cheers from the surviving citizens of Qingshu County, who scoured for anything to sate their hunger. Having endured starvation for too long, anything could be consumed, even flesh. Su Qingliang, at the tender age of 16, with disheveled hair and a gaunt visage, rummaged about with 4 others, each varying in size and shape, resembling little turnips. No matter how ravenous they felt, they would never resort to gnawing on the already rotting corpses, nor did they possess the strength to compete with a throng of starving individuals for scraps. They sought after items that had settled after being washed away by the flood pots. Bowls, and even foul-smelling garments were fair game. Logically, if they split up, they might find more. However, none dared to take the risk. Except for him, the other 4 were still quite young, the youngest being merely 8 years old, the prime age for tender flesh. If captured, they would likely leave behind naught but bones. Today, the second eldest had particularly good fortune, discovering an entire roll of fabric. Though the exterior was rotten and foul, upon unwrapping it, they found much of it still usable. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a pouch in the mud, which contained silver coins. He nearly leaped in joy, stifling his excitement with his muddy hands, feigning calmness as he called out to Su Qingliang, "Big brother, it's about time we should return home. There's still someone waiting for us. We can't leave with our spirits intact only to be devoured by beasts on our way back. That would render their efforts from yesterday utterly futile." Su Qingliang nodded. "Let's head back." With a decent haul, the sun was already dipping in the west, and their dwelling was far from the mountains. They needed to return promptly. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been targeted. Among the 5, only one appeared somewhat older, while the rest were still quite young. If they could be subdued, it would solve a significant problem, providing sustenance for several days. Oblivious to the lurking danger, Su Qingliang and his companions remained immersed in the joy of their bounty. Yesterday, their descent from the mountain had been delayed due to the acquisition of a person, leaving them empty-handed, but today they were richly rewarded. They had found a chip jar, half a roll of usable fabric, and a hoe, which could be put to use with a proper handle. The third child, now trembling slightly from hunger, still wore a smile. "Big brother, once we find a suitable place to settle, this hoe will prove invaluable. We can cultivate the land and grow our own food. With food, we won't need to beg anymore." Su Qingliang maintained a stern expression and nodded. In the past, such thoughts were unfathomable, living as vagrants in the city without a roof over their heads. The concept of farmland seemed like a foolish dream. However, times had changed. The recent deluge had claimed countless lives in the county and surrounding villages. Nearly every home was vacant, and most of the population had perished. Houses lay in ruins, fields were devastated. If someone were to rebuild, they could blend in with the survivors and legitimately register anew. Move swiftly, or will be caught in the dark. Since he could remember, Su Qingliang had survived by begging, often frequenting taverns, brothels, and the backyards of official residences, sneaking through dog holes to scavenge remnants from discarded food waste. The 4 younger ones were all children he had gradually gathered over the years, with the eldest being merely 13. Having fallen to such depths, it was merely a result of natural disasters and man-made calamities. Surviving was a stroke of immense fortune. When it came to the art of survival, Su Qingliang was remarkably experienced. Thus, when the incessant rain subsided for half a month and the waters at Qingshu County's Qingshui Bay began to rise, he sensed trouble, decisively abandoning the dilapidated temple where they had taken refuge. He led the younger ones deep into the mountains, carrying all they could manage, traveling as far as their legs would take them. After 2 days of walking in one direction, they halted at a decrepit temple that had long lost its former glory. Utilizing the remnants of the crumbling structure, they fashioned a makeshift shelter from branches to shield themselves from the rain, then began a life of resignation, akin to wildlings. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to the caprices of nature apart from little Wooer, who had suffered 2 fevers due to his young age. None had fallen ill. During the months of July and August, the mountains provided ample sustenance, allowing them to endure until now. Finally, just days ago, the sun revealed itself, prompting Su Qingliang to venture down once more. He set off with their meager possessions, seeking a small village near the front mountains, where collapsed houses had buried many structures, leaving behind only a few, all containing corpses. Victims of slaughter. Natural disasters and man-made calamities seldom strike alone. They found an inconspicuous thatched hut, cleared the bodies within, buried them, and hung some mugwort to ward off malevolent spirits before moving in. This modest abode became their new sanctuary. As the sun descended towards the western mountains, the interior of the hut grew dim, rendering the figure lying on the bare, tattered mat nearly invisible. The person in the bed opened their eyes briefly before closing them again, pressing their aching head with a hand, then reopened their eyes to inspect their frail, claw-like hands. Had they survived by borrowing another's body? Truly, the heavens displayed a benevolent nature. This frail form appeared to be no more than 10 years old, with an empty mind, originally a simpleton bearing numerous scars. Had it not been for the alignment of her spirit with this frail body, she would have likely succumbed long ago. Unable to grasp any useful memories, she resolved to ascertain her current location. Gradually rising, just as she sat up, the dilapidated courtyard door creaked open, and a cacophony of chatter erupted, filled with excitement yet tinged with evident breathlessness. A voice, somewhere between hoarse and clear, rang out. "Place the goods on the hall floor. Ertzi, go start the fire. Wash the jar saner. Fetch some dried firewood." Once the tasks were assigned, he made his way towards the room, where they had just retrieved another child from their descent yesterday. This one, similar in age to the 4th child, bore a face marred by wrinkles, half of their body submerged in muck, strangely still alive. Su Qingliang mused that he might have contracted some strange affliction of collecting children, contemplating that since he had already gathered several, one more would not matter. So small, yet still clinging to life amidst the floodwaters, it was nothing short of a miracle, and he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Having brought the child back, he found no other recourse but to procure some bamboo grass, dribble a little water into their mouth, and then leave the rest to fate. At this moment, he wondered how long they had been away, uncertain if the child still clung to life or had perished. If they had breathed their last, he would simply find a spot to dig a grave. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see a shadowy figure inside, causing him to halt in his tracks. Chapter 2. Never have I tasted such disgusting food. Gong Shuheng stepped barefoot onto the ground, her head feeling heavy and her legs unsteady. Su Qingliang supported her as they ventured outside, pausing in the courtyard to sense the earth's energy before leading her to the kitchen. There, she quietly leaned against the wall, resembling a fool who could not comprehend human speech. A few children chattered around her, their voices mingling like a flock of startled sparrows, creating a cacophony that left her feeling disoriented, unable to respond to any of their questions. "How old are you this year? What is your name? Do you remember where you're from?" Finally, Xiaowu turned to Su Qingliang, who was busy cooking by the stove. "Boss, she's a mute. You should give her a name. She looks older than you. Let us call her Wooer, and you can be Luer. No way. I came first." The little girl huffed indignantly. Su Qingliang shot her a glance, and she immediately deflated, pouting and turning away in sorrow. Their so-called dinner was devoid of grains, consisting solely of some wild mushrooms scavenged from the mountains the previous day, mixed with a few wild grass leaves, boiled in a dark pot to create their evening meal. A pungent aroma of mushrooms and grass wafted towards Gong Shuheng as she examined the chipped, glazed bowl in her hands, while the others devoured their portions like ravenous wolves, heedless of the scalding heat. After enduring a diet of wild grasses in the mountains for so long, they felt there was little to complain about now that they had something cooked. Gong Shuheng awkwardly brought the bowl to her lips, struggling to pour its contents into her mouth. In her lifetime, she had never tasted anything so distasteful. With something in her belly, Wu Er regained her spirit and, undeterred, approached Gong Shuheng. I've always been Wu Er. I'm used to it and can't change now. You just arrived, so you can be Lu Er, okay? I'll take care of you from now on. If you don't speak, I'll take it as agreement. The little girl seemed to have completely forgotten that they had previously speculated she might be a fool. How could a fool possibly speak? Unexpectedly, Gong Shuheng replied, Fine. It's just a name. It doesn't matter. Her voice, though still somewhat youthful, was hoarse from choking on muddy water. Even that single word evoked a sudden pang of pain. Error leaned in. Not a fool, then? Is your throat damaged? Gong Shuheng nodded. It's fine. As long as you're not a fool, that's what matters. You can still speak. Maybe you'll feel better in a while. This child had a knack for offering comfort. After finishing their meal and cleaning their bowls, they gathered to count what they had collected that day. Error produced a pouch he had carried with him, releasing a pungent odor even stronger than their own. What's that? A money pouch, silver. Not only the children, but even Su Qingliang's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was an entire ingot of silver, along with some smaller coins, clearly left behind by a wealthy family. Error's breath became uneven as he exclaimed, Boss, take care of it. He stuffed the valuable items into Su Qingliang's hands. This was now their most precious possession. Gong Shuheng remained detached, seated in the corner. Is there still water in the tank? Can we boil some more hot water? This place had been ransacked. Aside from immovable items, nothing remained, and the water tank was among them. Boiling water wasn't a significant task, but their supply of dry firewood was limited. After months of heavy rain, the firewood stack was soaked through, and they were left with only the dried bits from the past couple of days. Furthermore, it was excessive for a newcomer to make requests. No one would indulge her. Yu Qingliang chuckled ominously, causing the children to fall silent. Do you find it smelly? Just take a left outside. There's a ditch for you to wash in. No one is going to pamper you, regardless of your noble background. You will all now share the same stench as the rest of us. No. Gong Shuheng struggled to speak, panting between words. You were clumsy on your way back, and you brought someone with you. The younger ones were bewildered by this statement. But Su Qingliang and Error understood instantly, both springing to their feet. We need to boil water first. There are at least 4 of them, and we cannot win. She was merely a burden now. Unable to fight or even run away, one wanted to die again right after barely surviving. Those people likely intended to strike while they slept, as they were currently lurking outside the courtyard in complete silence, a fact even the astute Su Qingliang had failed to notice. Now, he could not risk going out to investigate Gong Shuheng's claims. He directed the children to utilize everything in the house as much as possible. Gong Shuheng occasionally interjected succinctly, and they worked tirelessly. Shortly after, they slipped out the back door, climbing over one another and into the forest, leaving only Su Qingliang, Error, and Seer inside the house. The night in the forest was equally terrifying. Having spent time in the deep mountains, they were all too aware of the dangers. Thus, they dared not venture far, huddling together in a thicket, holding their breath. As Xiao Wu began to doze off, they finally heard a noise. San'er, clutching a dagger, suddenly stood up, but Gong Shuheng quickly covered his mouth and forcefully pulled him back down. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Time was of the essence, and their resources were limited. Fortunately, there weren't many intruders. At the entrance, a pouch of ash hung precariously, set with 3 traps. No matter how the enemy entered, they would come into contact with at least one of them. The door was narrow, preventing 2 people from entering simultaneously, meaning that misfortune would primarily befall the first one through. The room was shrouded in darkness. Once the ash poured down from above, visibility would vanish, blocking those behind. Yu Qingliang accurately splashed the boiling water, scalding the intruder. Then Error jabbed with a stick. After enduring years of hardship and violence, Su Qingliang had become quite adept at this. He was nimble and quick, with the makeshift weapon they had just found. He charged out, tackling the intruder and bringing him down with a fierce blow. The encounter ended more swiftly than anticipated. Hearing the commotion, the 3 hiding behind cautiously retraced their steps. Yu Qingliang lit a torch. Indeed, there were 4 intruders, but now they were all dead. In the absence of light, they hadn't felt it, only experiencing the fear of their lives being threatened. Now, seeing the aftermath, they were even more terrified. They had killed. Error and Seer slumped in shock, while Su Qingliang trembled, clutching them tightly. shaking uncontrollably. "Ts all right, don't be afraid. We've seen death before. There are so many corpses down the mountain and in the neighboring yard. Some haven't even been buried. Death is everywhere. Don't fear it." Gong Shuheng furrowed her brow slightly and called out to San'er. "San, find a suitable place to dig a grave and bury them." Chapter 3. What matters is that she is still alive nearby. Several other courtyards had met similar fates. Entire families massacred, their possessions looted. Su Qingliang forced himself to remain calm, clearing away the bodies they had just disposed of, then collectively dragging them inside to burn what could be salvaged. Gong Shuheng insisted that if the bodies were left unattended, they would have to move. Decaying corpses could spread disease. The dangers below the mountain were too great. If they wanted to survive, it was best to seclude themselves and refrain from descending the mountain again. Securing this refuge was their primary objective. Su Qingliang did not understand why Gong Shuheng claimed that the bodies would generate disease. But the stench of the already decomposing corpses was indeed nauseating. The odor could be detected from afar. It would not be easy to bury all these individuals. Perhaps it would be simpler to set them all ablaze. The group toiled until midnight, finally igniting a fire that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire village. The dark smoke was visible from a distance, yet no one paid it any heed. Exhausted as if beaten, the group leaned against the wall, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Gong Shuheng, having slept for so long, found it impossible to rest now. She gazed at the moonlit sky, illuminated by the firelight. This was merely the beginning. To the south of the Tianke, a great plague was looming. Floods and droughts had always been intertwined with disease, but this time, she felt powerless to protect herself, let alone safeguard others. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The fire from the previous night had consumed the bodies and the rooftop, while the adjacent earthen wall remained blackened yet resolutely standing, after a night's rest. Su Qingliang had recovered, but Error and Seer still appeared shaken, unwilling to even glance at the charred area. Only San'er, unscathed by the events, was carefree, waking up to call out to Xiao Wu and Gong Shuheng. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, let us head up the mountain. The three of them are young girls, not yet of age, and there are certain tasks they cannot perform. Thus, they can only pick up what they are capable of doing. During this season, food can be found in the mountains, and to avoid hunger, they must be diligent." The meager meal they had last evening left them with little in their stomachs after a night of restlessness. They have all become accustomed to the erratic rhythm of feasting and fasting, feeling weak from hunger. The youngest, merely 12, is still a child, yet with 4 or 5 younger siblings beneath her, she has already taken on the demeanor of an elder sister. She carries a tattered, unseemly basket she salvaged and wields a hatchet for chopping wood. Leading the way, Gong Shuheng, adorned in the straw sandals of the 4th child, follows closely behind with Wu Er. Each grasping a sharpened stick, Su Qingliang has no intention of descending the mountain again. He is busy at the entrance weaving straw sandals, as the new arrival does not even possess a pair. The 2nd child has taken the 4th to the nearby creek to wash the fabric they salvaged yesterday, hanging it on a bamboo pole to dry in the sun. There is not a single idle person among them. Gong Shuheng has never lived such a life before. Wearing uncomfortable straw sandals, traversing muddy mountain paths, slipping with every step. Yet for her, none of this matters. What is crucial is that she is still alive. As long as one lives, anything is possible. It is in death that one possesses nothing. This season should be a time of harvest, yet due to the weather, many crops have not matured. After a few days of sunshine, the mushrooms and wild vegetables in the forest have begun to emerge, ensuring that the 3 of them do not return empty-handed. Gong Shuheng encounters some tender golden hairgrass and earth chestnuts, which seem fresh and should be safe to eat. The slight bitterness can easily be disregarded when one is hungry. She also discovers 2 stalks of heavy-footed plants, carefully digging up their roots, which are egg-sized and segmented. The youngest leans close, asking, "Can this be eaten?" "Indeed." Gong Shuheng replies succinctly, "Today." Her throat feels somewhat better, yet she remains reticent, speaking in single words rather than sentences. "You may seem small. Yet how do you know so much?" Gong Shuheng responds, "Perhaps it is simply because I am a child of the mountains. But your Mandarin is impressive. It sounds quite different from ours," the youngest remarks. Gong Shuheng falls silent. On their way back, she collects some red earth and places it in her basket, to which the youngest objects. This is useful. Thus, the objection is dismissed. The new companion is knowledgeable, and she listens attentively. A sky blue cloth hangs at the entrance. Its color faded due to prolonged soaking, with numerous specks of hemp scattered across it. However, for them, this is of little concern. A new pair of straw sandals rests at the entrance. Su Qingliang and the second child are nowhere to be seen, leaving only the fourth child at home to guard it. Barefoot, he is unable to ascend the mountain. Upon seeing Gong Shuheng and the others return, he leaps up, exclaiming, "Quick, give me back my sandals!" An earnest child, despite having feet nearly the same size as Gong Shuheng's, he refrains from touching the new sandals because the eldest has declared they are for the youngest. Gong Shuheng returns the sandals. The new straw sandals are even more uncomfortable, yet she is indifferent. The fifth child inquires, "Where are the eldest and second brother?" "They went to gather hemp. They should have already aged by now. Chopping some to soak and see if they can make a bit of hemp thread for sewing clothes later." The situation is the same in the city and the countryside. We cannot rely on the government's aid, which may not come for many years. Everything must depend on ourselves. The youngest directs the two younger siblings on what to pick and what to sift. The fourth child continues to sort and dry firewood. Gong Shuheng meticulously peels the heavy-footed roots, cleans them thoroughly, and lays them out in the sun to dry, not intending to consume them all at once. Certain foods should not be mixed together indiscriminately. Today's meal consists of mushrooms stewed with wild vegetables. This cannot continue. While cleaning the earth chestnuts, Gong Shuheng contemplates the possibility of setting some traps to test their luck. The items drying at the entrance resemble a large family making do with what they have. Without her having to say a word, the youngest starts reporting to Su Qingliang. Little Lu was originally from the mountains. She knows many things. Without her, we would not have had these results today. Gong Shuheng leans against the shade, resting her eyes, ignoring the occasional glances thrown her way. Su Qingliang is restless. Even under the midday sun, he does not pause, teaching the second child how to weave straw sandals. With so many children, the sandals wear out quickly, and he cannot manage it alone. There is far too much to be done. They cannot spend all day on these tasks. Chapter 4. Life cannot compete with the seasons after resting. Gong Shuheng rises and enters the kitchen, using the broken clay pot she found to begin the process of making saltpeter through leaching. Life cannot do without salt. This is her first attempt, having only seen it mentioned in ancient texts, so she can only experiment. There are not many steps involved, but it is quite challenging for a novice. Su Qingliang is unaware of what she is concocting but does not intervene as long as it is not overly excessive. By the afternoon, she finally achieves some semblance of success. Gong Shuheng dips her finger into the scant powder and brings it to the youngest's mouth. The youngest instinctively licks it, then suddenly widens her eyes. "Salty? Salt?" "Yes." The youngest darts out with a burst of excitement. "It's salt." Little Lu has cooked salt from the earth. Su Qingliang, who usually maintains a composed demeanor, is taken aback, springing to his feet and heading toward the courtyard. Gong Shuheng cautiously gathers the small amount of powder into a few bowls. It is scant, and she wonders if there is even 2 chin. If they consume it, it would be gone in a single pot of soup for them all. "Little Lu, can you cook salt?" Gong Shuheng replies, "I cannot. I have only seen it done before, so I wanted to try. We cannot be without this." They lack money, and even if they had it, they could not purchase anything now. Su Qingliang paces restlessly. "What is special about the earth you used? We should go up the mountain to dig some now. There's no rush. We lack the proper tools. How much water can we extract using just a clay pot? Even with that old ceramic stove, it would not suffice. This village has been completely stripped bare by refugees, leaving nothing behind." Su Qingliang's once excited heart is instantly cooled by her words. This is far too difficult for them at present. At last, they can sleep normally at night. The wooden bedboard, which had been taken outside to wash and dry, has finally lost its musty odor. Gong Shuheng lies down with the third and fifth children on the same bed. The room is filled with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. The youngest cannot sleep, mumbling to herself, "I wish I could return to the days of begging in the city." Gong Shuheng responds, "Were those days truly good? At that time, I thought they were terrible, yet now they seem particularly wonderful. Even though the dilapidated temple had no clean bedboards, there was always food. I have not tasted oil in so long. I have nearly forgotten the flavor of grains. The eldest always manages to procure leftover food. The chef at Gathering Fortune restaurant is exceptionally skilled, and even the chicken tails he prepares are delectable. The taste of gnawing on leftover bones with a bit of skin attached is simply exquisite. Gong Shuheng, who has long practiced fasting, usually takes only a small taste of food, having little desire. Yet now, her mouth waters at the thought of chicken tails. Let us sleep. Once asleep, we won't think about it, or perhaps I could dream, where everything exists. Avoiding the noisy sounds, Gong Shuheng quietly rises, leaving the room to find a good spot to bask in the moonlight. Her movements are minimal, yet Su Qingliang wakes up, following her with a curious glance as she sits by a pile of hay at the edge of the courtyard. Is she sleeping? He wonders, perplexed by her behavior. Inhabiting a well-furnished abode, yet choosing to spend the night outdoors is quite perplexing. As the deepening dew settles heavily, one might as well indulge in whatever whims arise. For the weather remains relatively mild, and the cold cannot claim one's life just yet. This individual possesses a heart as frigid as ice. He treats those who survive under his roof like mere pets, ensuring that he does not suffer from a lack of sustenance. Should someone meet an untimely demise, it would merely entail digging a grave and burying them, without an ounce of sorrow, at the fifth watch. As the realms of the living and the dead converge and the moon prepares to descend, a faint halo envelopes Gong Shuheng, only to vanish swiftly. The sun has been relentless, and the previously damp ground has dried completely. Autumn has arrived, yet the atmosphere grows warmer. Trees are sprouting fresh buds, and the vegetation buried in the earth is frantically pushing forth. Gong Shuheng, accompanied by two young ladies, continues her exploration amidst the mountains. The crops sown by villagers have long succumbed to flooding. However, some are beginning to green again under the sun's rays, though at this season, it seems too late. One cannot fight against the seasons. The surface of the soil offers little hope. Perhaps it is wiser to cast one's gaze deeper, where yam and radish thrive, along with some wild edibles, albeit lacking in desirable texture. Yet, in times like these, something is certainly better than nothing, and they are not inclined to be picky. For the first time, Su Qingliang contemplates the notion that good deeds may indeed be rewarded. Perhaps his fortune has finally arrived, manifesting in the form of such a resourceful young girl. If not for lure, their efforts to gather food would have been severely hampered, possibly forcing them to scavenge like the refugees, resorting to theft, the outcome of which remains uncertain. Recently, they have ventured into the mountains early and late, crafting traps at their doorstep by midday. The previous incident served as a wake-up call, though this place is somewhat distant from the foothills. It is not far enough to be complacent. At present, only a handful of them inhabit the village, and even if they refrain from descending, there is no guarantee that someone might not stumble upon them by mistake. Wild beasts from the mountains, desperate for food, might roam freely. Anything is possible. Should misfortune befall them in the form of a formidable creature, their fates would be sealed. Vigilance against both the inhabitants of the valley and the beasts of the mountain is paramount. They dare not let their guard down for a moment. Half a month has swiftly passed, and with the relentless sun shining down, it can be inferred that the waters in the valley have receded significantly. Su Qingliang resolves to descend and ascertain the true state of affairs below, particularly whether the government's relief supplies have arrived, thus allowing them to receive aid. Gong Shuheng contemplates for a moment and offers a gentle caution. I believe it is best to refrain from such a journey for now. She has foreseen unfavorable omens for travel in the near future. However, how to interpret this? Her predictions were once accurate, yet their reliability now seems uncertain. As the leader, Su Qingliang has always held firm opinions. And even the second eldest, who has spent the most time with him, has never dared to oppose him, let alone Gong Shuheng, who has only recently joined their ranks. He casts a glance at her. Yet her words do not sway his resolve. Gong Shuheng sighs, recognizing that each person has their own fate, and one cannot force matters against their will. Despite having arrived at such a juncture, she still clings to her convictions, reluctant to awaken from her delusions. She had planned to descend the following day to gather intelligence, yet circumstances thwarted her intentions. As dawn broke, Su Qingliang rose early and stepped outside to find Gong Shuheng. A small figure crouched by two unconscious individuals. A sense of dread gripped him, and he called out for lure, striding towards them. Gong Shuheng stood and glanced at him, stating, "They appear to have fled from the mountains, collapsing upon their arrival here. How long have they been here?" "Not more than an hour." The light had yet to break, and seeing no immediate danger, she refrained from raising the alarm, merely observing until the situation became clearer. Chapter 5. The absence of essential. Su Qingliang roused the second and third siblings, and together they dragged the two unknown individuals to another courtyard. The young woman bore delicate features, appearing to be around 16 or 17, while the man was slightly older, with thick brows and a prominent nose. At that moment, it was difficult to assess their attractiveness, as their eyes remained closed, their faces pale and covered in mud, presenting a pitiful sight. Their garments, caked in filth, seemed ill-suited for common folk, likely fashioned from fine silk. Furrowing his brow, Su Qingliang moved the individuals from his doorstep and decided to investigate the situation in the town later that day. Though he could not leave immediately, upon his departure, he left behind a group of younger siblings, and if these two were to harbor ill intentions, it would pose a significant risk. Gong Shuheng proceeded to wash her face at the stream. Observing the now diminished mountain spring, contemplating the need to dig 2 pits for water storage. The sky was clear and cloudless, which did not bode well soon. She heard the third sibling call out, "Lu, it's time to go." They planned to venture into the mountains to check their traps and see if they had caught anything. The third sibling had even brought an axe along. "I have a feeling today will yield a good harvest. I dreamt of eating meat last night." Gong Shuheng glanced at her, noting that this girl dreamed of meat every night. Perhaps today she would have her wish fulfilled. After soaking in the moonlight and morning dew for so many days, it should be feasible to lure a small creature. Wu also yearned for meat, yet acquiring it was no simple task. If they were to be disappointed, perhaps they could encounter some yams instead, storing them with the mud to stave off hunger during the winter. Su Qingliang remained at home with the second and fourth siblings. Peeling the processed hemp, creating hemp thread was no easy feat, and he could not guarantee success. He could only attempt it. The peeled skins were hung out to dry, and then the fibers would be twisted into thread. They did not seek perfection, only functionality, for their needs were numerous. Without adequate preparations before winter's arrival, they might succumb to starvation before the cold claimed them. The 3 of them sat diligently peeling hemp, while Su Qingliang worked on a nearly finished rope made from palm fibers, each absorbed in their tasks until footsteps approached. The 2 previously unconscious individuals stirred, staggering towards them but stopping short at the edge of the courtyard. The man raised his hand in greeting. "I am Zhuang Jing and from Qingshi County. This is my wife, Tang. We thank you for your kindness in sheltering us." Su Qingliang paused his work, looking up at him. "Are you also fleeing from disaster?" "Indeed. What a coincidence. So are we, having arrived here 2 days earlier." Thus, they lack the means to assist anyone else. It is exceedingly perilous. Even though he has found a refuge, he remains restless at night. He fears that nefarious individuals may approach, or that ferocious beasts might descend from the mountains. He is oblivious to the situation below, although he contemplates going to ascertain the circumstances. Trepidation grips him. Just a few days prior, when the skies cleared, they witnessed unimaginable horrors. Those who survived the cataclysmic flood were no longer merely human. They had morphed into demons that had crawled forth from the abyss. In their struggle for survival, they had long forsaken their humanity. The youngest, Seer, is still too naive to grasp the gravity of it all. However, the second eldest, Error, comprehends upon hearing his words. Yet, they cannot discern whether these others are inherently good or evil. Thus, they opt to observe gradually. If warmth in numbers is required, it is not solely they who need the others. The others equally require them. Survival demands one's own efforts rather than a reliance on others for salvation. Who in this world can truly save whom? As the 2 converse, Seer, still somewhat bewildered, murmurs, "I wonder if there are any treasures in the trap." Sanjia speaks daily of dreaming of feasting on meat, and indeed, he too has dreamt. With enough dreams, there lies a possibility for them to manifest into reality. Suddenly, Lao San rushes down the mountain, breathless, exclaiming, eldest brother, there's a big one, a really big one." The sound precedes his arrival, and Su Qingliang leaps to his feet, retrieving the sharpened stick, and commands, "Error, guard the house. Sanner, lead the way. Seer, come with me." "What of Wooer and Lure?" they ask. They are watching from the side. "It's a wild boar." Su Qingliang pales at the thought and bolts back up the mountain. Sanner, blinded by the prospect of meat, seems to have lost his sense. Is it truly wise to run back alone, abandoning the 2 younger ones atop the mountain? When he returns, he shall certainly flay that insufferable child alive. Chapter 6. The reckoning begins. The trap was excavated collectively, not too deep, yet filled with sharpened branches. The unfortunate boar, still juvenile, likely weighs no more than 100 pounds, it roars in the pit. Having been struck in the eye by the branches, trying desperately to escape, Gong Shuheng, wielding an axe, descends upon it with force. Though slight of frame, she possesses a strength that could fell the creature. This strike renders the boar unconscious. Wu clings tightly to her arm, cautiously peering into the trap, fearful that the boar may awaken and make an escape. Gong Shuheng closes her eyes, striving to dispel the dizzying sensation that washes over her. Gradually attuning herself to the sounds around her, this body bears little resemblance to the one she once inhabited. She may never reclaim her former self. Only when she senses the approach of others from the mountain does she slowly open her eyes. Su Qingliang rushes swiftly, arriving to find the two younger ones unharmed, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Though his legs tremble as he nearly falters, he gestures toward them and then moves forward with the stick in hand. Exhaling another sigh of relief. The boar is not overly large, and it appears unconscious. They can manage to bring it back. Soon after, Lao San and Lao Si arrive, gasping for breath. Eldest brother, you're too fast. To ensure safety, Su Qingliang strikes the boar once more, then calls for the others to help haul it out. Without delay, they work together to drag the unfortunate creature down the mountain. This location is not far from the village. A short walk reveals the houses nestled in the valley. One anticipated that digging a pit would ensnare such a sizable beast. The incessant rain has caused much of the foliage to decay, and the wildlife has begun to roam recklessly. As they walk, Su Qingliang ponders the necessity of marking a path near the village while also devising more traps in other areas. Otherwise, they would face grave danger. With the promise of meat on the horizon, the younger ones suddenly burst with energy, frolicking about, completely oblivious to Su Qingliang's somber demeanor. Zhuang Jing'an and Tang Yu, meanwhile, are engaged in roasting yam. Having never attempted such a task before, and their efforts leave them covered in ash and dirt, upon hearing commotion outside, Zhuang Jing'an stands and remarks, I shall go see. Su Qingliang and the others have already dragged their quarry back and discarded it in the yard. They do not rush to process it, but instead call out solemnly, Sanner. A jolt of apprehension courses through Sanner as she realizes the gravity of the situation. When the eldest brother addresses her in such a manner, it invariably indicates impending misfortune. Instinctively, she kneels, eldest brother, I was wrong. The other voices fall silent, and even Gong Shuheng appears bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. They have captured prey. They ought to rejoice, not cower. Su Qingliang gazes at Sanner. What did you do wrong? Sanner, with her soiled visage, looks back in confusion, uncertain of her transgression. Ultimately, she recognizes that if the eldest brother is angry, she must have erred, and it is best to admit it. Su Qingliang turns to grab a stick and strikes her once. Sanner winces, biting back a cry. The others stand in stunned silence. Lao Er watches, hesitating to intervene. Having spent several years alongside the eldest brother, he knows all too well the nature of his temperament. If he says Sanner has erred, she has indeed erred. Mistakes come with consequences, and oftentimes, those consequences could be fatal. Thus, receiving a beating is a small price to pay, especially as long as they remain alive and the eldest brother does not cast them away. After delivering a blow, Su Qingliang inquires once more, do you understand what you did wrong? Sanner bows her head, pondering her transgression. Was it that the boar was not large enough, or that she did not run swiftly enough? Once more, Su Qingliang strikes her. Sanner clutches at her tattered trousers, which threaten to fall apart at any moment. Eldest brother, just tell me what I did wrong. I am a simpleton, often unable to comprehend many things without your guidance. Where did I err? I shall amend my ways. She cannot feign ignorance, nor can she fabricate excuses. She has already faced consequences for such. The diminutive figure abruptly stiffened, only to soften again upon hearing the words, realizing the vow made was rather venomous. One must understand that the third brother dreamt incessantly of feasting on meat, his longing for it driving him to madness. Moreover, she was not particularly large. After Su Qingliang had finished admonishing the others, he squatted in the courtyard, surveying the lifeless monkey they had brought back. He then lifted his gaze to glance at Zhuang Jing'an, who stood at the edge of the yard. Zhuang Jing'an pondered for a moment before approaching. Do you need assistance? What can you possibly do to help me? Slaughter pigs? Are you capable of that? Zhuang Jing'an certainly was not. He had never even killed a chicken. He drew a dagger from his person, the only item he possessed for self-defense. With this, perhaps he could sever the monkey's hide. He had witnessed butchers slaughtering pigs before, who first bled them out and then scalded the skin. He wondered if these few had a pot at this moment. If there was no pot? Even if they bled it, how would they scald the hair? Su Qingliang took the dagger from him, examining it closely before looking up. Is this yours? I found it, an ownerless object. If I pick it up? It belongs to me, Su Qingliang replied. Now that it is in my hands, it is mine. Zhuang Jing'an's expression shifted slightly, his mouth opening but ultimately saying nothing. Su Qingliang chuckled and tossed it back to him, drawing another dagger from his own possession, calling out to the second brother. Let us get started. If Zhuang Jing'an could find something, how could Su Qingliang not have it? The dagger in his hand was a genuine weapon, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, exceedingly sharp, and he seldom took it out except in exceptional circumstances, such as that night when he had given it to the third brother for protection. Having spent so long by that dilapidated temple on the mountain, without a single item for defense, how could he have survived to this point with just a few children? Zhuang Jing'an had just stood there, observing how Su Qingliang instructed his siblings, and at this moment, he felt as if he too was being taught. When he saw the monkey, many thoughts raced through his mind, all revolving around how to barter for a piece of meat from this group of children. He had offered the dagger as a gesture of goodwill, but the offer was declined. He needed to think carefully about what to do next. If these children could survive such a monstrous flood and carve out a living here, then surely he, an adult approaching his 20s, could do the same. Gong Shuheng looked up at the sky, which was bathed in brilliant sunlight on this clear day. The sun had only just crested the mountain peak, yet its rays were already dazzling. She called out to Su Qingliang, Boss, it's still early. I wish to dig up some more soil, since she could not be of much help here. She thought it best to take advantage of the weather to see if she could find something edible in the mountains. Even if she found nothing, she could still return with some soil, taking the opportunity to dry out more salt. During this time, they had relied on those 2 broken pottery pieces to cook once a day, which had accumulated to half a bamboo tube. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was pitifully scarce. Once one had tasted salted food, who would want to eat the bland? Su Qingliang turned to her, saying to the second brother, Go call Zhuang Jing'an over. The second brother, puzzled, asked, Why call him? To come help, while you accompany Luer into the mountains. Salt is a precious commodity, and the red earth that yields salt is equally valuable. The younger children were too small, only able to carry a little at a time, akin to ants moving their home. The second brother could accompany them more effectively. He was meticulous and steady in his actions, unlike the third brother, who was reckless and impulsive. Furthermore, he was a young man, slightly older, which made Su Qingliang feel more at ease. As for Zhuang Jing'an, he had initially declined to engage in a trade. However, upon reflection, outright rejection seemed unwise. For he did not truly understand the man. He could not discern whether Zhuang was a potential ally, a reliable neighbor, or a wolf in sheep's clothing. Perhaps it was best to interact further. Zhuang Jing'an was somewhat taken aback, clutching the yams he had just unearthed from the ashes. He then staggered to his feet, informing Tang Yu, You eat first? I'll go help, Tang Yu. Not caring for the scalding yam in her hands, handed him a piece of the charred skin. Have a few bites. It will give you some strength. Otherwise, you might end up being more of a hindrance than a help. After all, they had not eaten for quite some time. The stench of rotting meat was nauseating, and even with their hunger pangs, they dared not take a bite. What if they caught a contagion? After barely surviving, they could not afford to walk down the path of death again. Zhuang Jing'an felt the skin of his cheeks blistering from the heat, yet he could not bring himself to spit out what he had in his mouth. Initially, he had felt little due to his hunger, but after a couple of bites, his insides seemed to awaken. The overwhelming sensation of hunger surged forth in an instant that he recalled that delightful taste and yearned for another bite, soft, sandy, with a hint of sweetness. As he and the second brother stepped outside, he inquired, What was that we just ate? Yam, brought back by Luer and the others from the mountains. It grows in the mud? Delicious and filling, with lasting sustenance. If you wish to avoid starvation, you should venture further up the mountain to search for food. At this moment, no one can rely on anyone else. It's every person for themselves. Zhuang Jing'an understood the underlying message and thanked him. The second brother regarded him, noting that he was quite a polite individual. The fabric of his clothing was so worn that its original color was unrecognizable. Yet, it was clear that it had once been made of fine material, not something that the likes of them, who relied on begging for their daily bread, could afford. Chapter 8. Confirmed again, it was something he had never seen before. Zhuang Jingyan nodded at Gong Shuheng and the younger children. A silent greeting before he deftly rolled up his sleeves to lend a hand. However, after rolling up his sleeves, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The second brother called out, "Let us go." Wu and Gong Shuheng followed suit. The previous axe was held by the second brother, who also carried the length of rope they had used to drag the monkey. He intended to venture into the mountains in search of useful vines or bamboo to bring back. Hoping to craft something for themselves, if he could not create anything, he would find a way to repair their current tools and make do for a while longer. The necessities for living were indeed abundant. As they walked, he noticed Gong Shuheng tossing something into her tattered basket. Upon glancing at it, he confirmed it was something he had never encountered before. "Can this be eaten?" Gong Shuheng shook her head. "No. It can stop bleeding if we come across it. Let us take some back. It will surely be useful at some point, although it's best if we don't need it." The second brother stopped, scrutinizing her intently. "You recognize medicinal herbs?" Gong Shuheng replied affirmatively. "What else can you do?" Initially silent, he had assumed she was rather simple-minded. Who would have thought that someone so young could possess such knowledge? Far surpassing the combined understanding of the rest of them, Gong Shuheng thought for a moment. "I don't know. I can only tell when I encounter it. Can you remember where your home is?" "Your accent doesn't seem to belong to this area." Gong Shuheng shook her head, as succinct as ever. "I don't remember." She retained no memories of this body. The second brother could not ascertain the truth of her words. Only noting her gaze was clear and forthright, he would take her at her word for now. The incessant sun following the heavy rains had its advantages. Many plants that had been waterlogged and unable to sprout were now revitalizing at an astonishing pace. Despite the season being out of sync, it could not hinder their fervent growth, as if they sought to unleash all their splendor before the onset of winter. Sunflowers unfurled their petals, and wild chives eagerly pushed through the earth. Undeniably tender, sunflowers made for a delicious soup and could be preserved as pickles. September was indeed the prime time, combined with ginger and lotus leaves, to create pickled sunflowers or sun-dried ones. When the time came to eat, they could be rehydrated and steamed. Unfortunately, Gong Shuheng did not know how. She only recognized what was edible and what was not. How to cook it properly or make it palatable was beyond her knowledge. Even wild vegetables were incredibly precious to them, hardly something the younger children could cook. Thus, her lack of knowledge was not a concern for now. These matters could be left for Su Qingliang, the eldest, to worry about. Gong Shuheng had initially intended to dig for soil in the mountains, but today luck was on their side. They encountered numerous sunflowers and a cluster of lotus leaves. Most importantly, when the second brother was cutting bamboo, he stumbled upon a nest of wild kittens. The larger ones fled in fright, while the young ones scurried about, making them easy to catch. Wu was nearly bouncing with excitement. "Second brother, let us take them back and raise them. If they grow up, they can have kittens, and we'll have plenty of wild cats to eat in the future." The second brother gazed at the 4 fluffy little ones curled up. Wild creatures are difficult to raise. Wild kittens, also known as 3 bouncers, referred to wild rabbits. Gong Shuheng suggested, "Why not give it a try? Those that were domesticated were once wild too." The second brother regarded her before averting his gaze. "Then let us give it a shot. How can one ascertain the outcome without attempting it?" Thus, Gong Shuheng, with a basket of sunflower greens on her back, and Wu Er, carrying a handful of wild ginger adorned with leaves and 4 fluffy creatures atop, while Lao Er bore a small bundle of finger-sized bamboo, set off down the mountain early. Su Qingliang had already stripped the skin from the monkey. Zhuang Jingyan offered to assist, which merely entailed fetching water from the pond a few times. Lao San and Lao Si remained uninvolved, seated on a stone, diligently peeling hemp. Tang Yu joined them, sitting alongside the two as they worked. She appeared gentle in temperament, speaking in soft tones, quickly melding with Lao San and Lao Si. A stark contrast to the taciturn Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jingyan, who scarcely exchanged a couple of words after congregating for an extended period. Although Tang Yu's demeanor was mild, her efficiency in tasks was quite remarkable, eliciting surprise. "Has Sister Yu ever peeled hemp before?" Lao San inquired. Tang Yu responded while working, "Yes, but not frequently. It piqued my interest once, and I tried it a couple of times. Her family was not exceedingly affluent, merely a small-scale merchant with some assets. Besides their shop in the city, they owned 2 modest farms outside, cultivating grains and tending to numerous mulberry trees, with many workers assisting in silkworm rearing and silk production. Merchant daughters were naturally pampered compared to peasant girls, yet they were entirely different from the refined maidens of scholarly families. Not only did she learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but her family also employed a master to teach self-defense. From an early age, she learned to manage household affairs under her mother's guidance, accompanied her brother on inspections of the shop, and oversaw activities on the farm. Public appearances were routine, and as a result, she garnered disdain from those of scholarly lineage. Daughters of merchants aspired to marry into official families to elevate their status. Even if they could not be the primary wife, they would settle for a concubine's position. If that were not an option, they would have to revert to their parents' trade, managing the shop and engaging in external sales to make a living. The more they learned, the more they ventured out and witnessed. The more skills they acquired. It was precisely because of this that, after escaping the flood, she managed to endure alongside her husband until now. Sister Yu, can you sew clothes? Of course. Lao San sprang up, evidently elated and momentarily forgetting the recent scolding. Her exuberant voice caught Su Qingliang's attention, prompting him to glance back. Upon meeting Su Qingliang's gaze, she instinctively shrank her neck and obediently returned to her task of peeling hemp. Sister Yu, may I learn sewing from you? Certainly, however, we must have needles and thread, and of course, fabric. The thread should pose little issue. Since the children were peeling hemp, they presumably aimed to produce some hemp thread. Needles, however, were far more challenging to procure. Fabric was also a significant concern. With the small amount of hemp they had processed, it would be fortunate to yield 2 balls of thread. To weave fabric, they would require a vast quantity of hemp thread along with a loom, which was far too daunting a task for them at present. Upon hearing her words, Lao San sighed. It's truly difficult now. They do have fabric, but since they are not familiar with anyone, they cannot afford to speak carelessly about what they possess. She still had some sense about her. Sister, did you come all the way from the city to here? Tang Yu pondered for a moment before affirming. When the weather changed, she was praying at the Yunjiao temple outside the city, and due to the torrential rain, she was stranded and unable to return. Having contributed a fair amount of incense money, she thought it prudent to stay at the temple for a couple of days until the weather cleared. Unfortunately, the rain persisted without end. Autumn had already set in, yet thunder and lightning continued to strike, with a deluge that was truly frightening. For several days, there was no sign of respite, and anxiety began to grip her heart. Just then, Zhuang Jing'an, unable to rest easy, ventured out through the rain to fetch her back. However, the mountain path for the carriage had collapsed. In Chapter 9. The survivors were few and far between. Both were trapped in the temple, waiting for the rain to cease. Regrettably, it never did. The monks in the temple began to panic, as the villagers at the foot of the mountain had already started to suffer from the disaster. Subsequently, the water from the protective moat surged upwards, flooding into the city, transforming the entire Qingshi County into a vast ocean. Those who had escaped in advance rushed towards the mountains, flocking towards the temple. The monks tasked with safeguarding the temple could not withstand the onslaught, resulting in numerous fatalities. The storerooms and kitchen of the temple were thoroughly looted. Their attendants were killed by the rioters. In the chaos, the few survivors hastily gathered their valuables and fled overnight. They too became scattered during their escape, enduring hunger and fear on the mountain for over a month. Zhuang Jing'an secretly ventured out to survey the situation. From atop the mountain, he could see the entirety of Qingshi County, with the floodwaters nearly reaching halfway up the mountain. The green hills were surrounded by the floodwaters, like a few isolated islands. Countless lives had been swallowed by the towering waves, and many were struggling to survive within. When the sun finally emerged, they took a deep breath and crawled down the mountain, hoping to glimpse the city once more. But there was no longer any distinction between city and countryside. The thought of lost parents and siblings caused Tang Yu's nose to involuntarily ache with sorrow. Su Qingliang had cleaned and processed the wild boar, shaking off the water from his hands before asking Zhuang Jing'an, "What is the situation in the city now?" Zhuang Jing'an slowly shook his head. "I do not know about other places, but within and around Qingshi County, out of nearly 100,000 souls, I fear only a handful remain. The entire county was unrecognizable. Although the flood had receded, survival was still a daunting challenge. They followed the direction and found remnants of a wall, partially collapsed by the flood. Before they could enter, they witnessed a group of men dragging a woman away. They referred to children under the age of 10 as Higolan, and young women as Bu Xianyang. And even the fortunate elderly who survived were not spared. Alone and feeling powerless, he could only decisively retreat with her, wandering aimlessly until they arrived here. Reflecting on their fortune, they realized that had they been even slightly less cautious, had they not rolled in the mud before departing, they might have already become someone else's sustenance. What of the court? Is there no intervention? Who knows? Perhaps they are unable to intervene. I heard that the Grand Priest has died. The Grand Priest of the Tianke Kingdom resided in the Star-Picking Hall on the Four Symbols Mountain, above the imperial power yet uninterfering in state affairs. He solely inquired about the fortunes and calamities of the world, seeking to benefit and avoid harm, akin to a talisman warding off evil and safeguarding the peace of the populace. Although his name was unknown to most, the common folk of the Tianke Kingdom were all aware of him. Even small beggars like San Air and Sea Air knew they were under the protection of the Grand Priest. Zhuang Jing'an's voice was low, but upon his utterance, the entire courtyard fell silent. All eyes turning towards him, Yu Qingliang was momentarily taken aback. He has died. Can deities truly perish? Murmuring as if suddenly lost. The Grand Priest has died. The people of the Tianke Kingdom have lost their protection. No wonder they encountered such great calamity without any warning, resulting in so many fatalities. Could it be that the passing of a deity necessitates sacrifices? If even the divine cannot escape death, how much less so the insignificant ordinary folk like them? We're back. Wu Er's cheerful voice rang out from the edge of the courtyard as she hurriedly approached with a basket in tow. Look, we have good things. Having acquired a monkey today was already a significant harvest. What more could there be? A jumping cat, Sierra exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. It's so small. It has nothing but fur, not enough even to fill a tooth gap. Lao Sin feigned disdain, yet his hands did not cease their motions, kneading and shaping. Wu Er suggested, eldest brother, let us make a cage and raise it. I'll cut grass for it to eat. Su Qingliang nodded in agreement. It was indeed a splendid idea. He had heard that jumping cats grew particularly quickly and reproduced prolifically, requiring only grass for sustenance. If they could successfully raise it, they would not lack meat in the coming year. Lao Er tossed the bamboo he had chopped onto the side of the courtyard. Su Qingliang glanced at him. You didn't bring back any soil? I'll go back later. I could only carry this much. I'll try to chop some up for household items, or repair those few baskets. Su Qingliang replied. I'll accompany you shortly. Have you finished tidying up? Yes, I've divided it into portions. We can't use it all at once. Even he himself felt like a ravenous wolf. If they truly ate, one monkey would suffice for a meal. However, given the current circumstances, they needed to be strategic. The temperature had already cooled. Although it was not particularly cold, leaving things for a day or two posed no problem. He had already divided the prepared meat into portions and found some grass rope to hang them up. The remaining meat in the basin was entrusted to San Air. You three stay at home and prepare the meal. We need to head up the mountain. It was already mealtime, yet they had been busy since dawn without consuming anything. As the feeling of hunger subsided, fatigue set in, leaving them with less vigor. Lao San responded with an "oh," glancing at Zhuang Jing'an and Tang Yu. Are they coming along too? Su Qingliang remained silent. Casting a glance at Zhuang Jing'an, the latter quickly interjected, I shall accompany you up the mountain. My wife will stay at home to look after the little ones, and I can lend a hand. Su Qingliang nodded in agreement. Gong Shuheng decided not to participate further. She emptied the basket containing the sunflower greens and handed the now empty container to Su Qingliang. Sanner joyfully entered the house, carrying a piece of meat that was devoid of fat. She tossed it into the pot, adding water and kindling a fire. Although she rarely engaged in the task of stewing meat, she certainly knew how to do it. All that mattered was cooking it thoroughly. Gong Shuheng cautiously retrieved the salt she had been saving and added a pinch, causing Sanner and Wu Er to gaze at her in astonishment. They had been boiling water with mud for days without daring to taste it. Their mouths nearly forgotten the flavor of salt. Is that much really necessary? They wondered. This pot of food could use some seasoning for a hearty meal. Subsequently, she returned inside, fetching 2 small grass bundles. Sifting through them for a while before selecting a bowl of beans and a few medicinal ingredients to wash and toss in. Tang Yu, observing in bewilderment, asked. Can these be stewed together? Gong Shuheng succinctly replied. Indeed. Sanner added. Luer said it's absolutely fine. Over the past fortnight, Gong Shuheng had introduced them to numerous unfamiliar and previously unseen edibles. Every item consumed without consequence indicated their safety for consumption. Thus, in matters of food, from Su Qingliang to Wu'er, they held a strong belief in the newcomer, Gong Shuheng. Chapter 10. A touch of uncommon folly as the items were deposited into the pot. Sanner and Tang Yu tended to it, while Wu'er remained enchanted by her jumping cat. Gong Shuheng settled down in her usual corner, grasping some bulrushes gathered from the mountains, contemplating the continuation of her weaving endeavors. The item resembled a pouch worn by nobility but was larger and coarser, yet functional enough to hold items. They had gathered beans and other edible provisions from the mountains, which were now sun-dried but lacked storage space. Error insisted on crafting some household items, but Gong Shuheng was uncertain of his abilities. It was best to manage what one needed independently. Tang Yu observed the reticent and seemingly out-of-place Gong Shuheng, then glanced at the little Sanner effortlessly carrying a full bucket of water, and finally at Wu'er outside, murmuring to her jumping cat. She felt that these children were unlike any she had encountered before, strange and intriguing. However, such thoughts were trivial compared to the pot simmering within. Even lean meat had its worth. The ingredients Gong Shuheng added subdued the wild game's strong odor, melding the aroma of meat with the fragrance of beans, tantalizing the already ravenous individuals, forcing them to swallow their saliva repeatedly. Tang Yu washed the sunflower greens, ready to toss them into the meat broth upon the return of Su Qingliang and the others. For a quick blanching before consumption. Wu'er, now devoid of interest in her jumping cat, curled up at the door, lamenting, why haven't the eldest returned yet? The meat was not yet tender, and the beans felt undercooked. Another round of boiling was necessary. Once everything was thoroughly stewed, they would return. Sanner comforted her, though he too couldn't resist the urge to swallow, his stomach growling incessantly. Tang Yu, unable to bear it any longer, informed Sanner, I shall check the other courtyard and see if there's anything useful. Perhaps they could share a meal with the children later, but afterward, they would need to fend for themselves. Thus far, they lacked even bowls for their meals. Upon reaching the courtyard, she cast another glance at the industrious Gong Shuheng, who seemed oblivious to the enticing aromas wafting from inside. Gong Shuheng was always so absorbed in her tasks, easily losing herself in them. As the sun dipped slightly in the west, Su Qingliang and the others finally returned. The trio of brothers returned laden with goods, and even Zhuang Jing'an had not come back empty-handed. Bringing a basket of sunflower greens and wild chives, Su Qingliang carried a load of soil, leaving Zhuang Jing'an puzzled as to why he would transport dirt when the house was already abundant with it. Su Qingliang simply stated, it's useful. Error remained fixated on repairing household items, thus returning with a bundle of willow branches, while Seer brought edible wild vegetables, some of which had been identified by Gong Shuheng days prior, and others they were already familiar with. Gong Shuheng only lifted her gaze when she heard the footsteps of the three, stretching her stiff neck to assess the items in her hands. The grass bundle could hold approximately a liter of rice, and she had quickly woven it into a recognizable shape. The joyful exclamation from Sanner echoed from within, dinner is ready. With the addition of sunflower greens, the pot was brimming. Although wild vegetables remained the primary component, it was undoubtedly the best meal they had enjoyed in recent times. Apart from the meat, there were beans the size of fingers and turnips that could not be stored for long. The turnips stewed with the meat were truly delicious, albeit in limited quantity. Many of the dried provisions remained untouched, reserved for emergencies in winter. This season, simply finding green edibles in the mountains felt like a stroke of fortune. Frankly speaking, with so many people, it was challenging to satisfy everyone's hunger with just one pot of food. Yet they all felt remarkably content. In the end, they even added water to the pot, allowing it to boil and sharing the broth among themselves. Su Qingliang declined the wild vegetables brought back by Zhuang Jing'an, which implied that they would need to fend for themselves for dinner. How they would manage that was not a concern for Su Qingliang and the others. Gong Shuheng remained seated, though this time she was not weaving. Instead, she gazed thoughtfully at the collapsed area across from her. When Error passed by, he cast a puzzled glance her way, even waving a hand in front of her face. What are you looking at? Regardless of how many edible items Gong Shuheng recognized, Error always felt there was something peculiarly foolish about her. Gong Shuheng withdrew her gaze, saying, "There must be numerous usable items buried in that collapsed area across. Tools like picks, axes, and pots that the earth cannot destroy. Without proper tools, we are at a disadvantage. The area is vast. Digging it out is akin to moving half a mountain." The immediate priority remained gathering provisions for winter. Gong Shuheng merely acknowledged with a soft "oh," falling silent as she realized her thoughts were somewhat fanciful. What should have been a simple task now seemed insurmountable. Yet, as she flicked her finger against her thumb, nothing happened aside from a slight tremor of the nearby weeds. After their meal, with the sun having set, rest was out of the question. Error took Sanner and Seer to the back of the house to continue searching for hemp to soak, while Su Qingliang stayed behind to construct a nest for the jumping cats. Gong Shuheng diligently finished weaving the grass bundle and stored her scattered items within. She noted that several of these grass bundles were now piled against the wall of their room. Each filled to the brim, that a sense of unfamiliar yet profound satisfaction washed over her, a comforting feeling. Next, she proceeded to wash the herbs they had brought back, rinsing off the dirt and laying them out to dry on the stone slab at the edge of the courtyard. She carefully categorized the dried jujubes, fuliu vines, and earth spirits using banana leaves before storing them in the house. Armed with a pick, she ventured to the original vegetable plot to begin the arduous task of tilling. The edible plants had already been stripped bare, leaving nothing but barren ground. Although Gong Shuheng lacked farming skills, her previous experience with herbs provided her with a semblance of knowledge. The methods differed, but the process bore similarities. Most importantly, this frail body required gradual strengthening, and tilling the land was an excellent way to build her strength. However, the handle of the pick was designed for an adult, making it awkward for her small frame to wield. Yet, she remained oblivious to this discomfort, continuing her work tirelessly, even as sweat poured down her brow. When Su Qingliang finished building a simple nest for the mountain rabbit using sticks and mud and stood to assess her progress, he noticed she had already tilled a considerable area. He approached, placing his hand on the pick's handle. "Rest for a moment. Let me take over." Gong Shuheng glanced at him and then relinquished her hold. The climate in Qingshi County differed from that of Tiandu, and anything planted at this time would have to endure the winter. Therefore, Gong Shuheng was entirely uncertain about what to plant. Yu Qingliang was equally uninformed. He had never tilled land before. Setting aside his status as a beggar, he remained a city dweller. However, even among city dwellers, individuals varied significantly. For instance, Tang Yu possessed knowledge. Chapter 11. What lies beyond yet? At this moment, the options for planting were quite limited. They could sow fern and cabbage, as well as turnips, but they lacked seeds. The fern, referenced in the Book of Songs, was an ancient vegetable thought to be a failed attempt at domestication. Cabbage, the original of greens or Chinese cabbage, and turnips, known as daikon.at this time. Wheat could also be sown, but they had none. This foreshadowed that if the Tiandu court failed to provide disaster relief, organize the reconstruction for the victims, or distribute seeds, they would soon face not only plagues but also a more severe famine. Gong Shuheng pondered the recent places she had visited. Perhaps she could find some turnip and mustard seeds to plant. These varieties could survive through winter, as could the scallions nearby. Wei Kai has encountered some wild vegetables, but has not found any seeds. Such discoveries in the mountains are largely a matter of fortune. After consuming a dish of meat-studded vegetable stew, she suddenly realized that only cooked wild vegetables are truly difficult to swallow. Gong Shuheng expressionlessly gulped down a bowl of wild vegetable soup, contemplating that soon they might not even be able to eat that. This place is not particularly close to the foothills, yet there are paths leading in and out. If Shuang Jing'an and his companions can find it, so too can others. Should the court fail to send help, the remaining inhabitants would all venture into the mountains in a bid for survival. Those who have tasted blood can no longer be considered human. For in the moment they resorted to cannibalism to survive, they forfeited their most fundamental humanity. At that juncture, they would face even greater challenges, not to mention the impending famine. Yu Qingliang felt a pressing urgency. We must hasten the traps we are setting around the house. Tomorrow, I will continue with the third and fourth brothers at home, while the second brother should take the fifth and sixth brothers into the mountains, circling the vicinity and trying not to venture too deeply. If we encounter any ferocious beasts, it could spell disaster. Once they were settled, they retreated to their respective quarters to sleep. As night fell, the temperature had dropped, and none of them had even a single quilt. Despite the thick layer of hay spread across their beds, they still curled up together for warmth. Gong Shuheng, as usual, did not return to her room. The weather was fine, and thus the moon graced the night sky. Though its phases varied, as did its rising time, Su Qingliang lay down, then rose again, quietly observing the silhouette resting on the stone at the edge of the courtyard. After a moment, he turned around and collided with the second brother. The second brother stifled a cry, quickly covering his mouth to suppress the sound. "What are you doing awake? What on earth is wrong with you? Sneaking about like a ghost, you nearly startled me into action." "You're not asleep either," the second brother replied quietly as he rolled back into the pile of hay. When Su Qingliang joined him, he continued, "What is it with Luer? Why does she prefer to sleep outside on the stone slab? What is so appealing about that? Sleeping on the stone slab allows one to gaze at the moon and the stars, far brighter than the darkness within a room. Is she not cold?" "Perhaps she is not." Su Qingliang recalled their encounter with Gong Shuheng a few days prior. They had fled to the mountains during the floods, fortunate to escape disaster, while Gong Shuheng had been entirely submerged. Her survival a miracle in itself. Su Qingliang found himself pondering more than once whether the being they rescued could truly be human. Under such circumstances, a normal person could not possibly have survived. Yet, against all odds, she lived. What lay outside? Stars and the moon. However, it was only the wild beasts of the mountains that roamed freely throughout the night. By dawn, the dew had nearly evaporated. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes early, gazing at the eastern sky in a moment of daze. Zhuang Jing'an and Tang Yu had planned to ascend the mountain with Su Qingliang, hence the couple arose as the light began to filter in. They had thought they were early, but upon stepping outside, they were taken aback to see the young girl already seated upon the stone slab. "Luer, you are up so early," Gong Shuheng acknowledged with a slight hum. Hearing the sound, Su Qingliang and the others emerged from the house, the younger ones still groggy, their heads adorned with bits of straw. Zhuang Jing'an approached Su Qingliang and inquired, "Are we heading up the mountain? May we accompany you?" Su Qingliang appraised the couple. "You should stay and assist us with the traps." "Traps?" No further explanation was given. The shovel and axe were to remain at home. The second brother carried only Su Qingliang's dagger for protection. Zhuang Jing'an's dagger was handed to Tang Yu, who also carried a rickety basket containing a sickle they had unearthed from beneath the cabinet. Rusty and dulled, they had spent considerable time sharpening it on a stone, and it might yet prove useful. Thus, their party to the mountains now numbered 5. The third brother was the most talkative, and Wu chimed in, filling the early morning air with chatter before the sun had fully risen. "I love going up the mountain with the second brother. He always has good luck, and it seems to rub off on me." The second brother, however, did not consider himself particularly fortunate. He merely exercised more caution than others. Wu nodded in agreement. "If only we could catch something today, that would be splendid. After having tasted meat, who would want to eat vegetables? My expectations are modest. I would be satisfied with finding some bird eggs." "That seems more realistic." The second brother sighed. "Do not make wishes so carelessly. Whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground, we can only watch. We ought to think practically. It would be best to find something edible. And if we could uncover some seeds, that would be even better." This was their primary objective, and the most pragmatic one at that. Gong Shuheng carried her basket, glancing around in silence. Aside from Tang Yu, the others had grown accustomed to her quiet demeanor. Luer was not one to speak much. She only opened her mouth when necessary, otherwise remaining mute. The village once boasted fields, a patchwork of terraced farmland nestled among the mountains not far from the houses. But alas, it had been ravaged by the torrents, leaving chaos in its wake, with many areas submerged or collapsed. The previous season, they had planted beans and millet, but the seedlings had perished during the flooding. Miraculously, some roots had survived the inundation and now flourished alongside the wild grass, drawing sunlight in this brief window before winter's arrival. Yet, this growth was fleeting. It could not endure for long, destined never to bear fruit. Thus, the third brother and his companions had simply plucked the tender shoots to boil for sustenance. Finding wild vegetables was relatively easy, but locating seeds remained a formidable challenge. Gong Shuheng diligently dug into the earth, uprooting any radishes that could grow in winter. They planned to take them back and try planting them. While they could consume the wild vegetables for now, they could not preserve a significant amount, lacking both salt and containers. Therefore, attempting to cultivate them seemed prudent. Even if the cold weather hindered growth and prevented them from producing seeds, At least they could prolong their edibility by a few days. Gong Shuheng maintained her perspective. One would never know the outcome without first taking action. One must try to discern. Understanding her intentions, the others deemed it a viable plan, and aside from the wild vegetables intended for immediate consumption, they uprooted anything else that was edible. Tang Yu preferred to use some of the wild vegetables to prepare pickles, as the women of their village were adept at making various pickle dishes. They could currently attempt to make chive pickles and sunflower pickles. "Do you know how?" the third brother asked. Tang Yu replied, "It is hard to say, but I have seen it done. I know the method. The crux lies in our lack of salt and containers for pickling." They now understood how to boil salt, but could not produce much, as their resources were limited. If they were to use too much salt or burn it improperly, it could jeopardize their ability to eat. Tang Yu suggested, "Perhaps we could try our hand at pottery." Chapter 12. The first completed ceramic tripod. It seems that every task at hand is of utmost urgency. Su Qingliang wishes he could grow 8 hands, each fulfilling its own purpose. In truth, if they were to descend the mountain for a brief moment, they would realize that the traps surrounding their dwelling could indeed be postponed. The disaster victims from the towns below have all flocked to Xingzhou Prefecture. The relief workers dispatched from Tiandu have already arrived at Xingzhou. It is said that those who reach the prefecture not only find sustenance but also shelter, and they can receive rations and seeds. For the starving survivors who have narrowly escaped death, this prospect is a tremendous temptation. The groups arriving at the outskirts of the prefecture are far from the immediate entry they had envisioned. Swiftly being separated by soldiers, those exhibiting symptoms such as coughs and fevers are herded together, while the asymptomatic queue on the opposite side. Soldiers set up pots to prepare thin gruel, a concoction of watery porridge mixed with bran and sawdust. The ravenously hungry victims rush forward, fearing that if they linger, they might miss their turn. After the meal, men, women, and children are once again divided. The men are conscripted for labor, tasked with constructing the prefecture, clearing the moat and erecting temporary shelters. The women engage in spinning, weaving, and tailoring. None are permitted to remain idle, waiting for aid in the face of disaster and disease. The hope for survival cannot solely rely on the relief grain from the court. The prefecture must resume normal operations. The surroundings need urgent dredging. Before the cold fully sets in, the nearby lands must be prepared for sowing. For if they can endure this winter, they shall reap the rewards by April or May of the following year. Though the task appears manageable, the reality is grim. The elderly have perished, infants are lost, and few young women remain. The surviving men are acutely aware of where the others have gone. They can behave like beasts, resorting to cannibalism in moments of hunger, yet in the presence of armed soldiers, they dare not utter a word, appearing ragged and hunched, utterly submissive, fearing that even the slightest delay might invoke the overseer's whip upon them. Unbeknownst to Su Qingliang and his companions, they toil tirelessly throughout the day and night, preparing for the winter. Both courtyards have been fortified with posts. The mastery of these skills ultimately rests in their own hands. It requires repeated contemplation and the distillation of experiences. Fortunately, the pot they crafted can be deemed a success, and now it merely requires further refinement and consolidation based on the previous firing. In total, they fashioned 6 vessels, both large and small, yet only 3 emerged intact from the kiln. The ancient utensil for boiling porridge and stewing soup, known as a tripod, is designed to allow fire beneath. And this is enough to elicit their jubilant cheers. With the tripod, they can boil water and cook. Most importantly, they have successfully created this item, allowing them the opportunity to craft more such wares, jars, pots, and basins. Su Qingliang selected the largest one, not for any particular reason, but because their number required a larger vessel. This one is sufficiently spacious for their cooking needs, while also enabling Gong Shuheng to better manage the salt extraction process. Zhuang Jing'an claimed 2, and with the remaining clay, they fashioned several bowls, which are indeed their most pressing necessity. These bowls require little effort to create and need not be exquisitely beautiful. Functionality is paramount. A success rate of 50% suffices for their purposes. After their meal, the second brother joined them. The third brother instinctively sat beside Tang Yu to work on hemp. The fifth brother observed and learned alongside them. Gong Shuheng ventured into the fields, still preferring solitude to the company of many. Compared to molding clay or twisting hemp, she exhibited a marked interest in agriculture. Su Qingliang noted this inclination. Some of the crops they had previously planted together had perished, while others thrived, most of which were sown by Gong Shuheng. he had observed for quite some time. Though the methods were identical, any seedling that passed through Gong Shuheng's hands seemed to have a significantly higher chance of survival. Gong Shuheng was not one for many words, responding succinctly to inquiries, as if she herself could not articulate her thoughts fully. Su Qingliang attributed this to the notion that everyone possesses their own area of expertise. Perhaps the sixth child simply excelled in this regard. Thus, they dedicated their time to assist in clearing the surrounding vegetable plots, leaving the decisions of what and how to plant to Gong Shuheng. She had explored the areas surrounding the village thoroughly, collecting a considerable amount of edible plants, medicinal herbs, and seeds. Inside their dwelling, half of the storage rack made from stone slabs and wood was filled with food, while the other half contained her woven baskets of various sizes, lined with different leaves and filled with assorted items. She endeavored to plant everything that could be sown, as anything non-lethal was deemed suitable for cultivation. As night fell and fatigue set in, with the exception of Gong Shuheng who remained outside, the younger siblings nearly collapsed onto their beds. The second brother handed over the hidden silver to Su Qingliang, who accepted only a small fragment, advising, "Keep the rest safe. It may prove valuable later. I can manage with this little. Should circumstances remain favorable, we can venture out again. If the situation worsens, carrying too much silver could be detrimental." The second brother pondered this logic and concurred. "Then I shall take just this fragment. If the opportunity arises, I will procure what is essential. Should officials from the court arrive, remember to inquire about household registration." With household registration, they would no longer be wanderers. Though the taxes would be burdensome, they would be free citizens. With registration, they would possess travel permits, allowing them to go wherever they wished. Furthermore, with registration, both they and any future generations could pursue education and take examinations for a brighter future. Su Qingliang instructed him, "We will first visit the township, then proceed to the county. If the county proves fruitless, we may even travel to the prefecture. We might be gone for several days. But do not worry. I will act as the situation dictates. After I depart, you must keep a close watch over the others, especially the third and fourth brothers. The third, lacking intellect, requires restraint. The fourth is cunning and needs coaxing. The fifth knows nothing and requires teaching. The sixth appears simple-minded and poses no concern, leaving you with a heavier burden." Yet the second brother was still young, barely 14 after the new year. He nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, when you return safely, I will ensure they are all well cared for." After handing him a dagger, he added, "Keep it concealed for self-defense." Su Qingliang declined, stating, "This is cumbersome to carry. You should keep it. Should we encounter any game, it would be unwise to be without it. I am merely going down the mountain to gather information, not to engage in conflict. A blade is not always necessary. Often, one must rely on wits." Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing and set off early. Gong Shuheng, perched upon a stone, merely lifted her eyelids. Their journey would not be without challenges, and they would undoubtedly face hardships. Yet they would return safely. As for her reluctance to intervene, why should she? To survive, one must devise means and venture forth, continually experimenting. To aspire to be a caged bird requires the fortune of encountering the one who holds the cage. Chapter 14. A slow cultivation. The tasks of crafting traps and firing pottery have temporarily reached a pause. With Su Qingliang absent, the second brother assumed the role of the eldest. Their daily routine consisted of ascending the mountain to forage for sustenance in the morning and gathering firewood, or tilling the land in the afternoon. Those remaining at home merely needed to continue their work. However, Gong Shuheng decided against climbing the mountain today. She intended to fashion bows and arrows. They had thoroughly explored the nearby areas and gathered sufficient food. Unless there were months without rain, wild vegetables in the nearby wastelands would not be scarce. Yet, subsisting solely on these would not suffice. Unlike herbivores, humans are omnivorous. If they could not procure ample grains, they would need to devise a means to secure more meat. At her current size, and with her slow recovery, hunting was beyond her capability, thus she needed to rely on external resources. When she announced her plan to create bows and arrows, the others were momentarily taken aback. "How will you accomplish that?" They possessed no experience whatsoever. Gong Shuheng turned her attention to the bamboo she had collected. "I will figure it out myself." The bow's frame could be fashioned from bamboo, which possesses a certain degree of flexibility. The bowstring could be crafted from hemp rope. For the arrows, suitable bamboo or wood could be used along with some collected feathers. Her intent was to master this craft for the purpose of hunting. The second brother had no objections. even harboring a sense of anticipation, for this girl exuded an unusual aura, displaying knowledge beyond her years. Her sudden desire to create bows and arrows was not merely fanciful thinking. Perhaps it could indeed succeed. Do you need our assistance? Gong Shuheng shook her head. No need, I only require some time and space to work alone. Your presence would only hinder my performance. The second brother nodded. Very well, we have some cut bamboo at home. If it proves unsuitable, you know where to find more. Do not wander far. We will leave the axe with you and head up the mountain. Gong Shuheng acknowledged with a slight nod. Tang Yu also intended to accompany them to the mountain. Now that the tripod had been successfully fired and bowls were available, they needed to start their own fire. Otherwise, it would be unbecoming to continually rely on the others for meals. Upon learning that Gong Shuheng would remain home alone, she expressed concern. Are you sure you will be all right? Gong Shuheng reassured her. I will manage. Once everyone had departed, Gong Shuheng finally allowed herself to relax, exhaling softly as she flicked her hand, sending a gust of wind that sliced through the bamboo fence, leaving a sharp, angled-edged in the next moment. She swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the ground, her face drained of color. Though this body fit her spirit, it could hardly withstand its power. She would need to nurture it, taking her time. After sitting on the ground for some time, the throbbing buzz in her head subsided, the dizziness faded, and her lips gradually regained their color. Slowly, she rose, axe in hand, and stepped outside. Acting alone proved much more convenient. Her petite frame allowed her to move with remarkable swiftness. Whether walking or chopping bamboo, as if it required no effort at all. She then dragged the bamboo back into the courtyard. The bow's body should ideally be made from animal horn and the string from sinew. However, lacking these materials, she would have to make do with what was at hand. Though she had never crafted one before, she had a mental image of its form. After wasting one piece, the second attempt proved successful. The hemp rope she had twisted earlier came into play, with two strands entwined seamlessly, appearing as one, and even displaying a faint glow as it swiftly melded together. She fashioned a bow, a quiver, and 9 arrows. Gong Shuheng was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, resembling a fish that had just surfaced from the water. She collapsed in the eaves for quite some time before slowly rising. Sitting there, she gazed at the sky. A single cloud had appeared, yet the rain remained elusive. The water in the mountain gully had ceased flowing, with only the 2 large pits they had dug still holding water. But it had yet to overflow. If the sun continued to shine for another 10 days, the water in the ponds would likely dry up. They were faring well in the mountains, not far above. In the bamboo grove, there was a sizable pond that would not run dry anytime soon, but the situation below was far less certain. When the second brother and the others returned from the mountain, Gong Shuheng was not at home and the door was closed. Only the pile of shavings beside the yard indicated that she had indeed been busy for quite some time. The third brother muttered, I wonder if Luer succeeded in making her bow. The second brother remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the fence before him, where the slanting intersection bore an absurdly neat imprint, a recent mark. The fourth brother, clutching his stomach, proclaimed his hunger, prompting him and the fifth brother to empty the basket of wild vegetables and begin their preparations. The fifth brother called out to the third sister, Sanjia, how shall we prepare this meal? Shall it be a yam and wild vegetable soup? We have bottle gourd as well. We can cook that together. Today, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a wild patch of bottle gourd. Yielding a total of around 10 to 20 pieces, the smaller ones no larger than a fist, while the larger ones were as big as a human skull, all successfully brought back. Although the bottle gourd was not as delectable as yam when cooked, it was certainly edible. The yam was scarce, diminishing with each meal, and winter had not yet officially set in. After speaking, he placed his hands on his hips and turned around at the doorway. Is Luer not home? Has she gone up the mountain? At this moment, Gong Shuheng was still seated cross-legged on a large stone by the water pool within the patch of bamboo, meditating while patiently waiting for an opportunity. The stream in the mountain gorge had run dry, and the wildlife could not stray far from water. To quench their thirst, they could only seek such pools, though this place was near the village. The bamboo needed to be cut was located on the outskirts, and few ventured deep within. Thus, there were numerous traces left by the surrounding wildlife. She held her breath, sitting in stillness as if she had melded with the stone, devoid of any human presence. Should fortune not favor her with an unfortunate creature, she would simply extract one from the pool herself, and of course, even if she did encounter one, she would still capture the creatures in the pool. It was merely a matter of timing. Hearing a rustling sound, she slowly opened her eyes, reached for an arrow from her quiver, nocked it, and without even aiming, released it, striking a furtive cat that had been stealthily approaching the pool. During this period of calamity, survival was a challenge for both humans and beasts alike. However, the elusive cat was an exception. Despite being prey for many carnivorous creatures, it reproduced swiftly and in great numbers. Had she not heard the voices of the second and third brothers calling her from afar, she would have intended to remain there until dusk. Nevertheless, this outing had proven fruitful, yielding 1 cat and 2 freshwater fish. Though the sun had just begun its descent, Gong Shuheng, a mere 10-year-old girl, had ventured into the mountains, and it was only natural for the second brother to seek her out, anticipating a meal soon. She wondered where they could have gone, thus calling on the third brother to join her. Not long after, she heard a response. "Here we are, we have returned." In a brief moment, Gong Shuheng appeared before her 2 siblings. Hands laden. Chapter 15. No relation to others, the third brother opened his mouth, taking a moment to find his voice, before dashing toward Gong Shuheng, reaching out to touch the already lifeless rabbit and the still gasping fish. "Lu Er, did you catch all of these?" Such a question was posed. Gong Shuheng replied. "Who else? Did the mountain god send them?" That was a valid assertion. "You are quite impressive. It's simply unbelievable. Did this rabbit meet its end in a collision?" "It was killed with a bow and arrow." The third brother only then noticed the bow on her back, nearly as tall as she was. Just as his attention shifted, the second brother interjected. "And these 2 fish, were they also taken down by your bow?" "Let us say so. I did not enter the water. I speared them with a bamboo stick." The second brother took a deep breath, accepting the items from her hands, and asked as they walked, "Are there such large pools still in the mountains?" "In the depths of the bamboo forest, but I wouldn't recommend you go." The third brother, like a shadow, trailed behind, eyes lingering on the bow and arrow she carried. "Why not?" "Because there are wolves and possibly other dangers." She had spotted 2 snake skins within, leading her to deduce that at least 1 snake thicker than her thigh might reside there. "Did you venture into that forest?" The second brother's eyes widened in alarm. "Isn't that too risky? With your slender arms and legs, what if you encountered a ferocious beast? You would barely be a morsel for them." Had the third brother and the others possessed such audacity, the second brother, despite his normally gentle temperament, would have been unable to refrain from reprimanding them, ensuring they understood where to tread and where not to. However, Gong Shuheng was an exception in the second brother's mind. The others had been gathering for quite some time, but she was relatively new and entirely unfamiliar to them. He sensed an air of mystery enveloping her, a veil that obscured her true nature, rendering it impossible to truly discern her depths. "Thus, I advise against your going, and I will also limit my visits. Not entirely, just less frequently. I will seek opportunities to go. It is a splendid place. Lying by the pool brings a sense of tranquility akin to the forbidden grounds behind the 2 Instruments Palace on 4 Elephants Mountain, amidst the devastation wrought by the flood. With spirits in turmoil, encountering such a place abundant in vitality is indeed rare. Spending more time there would benefit her. The task of skinning was left to the third brother, who was quite adept. However, that was a matter for after the meal. At this moment, they were all ravenous, their stomachs rumbling in protest. Their primary concern was to wait until Gong Shuheng returned, ensuring everyone was present before dining. The sun had yet to set significantly. Once they finished eating, they would be busy with other matters. The 2 large fish would suffice for their afternoon meal. Thus, they could prepare the cat for hanging after it was killed. It had already cooled, and with a light application of salt, it should not spoil too quickly. The task of skinning and processing the game was entrusted to the third brother. Gong Shuheng began to prepare salt from the earth. To preserve the game for an extended period, they could only rely on the weather for drying. To enhance the drying process, salt was essential. Salt was a consumable, difficult to procure yet easy to use. Most of the salt utilized across the 9 provinces originated from sea salt exchanged with the eastern barbarians, in the mountains. The locals made use of earth salt and well salt. The second brother, having gone nowhere, willingly assisted her by preparing the ingredients. This was not their first time doing this, and they were familiar with the general process. They had a newly fired large pot, much more convenient than before. However, their supplies were still far from sufficient. Yet, it mattered not. they would gradually accumulate everything they needed. Tang Yu lit the fire herself today. After preparing some food to fill their stomachs, she came over to take a look. When she left, Gong Shuheng mentioned wanting to make bows and arrows, which she had taken as jest. However, along the way, she gathered from the siblings that it was likely true. Curiosity piqued, she wished to see if she had indeed crafted them. Upon arriving, she found everyone busily engaged. The second brother was hauling mud into the house. The fourth brother was outside chopping wood with an axe. The third and fifth brothers were nowhere to be seen. "What are you doing with the mud?" "Lu Er has use for it," the second brother replied ambiguously, uncertain if the method of salt preparation could be disclosed. Salt was a precious commodity, and its production method was even more so. "Do you need help?" The second brother firmly declined. "No need." "Have you eaten yet?" "I have." "Was it not said that Lu Er was not home? Has she returned?" "Yes, she has. As long as she is back. I shall go gather some hemp. Dio, you want to accompany me? The hemp nearby has nearly all been harvested, and can we still use it at this time? The season is nearly past. Let us try it out first. We must find something to do. I will be just behind the house, and I can also collect some dry firewood." With that, she departed, not pursuing the matter of whether Gong Shuheng had indeed made bows and arrows. Having exhausted all usable items at home, the salt-making endeavor had reached a temporary halt. The third brother had also processed the rabbit. After hanging it up, he wiped his hands dry before approaching Gong Shuheng. "Lu Er, may I touch the bow and arrow you made?" Of course. That item had been hung on the wall behind the main door since her return. The third brother had been itching to try it since their journey, and it had been a struggle to wait until now. Once Gong Shuheng granted permission, she dashed into the house, retrieving the simply made yet meticulously crafted bow. Not only the fourth brother, but even the normally composed second brother was drawn to it. Few children could resist such a thing, especially those like them, emerging from humble beginnings and brimming with wildness. The third brother held the bow, appearing somewhat adept, yet her actions were entirely imprecise. Gong Shuheng stepped forward, seizing her hand to reposition it, instructing her on how to knock the arrow and draw it to the appropriate extent. The materials were insufficient, necessitating compromises. No compromises. The fact that this is capable of hitting a cat is already quite impressive. The third brother, holding the bow and string, squinted one eye while opening the other, her lips curling unevenly as she aimed at a sparrow foraging near the fence. With a sudden release, the arrow flew forth. She was momentarily taken aback as she felt she had exerted little effort, yet the arrow shot straight through the sparrow's body. The siblings were instantly stunned. The third brother could hardly believe her eyes. Could it be that I am a gifted archer? She had never touched such an object before, and her inability to master the force required was astonishing, given her remarkable accuracy. Gong Shuheng answered her candidly. No, the three of them turned in unison to gaze at her. Gong Shuheng gestured to the second brother. "You can give it a try as well, within a range of about 3 zhong. Beyond that, it's not feasible. Her current capabilities only extend to this point." At that moment, the second brother did not quite grasp the meaning of her words. However, after successfully hitting a sparrow, he suddenly began to comprehend. Was it the bow and arrow? Gong Shuheng nodded. Indeed, the impressive accuracy was due to the bow and arrow, having nothing to do with the individual wielding them. Anyone who took this bow would achieve the same precision within range. Beyond that, it would not suffice, nor would larger game be feasible, as the strength might be inadequate. The fourth brother stood there in a daze, unable to decipher the silent riddle shared between the two. His gaze constantly flitting between them. Chapter 16. He has truly lost his mind. There were only 9 arrows. If they were damaged, they would be lost forever. Initially eager to take them out and test them in the woods, the third and fourth brothers felt reluctant to part with them after hearing this. With a heavy heart, they returned them to their original place. How sturdy could a bow made of bamboo be? What if it broke? The fourth brother gazed at the bow, an idea forming in his mind. He could attempt to make one himself. The mountains were not lacking in bamboo, and there were plenty of unused pieces he could gather. Why not give it a try? That night, the second brother found himself unable to sleep. He stepped outside and could faintly see a small figure sitting cross-legged at the edge of the courtyard. After hesitating at the door for a moment, he entered the courtyard and mimicked Gong Shuheng's posture, sitting cross-legged on the earthen ground beside her. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes briefly and glanced at him. He asked, "Aren't you cold sitting outside at night?" "Not cold." "What if it snows? Will you still stay outside?" "I won't. I'll go inside if it snows. There will be no moonlight, she reasoned, and I'm not foolish enough to remain outside for no reason. I'm not a pest that requires a heavy snow to freeze me. After saying this, Gong Shuheng closed her eyes again, falling completely silent, as if she had merged with the night itself. The second brother, feeling childishly playful, imitated her by sitting cross-legged and counting on his fingers in the muddy ground beside her. Gong Shuheng paid him no mind. They were not disturbing each other. Before long, the second brother's head began to droop. The cool night breeze jolted him awake momentarily. He thought to himself that he had truly gone mad. Why would a perfectly normal person choose to learn from someone so peculiar? He attempted to rise and go inside to sleep. But before he could fully stand, he collapsed back down. His feet had gone numb as the night grew colder. Preparing winter clothing became an urgent matter. Reeds, fabric, and thread had all been gathered, and they had even managed to accumulate some leather. Yet they still lacked sewing needles and scissors. Tang Yu was deeply concerned. It had been over half a month since Zhuang Jing'an and Su Qingliang had left, and they had yet to return. Living in the mountains had its advantages and disadvantages. The current drawback was the difficulty of coming and going, along with a lack of news. The second brother pondered. I'll go down the mountain to take a look. The third brother was the first to object. What if you go and don't come back? They had always relied on the eldest brother as their anchor, with him gone for over half a month. Having the second brother lead them was barely manageable. If the second brother also left and did not return, they would be at a loss for how to continue that. I'll go. As the only adult among the children, Tang Yu felt it was her responsibility to venture down the mountain to search for people. She could not expect the others to do so. No. What if it's still chaotic down there? It would be even more dangerous for you. A young woman venturing down the mountain would not be safe if noticed. The fourth brother asked, then should we continue waiting? I'll go take a look. Gong Shuheng interjected, leaning against the wall. She repeated, I'll go take a look. The third brother promptly dismissed her. The people down there are starving and capable of anything. If you go, they might catch you and use you for their next meal. Gong Shuheng replied, I'll bring my bow and arrows. If I encounter any villains, I shall deal with them first. Her stature may have been small, but her confidence was grand, as if equating a human life to that of a mountain chicken. Yet in the end, she did not take the bow. Instead, she shouldered her familiar old basket, filled with an assortment of carefully processed medicinal herbs, with a piece of broken silver given by the second brother and her precious dagger. She made her way down the mountain. It had been quite some time, and the waters below had completely receded. The corpses had long been dismembered by the wild beasts that descended. Occasionally, one could see exposed bones peeking out from the dirt-covered piles of rubble. The distinction between the river and the homes had become indistinguishable. In the time that had passed, seeds had broken through the soil, striving to grow. In comparison, the rulers of this world seemed fragile and easily vanquished. This once-in-a-century flood had swept through the entire Xingzhou prefecture. The situation upstream was still unknown, but within Xingzhou, the landscape was utterly transformed, reportedly among the hardest-hit areas. The surviving populace had been drawn to whatever food remained. Scattering in all directions, those afflicted by the plague were quarantined, while the fortunate who survived after taking medicine had managed to escape, and those who fared worse were all herded together, left to their own devices until a fire consumed them entirely. After the flood, there came a plague, leaving bodies unrecognizable. The survivors were forcibly conscripted for labor, first to clear the debris, then to cultivate the land, and finally to construct the city walls and levees, as well as reroute the rivers. They claimed that anyone who worked for 3 months could take 3 people to the government office to register for household registration and receive a measure of seeds for planting in the spring. However, given the current trend, it was doubtful that even 3 months would suffice to complete the necessary tasks. Even if 3 months passed, it was uncertain how many would survive to see that time. Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an had been captured upon their arrival and were now among the imprisoned. Gong Shuheng had an inkling of their whereabouts, but at that moment, she could not infiltrate. She would have to wait until nightfall when things settled down. She entered the city first. The city gates stood wide open. The external landscape of Xingzhou was a scene of devastation, and there was no possibility of charging a toll. For very few passed through. A ragged, disheveled child could easily enter the city. Yet upon entry, the guards, standing vigilant, cast her a couple of curious glances. In this moment, anyone alive was either enjoying a life of comfort within the city or suffering outside. What business could a little beggar have in town? To beg. Perhaps it was not impossible. The 2,000 troops dispatched from the heavens swiftly collaborated to rebuild the prefecture. Merchants flocked from all corners, and trade carts came and went. Within the city, one could hardly discern the devastation wrought by the flood. Gong Shuheng shouldered her basket and entered a newly established medical hall, Chun Tang. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, yet the medical hall was bustling. All available personnel had been dispatched to assist outside the city, leaving only a few to prepare the herbs necessary to combat the plague in the back courtyard. The front hall retained only one person to see patients and another to handle reception. As Gong Shuheng stepped inside, a young attendant, busy dusting with a feather duster, raised an eyebrow and approached. "What beggar has wandered in here? You've come to the wrong place. Hurry up and get lost." They were not running a tavern with leftover food to feed beggars. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, rendered immobile and speechless. Gong Shuheng did not spare him a glance but walked straight in, placing her basket down. "Shopkeeper, I have some medicinal herbs to sell." At this moment, herbs were in high demand. They could not afford to turn her away. Gong Shuheng had never engaged in such business before. She was even unaware of the prices of these herbs. However, having consulted an oracle, she felt assured of a successful venture, so she came to give it a try. These herbs were all personally processed by her. Although she lacked specialized equipment, the quality of what she produced far exceeded that of ordinary physicians. Surely they were worth something. Before the young attending doctor could utter a word, she placed the basket on the counter and pulled out a pouch containing a large bundle of honeygrass wrapped in leaves. Honeygrass, also known as licorice. Chapter 17. A means of survival. No one knows better than she what herbs are needed for the plague. Simply presenting one essential ingredient would surely attract attention. The attending doctor examined the item seriously, scrutinizing her. "Have you studied this?" "I understand a little," she replied. "May I ask, who was your teacher?" Gong Shuheng replied. "Just a mountain hermit, who has since passed. I learned a bit from her, hoping to exchange it for some silver to survive. The recent flood had claimed so many lives, natural disasters and human misdeeds. Death was not uncommon." The doctor understood. This herb had been processed by the ragged girl before him. Noticing her sincere gaze, devoid of deceit, he discerned a measure of genuine skill. She would be more than adequate as an apprentice in the apothecary. Especially given the current shortage of personnel, that he promptly accepted the herbs, instructing the accountant to settle the payment, before asking, "Our apothecary is short-staffed. We provide meals and lodging, with a monthly stipend for apprentices. Would you be interested?" Gong Shuheng hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I cannot. I still have family to care for at home." She spoke the truth. Su Qingliang was conscripted for military service, and whether he could return this winter remained uncertain. With only a few children left behind, their survival without care was precarious. They had saved her life, thus binding their fates together. This was one aspect. Furthermore, having miraculously survived, she yearned to live freely this time. The world, whether it be the realm or its people, no longer required her guidance. She longed to experience true freedom. The young doctor felt a twinge of regret, observing her tattered appearance, believing she did not comprehend the harsh reality. One must have sustenance to survive. Living oneself and earning money to support the family constituted true care. Gong Shuheng resolutely declined, counting the substantial amount of money offered. The price was fair, yet the quantity was small, making the sum rather modest. Seeing her remain unmoved, the doctor conceded, but being a kind-hearted person, he suggested, since she recognized medicinal herbs and understood the methods of preparation, she might as well make a living from it. The city currently faced a significant shortage of medicinal materials, particularly honeygrass, loo branches, and sheep horns, which were in high demand and fetching decent prices. Gong Shuheng glanced at him. "You are a good person. Good people will be rewarded." The doctor chuckled softly, shaking his head, remarking that good deeds often go unrewarded. So-called good people frequently sacrifice themselves unwittingly for the benefit of others, potentially impacting the interests of yet another group. How could such individuals be deemed good? They merely follow their hearts, indifferent to notions of good and bad. Gong Shuheng left the clinic with her empty basket and contemplated the words of her second brother. First checking on seeds, needles, and scissors needed for her work. Xingzhou Prefecture once boasted a renowned alley named Needle Grinding Alley, dedicated to sharpening sewing needles, but it had sadly vanished. Nevertheless, she could locate a general store by following a general direction where such items might be found. Not only sewing needles, but also ready-made scissors and various threads were available. Gong Shuheng realized she had too many items to purchase, yet her funds were limited. She focused on acquiring just these 2 items, which felt exorbitantly priced. With the money earned from selling a basket of herbs, she could only afford 2 sewing needles and a pair of scissors. Unbeknownst to her, she had not haggled, resulting in an overpriced purchase. Subsequently, she sought information about where to buy seeds. After the flood disaster, nothing remained, and the current grain seeds were requisitioned from Tiandu and gathered from surrounding areas, all under the jurisdiction of the prefectural office. Acquiring seeds was no easy feat. Having money alone was insufficient. For instance, one needed to serve in the military to obtain grain seeds, as well as register their temporary residence and report the area of land being cultivated. Gong Shuheng was entirely oblivious to these procedures. Upon grasping the general regulations for purchasing seeds, she quickly organized her family situation in her mind. With no parents, 2 older brothers in service, and only her sister-in-law and younger siblings, 2 brothers and 3 sisters, remaining, they constituted a household of 8, requiring division into 2 families for registration. She was uncertain of the location for temporary residence. With the names of Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an recorded in the military register, Gong Shuheng successfully obtained household registration for both families and received 3 dough of wheat seeds. She was also granted permission to visit her brothers on duty. Regarding the calamity, it seemed that Tiandu was taking it quite seriously, demonstrating a strong resolve to rebuild that it was imperative to do so. Xingzhou, once a land of abundance, had suffered devastating losses due to natural disaster, impacting national strength and necessitating the appeasement of the populace through swift reconstruction. The 3 dough of wheat seeds filled her basket to the brim, leaving no room for other items. Gong Shuheng squeezed the leftover coins in her hand, feeling a twinge of regret, and with her stomach rumbling, she decided to buy a basket of mixed grain pancakes. Once one who abstained from grains, she now found herself with a newfound appetite. This was the first time since awakening that she tasted a proper meal made from pure grains. The meal, though simple, was fragrant and quite delicious. After paying homage at the Temple of the 5 Organs, she followed the directions she had gathered to locate the laborers clearing the riverbank, initially intending to sneak away. She realized that since she had already registered and been granted permission to visit, she could go openly. Gong Shuheng set forth from the city, carrying the wheat seeds and a small basket. The petite girl moved swiftly, her legs propelling her forward like a nimble sprout. After encountering a few obstacles, she finally found Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an. Unfortunately, the 2 were in dire straits. They had barely reached the prefectural gates when soldiers seized them. The common folk dared not confront the officials. Even though Su Qingliang had numerous means of escape, he refrained from acting recklessly in front of these men, fearing it would implicate Zhuang Jing'an. The conditions offered by the authorities were particularly tempting for them at this juncture, especially for Su Qingliang. The only fortunate aspect was that the 2 were assigned together. While it may not have been of great significance, it was certainly better than facing the ordeal alone. Su Qingliang was deeply concerned about the younger siblings at home, while Zhuang Jing'an worried for Tangyu. Yet their worries were in vain. They could barely manage their own affairs. Performing forced labor was no simple task. From dawn until dusk, with meager meals barely sustaining them, fatigue mounted day by day. Any sign of slowness would be perceived as laziness, with the overseer's whip ever ready to strike. The consequence of attempting to flee was invariably death. In such extraordinary times, extreme measures were in play. In the eyes of those in power, people held significance. Yet they were as expendable as weeds. After enduring for a while, Su Qingliang seized an opportune moment to offer a fragment of silver to the overseer. Though it was a modest sum, it served its purpose. At least he would not be particularly targeted, thus suffering fewer beatings, enabling him to endure until now. When Gong Shuheng arrived at the riverbank to see them, it was an unexpected turn of events for Su Qingliang. Their meeting was brief, and the pancakes she brought nearly choked the 2 men. Gong Shuheng sat quietly beside them, refraining from discussing the situation in the city or the mountains. She simply stated that because their names were on the labor register, she had secured household registration and obtained seeds, leaving it at that without any further elaboration. Finally realizing her long-held wishes, Su Qingliang's eyes welled with tears of joy. He then began to rattle off a series of admonishments. But even though Gong Shuheng's expression remained unchanged and she did not utter a word, as if she had not heard, it did not deter his concern. Fortunately, time was short. Before he could wipe away the crumbs from the pancakes, the overseer urged him to hurry. Chapter 18. How difficult it is to survive in this world. Having achieved her objective, Gong Shuheng rose decisively, carrying her burdens. With a large basket on her back and a small one in hand, she resembled a tortoise capable of walking upright, her short legs moving swiftly. When fatigue set in, she would stop to rest, sprawled among the rocky debris, as if she were a corpse unburied. In truth, Xingzhou Prefecture was not far from where they resided, known as Baofeng Mountain, yet traversing it on foot proved arduous. The journey had taken her several days, and the return was no different. However, it was far less smooth than her initial journey. As night fell, she encountered a wolf. Fortunately, it was a solitary wolf, a small blessing amidst misfortune. Had it been a pack, she would have been in deep trouble. Her small frame would scarcely suffice as a snack. Yet, even this single wolf, its eyes gleaming with hunger, posed a formidable challenge for Gong Shuheng at that moment. She had no tools at hand, save for a dagger for self-defense. This meant she would have to engage in close combat with the wolf. She was acutely aware of her own limited strength and dared not exhaust herself. Focusing instead on controlling a single moment before striking decisively, she could not afford to grant that beast a second chance to retaliate, for doing so would spell her doom. Several days had passed since she descended the mountain. Even if Tang Yu could roughly estimate the time for a round trip, her second brother lamented his decision. He could not fathom why he had rashly agreed to let the youngest go down the mountain alone. For a child so small to venture such a great distance to Zhouzhou Prefecture was indeed a preposterous notion. Any minor incident along the way could cost her life, despite her remarkable resilience. She was still just a child. Yet, what good was concern? With the eldest gone and the youngest venturing out, they would be unable to continue searching for them. They could only rely on their temporary refuge and strive to survive. Otherwise, if one after another went missing, they feared they would never reunite in this lifetime. However, even so, they found it impossible to live in peace on the seventh night after Gong Shuheng's descent. The second brother was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream, rousing Tang Yu from her slumber. Since Zhuang Jing'an and Su Qingliang had left together, Tang Yu had relocated to this area, sharing a dwelling with the two younger girls, the third and fifth sisters. With no other reliable young and strong individuals in the village, it was perilous to face the threat of wild beasts alone. Sharing the space provided some solace. Yet, while they guarded against beasts, they were unprepared for human intruders. Someone had crept in, a pair of bandits who had been lurking in the mountains for quite some time. During the day, they had scouted the area. Noticing the absence of adults, however, out of an abundance of caution, the two individuals decided to wait until darkness fell before taking action at this hour, with the moon obscured and the wind howling. Everyone was deep in slumber, making their plan more secure. Little did they know that traps lay in wait nearby. One unfortunate soul fell into one, his thigh impaled by the sharpened stakes below. When the second man ignited a torch, he could distinctly hear his heart pounding wildly. The first man was absent. He was the largest among them, and regardless of the circumstances, he had to devise a means to ensure everyone's survival. With a torch in one hand and a club in the other, he prepared himself. The third man, a step behind, swiftly retrieved a bough hanging on the wall as he emerged. The chilling cries echoed one after another, reverberating ominously in the pitch-black night. Another figure, glancing around, saw someone with a torch and instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, he realized they were merely a group of youngsters, and among them was a woman who appeared rather appealing. This entire family couldn't he possibly lack a robust young man, could they? That would indeed be fortunate. Consequently, he abruptly turned around and, after taking just a couple of steps, knelt down, feigning a look of desperation. "We are not villains. We mean no harm. We are simply famished and saw someone here, hoping to find a morsel to eat. Why do you flee upon seeing us?" Though the second man was young, he had navigated the treacherous urban landscape and was well acquainted with the malice of humanity. Thus, he was not easily swayed by such words. He advanced toward the man, club in hand. The cry of the one who had fallen into the trap was heartrending. If he were truly a good person, he should be begging them for salvation at this moment. The second man thought that if it came to it, A swift end would be a kindness, sparing him from prolonged suffering. The man before them, momentarily at a loss for words, had not anticipated that a few seemingly insignificant youths could possess such quick wit and would not be easily deceived. Since persuasion had failed, they would resort to force. As the one who had been pleading transformed his demeanor in an instant, drawing a gleaming knife from behind him, he charged forward. Unfortunately, before he could reach them, the arrow in the third man's hand was already flying through the air. Though it was merely a bamboo arrow, it carried an immense force. A palpable excitement enveloped the group. Even the usually composed Lao Er, who often feigned restraint in front of the younger ones, could hardly contain his joy, his face aglow with exuberance. Tang Yu was equally thrilled, repeatedly perusing the household registration booklet before crouching beside her. Have you seen Su Qingliang and Zhuang Jing'an? Yes, they are currently serving. They should return by the year's end, during the coldest months. Gong Shuheng, observing their merriment, found herself infected by their joy, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. What is the situation down the mountain? There is no one. No living souls can be seen. Most of the survivors have fled to the provincial capital. There, aid is being distributed, and those slightly more capable are compelled to work, while the more vulnerable are being relocated nearby. However, an outbreak has emerged in that area, and deaths continue to rise. It is uncertain how many will ultimately survive. Thus, when officials inquired whether she wished to relocate closer to the provincial capital, she unhesitatingly declined. While remaining in the mountains posed its own dangers, it undeniably seemed a preferable alternative to heading to the capital. Gong Shuheng rarely spoke so extensively in one breath. Her words quickly silenced the few who had recently acquired their registrations. Their excitement was swiftly supplanted by concern. And the eldest? Unknown. We shall see. She intended to take advantage of the relatively mild weather to gather more herbs from the mountain, trade them in the city for money, and perhaps craft some medicinal pills to send to those too. Although she had not witnessed firsthand the plight of those afflicted by the epidemic, she had heard fragments of their suffering and could surmise the grim reality. Yet, she did not intend to intervene. Life and death were matters of fate. The welfare of the common folk was the responsibility of their sovereign, who relied on the high priest of the Four Elephants Mountain to find a solution. She was merely a humble commoner, still a child, lacking the strength to bear such significant burdens. Taking care of herself was already a formidable challenge. Abruptly, she paused, as if she had truly relinquished her concerns. The shift in mindset was surprisingly effortless. One merely had to confront death once to release even the deepest obsessions. Does the eldest know about the household registration? He does. I received permission to visit the two of them. The registration has indeed been shown to Su Qingliang, and he must have seen the others since they share his surname. He likely approved it in silence. Can we visit? We should be able to. But it cannot be done casually. Gong Shuheng rose. I have brought back grain seeds, calculated per capita, totaling 3 do. Within the jurisdiction of Xingzhou, there is a 3-year tax exemption. After 3 years, taxes will be levied at a rate of 4 out of 10. This means for every do of grain, Sheng must be paid in taxes. However, no one can afford to think about what will happen 3 years from now. Let us first survive these 3 years. This was meat scavenged from prey encountered along the way, suitable for stewing. There were also 2 hides. Su Qingyu, soak the herbs. They reek. She then handed the newly acquired shears and sewing needles to Lao Er. Lifting her foot. My shoes are ruined. They fell apart while I was fleeing. It was not intentional, and it is not my fault. Chapter 20. They all have names now. Lao Sen edged closer to Gong Shuheng, exclaiming, the bow and arrow you crafted is truly remarkable. I felt as if I hadn't even aimed properly, and yet it flew forth on its own. I hardly exerted any effort, and it felled that person as if I possessed divine strength. Alas, the arrow broke. We are down 1. Gong Shuheng merely hummed in response, not elaborating further. Having been stained with blood and bearing a life taken, the arrow's spiritual energy had dissipated. It was entirely natural for it to suffer damage. Even without such grim associations, a bow made from ordinary bamboo would eventually meet the end of its lifespan. The meager spiritual power she could impart to the arrows would not endure for long. Nonetheless, she would make do for the moment. Survival through this winter was the priority. She planned to stew the meat, using the previous herbal concoction to mitigate its gamey flavor, adding a pinch of salt. She felt ravenous, drained of energy. Lao Wu, no, she should now be called Su Qingyuan. Her eyes gleamed at the sight of the blood-streaked meat in the basket, straining to carry it toward the water hole. Stewed meat. We must have a proper feast to celebrate. There was news from the eldest. It called for a celebration. They had secured their household registrations. It was a cause for rejoicing. They all had names now. It was reason enough to celebrate. Lao San and Lao Si followed her, taking along the 2 hides that Gong Shuheng had brought back to prepare. Everything held value for them. Once cleaned and dried, it would be put to good use. Lao Er was now preoccupied with how to procure supplies for the winter. While he had no experience, the shears and needles made things considerably easier. Crafting shoes was not simple, but they had animal hides. The most straightforward solution Tang you could conceive was to line the soles with rabbit fur, sewing it in place with hemp thread. The upper parts could also be wrapped in leather and sewn, reinforced with additional passes of hemp thread to ensure warmth, particularly for Gong Shuang, who urgently needed shoes. Having even a pair of tattered straw sandals would suffice. The remaining hides could be sewn together with hemp thread, forming 2 blankets to huddle beneath during the colder nights, preventing them from succumbing to the chill. They also needed to devise a plan for clothing. The garments stripped from the 2 unwelcome guests, along with those taken from the deceased, had been repeatedly soaked and dried, with everything that could be salvaged dismantled, combined with the fabric they had previously collected. There was already a considerable amount. They could tailor clothing according to their sizes, stuffing it with bulrush fluff to create thick winter garments. While the insulating properties of bulrush fluff were limited, they had little choice given their scarce resources. They would have to make do. It seemed simple enough in theory, as if it could be accomplished in a few swift motions. Yet, executing it proved challenging. Among them, only Tang Yu possessed sewing skills. Of course, these matters did not concern Gong Shuheng. The tasks were delegated to Tang Yu and Su San Yu. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had to master sewing. Otherwise, how could she stitch clothes for her siblings? How could she guide her younger brother and sister? Lao San, Su Qingyu, was somewhat reckless and initially reluctant to engage in such tasks. But upon hearing Lao Er, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon her, and even her impatience could not deter her from learning. Gong Shuheng's duty was to join Su Qingzhou in swiftly planting the wheat. The weeds had once again sprouted in the fields behind the house and in front of the door. They had nearly exhausted the edible plants. During this time, they had been steadily cultivating. As it was far easier to work with familiar land than with untamed soil, there was a patch behind the house and another at the entrance. They could be planted now. Fortunately, their location was not subjected to the extreme cold of the far north. Wheat could withstand winter. While it was slightly late in the season, it was not too late to plant. For now, they could only plan. Whether it was sowing or farming, every task had to be approached gradually. They also needed to ensure their stomachs were full and their energy replenished to be able to work. The water flowing from the mountain stream was somewhat frigid. Those who had washed the meat and skins returned with frozen, red hands. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware, all in high spirits. They poured the cleaned meat into the cauldron and then rinsed the medicinal herbs that Gong Shuheng had specifically instructed them to use, placing them inside as well. After rummaging around, they added a pinch of salt. It was then that Su Qingyuan remembered they needed one more thing. The cauldron had a lid, which would facilitate boiling the water more effectively. Su Qingchen went to fetch one from their pile. In the remnants of the last kiln, a search yielded a small, defective basin of roughly suitable size, which fit perfectly when inverted. Neither Gong Shuheng, who had just returned, nor the others who had recently teetered on the brink of life and death had the inclination to contemplate anything beyond their immediate concerns. After regaining her composure, Gong Shuheng rose and wandered outside the courtyard, contemplating the possibility of arranging a protective formation. However, devoid of materials, such musings remained mere fantasies. The absence of resources fostered a sense of insecurity, particularly in these desolate mountains. Unless the few who could grow a bit were endowed with some form of self-preservation, her own recovery must also progress. She longed to regain at least a fraction of her strength, so that even the slightest movement would not leave her utterly drained of mental energy. Yet, achieving any of this was not a matter to be resolved in haste. Thus, they focused on the present, adopting a day-to-day survival mentality. With tasks at hand, the daily meals fell to Su Qingchen and Su Qingyun. Su Qingyu busied herself at home learning needlework, occasionally assisting with water while offering guidance. Although the land had been turned, planting the 3 dough of wheat remained a considerable undertaking, particularly as none had any prior experience in farming. Gong Shuheng, had previously cultivated medicinal herbs and had gleaned some experience from her recent forays into wild vegetable cultivation. Lacking farming tools such as plows, she and Su Qingzhou utilized sharpened tree branches to pierce the turned earth, dropping in a few grains of wheat before covering them up and continuing the task. After preparing the meal, Su Qingchen and Su Qingyun took the bamboo bucket to fetch water from the pond to nourish the wheat. It had not rained for quite some time. It seemed that since the skies cleared, not a single drop had fallen, leaving the ground parched and dusty. Without water for the wheat, they feared their efforts would be in vain, as the seeds might fail to sprout. The potential waste was secondary. The true concern lay in the fact that these grains represented their hopes for the coming year. The water in the pond was also limited, requiring an entire night to fill. When rain would come remained uncertain. Earlier, they had pleaded with the heavens to cease the rain, yet now they longed for its return. Gong Shuheng gazed up at the pristine sky, suspecting they might have to wait a while longer. Su Qingzhou remarked that if the dryness persisted, a flood would follow by drought, leading to rampant disease and a dwindling population. However, Gong Shuheng countered that they might encounter others here. As conditions worsened in many areas, survivors would gravitate towards places with water. In the absence of food, they would seek sustenance in the mountains, where wild grasses and leaves could stave off hunger. The human capacity for survival is ever-changing. With boundless potential, Su Qingzhou sighed, suggesting they focus solely on planting the seeds for now. At least they had a pond nearby to collect some water. They needed to ensure the seeds sprouted. Regardless of the circumstances, although the time was right for planting, the weather remained unseasonably warm. With days of relentless sunshine, a sudden chill was unlikely unless a rainstorm swept through, a seasonal downpour that would herald the arrival of autumn's chill. By nightfall, after a long day of toil, Su Qingzhou felt utterly spent, a fatigue he had never before experienced, while Gong Shuheng struggled to cope as well. This weariness was a novel sensation for her, exhausting yet exhilarating. The 3 dough of wheat had taken them several days of relentless effort to plant fully. Whether the seeds would germinate or flourish remained uncertain, but they held on to hope, as long as the seeds were viable and the soil retained some moisture. Germination was inevitable. Su Qingzhou felt confident, knowing that half of the seeds had been sown by Gong Shuheng. In the small garden beside their house, the vegetables she had planted thrived remarkably well. Su Qingzhou, being older than the others, was not as naive as his companions. Over time, he had come to notice the subtle yet extraordinary qualities that distinguished Gong Shuheng. While they were curious, they did not wish to probe too deeply. Viewing her as a gift from the heavens, kind deeds were often rewarded. Had they not acted upon that flicker of compassion to rescue her from the mire, they would not have had such a remarkable girl to assist them. Had they returned from the mountains without her, Baofeng Mountain would likely have seen 5 more corpses. With the wheat sown, another task awaited them: to prepare some foul-smelling manure for the soil. A process that would take time. Su Qingzhou, being meticulous, had observed while foraging that areas with animal droppings or thick layers of decaying leaves yielded exceptionally lush wild grasses. Thus, everything had its pattern. A privy stood beside their house, and the thatch on the roof had collapsed in places, allowing rainwater to accumulate in the pit below, which was nearly full. They needed to gather more leaves from the surrounding trees to pile there. Then scoop out the manure to mix in, allowing it to decompose over the course of several months. This was the most effective method. With Su Qingli absent, these responsibilities naturally fell to him. After planting, Gong Shuheng resumed her ascent of the mountain. The moment Su Qingyu saw her heading up, she felt restless at home. However, as the eldest daughter, she must learn needlework and quickly produce warm clothing. The leather had already been sewn together. Now, crafting garments was a monumental task. The primary seamstress was Tang Yu, as Su Qingyu struggled with it. While her hands were adept at tilling the soil and chopping wood, they betrayed her when wielding a needle. In fact, she found herself less skilled than her younger sister, Su Qingyuan. Despite her youth, Su Qingyuan exhibited far more patience and meticulousness, displaying a true talent for craftsmanship. Observing Tang Yu cut fabric, she quickly grasped the essentials. Hesitant to experiment with others' materials, she used her own, crafting a garment that, while not as smooth as Tang Yu's work, given her small hands struggled with the heavy shears, was nonetheless entirely her own creation. Su Qingli looked on with great satisfaction, believing that if she persevered through this year, by next year, Su Qingyuan would be able to take over the needlework, sparing her from further torment and reliance on others. As the sole male in the household aside from Su Qingzhou, Su Qingchen wished to accompany Gong Shuheng up the mountain, but seeing Su Qingzhou laboring with the manure, he remained to assist. Su Qingzhou endeavored to fashion something akin to a basin from the bamboo, capable of handling the manure. While gourds could serve a similar purpose, their largest gourd was only sufficient for scooping water from a pot, rendering it unsuitable for manure. The smaller ones were utterly useless. Su Qingchen found himself intrigued by the bamboo, particularly since Gong Shuheng had crafted an impressive bow from it, igniting his desire to try his hand at it. However, he had been too busy to act on this impulse. Whether Lu Er could manage the climb alone remained uncertain. Su Qingzhou assured him, "I've instructed her not to wander too far." Gong Shuheng herself had no intention of straying far. She sought medicinal herbs and hoped to gather any edible plants she might encounter. Most of the herbs she needed were found nearby. In many respects, Baofeng Mountain was an ideal location for her, secluded, rich in resources, and home to an area teeming with spiritual energy. As she made her way toward the bamboo grove, she recalled a large patch of mountain blueberry that was currently in season. She required money, and the apothecary needed effective remedies. It was a mutually beneficial endeavor. However, as she stepped into the bamboo grove, a sense of vigilance washed over her. There were people in the forest. Su Qingzhou and the others were at home today, not climbing the mountain, and Su Qingli was still away on duty. Just as Gong Shuheng was about to turn and leave, she found herself unable to move. A familiar yet potent aura had locked onto her the moment she stepped inside. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely hoisted her basket and ventured further into the grove. Upon hearing the sound of flowing water, she advanced to discover a young man clad in a flowing dark robe, casually reclining on a large rock by the pond, his gaze drifting indifferently over her form, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Taihe had also ventured out in search of herbs. The recipe for treating the plague had long been put into practice, but the stored medicinal materials were insufficient, and gathering more from other locations would require time. The quickest solution was to source materials locally. Some herbs were already out of season, making them impossible to gather now. Adjustments to the recipe were necessary, substituting with other herbs that possessed similar properties. The prerequisite was that he needed to find those herbs in the nearby mountains. He had not anticipated encountering such a bountiful location on this outing. The spiritual energy here rivaled that of the Four Elephants Mountain. He intended to rest for a while, and to prevent any disturbances, he had set up a formation outside the grove to deter any unwelcome intruders. Yet, to his surprise, it seemed that his formation had failed. It seemed as though he had encountered a hidden master of the world, someone extraordinary, yet who could have imagined it was merely a child of tender years? He discerned no remarkable qualities in this child. Rather, she appeared somewhat frail and incomplete. Gong Shuheng gazed in astonishment at the figure atop the boulder. A celestial being? A deity, perhaps? Observing her tattered garments and her emaciated frame, her innocent yet astonished gaze infused with a hint of excitement. A flicker of compassion arose in Taihe's heart. With a swift motion, he rolled up his sleeve and drew the beggar-like Gong Shuheng closer, placing her upon the stone. "Little girl, what is your name? Do you reside nearby?" "My surname is Su, and I am called Luer. I live just beneath, at the foot of the mountain, where there are dwellings and living souls," she replied. Chapter 22. The celestial being's touch to meet is to be fated. Your journey here to encounter me signifies a thread of destiny woven between us. Thus I shall bestow upon you a blessing. Perhaps it was due to his long years in the healing arts that he had become a man of few words. His demeanor often cold. Even with fellow disciples, his interactions hinged upon his mood. Regardless of whether they were students or mere seekers of remedies, he rarely initiated conversations about trivial matters. Yet, in this moment, he found himself taken aback by his own words, astonished that a ragged child could evoke such feelings within him. He could see that this young girl had endured severe trauma, her constitution not indicative of longevity. Therefore, he resolved to cleanse her essence and fortify her body, allowing her to live a life free from illness and suffering. As his hand rested upon Gong Shuheng's head, he was momentarily lost in recollection. Reminiscent of the time he first arrived at the Four Symbols Mountain, his master had similarly placed a hand upon his head, saying, "Since we are destined to meet, I shall accept you. Your name shall be Taihe, and from this day forth, you shall know no illness or misfortune, living a life of tranquility." Gong Shuheng held her breath, not from anxiety, but rather in an effort to maintain the facade of a normal child. This was indeed a challenge for her. She had anticipated that, given the severity of the calamities and the emergence of epidemics, the Four Symbols Mountain would dispatch aid to assist the officials. Yet, she had not expected Taiha to arrive in person, fortuitously encountering her at Baofeng Mountain. A gentle force began to flow from her head into her body, quickly permeating her meridians. She observed the figure before her with curiosity, not attempting to sense anything deliberately, feeling akin to meat upon a chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of others. If Taiha harbored ill intentions, a mere flick of his wrist could lead to her demise once more. The soothing sensation gradually subsided, and with a face full of wonder, her sparkling eyes gazed up at Taiha. "Are you a deity?" Taiha, touched by her gaze, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he gently stroked her head. "Then, would you be willing to become my disciple and accompany me?" After speaking, he paused, astonished at his own audacity. Gong Shuheng stared at him in bewilderment. "Become a disciple? Change my alignment?" She shook her head. "No. I must return home." Setting aside the issue of titles, she had no intention of leaving the Four Symbols Mountain again. She had lingered there far too long, uncertain of how long her life would be. She had no desire to have any further ties to that place. Taiha did not press her. "Then you may go." He even exhaled a slight sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, Gong Shuheng found herself back at her original spot, standing before her rickety basket. She surveyed her surroundings in disarray, then looked up to find the stone devoid of any presence. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, as if in a daze, even spinning around a few times. Eventually, she did not hurry away, but rather clambered up onto the large stone where Tai had sat, lying down. Closing her eyes, she feigned sleep. Yet in truth, she was attuned to the condition of her own body. This body could not withstand her spirit. Even though her soul was damaged and still weak, it inflicted considerable harm upon this form. Serendipitously, Taiha's intervention had momentarily alleviated some of her burdens. Each sip and bite, in a way, fulfilled the bond they shared as master and disciple. Now, they belonged to two disparate worlds, and it would be best if they never crossed paths again. After lying curled up for a while, she finally rose slowly, sliding down from the boulder to find 2 pieces of silver nestled within her basket. She pondered, realizing that humanity is indeed the most intricate of all things. She had 3 disciples, all of whom had grown up on the Four Symbols Mountain under her guidance. Though she would not claim them to be exceptionally gifted, each possessed their own strengths. And throughout those lengthy years, they had brought her immeasurable joy. Yet, after spending so many years together, she discovered that she knew none of these children well at all. For instance, the youngest, Taiha, had always been taciturn, exuding an air that kept others at a distance. She had never imagined he could possess such kindness. Tio encounter a person in the wilderness who would proactively assist others, offering to take on a disciple, and upon rejection, would not take offense but instead bestow gifts of silver, was beyond her comprehension. The nature of humanity remained a riddle to Gong Shuheng. She chose not to dwell on it, allowing things to unfold naturally. Presently, she was a pauper, fretting over her next meal. The arrival of the silver was fortuitous, a true blessing. She hoisted her basket onto her shoulder and set off to find the patch of mountain blueberries she had previously spotted. However, they were nowhere to be found, not a single one. Well, her intention had simply been to barter, and that cluster of blueberries could indeed fetch a price. With money in hand, one must always consider how to spend it wisely. They had provisions for shelter, and clothing was manageable, yet the most pressing issue remained sustenance. She could not rely solely on these 2 pieces of silver. The herbs must still be gathered, and income must continue to be earned. For meals were an everyday necessity, and all these resources were finite. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she returned from the mountains. From a distance, she could see the smoke rising from the rooftops. Before she even approached, she heard Su Qingyu's boisterous voice. "I feel I am nearly ready. Tomorrow I shall finish sewing Luer's coat." "What of the elder brother?" "Once Luer's is done, I shall start on the elder brothers." Previously, they had referred to each other as eldest and youngest, but after some discussion, they decided that such titles were no longer fitting. Since they all bore the surname Su, they would henceforth address one another accordingly. They were now law-abiding citizens, destined to live respectable lives without the need to beg. The title of eldest was no longer applicable. Gong Shuheng was the youngest and, in their eyes, the most formidable. So it was instinctive for them to look to her as their leader. Beyond her, Su Qingliang held significant importance. Tang Yu remarked, "Once you complete Luer's coat, your elder brothers will also be finished. The difference between what one can and cannot do is substantial. One pertains to the quality of stitches, the other to speed." They had fashioned a coat adorned with bulrush reeds for Su Qingliang. Using new fabric on the inside and a waterfall pattern on the outside, pieced together. Though well-ordered, it was still riddled with patches. This arrangement was orchestrated by Tang Yu, who, being older and hailing from a prominent family, was well-versed in such matters, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged. At this moment, the two were engaged in labor. Servitude was a topic that sent shivers down anyone's spine. It was not only unpaid but also took place in a place that treated people as less than human. The items they brought should not be too ostentatious or valuable. Otherwise, they would be of no use to them and could even bring misfortune. Therefore, although the garments they brought were embellished with bulrush reeds, they still appeared tattered. As for shoes, there was no option. Leather shoes were far too conspicuous to be sent. They merely hoped that they would return before the coldest of times, not succumbing to the freezing elements outside. Chapter 23. Strength brings responsibility. Gong Shuheng paid little mind to this. Had it not been for the unsuitability of this body, she would have walked barefoot without concern. Prioritize your tasks. I am in no hurry and am not overly sensitive to the cold. The group chattered about their new garments and footwear, their alertness severely lacking. Had Gong Shuheng not spoken, they might not have noticed her return at all. Su Qingzhou stepped forward to take the basket from her. Noting its considerable weight, uncertain of what it contained, Gong Shuheng felt an immediate lightness upon her back. I plan to venture into the city again in a few days, to anticipate what supplies we may need at home and to bring back a few more items. Su Qingzhou suggested, "This time, I shall accompany you." Gong Shuheng declined. "It should be his last time. You remain at home in case of unforeseen circumstances." Indeed, the journey was treacherous, and this place was equally unsafe. The recent events still lingered in her mind, though slightly dulled by the passage of time. The memories still left her feeling unsettled. Yu Qingyu chimed in, "Then I shall go with you. I am strong." Gong Shuheng did not even glance her way. "If you are strong, then stay home and work harder. Learn your needlework well. Do not burden others for everything." Yu Qingyu felt dispirited. Gong Shuheng was exhausted. This body was truly too fragile, and whether it was for recuperation or nurturing, everything had to be approached gradually. The pace of her recovery simply could not keep up with her deteriorating condition. Her meridians resembled a perforated vessel, with the absorbed spiritual energy swirling within her body only to dissipate, leaving little to retain. Even though Taihe had just assisted her in nurturing her tendons, it merely provided her with temporary comfort. It appeared that it was not yet time for dinner. The herbs they had gathered needed to be sorted first, requiring just a simple tidying up for the moment. This task did not demand much effort. She could manage it by sitting in a corner where she wouldn't be in the way. The fourth brother, Su Qingchen, approached. "Let me help you." Gong Shuheng neither accepted nor declined, reverting to her usual taciturn and listless demeanor. While Su Qingyuan was still preparing the meal, Su Qingzhou could not afford to be idle either. He dragged some soaked hemp to the edge of the courtyard. He would strip as much as he could, finding time to work it into threads, as hemp had numerous uses, and they would require it in many areas. Su Qingzhou even contemplated how wonderful it would be if they could procure a loom. Even the simplest one. Back when they were begging, they had ample opportunities to learn such skills, but they had never given them a thought, their minds solely focused on how to please others and procure more goods to fill their stomachs. Su Qingchen had a purpose in approaching Gong Shuheng. "Luer, could you teach me how to craft the kind of bow and arrow that never misses?" He had secretly attempted it recently, using the same bamboo, merely differing in size. Yet what he had crafted was merely a child's toy. "I can't teach you." Su Qingchen was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to refuse so decisively. Without even a moment's consideration, Gong Shuheng glanced at him. "This is not something that can be taught. It is honed through personal practice. Mastery comes with familiarity, and only with skill can one achieve the essence. The essence is what brings about such effects. If one truly wishes to learn, it can only be taught in this manner, for in this world, most are ordinary people. If one can dedicate their entire life to their aspirations, concentrating on a single path, they may achieve something." The three children from 4 Elephant Mountain were raised in such a manner. "How many years have you practiced?" Su Qingchen asked, curiosity piqued. Gong Shuheng did not respond, focusing instead on sorting the herbs. She lacked a pill furnace. If she were to concoct pills like ordinary physicians, she would also require some auxiliary materials. Tomorrow, she would need to bring her tools up the mountain. She called out to Su Qingzhou, who had just finished his task. Get me 2 stoppers, the kind that can seal the gourd's mouth. I need them to store some things. Su Qingzhou did not inquire what she intended to store, simply acknowledging her request and going to select suitable gourds from their home. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened, yet they had no intention of sleeping. They gathered around a fire, stripping the hemp. Su Qingzhou assigned tasks for the next day. 3rd brother, you'll work on sewing with Sister Yu again. I'll take 4th and 5th brothers up the mountain to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables. As for Gong Shuheng, he made no plans for her. Having spent considerable time together, he had come to understand that she was different from them. She had her own plans and did not require his extraneous arrangements. His plans would only disrupt hers. Before Su Qingyu could speak, Tang Yu interjected. Let's go up the mountain together. Many hands make light work. It's impossible to sit there sewing all day, and I need to gather some firewood as well. Once my husband returns, we will need to cook for ourselves. We cannot rely on you all indefinitely. We need to bring back whatever can be stored. Life was long, and they could not continue to depend on others while surviving on a few children. Su Qingzhou nodded in response. I indeed did not consider this thoroughly. You've been quite considerate already, Tang Yu remarked, belatedly realizing that Su Qingzhou had arranged tasks for everyone except for their youngest. What about Luer? We should see if she wants to join us or go on her own. She needs to gather herbs to take to town for sale, and we cannot assist her with that. Perhaps we aren't completely unhelpful, Tang Yu suggested. This afternoon, while she was sorting herbs, I noticed a few varieties I recognized. When we head up the mountain, let's keep an eye out. If we come across them, we can dig them up. Who knows, it might be just what we need. Su Qingzhou's eyes lit up. That is indeed a splendid idea. He spoke while glancing outside by the firelight. The moon had yet to rise, and it was pitch black outside, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet he knew Luer was still out there. Relying on the moonlight to nurture her body, she drew upon the fresh energy of dawn and dusk to restore her spirit. This was an exceedingly protracted process. However, Gong Shuheng was in no hurry. She possessed a remarkable patience for tasks that must be accomplished. As for what needed to be done tomorrow, she had not even begun to contemplate it. Even the chattering nighttime creatures around her did not disturb her. In truth, she was not entirely indifferent. She felt quite content. Her senses had sharpened significantly compared to before. The air had grown cooler. And although the sun had been warm at noon, the mornings and evenings had become quite chilly. Activity inside the house only commenced once a hint of light broke through outside. The previous day, Tang Yu and Su Qingyu had finished sewing the leather, and they had slept under the covers, even sweating a little. After such a long time, it was the first instance they felt warm, making it difficult to rise. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and rubbed her rumbling belly before climbing out of bed. I'm heading up the mountain. I may not return until noon. She tossed the gourds prepared by Su Qingzhou into a basket. Su Qingzhou cautioned, don't wander too far. Gong Shuheng offered no reply, shouldering the basket as she departed. At this moment, it was uncertain how far she would go. Once in the mountains, distance was subjective. Zhaoyue, Sparrow, lead the way. Chapter 24. The cunning sparrow. Just as Gong Shuheng left, Su Qingyuan began to shout. Second brother, we lost another cat. They had only 4 in total. Having even built a cage for them, Su Qingyuan took great care, feeding them several times a day, regardless of whether she herself had eaten. Apart from the one that had died shortly after their return, the remaining 3 had grown considerably, making it unexpected that another had perished. Su Qingyuan pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Qingzhou sighed. There's nothing we can do. We never raised these creatures before, and we are still figuring it out. If it has died, we'll just dig a hole and bury it. Even if all the cats had died, it would not affect their lives. They needed to continue as they were. For survival was paramount. Gong Shuheng did not take the path they had originally traversed. Shortly after leaving, she caught a night sparrow. Just as it thought it was about to perish, she released her grip. The small yet plump sparrow flapped its wings, cursing as it flew off. However, it did not venture far, as if waiting for something. Yet it remained ever vigilant, maintaining what it believed to be a safe distance. Gong Shuheng was not in a hurry, leisurely following at her own pace. She would pause to gather what she needed, digging and pulling as required. She thought that if she were to head down to the prefecture, aside from grains, she would also need a smaller digging tool. The city likely only had copper, as the iron smelting technology was not yet mature. Even if they had opened a mine, they were still in the exploratory phase. And neither pig iron nor refined iron had seeped into common use. Even in the imperial city of Tiandu, such tools were not available for ordinary people. Thus, the price of copper would not be low. Nevertheless, she felt it necessary to inquire about its value. If it was too expensive, she would temporarily abandon that idea. When had she ever contemplated such trifles? She sighed. Today, her spirits were quite high, thanks to Taihe. She had made a slight improvement. Her agility had increased significantly, and her perception had sharpened a bit. Otherwise, she would not have been able to so effortlessly catch the night sparrow to lead the way. What resided in the forest was best known by the beings that had lingered there for years. She entrusted the task of finding stone candy to the little creature. Finding it was not difficult. This season had already passed. The beginning of the year had not been favorable. Not only had people struggled, but even the tiny spiritual insects had found it hard due to the lack of blossoms. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining stone candy was not even worth mentioning. Whether it existed was still uncertain. The truth was, this little creature was utterly unreliable. The nests of spiritual insects were not hard to find. Yet how could it have led her so far astray? Gong Shuheng had initially disregarded the distance, her focus solely on the procurement of various medicinal herbs. She sought those effective against the plague, as well as some rare ones that would be hard to come by during ordinary times. She mused that selling them at the apothecary could yield a decent profit on such a journey. Naturally, she would gather as much as she could carry. Wealth would allow her to acquire the necessities for the days to come, providing a modicum of security. It was the roar of a tiger that roused her from her thoughts. The spirit insect remained elusive, and the stone candy had yet to reveal itself. Unconsciously, her basket was nearing its capacity. The thunderous roar startled the lone Zhaoyue, which had been darting ahead, causing it to screech and flap its wings. Soaring far away, Gong Shuheng furrowed her brow. She could discern that the tiger was injured. Though its roar was loud, it lacked the usual vigor. The fact that a fierce tiger had been wounded indicated the presence of an even more perilous threat nearby. Given her petite stature, her best option was to flee. However, in the forest, two legs, no matter how swift, could hardly compete with the reckless charge of four-legged beasts. Fortunately, Gong Shuheng was quick-witted. Sensing she might not escape, she adeptly climbed a tree. Leaning against a branch, she gasped for breath while observing a pack of wolves pursuing the seemingly robust yet evidently exhausted tiger. As for her, even if she were to remain hidden atop the tree, she doubted the famished wolves would find her of any interest. The ferocious beasts carved a path through the woods, and Gong Shuheng bore witness to a brutal skirmish. No, it was more akin to a melee. The tiger's roars echoed repeatedly. Even from a considerable distance, it was clear that the beast was nearing its end. Ultimately, it would be torn apart by the 10 or so wolves, a fate immutable and dictated by nature's harsh laws. The survival of the fittest reigned in the wilderness, just as it did in the world at large. Even wild grass followed suit. When two seeds sprouted side by side, one would inevitably outcompete the other, voraciously absorbing nutrients to grow stronger. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Shuheng resolved to retreat. Delving deeper was unwise. The lead Zhaoyue had vanished long ago, having fled with remarkable speed. Just as she was about to leap down, an unsettling thought struck her. Could this little creature have deliberately lured her here, perhaps out of spite for capturing it? Even if it had developed some semblance of intelligence, could such a diminutive mind concoct such intricate schemes? Gong Shuheng dismissed the notion, attributing it to mere coincidence. Indeed, it was a coincidence. The Zhaoyue's mind was likely devoid of such cunning, and even if it possessed the audacity, it would not be permitted. From the moment she caught the Zhaoyue, Gong Shuheng's day had been destined to be vibrant and eventful. Meanwhile, Su Qingzhou and his companions, upon ascending the mountain, found their harvest to be rather meager. Of course, firewood did not count. The weather this year had been quite peculiar. After an extended period of rain, the leaves only began to regain their verdancy in early autumn, and now, as late autumn melded into early winter, they were just beginning to turn a faint yellow. The warmth lingered, with the sun shining brightly. Remarkably, one could still forage for mushrooms that should have long since vanished if one ventured a bit farther into the woods. As for wild vegetables, they were absent from the forest and could only be found in the barren lands, which were currently withered and curling due to prolonged exposure to the sun. Yet, it was better to gather what they could, even if dried, rather than leave them to wither away in the fields. The most crucial aspect was that they now possessed the tools to create pickles, enabling them to store provisions for a time in dire circumstances. These could sustain them. Su Qingzhou felt a gnawing anxiety in his heart. Both floods and droughts could claim lives. In the past, it was Su Qingliang who led them in finding solutions. But with him absent, Su Qingzhou, the eldest, now grasped the weight of responsibility. Despite his usual good fortune, it was not guaranteed that every outing would yield rewards. Chapter 25. The newly acquired member as fate would have it. Calamities seldom strike alone. Natural disasters invariably accompany human misfortunes. Xingzhou, situated in the southeast of the Tianke Kingdom, is said to overlook the sea if one travels further east. However, it is not merely a vast expanse where rivers converge, but also home to the coastal Dongyi people. To the north of Tianke lies the Youhu tribe, to the west the Dirong tribe, and to the south the Shangyu tribe. If Tianke were likened to a grand pie, the surrounding small nations and tribes covet this territory, akin to famished wolves poised to pounce. Emperor Jiang Shaoyang of Tianke had long desired to quell the southern Shangyu tribe, yet the Four Symbols Mountain had remained unresponsive. Tensions often arise between nations and tribes over land, population, and resources such as cattle and grain. However, warfare cannot erupt without cause, as one disturbance can trigger a cascade of consequences. Should Tianke exhibit any signs of unrest, the nearby tribes and small nations would be quick to respond, leaving Tianke besieged on all fronts, with the common folk bearing the brunt of the suffering. Moreover, for the Four Symbols Mountain, these small tribes posed little threat. After all, they were merely remnants of those who had separated from the 9 provinces during past dynastic upheavals. They had settled in their respective corners, allowing them to recuperate and strengthen the 9 provinces, thereby wielding power over the surrounding territories. Their concerns lay with the 4 checkpoints in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the 9 provinces and what lay beyond them. Returning to the matter at hand, the Xingzhou region was grappling with floods, plagues, and now a looming drought. Most of the attention from the Tiandu was fixated on these calamities, sending supplies of grain, medicine, doctors, and soldiers in waves. At this juncture, the Youhu tribe to the north was stirring, amassing an army of 10,000 and marching southward. By the time the people of Tiandu received word, the barbarian tribes had already crossed the Qiyang River and were encroaching upon Wuling Pass. Taihe, returning from Baofeng Mountain to the Xingzhou Prefecture's Huachuntang, was greeted by the young physician Chuan Bai, who respectfully offered him a seat and presented a letter. News from Tiandu indicated that the Youhu army was nearing Wuling Pass. Most alarmingly, the Four Symbols Mountain had begun to mobilize. Taihe, rarely prone to anger, felt a surge of indignation and stood abruptly. You tend to matters here in Xingzhou. I shall return to the Four Symbols Mountain. Yet, as he stepped outside, his pace faltered. He paused amidst the bustling street, contemplating before turning back to the medical hall. What could he accomplish as a mere physician in the present Four Symbols Mountain? His senior sister Taisu held the reins. With their master gone, she had assumed the role of high priestess, residing in the star-picking hall. His senior brother Taiyuan, feeling inadequate in his studies, had shut himself away in seclusion, while he had ventured south under the pretext of the Xingzhou floods. The Four Symbols Mountain was no longer the same as when their master had presided. Madness reigned. As the high priestess of the Four Symbols Mountain, one was meant to uphold heavenly will, gain divine insight, and illuminate the lives of the common people, never to depart the mountain. Their master had perished while rescuing Taiyuan from the mountain, leading to his demise. It had not been long since then, yet now, his senior sister Taisu had left the Four Symbols Mountain for Wuling Pass. It was utterly preposterous. The invasion of the Youhu tribe was the Emperor Jiang Shaoyang's concern. What did it have to do with the Four Symbols Mountain? If he truly honored his master's legacy, why was his mind still clouded? Had he lost his senses over a mere Jiang Shaoyang? Thus, he pondered whether his return would hold any significance. Even if he possessed exceptional medical skills and profound knowledge, he could not mend his senior sister's troubled mind. Great figures have their great burdens, while ordinary folk carry their own worries. The Su family of Baofeng Mountain was in a somber mood that day. Gong Shuheng returned only at dusk, her basket brimming, appearing notably weighed down. Typically reserved, her small face bore an unmistakable gloom, leading onlookers to sense that her mood was exceedingly poor, as though she might erupt at any moment. Su Qingyuan, having mourned the loss of a cherished pet, wore a long face, contrasting her usual cheerful demeanor. As before, they dined only as twilight approached. After their meal, they could sleep, conserving energy to avoid waking from hunger. Gong Shuheng's return was not particularly early, but dinner was nearly ready. After placing her basket down, she called out to Su Qingyuan, "I have something for you to play with." Though Su Qingyuan often insisted on being the fifth child, by age, she was indeed the youngest in the family. "What splendid thing is it?" she inquired. Gong Shuheng reached into the basket and pulled out a sizable bundle of yellow and white fur. "A raccoon," Su Qingyuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Very well, it shall be a raccoon," Gong Shuheng conceded, noting that, judging by appearance, it bore a striking resemblance. "Lure, you are remarkable. Where did you catch this?" "On the mountain. It was wild. Just opening its eyes and not yet fully feral. Take good care of it. It could serve as a guardian in the future." Su Qingyuan, having endured a day of gloom, now felt the sun breaking through the clouds. "I will take excellent care of it. Once it grows up, it can catch mice." Gong Shuheng silently observed her, sensing that such aspirations might be difficult to fulfill. The little creature, which Su Qingyuan believed to be a raccoon, had brightened her spirits. "We must give it a name. What shall we call it?" She cast a glance at Gong Shuheng, who leaned against the wall, appearing utterly fatigued, her face taut and unresponsive. Shifting her gaze to Su Qingzhou, she mused, "Let us call it Jin Sihu. The color is quite exquisite. I hope it grows to be as majestic as a tiger." Thus it was settled. Jin Sihu it would be. Su Qingyuan cradled the little creature and carried it to the kitchen, where, while cooking, she fashioned a small nest for it out of straw. After stirring the pot, Su Qingzhou's voice wafted in from outside. "I have a fondness for such little beings. This morning, I discovered that one of the jumping cats had perished, and I have been sorrowful ever since. Now, this brings me joy again." Among them, it seemed that only Su Qingyuan resembled a typical child. Naturally, the least ordinary of them all was Gong Shuheng. Having entrusted the found cub to Su Qingyuan's care, she took advantage of the remaining daylight to continue organizing her belongings. Her face ached, and her hands throbbed. While she could prevent the swollen areas from becoming inflamed due to the spirit insect's bites, she could not alleviate the pain entirely. This discomfort rendered her increasingly taciturn. Even during mealtime, when others exchanged laughter and spoke of the day's labor while planning for tomorrow's tasks, she remained silent, not uttering a single word. After dinner, Tang Yu called out to her, "Come take a look. Is this honey grass?" Gong Shuheng joined her outside for a glance, and indeed it was. There was quite a bit of it. Just before the group prepared to retreat indoors for the night, she finally spoke up. "I do not intend to enter the mountains tomorrow. I will gather the herbs from these past 2 days and head into the city the day after." Subsequently, she returned to her previous spot, clutching several twigs, and sat down to cast a divination for Su Qingliang. The Omen. Great Misfortune, Chapter 26. Escaping from death through the combined efforts of the disaster victims and the soldiers. The fields near the prefectural city had been nearly restored, and all the distributed seeds had been sown. The afflicted individuals, struck by successive plagues, did not hinder the post-disaster reconstruction within and outside the city. Centered around the city, and based near water sources, a vast expanse of fertile land had been cultivated. However, to prevent further flooding, the severely damaged riverbanks required reconstruction. Beyond the prefectural city, following the re-registration of the population based on service records, villages were being systematically established according to the number of people. Even after completing the autumn planting, activity remained frenetic, with no one daring to pause for breath. They could only hope that before the harsh winter arrived, every living soul would have a shelter from the wind and rain. The Huichun Hall. Medicine was being dispensed daily at the city gates since their arrival in the prefectural city. Numerous doctors had also been dispatched to the plague sites. Yet, despite these efforts, individuals continued to fall ill and were sent to the plague area. There, the deceased were constantly carried away. Initially, they sought places to burn the bodies. But eventually, the soldiers simply dug a large pit, tossing all the dead inside, whereupon they were treated with medicine and swiftly turned into a pool of corpse water. it was indeed a struggle to survive. Fraught with peril in life and in death, not even a trace remained. The day after Su Qingliang met with Gong Shuheng, he began to feel unwell, attributing it merely to exhaustion. Not many in service were in good spirits. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old youth. Before the flood in Xingzhou, he had lived by begging, enduring a life of intermittent hunger. After the calamity, he had retreated to the deep mountains, where conditions were even more dire. He had narrowly escaped death amidst the natural and man-made disasters, yet lacked the strength to endure such burdensome labor. As he worked, his pace slowed, and the overseer's lash swung mercilessly, barely missing him before he collapsed. Losing consciousness, those nearby reached out to touch him. He.S. burning up. He.S. developed a fever. They recoiled in terror, wishing they could sever the very hand that had made contact. A fever signified an infectious disease, one that could lead to death. Having persevered through such arduous times, none wished to succumb to death so easily. Simply collapsing and passing away would be one thing, but the fear of lingering in the plague area, enduring a torturous existence without hope of escape, was far worse. The plague area was hastily constructed by the court, situated far from the prefectural city, using wooden huts, thatch, and various straw and branch materials. It comprised over a dozen rooms, enclosed within a large courtyard. Wooden stakes had been driven into the ground, forming a tall fence for scattered defense, with shifts assigned to guard duty. The entrance was heavily fortified, with even the doctors requiring an edict to enter and exit. Cauldrons and tripods lined the entrance, filled with either medicine or hot water, continuously replenished. This place was saturated with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs, making even death seem to carry a distinct aroma. The prescriptions from Huichun Hall proved effective, yet could not fully halt the rapid spread of the disease. Su Qingliang was brought here in a state of unconsciousness and left among the straw after being administered medicine. Many others in similar conditions, newly stricken and perhaps still salvageable, were also present. The doctors who entered were meticulously wrapped, only coming in to deliver medicine. If one regained consciousness after consuming the medicine, they could rise to fetch water and food, offering a chance at survival. However, if they lacked the strength to even sit up after taking the medicine, they would remain in the straw, awaiting death. Once the attendants determined a patient had ceased to move, they would drag the body to the entrance, where guards would dispose of it in the incineration pit. The air was rife with the scent of medicine, mingled with the stench of excrement, and the sounds of groaning echoed incessantly in such a place. Being alive felt worse than being dead. Few had the fortune to be confined and emerge alive. Su Qingliang managed to rise, staggering as he fled outside. He had to survive. He could not die if he died. What would become of the younger ones? After 2 days of struggle, as he began to feel a marked improvement on the third day, he was struck by fever once more. He believed the medicine was effective, but he recognized he should not remain there. He feared he would never recover in this place and would ultimately meet his end. He needed to devise a means of escape. However, by the time this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer stand in a daze. He lost track of time, only to sense voices nearby, indistinct yet present. He vaguely felt someone moving him. He wished to resist, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. He felt as though he had left the foul-smelling shelter, with a cool breeze brushing past, refreshing and invigorating. He consciously attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt impossibly heavy. This must be akin to the sensation of being butchered on a chopping block. His body seemed to be dropped heavily, colliding with something, and he felt a twinge of pain, only for that sensation to be subdued again by drowsiness. Gong Shuheng had fashioned a makeshift sling out of branches and placed him within, awkwardly dragging him into the woods. Just in the nick of time, she had barely managed to prevent him from being discarded into a pit of foul corpse water, where he would have been reduced to a pool of blood. Utilizing a straw man as a ruse, she had deceived the soldiers tasked with disposing of the bodies. Seizing him from their grasp, she fled as swiftly as she could, choosing the nearest mountains as a refuge. Although Su Qingliang appeared lifeless, Gong Shuheng knew he still clung to a final breath and could be saved. However, this salvation would come at a cost. Upon reaching the woods and locating her hidden stash, she paused. She could not venture too deep for fear of encountering wild beasts, yet she could not linger too close to the path, lest she encounter those ascending the mountain. Summoning a few night watchers to keep vigil, Gong Shuheng then prepared to administer the medicine, forcing the pills into Su Qingliang's mouth. By this point, he had lost even the basic reflex to swallow. She almost brutally pinched his cheek to pry it open, shoving the medicine inside, and then used a gourd to pour water down his throat, pressing on either side of his throat with her other hand. Su Qingliang's body had grown cold. Devoid of warmth, his hands felt icy, and he could no longer sense his own breathing. It was no wonder he had been deemed dead and dragged out. Gong Shuheng poured every last bit of her meager spiritual energy into him. Though Su Qingliang had yet to regain consciousness, Gong Shuheng succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Whether he lived or died truly depended on fate. By nightfall, the woods fell completely silent. Moonlight cascaded through the treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the two figures. Lying motionless, Gong Shuheng's form bore the marks of her suffering. If there had been light, one might have seen the fine web of blood vessels crisscrossing her face. And the same could be said for other parts of her body. As the dappled moonlight illuminated her, the blood vessels gradually receded. Beside her, Su Qingliang stirred slightly. All he felt was an overwhelming chill. Chapter 27. A deceptive exchange. If Gong Shuheng were awake at that moment, she would tell him that a little coldness was nothing compared to the agony of pain. Having lived for many years, she had never truly experienced pain. Since being resurrected and merging her spirit with this frail body, there had not been a single day without suffering. As for the cold, she was no ordinary person. A slight chill could hardly affect her, so deeply engrossed was she that she forgot that Su Qingliang was an utterly ordinary individual. Already ailing, spending the night outdoors in such frigid weather could only hasten his demise. He awoke when the moonlight was at its most resplendent, jolted awake by the cold that as he lifted his gaze, he was met with an expanse of darkness, the mottled moonlight trickling down, illuminating only select areas. In his current frail state, even the simple act of rising required several attempts, leaving him breathless. Unable to fully rise, he noticed a figure lying beside him. The moonlight enveloped her, casting a delicate glow around her form. "Lure, lure!" He reached out, grasping her icy hands and shaking them gently, calling out repeatedly, yet she remained unresponsive. A sudden jolt of dread coursed through him as he instinctively reached to check Gong Shuheng's nose. Just as his hand was about to make contact, she stirred awake. "I'm not dead." Su Qingliang exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, scanning his surroundings. How did we end up here? He recalled being taken to the pestilence quarantine, later losing consciousness from the fever. The most probable outcome was that he perished there, only to be carried away for disposal. How could he possibly be here? It felt as if he were trapped in a dream. He pinched his leg hard, the pain causing him to inhale sharply. "This isn't a dream. They thought you were dying and dragged you out." Su Qingliang furrowed his brow, still perplexed. "But why am I here? I snuck you out." "Where else would I be?" she retorted. "Do you wish to become a corpse?" Su Qingliang was momentarily stunned. "You killed someone?" He could conceive of no other possibility. Unless the bearers of the deceased had perished, how could anyone have stolen a body infected with the plague from their grasp? Gong Shuheng had little patience for excessive explanations. Finding them futile. "No, you truly overestimate me." Coming to his senses, Su Qingliang realized that Lure was merely a child. How could she possibly possess the strength to slay those robust soldiers? Just then, a rumble emanated from his stomach, a stark reminder of his hunger. Gong Shuheng tossed him a gourd filled with water. "Even if you're hungry, you must endure. We shall devise a plan once dawn breaks. I need to rest for a while." With that, she closed her eyes, utterly exhausted, not wishing to utter another word or even lift a finger. Half the night had already passed, yet for Su Qingliang, it felt like a torturous eternity. He trembled from the cold, his stomach twisting in hunger. Cuddled up beside the gourd, his mind whirled with thoughts. Occasionally, his gaze would drift to the peacefully sleeping Gong Shuheng. He endeavored to contemplate various matters to distract himself, hoping it would alleviate his hunger. His thoughts a tangled mess, he ultimately settled on a few truths. He had been rescued by Gong Shuheng. Such a small person, he wondered how much effort and risk she had undertaken to bring him back. No wonder she appeared so weary. Ever since he had taken her back to that small village and awakened together, he had not witnessed Gong Shuheng sleep through the night. Lost in thought, he was unaware that the eastern horizon was gradually lightening. The moon had quietly slipped away without his notice. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes. Su Qingliang attempted to lift her, but after several failed attempts, he was forced to abandon the effort, instead using a nearby tree for support to shaky stand upright. We shouldn't be so close. I am infected and could pass it to you. It was something he should have anticipated. His mind had been muddled during this illness. Gong Shuheng didn't even glance at him. It's too late to think of that now. Afterward, she produced some pills from her bosom. Take this. Yu Qingliang accepted the pill, glanced at it, and swallowed it dry without water. There were still 2 remaining, one for the evening and another for the following morning. Once consumed, they would be sufficient. If they could return home soon, it would be warmer. As long as they avoided further exposure to the cold and hunger, they would not face any significant issues. I may have to return to the outskirts of the city. It wasn't a return home, but a continuation of his service. He feared that if he did not go, his name would be crossed off the rolls due to death, having just been registered. What will you go back for? To continue your labor. Su Qingliang succinctly shared his concerns. No need. They are preoccupied. With so many on the brink of death, who cares about you? At this moment, they were busy with disaster relief and controlling the plague. It was unlikely that one death would warrant a special registration to erase his name from the records. He was overthinking and complicating matters unnecessarily. Gong Shuheng rose. I need to make a trip to the city. You can either wait here for me or return home for now. Given the current circumstances, venturing into the city was not an option. Su Qingliang, at his age, was neither too young nor too old. He would undoubtedly be captured upon appearance. Due to the plague, fewer soldiers were available for service. They would not overlook anyone capable of labor. Su Qingliang's mind began to clear a bit, and he grasped the situation. Then I will wait here for you. I can help share some burdens later. Gong Shuheng handed him flint and 2 pieces of yam, along with the daggers she carried for self-defense. Then stay here. I should return before sunset. Whether the meager provisions she provided would last the day was not her concern. It was not that she was careless. Rather, she had never troubled herself with such trivialities. With the distance from the city, her short legs limited her pace, no matter how quickly she tried to move. Unless she could truly fly. More importantly, she had other matters to attend to. Yu Qingliang followed her a few steps, unease prompting him to caution her. Be careful. Receiving no response, he stood at the edge of the forest, watching as Gong Shuheng swiftly disappeared with her heavy basket. This was the little girl he had once rescued, and now, as an adult, he found himself relying on her for survival. Gong Shuheng harbored no particular thoughts. If pressed, she would express relief. Fortunately, her foresight had improved slightly, allowing her to sense unease and timely divine the situation. Thankfully, her legs were swift enough to bring him back in time. Truth be told, her younger sibling was still somewhat lacking and unable to bear the weight. Being a few years older made a difference for Su Qingliang. His presence provided a sense of stability for the others. Gong Shuheng felt that with him around, her burdens would be significantly lighter. Sparing her from constantly worrying about how to care for the younger ones in their current predicament, Su Qingliang's return would be her concern. Simultaneously, the events surrounding Su Qingliang left her deeply perplexed. Since Taihe had already arrived in Xingzhou Prefecture, why was the plague still uncontained? How could a heartbeat still be faintly present and yet be deemed dead, only to be dragged away for disposal? What on earth was he doing? Chapter 28. Desolation everywhere. The state capital appeared largely unchanged from Su Qingliang's last visit. The shops lining the streets remained open, yet few patrons frequented them. Wandering merchants from distant lands had arrived, meandering through the streets, occasionally calling out, yet they remained largely ignored. Even the grain shops showed no signs of life. Most who still breathed were barely clinging to existence. With little money to spare for purchasing goods in the city, Gong Shuheng stood once more at the entrance of the Huichuntang. Inside, the establishment bustled with activity. She was in no hurry, waiting patiently in a spot that did not obstruct the entrance. Should an opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to enter. A new apprentice greeted her upon entry, different from the one she had encountered previously. Having visited once, Gong Shuheng had acquired some experience. Without waiting for the apprentice to speak, she declared straightforwardly, I am here to sell medicinal herbs. I have been here before and made arrangements with the physician. The apprentice appeared taken aback, but eventually led her inside. The physician was busy, instructing her to simply hand over the items. She provided the same herbs as before, but this time included more mountain bluebells and a gourd of stone candy. The pricing remained unchanged from her last visit. After receiving her payment, Gong Shuheng exited the apothecary with her now empty basket. Not far from the shop, she encountered a grand procession, fully armed and imposing. Fortunately, the recently cleared main street was wide enough to accommodate their display. The palanquin was obscured, and those standing by the street could not discern who was seated inside. But Gong Shuheng recognized that such a display was reserved for significant events related to Wanxiang Mountain. The occupant was likely Taihe. She wondered what necessitated such an elaborate display. Taihe had never been one to seek attention or ostentation. This time, however, he must have been incensed. The disciples of the Four Elephants Mountain were working tirelessly. While the physicians were present and the medicinal prescriptions were adequate, the number of plague-infected individuals continued to rise, with deaths occurring in rapid succession. The heavens had dispatched 20,000 soldiers for disaster relief while forcibly conscripting able-bodied citizens. The pestilence quarantine, initially constructed with limited capacity, had seen no further expansion. Those sent for disaster relief were the emperor's closest aides, wielding considerable power. The entire province of Xingzhou has become his personal fiefdom. Solely concerned with the reconstruction of the state after the calamity, utterly indifferent to the plight of the common people. Although the Four Symbols Mountain refrains from meddling in court affairs and is unconcerned with the political machinations among the ministers, it cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the populace. By presenting his full attire, he aims to convey that Taihe is not merely a herbalist. Should the other party continue to act obstinately, treating human lives as mere trifles, the Four Symbols Mountain can either support the Jiang clan, safeguarding the entire Tianke, or adopt a different surname, a different individual, a different name altogether. These matters have no bearing on the current Gong Shuheng. She walked closely along the roadside, hastily making her way back to the medicinal herb shop. In that small village, not far from the front of their house, there lay a millstone, long unused due to the dwindling population. Covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, the stone had absorbed moisture from the persistent rains, and the decaying leaves had given rise to a thick coat of moss. However, it seemed that someone had begun to inhabit the area again, and it would surely be cleared for future use. The grains in the shop were distinct from the relief supplies. Their quality was assured, but so were their prices. Gong Shuheng was oblivious to these nuances, naturally unaware of the disparity in value. Each type of grain within was priced considerably higher than the previously normal rates. She requested 3 dough of wheat and 2 dough of beans. The wheat was because she had just sown it, knowing it to be a staple food, while the beans were chosen for their slightly lower price. The silver she used was not from the sale of herbs, but from what Taihe had previously given her. The meager earnings from selling herbs would scarcely suffice to purchase such provisions. Clad in tattered garments, her generous expenditure of 5 dough of grain raised the eyebrows of the shop assistants, who scrutinized her several times. One of them even inquired, "Where is your guardian? Can you manage alone?" 5 dough of grain carried some weight. "I can manage." She felt confident. Her basket was barely filled. Had the journey not been so far, she could have carried more, for the distance made it inconvenient to return, and a family consumed supplies quickly. This trip was primarily to sell herbal medicine and deliver winter clothing to Su Qingliang and another. Su Qingliang no longer needed it, as she had sent some to Zhuang Jing'an while attending to business before entering the city. Zhuang Jing'an's situation was dire, and it was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Thus, after purchasing the grain, her errands were nearly complete. Thinking of Su Qingliang waiting outside the city, Gong Shuheng bought a bundle of flatbreads and began munching as she walked towards the city gate. Not long after exiting the city, she was followed by 2 shadowy figures. Gong Shuheng appeared utterly oblivious, continuing her path. She did not comprehend the adage of concealing wealth, but having already attracted attention, ill intentions were inevitably aroused. As she ventured further from the city gate, hidden from sight, the 2 figures behind her grew impatient and quickened their pace towards her. "Hey, little girl, leave what you're carrying behind, and we'll let you go out of mercy, if you cooperate. There must be a refuge from the wind and rain, a place where one can find sustenance. However, both of my sons fell ill during their service, and after being taken away, they have never returned. I am a sinner, truly a sinner. In the days of our ancestors, they endured the harshness of life, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, yet they gradually established a shelter from the elements and secured daily meals. The torch of life was passed down, leading to our existence. Yet here I stand, with an entire family, brought to ruin by my own hands. I cannot accept this. I feel I have betrayed my forefathers." The youth beside me wept inconsolably. Yu Qingliang gazed at the pair, slowly speaking. Have you never resorted to seizing other women and children? The old man paused, then shook his head. We are human. How could we act like beasts? The only thing we did was quarrel with others while desperately fleeing to the mountains after the floods submerged our village, which led to a fierce altercation. I have 4 sons and 1 daughter. At that time, I thought we could stick together as a family, taking whatever we could carry, and if we could reach the mountains, we would surely survive. Far from the floodwaters, surely the rain would cease, and when it did, we could return home. As for the dangers along the way, I had 4 strong men at home, which gave me a sense of security. Yet, as I spoke, the old man broke down in tears. Yuyang County is close to the Great Marsh, making it exceedingly difficult to reach the mountains. Those fleeing in panic, when pushed to their limits, turned fierce like wolves. If there was nothing to be had, they would resort to theft. Before we could even reach the mountains, my eldest son was brutally killed. Subsequently, my youngest daughter was dragged away, and my wife could not endure long enough to make it into the mountains. Looking back, that journey felt like a nightmare from which one cannot awaken. We exerted every ounce of strength to reach the mountains. But we were not the only ones who made it there. Where there are people, the warmth of camaraderie is not a given. Instead, it often breeds a struggle for survival. So, did you flee the workshop simply because your able-bodied men perished, seeking to become savages in the mountains? My last 2 sons fell ill and were taken away, never to be seen again, likely having perished as well. This constitutes the primary reason, but there is another. The old man glanced at the sky. It has not rained for a long time. The heavens have sent so many to aid disaster relief, and many fields have been cultivated beyond the city. Those close to the river are thriving, having sprouted long ago. But those further away have withered after germination. The dust along the road rises with even the slightest breeze, and the riverbanks are cracked with intersecting fissures. Heaven truly seems unwilling to grant humanity any respite. The calamity persists unabated. I must preserve a thread of our Zhang family's bloodline. Venturing into the mountains is the only means I can conceive for survival. Perhaps the risks are not insignificant, but it is certainly better than awaiting death in despair. At my age, what is there that I cannot foresee? For ordinary people like us, survival rests solely in our own hands. No one can save us. Chapter 30. A test of humanity. When Gong Shuheng arrived at the foot of the mountain, she sensed something amiss. There were more than one presence in the forest. Upon encountering Su Qingliang, she could only exclaim, "You truly are remarkable, a master at finding people." Yu Qingliang briefly recounted the circumstances of the 2 individuals. In this chance meeting, the veracity of their words remained uncertain. Yet, since they had crossed paths, pretense was no longer an option. Gong Shuheng disregarded these concerns. You decide. Can you return on your own? Su Qingliang wished not only to return by himself, but also to assist her in carrying the provisions. Alas, his intentions were thwarted by his physical limitations, nearly causing him to drop the load. Gong Shuheng gently shook her head, producing 2 flatbreads. Eat something, then take your medicine. Follow behind as for whether to share with the other 2 or how to do so. Gong Shuheng left that to them. Whoever made the decision would bear the responsibility. The old man's name was Zhang Xian, and his grandson was Zhang Huai. Yu Qingliang kept 1 flatbread and handed the other to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Su Qingliang's generous gesture of offering such a precious item. Thank you, he exclaimed, bowing deeply, truly moved to tears. Su Qingliang, maintaining a stoic expression, stepped aside. The journey from here to our village would take several more days. If you can endure to reach that place, you may find a refuge from the elements. If you cannot make it and perish along the way, I shall not concern myself with your fate. Once you reach the village, how to survive will depend entirely on you. For everyone faces hardship. Yu Qingliang was willing to offer them an opportunity. But nothing more to survive. Everything rests upon their own efforts. One cannot rely on others. Thus, for the bewildered grandfather and grandson, this was a tremendous stroke of fortune. They were mistaken. The adage that heaven does not entirely cut off human paths proved true. After exerting their utmost, a path would always present itself. Zhang Xian divided the flatbread, giving the larger portion to his grandson with a gentle admonition. Eat sparingly. Once we find shelter, we will figure out how to procure food. Zheng Huai, at 13, was a clever youth. Even at his tender age, he understood their precarious situation. Survival was no easy feat, yet it was an endeavor they must pursue. Su Qingliang felt a pang of shame. He had initially intended to assist Gong Shuheng in sharing the burdens after her trip to the city. Instead, not only did he receive no help, but he also seemed to be a hindrance. Though he had awakened from his illness, he was still weakened inside. It was not long before he began to wheeze with every step. Gong Shuheng had not planned to wait for them and quickly distanced herself. The gap widening. The journey was indeed arduous, the terrain strewn with jagged rocks, remnants of the floodwaters that had once surged through, now dry, revealing only cracks in the earth. The path into the mountains felt interminably long. Su Qingliang could scarcely recall how they had traversed this route to Baofeng Mountain. Behind him, the grandfather and grandson struggled as well. Lauer, this is not the way to our village. We've strayed off course. Gong Shuheng replied, it's getting dark. Let us find a place with water, procure some food, and figure out how to spend the night. This was not the route to their village, but rather a path she had traversed multiple times. Familiar with locations where water could still be found, at this point, any source of water would be perilous. The drought was severe. Not only humans suffered from the lack of water, but the forest inhabitants did as well. With no one nearby, the wild animals grew bolder, unconcerned as long as water was available. Let us wait here for a while, gather some firewood, and start a fire for the night, she suggested, positioning 2 towering stones to provide some shelter from the mountain winds. If we gather enough firewood while there's still light, we can keep the fire burning throughout the night, which will help stave off the cold and provide a measure of safety. With that, she placed her heavy basket behind the boulders, where it would be shielded from the wind, and took 2 empty gourds. I'll go ahead to scout. You 2 gather firewood. Although they were not too far from the water source, it was still a distance to cover. She had left all her provisions at that location, and whether Su Qingliang could guard them, or if the grandfather and grandson might harbor ill intentions over the food, were not within her concerns. Her focus was on getting the larger creatures that needed water to move quickly. If they could separate during their departure, it would afford her the chance to tackle one and thus resolve their immediate sustenance issues. After following the direction for about 15 minutes, she reached the mountain's base, where a small puddle formed from the stream. 2 large and 2 small wild boars were leisurely drinking, completely oblivious to the fact that someone intended to seize their water, even considering an attack against them. The smaller creatures are easier to capture, their flesh less tough, and they cook more readily. The crux lies in how and where to seize them. This particular spot is undoubtedly unsuitable. Should I catch those 2 small ones, the 2 larger ones would surely go into a frenzy. We are too close to their resting place, which would expose us to their wrath. Thus, she resolved to lure these beasts up the mountain, deeper into the wilderness, where she could deal with them more effectively. Su Qingliang believed that she was merely fetching water and would not venture far. After all, their current location was already in proximity to the mountains, visible at a glance. Therefore, he thought it sufficient to gather firewood nearby while keeping an eye on their provisions, which he valued greatly. That food was exchanged for medicinal herbs by Lu Er, representing the hope of their entire family for the winter. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant regarding Xing Xian and his grandson, for food was a vital commodity at this juncture, capable of testing the human heart. Zhang Xian, too, could not afford to be idle. He was astonished that the siblings could procure such a substantial amount of provisions from the city at this time. Observing their tattered and thin garments, reminiscent of his own and his grandson's, he found it perplexing. Yet, despite his confusion, he refrained from asking further questions. Their paths had crossed by chance, and the kindness of sharing such precious flatbreads and offering them a place to rest in the village was already a tremendous favor. Surely, it must serve some purpose, right? Gathering firewood was a task they were quite adept at. From their first encounter, he had cast several glances at the basket, but thereafter, he paid it no further mind. The 3 worked swiftly, each possessing experience in overnight stays in the wild. So they busied themselves gathering sizable heaps of firewood, both thick and thin. Before darkness enveloped the land, a fire blazed amid the pile of rocks. Bringing a modicum of warmth to their shivering bodies, Su Qingliang circled around a large stone, following the direction in which Gong Shuheng had departed. Yet he saw no sign of her, his heart fluttering with unease. After a moment of internal struggle, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "You all stay here. I will go look for my sister." Food was paramount, crucial for the survival of their family through the winter. Yet human life held equal significance. Moreover, that food had been earned by Gong Shuheng through her own efforts, He was uncertain if he would regret this decision, but at that moment, his mind was made up. However, he was not left in a difficult position for long. Having walked only a short distance, he could still see the flickering flames from afar when he heard Gong Shuheng's voice. "Elder brother? That is indeed how to address you, correct? The others at home call Su Qingzhou second brother, so you must be elder brother." Since the moment they registered their household, they had all adopted the surname Su. Su Qingliang paused, momentarily taken aback by her call of elder brother, and stumbled toward her in the dark, leaning on his stick. The moon had yet to rise, but the stars had arrived early, offering little illumination. The world was shrouded in darkness, and the fact that he had not fallen was a testament to his experience navigating the mountain woods. As Gong Shuheng approached, she tossed the gourd hanging at her waist to him. "I caught some things." But it took a while. Fu Qingliang caught the scent of blood. "You went hunting?" "Yes, I had good fortune and managed to capture a small monkey. I skinned it, so we need not go to bed hungry tonight." She spoke with a lightness that belied the effort involved. Fu Qingliang could hardly believe her. Yet what could he do but accept it? Gong Shuheng had indeed hunted not one, but two, sparing neither small creature. After all, her appetite was considerable, and the other three were equally famished, their need for sustenance pressing. Especially Su Qingliang, who was still unwell. Although he had not succumbed, he was quite weak. The fact that he could endure such a long trek was a remarkable testament to his willpower. Without food, where would he find the strength to recover? She handed the gourd to Su Qingliang, alleviating some of her burden. With one monkey in each hand, she led the way back toward the crackling fire. Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai remained by the fire, unmoving, but upon hearing footsteps, Zheng Huai sprang to his feet. "They've returned." Zhang Xian exhaled in relief and stood up, only to see the young girl leading the way. Her hands full of provisions. "It's meat." Any meat was a treasure, and Zhang Xian was taken aback, stealing several glances at Gong Shuheng. Gong Shuheng generously tossed him one. "Cook it yourself." Then she tossed a slightly larger one to Su Qingliang. "You handle this." At that moment, she had entirely forgotten that Su Qingliang was ill and needed more nourishment to recover quickly. The most critical task had already been accomplished. She had brought back the prey and done her utmost to prepare it, even adding a few herbs to mask the gamey scent. Although there was no salt, she had exerted herself to the fullest. Truth be told, she had only learned to skin animals during their last descent from the mountain. She was not as meticulous as the others, who would have cleaned out the edible parts within. Instead, she had merely dug a hole and pulled everything out in one go. Su Qingliang accepted the offering, pondering how long it would take to cook thoroughly over the fire. Yet it seemed there were no alternative options. He found a sturdy stick, thick as an arm, to skewer the monkey. Zhang Huai carried 2 large stones over. Instinctively finding an appropriate spot to place them, it was evident that he had experience with roasting. The boy's eyes sparkled, the flames reflecting in them as they flickered. He occasionally glanced at Su Qingliang, then at Gong Shuheng, feeling the warmth of the fire, which allowed him to distinguish dreams from reality. Hunger was relentless. Those who had been starving for too long dreamt solely of food. Gong Shuheng tossed a gourd to Zhang Xian. "We set off at dawn and continue our journey." 2 gourds of water were distributed, one to the grandfather and grandson, and one to Su Qingliang. Cooking the meat required patience. Gong Shuheng sat by the fire, tending to it, as the moon gradually ascended. When the moon waned, it always seemed to grow later. She climbed atop a large stone, sitting cross-legged. The firelight illuminated the area brightly, and compared to Su Qingliang's unperturbed demeanor, Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai found her presence unusual. Though they refrained from asking questions, those who cooked meat faced the most torment, especially when hungry. Zhang Xian realized that at his age, he was not as resilient as this young man named Su Qingliang. The two sat facing one another, each tending to their respective meals. Su Qingliang, still unwell and weak, would have succumbed to sleep long ago if not for the tantalizing aroma of the meat. Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai were primarily driven by hunger, nearly driven to madness by the scent. Alas, the meat must be cooked through, with no blood remaining, before it could be consumed. Eventually, Zheng Huai could no longer contain himself and called out, "Grandfather." "Is it done yet?" Zhang Xian sighed. "It should be ready." Neither grandfather nor grandson could withstand the hunger any longer. As they stirred, Su Qingliang's spirits revived, having relied solely on willpower and instinct to turn the meat. He removed the now golden-brown monkey from the fire, placing it on a nearby stone slab to cool slightly before attempting to tear into it. It felt ready to air, he called out. It should be edible now. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes and jumped down from the stone. The four of them, driven by hunger, devoured the two small monkeys until there was nothing left, even gnawing on the bones that could be crushed. As Zhang Xian ate, tears streamed down his face, likely recalling lost loved ones. This prompted Zheng Huai to join him in shedding tears. Xu Qingliang understood and respected their grief, yet his own heart and expression remained untroubled. Throughout his life, he had known little of familial affection, only the hardships of hunger and cold, only the beatings and insults. As for Gong Shuheng, even though she had gained much insight during her time with Su Qingzhou and the others, she still struggled to grasp many aspects of ordinary life. After finishing their meal, Gong Shuheng did not climb back atop the stone to bask in the moonlight. Instead, she instructed Su Qingliang to sleep while she sat nearby, pretending to doze. Setting aside the question of nighttime dangers, the most crucial matter was that the fire before them must not be allowed to extinguish, requiring them to periodically add more wood. In the desolate wilderness, extinguished fire would be a terrifying prospect. Chapter 32. Falling ill. Su Qingliang had initially wished to hold out a little longer, but his body betrayed him completely. Leaning against the warmth of the fire, he soon found his head swaying as drowsiness overcame him. Zhang Xian, being older and more cautious, remained vigilant in the wilderness, aware of potential dangers. Zheng Huai, still young, was mainly basking in the rare satisfaction of a full stomach. Content and warmed by the fire, he quickly succumbed to sleep. "Let us rest," Su Qingliang murmured. "Just a bit of rest. Remember to wake me later. I will keep watch in the latter half of the night." Zhang Xian responded with a sound. Regrettably, it was still not yet the latter half of the night, and he too began to doze off. The bonfire had not extinguished throughout the night, and the three of them remained undisturbed. Even the distant roars of beasts in the mountains did not rouse the slumbering trio. It was not until dawn, when the moon had long since vanished from sight and the east began to brighten slightly, that Gong Shuheng's voice broke the silence. "Awake, we must set off, in search of a place to rest and provisions." They had deliberately taken a detour. Therefore, they needed to return along their original path to retrace their steps towards Baofeng Mountain. Su Qingliang awoke with a start, realizing that the bonfire still burned before him, while the firewood beside it had been exhausted. How could he have slept so long, leaving Luer to guard alone throughout the night? Zheng Xian and Zheng Huai were still drowsily leaning there. Not fully awake, Gong Shuheng, sensing an ominous premonition, crouched down and gently touched the foreheads of the two men. As expected, they were feverish. "You haven't taken the remaining medicine, have you?" "Not yet," without needing Gong Shuheng to speak. Su Qingliang handed over the medicine. As someone approached, Zheng Xian forced himself to awaken. "Is it dawn? I cannot believe I have slept until now. I truly apologize." Gong Shuheng took the medicine and divided it in half. "Both of you have developed a fever, likely due to an infection. There is only one pill left. Let us divide it. We must hurry back and find a way to brew more medicine. Hopefully, this pill will have some effect, and since we are few in number, the impact will not be too severe, enabling us to endure until we reach our destination." Hearing Gong Shuheng mention her infection alongside that of her grandson, Zheng Xian felt as if the sky itself were about to collapse. Upon hearing there was medicine, he took it without a second thought and swallowed it down. The specter of illness was far more terrifying to them than death itself. The dread and torment of a life worse than death was the most harrowing and exhausting of experiences. After consuming the medicine, he sat there waiting for a while before waking Zheng Huai, whose lips were parched from the fever, and administering the medicine to him. With this delay, by the time Zheng Huai awoke, the dawn was already breaking. Su Qingliang felt much better today, and, without waiting for Gong Shuheng to act, he picked up the basket. Though still weak, it was impossible to recover completely from just one meal. The weight of 5 dough of grains felt heavy on him, but he managed to steady himself after a few shaky steps. Not wanting to overexert himself, he continued to lean on the stick he had used yesterday. "Let us go." He was willing to carry the load and was capable of doing so, which made Gong Shuheng feel relieved, prompting her to walk even faster. Although Zheng Huai had regained consciousness, his condition remained grim. The half pill had somewhat alleviated his symptoms, but not significantly. He felt alternating waves of heat and cold. as if he were being roasted over a fire one moment and shivering the next. His face turning pale. Even under the sun, he could not warm up. Gong Shuheng, unencumbered, moved more swiftly, searching for medicinal herbs along the way. Unfortunately, as they circumvented the mountains, they found themselves in a desolate area strewn with rubble. Without venturing into the mountains, finding herbs was exceedingly difficult. They managed to gather a few scattered plants with similar medicinal properties, but there was no way to brew them into a potion or form them into pills. After enduring a day and another night, they finally entered the mountains and devised a plan. They found bamboo shoots, painstakingly collected a few segments, and then made a fire to brew a medicinal concoction for the three of them to drink. Indeed, Su Qingliang had to partake as he needed to rise repeatedly. Compared to the last time he traveled alone, Gong Shuheng found the journey far less solitary this time. However, with three sick companions, their progress was slow, and they could not travel at night, prolonging their delay. Before departing, Gong Shuheng cast an oracle for Su Qingliang and then hurried down the mountain. She did not disclose her plans to anyone, simply stating that she was going to sell some herbs to exchange for food and deliver winter clothing to the two, as the evenings had grown quite cold. With the experience of her previous journey, Su Qingzhou and Tang Yu no longer felt the anxiety and worry they had exhibited before her last departure. Their focus shifted to continuing their search for food to sustain 2 meals a day and gathering firewood. Above all, they needed to tend to the wheat they had sown. In total, they had 3 dough of wheat seeds, 2 dough for themselves, and 1 for Tang Yu. Since Tang Yu and the others arrived late, lacking tools and time to cultivate the land, they merely pulled some weeds from the plot beside their dwelling and temporarily sowed the seeds there. With the seeds in the ground, they had more responsibilities. They needed to monitor whether the wheat had sprouted and devise ways to remove the faster-growing weeds. Once the wheat began to grow, they would need to find a way to fertilize it. In short, they had to do everything within their power, completing their tasks, and leave the rest to fate, waiting to see what the heavens would allow them to harvest. Another significant matter was that their winter clothing had gradually been completed. After much practice, Su Qingyu's stitching had finally become even. She even discovered some tips while cutting the fabric. Without needing Tang Yu's assistance, she could manage to sew a winter garment on her own. Su Qingzhou and Su Qingchen could not remain idle either. They had 2 pieces of monkey skin at home, a type of hide that differed from others, with coarse hair resembling barbs that pricked painfully. Thus, they had not used it for blankets. They set it aside. Su Qingzhou continued to weave straw sandals, which proved to be quite taxing. Drawing from the experience Tang Yu had shared while mending a pair of shoes for Gong Shuheng, Su Qingchen suggested, "We only need a shoe sole. We can add a layer of leather on top, use other materials for the sides, and then stitch it together with hemp thread. This way, it will be more convenient." They had countless tasks to attend to daily and could not expend all their energy on making shoes. Yet, the shoes were severely worn out, and their consumption was utterly outrageous. Just as Su Qingzhou was about to express that the idea was impractical and merely a convenience, he caught himself, having mentally filtered through the suggestion, realizing it might be feasible. Chapter 33. Likely to usurp the nest of the magpie. Su Qingchen's thoughts were quite simple. While the materials for making straw mats were abundant, they were genuinely not sturdy. As they ran up the mountain daily, it wouldn't take long for the soles to wear out. The quickest part to deteriorate in any pair of shoes was indeed the sole. Therefore, they needed to produce more soles. Other components, while not unimportant, paled in comparison to the soles in terms of urgency due to their differing rates of wear. Adding a layer of leather to the soles would not only reinforce them but also provide moisture and cold resistance. The upper part of the shoe could also be made of leather. If quality materials were lacking, inferior ones could suffice, and if necessary, they could indulge slightly by adding a layer of fabric inside to prevent chafing. After all, they wouldn't easily wear out, and if they did, replacing the sole would suffice. Although they were all growing, and their feet would inevitably increase in size, their ages varied. The older ones would outgrow their shoes, while the younger ones could continue to wear them, ensuring nothing went to waste. Moreover, he pondered whether soles could only be made from these materials. He had seen sturdy palm fibers in the mountains, which, while not particularly soft, bore a similarity to monkey fur and seemed far superior to the materials they were currently using. Su Qingzhou's thoughts were even more intricate and detailed than as someone who had spent the most time mingling with Su Qingliang in the city. He had encountered a plethora of people and thus possessed knowledge far greater than that of the younger ones. The city was filled with all sorts of individuals, rich, poor, and average. each adorned in various styles and materials. The straw sandals they fashioned were the most basic, inexpensive, and suited to their needs. Yet, even such shoes could be constructed from alternative materials, for instance, hemp or other fabrics. Furthermore, who decreed that they must wear only grass-made footwear for their entire lives? They had already moved beyond a life of begging and had become decent citizens. One day, they would surely don proper shoes and boots. As the cold weather had set in, they no longer rushed to the mountains at dawn like before. After rising, they tidied up, prepared meals, and busied themselves around the fire. Once the sun emerged and warmed the outdoors, they would venture back up the mountain. Upon Su Qingliang and the others' return, a layer of green had already blanketed the ground in front of their home. The house remained unchanged. Since their arrival, they had added a layer of thatch, now glowing golden in the setting sun. To the right, leading to the pond, 2 tall stacks of firewood had appeared, along with a considerable pile of thatch covering an unknown object. Gong Shuheng remarked, second brother said, we need to soak some manure and spread it over the wheat field so that the crops can grow robustly. That pile is for that purpose. It will be ready to use after some time. They all lacked experience in farming, relying solely on their assumptions and trial-and-error methods. However, this was of little concern now, for a seasoned farmer named Zhang Xian had arrived, bringing with him a wealth of knowledge and expertise. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, he could tell that the door, propped up by a stick, indicated that everyone was still away on the mountain. Gong Shuheng placed the basket down at the entrance. The golden-furred tiger, confined within the house, instinctively let out a couple of growls upon hearing the commotion outside, followed by a meow. Gong Shuheng stood at the door, momentarily taken aback, realizing how quickly time had passed. Old Fifth truly had a talent for transforming a perfectly healthy little tiger into a mere house cat. Its cries now distorted. Su Qingliang gestured towards a nearby house, saying, "This is our home. The family next door bears the surname Zhuang. Their lord has gone to serve in the military, leaving his family behind. They are likely also on the mountain at this hour." He then led them a short distance further, pointing to a charred structure that remained only as dirt walls, stating, "Both of these places are habitable, as no one resides here anymore. The inhabitants were killed by invading bandits, and we buried them." He then pointed to a nearby area that used to be someone's home as well, but unfortunately, the mountain ridge collapsed, burying the entire house beneath it. That we cannot fathom how many lives were lost, as not a single soul managed to escape. Thus, they chose their residences at the foot of the mountain, in slightly flatter areas behind their homes. Like you, we are also newcomers, though we arrived a bit earlier. Finding this refuge only after the rain had ceased, the Zhuang family shares our plight. Consequently, they were all enduring considerable hardship, relying solely on their own efforts. Therefore, he could only bring them to this place. The rest was entirely up to them. Having chosen to flee from the workshop and venture into the mountains in search of survival, they ought to have prepared themselves mentally, rather than harboring delusions of luck and hoping for divine favor. Zhang Xian was no fool. On the contrary, he was astute and quickly grasped the implications of Su Qingliang's words. Subsequently, he grasped his grandson's hand and together, they knelt before Su Qingliang, who was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The old man expresses his heartfelt gratitude to the benefactor for your immense kindness. The sincerity in his thanks was untainted by ulterior motives. Had it not been for these 2 siblings, the grandfather and grandson might have perished along the way. To reach this point was indeed a stroke of great fortune bestowed upon them by others. One may lack accomplishments, but one must not be oblivious to gratitude. Su Qingliang sighed, "Let us not dwell on this. I have not been able to assist you in any meaningful way. Choose a suitable dwelling from among these houses, one that provides shelter from the elements, and then find a way to survive. We are also striving to do the same." However, their numbers gave them strength, while this grandfather and grandson were rather vulnerable. It was uncertain whether they were registered with the authorities, nor did they possess any seeds, with each carrying only what the elder brother claimed to be their most precious belongings. Su Qingliang did not inquire further about their possessions nor delve into their past. From that point on, how they would continue living was for them to decide. Ultimately, Su Qingliang could not bring himself to withhold the old, worn utensils they had used upon their arrival, handing them over to the grandfather and grandson. The mountains differed greatly from the vast mines below. Despite the severe drought, the proximity of the mountain stream ensured that the pond contained some water, and the surrounding area still bore signs of vibrant greenery. This touch of new life ignited boundless hope within them. When those who had gone up the mountain returned and saw smoke curling from the rooftops, Su Qingyu was instantly filled with excitement. Lu'er must have returned. She eagerly grabbed a bundle of firewood and dashed down the mountain, only to be halted by Su Qingzhou's firm grip. Wait. His usually gentle tone had shifted dramatically, startling several bystanders. What's the matter? Lu'er had never been permitted to light a fire or cook. She was incapable of such tasks. Moreover, there appeared to be smoke rising from 2 different locations. Others had likely encroached upon their home. The thought of this left Su Qingzhou feeling suffocated, as if he could scarcely breathe. Yu Qingqian, with his mouth agape in shock, finally exclaimed, "Lu'er's bow. The one she made is still inside," in a fit of rage. Su Qingyu tossed the firewood to the ground, declaring, "I will go and check. You all stay put. I will go first. Hide yourselves, and if anything seems amiss, just you in, do not worry about me." With the eldest and Lu'er absent, how could they allow their home to be taken from them so easily? Chapter 34. The new neighbors. The one tending the fire was Su Qingliang. While their situation appeared to have improved, they were still far from recovery. This was what Gong Shuheng had conveyed. Thus, they must continue to brew their medicine. Now that Zhang Xian and his companion had returned, they needed not concern themselves with them any longer. Dividing the medicinal herbs between them and tending to their own needs, Gong Shuheng went to inspect the wheat in the field before heading to the pond to wash her hands. Upon completing her task and taking a few steps back, she spotted Su Qingyu suspiciously peering from behind a pile of firewood. Gong Shuheng approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Before she could utter a word, Su Qingyu let out a startled yelp and spun around with astonishing speed, throwing a punch toward her face. Gong Shuheng deftly sidestepped, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Su Qingyu paused, recognizing her. "Lu'er, is it really you? You have returned." Gong Shuheng nodded. The weight lifted from Su Qingyu's heart, though the remnants of her earlier fright lingered. She then dashed toward the back ridge, shouting, "Second brother, Lu'er is back. There is nothing wrong at home." Gong Shuheng glanced toward the back mountain, puzzled. What could be wrong at home? Soon, several individuals who had ascended the mountain rushed down in a flurry. Each bore firewood and carried various items. Zheng Huai, hearing the commotion, emerged to see the group returning from the mountain. Their family was indeed numerous and remarkable. 6 individuals in total. Aside from Su Qingliang, the others appeared quite young. Theo survive here, evading both natural disasters and human calamities. They must possess considerable skills. After all, they had all witnessed Gong Shuheng's abilities. Zhang Xian also emerged from the house, his voice weary and aged. Perhaps this is a divine revelation. Indeed, this is a path that can allow us to truly survive. The return of Gong Shuheng was noteworthy, but the real surprise awaited within the house. Eldest, big brother. No one had anticipated Su Qingliang's return. Though he appeared little more than skin and bones, his return was a blessing in itself. Tang Yu had just placed the firewood she had collected next to her own pile, and had not yet entered her home when she heard the jubilant cheers from the neighboring Su family. Her heart dropped, and she hurried next door. "Su Xiaoga, is it over? You have returned. Where is my husband?" As she spoke, her teeth chattered, and her heart raced, feeling as though she might suffocate at any moment. All those around her were gone, leaving only Zhuang Jing'an. "But he is still over there. I contracted the epidemic and was driven away, but I managed to escape along the way." He did not mention that Gong Shuheng had rescued him. Instinctively feeling it was best not to bring it up. As for Zhuang, he would likely need another half-month. Lu'er had sent him winter clothing, and he was doing relatively well. We will go back for him in due time. Tang Yu exhaled deeply, feeling her legs weaken as she nearly stumbled. Su Qingyu was quick to support her. "Sister Yu, I am fine. As long as he is well," she replied. Regardless, the return of Su Qingliang was a good omen. With someone older in the household, it felt as though they had gained a pillar of support, instilling a sense of security and reassurance. Su Qingliang kept his distance, wary of proximity. "I am not yet fully recovered. Keep your distance, lest you also fall ill, which would be quite troublesome." Although Lu'er is familiar with various herbs and can even fashion medicinal pills, which prove to be remarkably effective, more so than those concocted by established physicians, she understands that when it comes to illness, particularly infectious diseases, one must exercise utmost caution and strive to avoid them whenever possible. It matters not that they must keep their distance. After all, the person has returned, bringing joy to the little ones. Su Qingliang carried the steaming medicine to the edge of the courtyard, where Su Qingzhou and the others, despite their rumbling stomachs, were in no rush to prepare a meal. They sat in a row on the stone ledge beneath the eaves, reporting to their elder the fruits of their labors during their time at home. Tang Yu had not returned either. Today, he had only managed to gather a handful of wild beans and some wild vegetables from the mountain. Beans can be stored for future use or consumed on the spot, but wild vegetables cannot endure the passage of a night. Even now, as the mornings and evenings grow chilly, they will not last long. If they are not pickled, they must be consumed swiftly. They had been sharing meals and sleeping together during this time. The first to present their accomplishments was Su Qingyu. All the winter garments we wear were sewn by me and Sister Yu together. The clothes on Si Air and Wu Air were entirely made by me. Su Qingchen added. I devised a new method for crafting shoes with ergu, using palm fibers to weave more durable and comfortable soles. Ergu has also woven numerous items from rattan, greatly enhancing our household's inventory. Su Qingyuan, anxiously interjecting, declared, Me, I can do many things too. I am now the one cooking our meals at home, and I can identify many edible plants. I am striving to make them even tastier. Sitting on a stone with the hot medicine cradled in his hands, Su Qingliang felt a warmth in his heart. This, he mused, must be what he had always yearned for, the feeling of home. They spoke of the recent changes in their household, yet none mentioned the dangers they had encountered. Regardless, the atmosphere was lively. Once the little ones had finished their animated chatter, Su Qingliang finally spoke. We have new neighbors now, an elderly man and a young lad, both surnamed Zhang. The old man is named Zhang Xian and is nearing his 60th year. The young gentleman, Zheng Huai, is just 14, a tad older than Aired. He gestured in their direction. They have chosen to reside in that house over there for the time being, Su Qingzhou inquired. Will there be more people here in the future? If that is the case, we will need to gather firewood and cultivate the land around the house. It must not be left uncultivated, for only then does it count as our own. Otherwise, amidst the wilderness, how can we maintain clarity when the population increases? That is hard to say. We shall take it one step at a time. This place is quite remote, and few have survived this calamity. Most have chosen to remain near the state capital, where the government has cleared vast tracts of land, instilling hope in them. Yet, only those who have survived in the deep mountains during this disaster know that whether faced with floods or droughts, the remote forests provide a layer of protection that is lacking outside. He recalled that, when they had initially taken in Zhuang Jing and his wife, he had mentioned that it would not become a precedent. Yet, plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen changes. Midway through, they had also brought in the Zhang family, grandfather and grandson. After reporting to Su Qingliang, Tang Yu returned briefly, and the little ones gathered to examine the items brought back by Gong Shuheng. The bamboo basket was filled to the brim, heavy to the point that Su Qingzhou, a lad in his adolescence, struggled to lift it so much. She remarked, only grains were procured, nothing else could be bought. For the money was spent. She was referring to the proceeds from selling medicinal herbs and the funds given by Su Qingzhou when they departed. Initially, she had intended to explore further, but upon descending the mountain, she abandoned such thoughts. Their immediate priority was to fill their stomachs, and no one knew what the future held. If the rains did not come soon, the sprouting seeds would perish under the relentless sun, prolonging the disaster until autumn. Not to mention the lives that would be lost. Even the price of grain would become exorbitant. She raised the topic of grain prices and inquired if there were still funds available, suggesting, if possible, we should dig a cellar, one that is discreet. No one must know but us in matters of survival. Self-interest prevails. When prosperous, one assists the world. When impoverished, one must look to oneself to do what you can with the means you possess. Being overly generous when in want will only bring harm upon oneself. Su Qingliang was not surprised by her words. He nodded. Thus, we must devise ways to procure more grain. We must also expedite the excavation of the cellar, ensuring it remains concealed. No one, aside from ourselves, must be privy to this. Su Qingyu asked. What about Sister Yu? Should she not be informed? Su Qingliang cast a penetrating glance at her. Su Qingyu understood and dared not utter another word. Following this, Su Qingliang pondered the situation. Currently, grain prices in the city were significantly higher than before. Furthermore, with the influx of relief efforts, the merchants selling grain dared not raise prices too overtly. However, the relief workers could not remain indefinitely in Xingzhou. If the rains do not arrive soon, the officials in Tiandu may struggle to control grain prices. Thus, this matter requires careful consideration. Under Su Qingliang's guidance, Su Qingyu made a trip to deliver some fresh wild vegetables to the Zheng family. Their harvest from the mountain that day had been decent. Aside from their evening meal, they had enough surplus to last into the next day. As newcomers, they were within their means to extend a gesture of goodwill. Su Qingyuan, as she had claimed, had mastered some culinary techniques. She diligently worked on perfecting her timing, striving to make the limited ingredients as palatable as possible. In the past, they would feast heartily when they had meat. Now, however, the meat was preserved with a modest amount of salt and hung to dry, and each day's meal would incorporate a small portion, finely chopped and added to the pot, within a large cauldron. In addition to the boiled wild vegetables, there were beans or yams, or radishes combined with minced meat, a touch of garlic and, on occasion, a sprinkle of spicy herbs or other seasonings would enhance the flavor. The aroma finally resembled that of a proper meal. Just after they had finished eating, Zheng Xian and his grandson Zheng Huai approached to express their gratitude, and they formally introduced themselves as they were still recovering. They did not draw too close, agreeing to venture into the mountains together once they had regained their strength. The grandfather and grandson returned to their abode, carrying the hay gifted by Su Qingzhou. The items in their new home had already been thoroughly scavenged by Su Qingliang. Thus, this bundle of dry wood and hay served merely as a temporary measure, preventing them from succumbing to the cold and exacerbating their ailments. As for Su Qingliang, upon returning, he noticed that the meal was not yet ready, but the little ones had forgotten in their eagerness to gather around him. By the time they realized, the necessary interactions had already taken place. Gong Shuheng reassured them there are no significant issues. With that, the group felt entirely at ease. As night descended, the youngest, Su Qingchen, quickly fell asleep, emitting soft snores. Su Qingliang, weakened and somewhat drowsy, found it difficult to drift off as his mind was occupied with thoughts. Su Qingzhou too was restless, contemplating the grain situation. Should we not use the remaining money to purchase more grain? Su Qingliang felt a conflict within. He was uncertain how long the drought would persist. Furthermore, he could not enter the city. Aside from Gong Shuheng, he did not trust anyone else. The journey was perilous. Even considering whether they could safely return with the grain was a gamble, as the area beyond the city was currently unsafe. Yet, Lu Er had made 2 trips and returned unscathed. Su Qingliang sighed. I was taken away due to the epidemic, and I cannot be seen around here until the labor is concluded. You cannot go either. Despite being older than them, you are not Lu Er, and many situations may overwhelm you. Su Qingzhou grasped his meaning. You wish for me not to request her to go again. Indeed. Su Qingliang sighed deeply. She is not like us. She possesses abilities, perhaps even many unique qualities we are unaware of. Yet, she is also the youngest. Continuously placing the most challenging burdens upon her makes me feel as though I am committing a crime. Though they were all quite young, apart from Su Qingyuan, the others were older than Gong Shuheng. This was a burden that Su Qingli carried in his heart, after narrowly escaping death and awakening. He felt an intense yearning deep within him. He hoped to become stronger, more formidable, so that he could care for others rather than being a burden himself. Su Qingzhou was at a loss as to what to do. He understood that for their current situation, having sufficient food was paramount to ensure their security. Furthermore, having food meant they could sustain themselves. In truth, the two of them were overthinking. The following day, it was unnecessary for them to speak. Gong Shuheng proactively suggested another descent down the mountain. She had not exhausted the funds in her possession, having 2 ingots of silver remaining, half of which remained untouched. She wished to make another trip. As for how to transform the food they brought back into something edible, that was a matter for her family to handle, and she would not concern herself with it. Tang Yu hesitated for a long while. I will accompany you. In half a month, my husband will return, and we must prepare food. Whether her eagerness stemmed from a personal desire to see Zhuang Jing'an remained unknown to anyone. However, it was evidently inappropriate for a beautiful young woman to visit the riverbanks. If she were to enter the city, a little grooming would suffice, Yu Qingzhou remarked. Since my elder brother is back, I shall accompany you this time. At least I can share the burden, given the distance we must travel. With just a few coins, we should exchange them for food. Should prices rise unexpectedly, our efforts may prove insufficient. The two of them had deliberated the previous night, deciding to bring back whatever they could on this descent. Money is a valuable asset, but it must serve its purpose. Only when spent wisely does it hold true worth. Otherwise, it remains a mere lifeless object. They understood the need to be discreet, aware of the scrutiny of those around them. Yet they endeavored to maintain a semblance of caution in their words. One must always remain vigilant, a lesson they needed to remember. Chapter 36. Like an observer, Su Qingli had returned, and the reasoning of the other two was not without merit. Gong Shuheng nodded in agreement. They set out early, aiming to cover as much ground as possible during daylight and to avoid spending the night outdoors. Once the three of them departed, the household did not remain idle. Su Qingli directed Su Qingyu. One fetched water while the other cleaned, clearing away the stone mortar that had gathered dust. It had not been used for so long. A thick layer of moss and decaying leaves emitted an unpleasant odor. Together, they moved the cumbersome mortar and washed it repeatedly until it was clean. Given the current weather, drying it was not an issue. After washing, Su Qingyu prepared to ascend the mountain to reunite with Su Qingchen and the others. Time was of the essence. Wasting today could lead to hunger tomorrow. That feeling was unbearable, and no one wished to endure it, so diligence was their only option. Zhang Xian and his grandson Zheng Huai were also not idle at home. Though they had not fully recovered, they were significantly better. They dared not approach others too closely, yet ventured into nearby woods to gather firewood, hoping to stumble upon something edible. Regardless, remaining at home was not an option. What difference was there between that and waiting for death? The descent of Gong Shuheng and her companions was destined to be fraught with difficulties. To ensure a prudent approach, Gong Shuheng remained vigilant along the way, gathering various herbs as she went. Su Qingzhou assumed she was solely focused on exchanging money in the city and followed suit. Who would have thought these would be needed so soon? While searching for a place to rest for the night, Gong Shuheng crushed stones to make a paste, applying it to Tang Yu's face. The once slightly pallid complexion was now marred with dirt. Even her teeth appeared blackened, giving the impression of a gaping mouth from afar. Transforming a beauty into a frightful visage is a simple task, yet it is far more challenging to reverse the process. While ugliness may carry its share of disadvantages, it does afford a certain degree of safety. Su Qingzhou watched in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the hidden talents of his sister. Her abilities and thoughts seemed wholly incongruous with her age. Although Gong Shuheng had never left the Four-Symbol Mountain, there was a forbidden area behind the Two Instruments Palace known as Dust Lake, where she could glimpse the myriad of people and events beyond the mountain. This was perhaps heaven's compensation for her permanent residence on Four-Symbol Mountain. Thus, though she was stepping fully into the mortal realm for the first time, she was acutely aware of the malice that pervades human hearts. While on Four-Symbol Mountain, detached from the mundane, she felt like an observer, indifferent to all she saw. Only when one steps into the world, experiencing it firsthand, can they truly grasp the bittersweet essence of human existence. As they neared Xingzhou Prefecture, two plump nightjars suddenly emerged from a pile of rocks, alighting on the bamboo basket on Gong Shuheng's back, chattering excitedly. Nightjars, while not particularly extraordinary creatures, were known for their timidity. Thus, it was a first for both Tang Yu and Su Qingzhou to encounter such boldness. Gong Shuheng's expression revealed nothing unusual. Yet, at the moment the nightjars landed, Su Qingzhou perceptibly sensed a fleeting shift in her emotions. "We may not be able to enter the city to purchase food," she remarked. "What do you mean?" Tang Yu questioned, bewildered. They had journeyed from the mountain, traversing great distances for several days, and were now on the brink of arrival. How could it be that they might not be able to enter and buy food? Gong Shuheng replied, "Zhuang Jingyan is in trouble." Upon saying this, she followed the two nightjars, who seemed to know the way, and hurried forward. These were the two little creatures she had kept after delivering winter clothes last time. She had seen Zhuang Jingyan, and his grim aura suggested impending misfortune. Though she had cautioned him, luck was an unpredictable entity, and one could never be certain. Zhuang Jingyan had assured her he would remember. Yet fatigue often erased such intentions. In a moment of carelessness, a stone rolled off the embankment and struck his leg. The injury was severe, flesh and blood mingling grotesquely. Could he expect the river overseers to take him for medical attention? That was a mere fantasy. The authorities sought those who could labor, the useful. The useless were disregarded. To them, the useless were better off dead, as they only wasted food. Thus, Zhuang Jingyan, with his broken leg, received no aid and was discarded like refuse. In this wilderness, considering other dangers aside, with such a grievous injury and no food or water, his survival was a matter of hours. Upon hearing of Zhuang Jingyan's plight, Tang Yu's mind exploded with confusion. She had no energy left to ponder how Gong Shuheng had come by this knowledge. Observing her rush in that direction, she hastily followed. This calamity had not forged other strengths, but had undoubtedly enhanced her endurance and resilience. When Gong Shuheng had last visited, Zhuang Jing'an had just received word. In half a month, he would return. Everything else was manageable. His only worry was for Tang Yu and the safety of Su Qingli. After enduring for so long, half a month felt like a glimmer of hope. Who would have imagined that just as he was nearing the end of his trial, he would suffer a leg injury? No matter how he pleaded, it availed him nothing. He was dragged out and discarded. The person who discarded him had said, "You should be grateful we threw you out, if you are fortunate, and your family has other relatives. Perhaps you can survive to reunite. Remaining there, you could not work. Your fate would be sealed." This statement ignited a flicker of hope in Zhuang Jing'an amidst his despair. Enduring excruciating pain, he leaned on his other leg, inching toward Baofeng Mountain. However, the journey from here, even for one with 2 healthy legs, would take several days. How could he manage with just one? He had no means to move, spending most of his time crawling painfully across the stony wasteland. His situation was more dire than when they had foraged in the mountains like savages during the flood, for at least then he was intact. Now, pain mingled with the exhaustion threatening to consume him. The sensation of hunger and cold even overshadowed the agony in his leg. He had no sense of how long he had crawled, only that he was utterly spent, each movement forward an immense struggle. When he eventually closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness, he could not say he had wandered in the wilderness for what felt like an eternity, oblivious to the wolves nearby seeking food. Gong Shuheng ran with utmost speed, for this was a matter of life and death in such a place. Even a healthy person would not dare linger, let alone someone with a broken leg. She feared that if she delayed even a moment, there would be nothing left of him. Having once known him, and having spent so much time with Tang Yu, she felt compelled to act. Even if she could not rescue him as the Su siblings had done. Chapter 37. The goddess statue Zhuang Jing'an, in a daze, felt something warm and wet licking his face. Instinctively, fear gripped him, and he attempted to open his eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut. Then he thought he heard Tang Yu's voice. "Zhuang Jing'an, my lord." He felt as though he were on the brink of death. It is said that when one dies, visions appear, revealing the faces of those most cherished. Yet, he witnessed no such visions, only disembodied voices that seemed so unreal. Tang Yu, assured that he was still clinging to life, had no choice but to momentarily abandon him. They were now confronted with a formidable threat. Accompanied by 2 children, she faced 2 ravenous wolves lurking nearby. Summoning her courage, she grasped a stick that had been discarded. But before she could act, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The small Gong Shuheng lunged forward with remarkable agility, the dagger in her hand piercing directly through the wolf's neck. Another wolf charged at her from behind. "Be careful!" Tang Yu dared not hesitate any longer. She raised her stick and rushed forward, but Su Qingzhou was even quicker, bringing his wooden club crashing down upon the wolf's head. The wolves were a significant menace. Fearsome creatures indeed. Yet, having taken human lives to survive, what fear did they have of these fur-clad beasts? Once the stick was raised and struck down, the blows continued. The creature, having thick skin and tough flesh, was momentarily dazed, but as it turned to retaliate, Tang Yu's stick struck it soundly on the head once more. The 2 fought with all their might, alternating their strikes. The brave fear not. Gong Shuheng regained her composure and delivered another blow to its abdomen. The dagger pierced through its fur, sinking into its belly. Often, she reflected on how fortunate Su Qingliang and the others truly were. Many lives had been lost in the recent flood, yet he had managed to survive with a group of children scarcely old enough to walk. In an age where ironworking techniques were still nascent, even the weapons wielded by the warriors of Tindu were predominantly bronze. Yet, he miraculously possessed a dagger as sharp as fine steel. Without such a weapon as their reliance, they might have perished countless times over. Once both wolves lay lifeless, the 3 of them finally exhaled in relief. Gong Shuheng knelt down, grasping a handful of yellow earth to rub the blood from her hands and dagger before stowing it away. Then she approached Zhuang Jing'an to assess his condition briefly. "This is no place to linger. We must hasten to the city and find a doctor to treat him." His leg had been broken. She lacked the ability to mend shattered bones and required various medicinal herbs, which she did not possess. Furthermore, They were too far from Baofeng Mountain, while the city was relatively nearer, regardless of how one weighed the options. Entering the city seemed the more prudent course. Then let us proceed into the city. Gong Shuheng cast a wistful glance at the two deceased beasts. Although wolf meat was unpalatable, it was still sustenance. And their pelts would go to waste. Regrettably, Zhuang Jing'an's leg took precedence. They were still a considerable distance from the city gate, in a place devoid of villages or inns, making even the search for a stick a challenge. It was already quite difficult for the three of them to transport him. They could not afford to contemplate anything further. This time, the city felt markedly different from before. The sun had risen for some time. Yet all the shops lining the main street remained shuttered, including the Huichun Hall. The eerily quiet street seemed almost surreal. 2 nightjars fluttered down from the eaves, chattering away. Gong Shuheng raised her eyelids. Let us wait here for a moment. The eastern city altar dedicated to the goddess. She recalled that Emperor Jiang Shaoyang had ordered the construction of altars across the 9 provinces in gratitude for the blessings of the Grand Priest of the Four Symbols Mountain. Intending to honor her statue, Xingshou had once possessed one, but it had been destroyed in the recent calamity. At such a time, when resources and manpower were limited, how could they divert their efforts to build such a monument instead of focusing entirely on aiding the disaster-stricken? Increasingly, she found it incomprehensible. Zhuang Jing'an lay unconscious at the entrance of the Huichun Hall, while Tang Yu sat on the ground, supporting his upper body on her legs. Perhaps it was the dryness of the air or the prolonged wait. But even Gong Shuheng felt a tinge of restlessness. How strange! It was already quite late, yet no one had opened their doors. This was Su Qingzhou's first visit. He gazed at the tightly shut doors of the shops, as if they had just been constructed and no one had yet moved in. Otherwise, the uniform closure seemed utterly absurd. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps approached from the east side of the street. Someone was coming. A vehicle was approaching. The sound of hooves echoed. The once quiet street suddenly buzzed with activity that a rather unremarkable mule cart halted at the entrance of the Huichun Hall, and Gong Shuheng recognized the driver as the arrogant young apothecary from before. Once the cart came to a stop, Dr. Chuanbai dismounted. Upon seeing the person lying at the entrance, he paused. Injured? It's you? Clearly, he recognized Gong Shuheng. She succinctly explained, my neighbor. His leg was crushed by a rock. Another apothecary accompanying him opened the door, and Chuanbai glanced at the unconscious Zhuang Jing'an, calling out to the young apothecary. Together with Su Qingzhou, they worked in unison to carry Zhuang Jing'an inside, placing him on a wooden plank at the back of the clinic. His injury was severe. The bone had been fractured directly, and due to the delay in receiving timely medical attention, the leg had suffered significantly. With the bones now misaligned, I can only do my best to set the bone and provide medicinal support. How much he recovers depends on his fate, he stated. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Kneeling before Chuanbai, Doctor, I implore you to save him. He is still young. If his leg is ruined, our family does not know how we will manage. In this world, even the most whole and healthy struggle to survive, let alone one who is disabled. Chuanbai sighed, offering her a slight support. I am a doctor. It is my duty to alleviate the suffering of patients, but ultimately, I am merely an ordinary person with a modicum of skill. There was no need for the family of the patient to plead. He would naturally exert himself to the best of his ability in treatment. Chuanbai conducted a thorough examination of Zhuang Jing'an once more before writing out a prescription for the apothecary. If my master were here, he could directly shatter the bone and reattach it. Unfortunately, I do not possess my master's abilities. I can only do my utmost. Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Then may I ask where I might find your master? My master is rather elusive. I cannot say for certain. He replied that it is indeed unfortunate. At that time, he was still present, but once the goddess's statue was completed, he vanished without a trace. Chuanbai speculated that he might have returned to the Four Symbols Mountain, as there had been troubling news from that direction. Chapter 38. Mortal lives are as insects. Whoever cares? The 2 prescriptions, one for cleansing the wound, the other for pain relief, were prepared. The process of setting the bone would not be bearable for an ordinary person without assistance from medication. They would need to stay here for a few days, as his leg would not be able to bear weight for at least half a year. Where do you reside? How will you manage to return? Tang Yu had not yet contemplated these matters. Her current concern was how much silver would be required for 3 days, plus the subsequent medications. Her finances were exceedingly tight. she feared that even with all her efforts, it would not suffice to treat Zhuang Jing'an's leg. Chuanbai observed their patched clothing and sighed softly. I only charge for the medicine, a total of 146 coins. There were countless individuals in need of healing. A single Huichun Hall could not save them all. Tang Yu exhaled with relief, prepared to kneel again in gratitude, but Chuanbai sidestepped her. After the medicine was prepared, Chuanbai used silver needles to stimulate acupoints, rousing Zhuang Jing'an briefly to administer the medicine before he slipped back into unconsciousness. The effects of the medicine were remarkable. Zhuang Jing'an remained oblivious as the bones were realigned. Correcting misaligned bones is an exasperating task. Without medication, the pain would be unbearable for an ordinary person. This type of medicine could only be concocted at Huichun Hall. Nowhere else could replicate such effects. Gong Shuheng stood against the wall like an invisible observer, quietly watching Chuanbai's meticulous work. It must be said that despite his youth, this disciple of Taihe displayed a careful and steady demeanor, reflecting a degree of genuine skill in the medical arts. Since Zhuang Jing'an could not be moved for the time being, they would have to remain in the city for a few days, unable to return home quickly. Finding a place to stay was out of the question. As they wished to avoid any additional expenses, Gong Shuheng was indifferent to this. In any case, she would not be sleeping properly at night and wouldn't even feel cold, managing to make do in any corner. Su Qingzhou felt the same. I can manage to squat anywhere for the night. Though the temperature had dropped, they had donned winter clothing, and their shoes were well lined, ensuring they would not feel too cold even at night. If the two children could endure, what could Tang Yu not overcome? This is her beloved, and naturally, she must remain here to care for him. As soon as the apothecary opened its doors, it became bustling with activity. Chuanbai and the apprentice were stretched thin, unable to attend solely to this one patient. Though the person lay still, seemingly lifeless, the three of them were already ravenous and in need of sustenance. Tang Yu entrusted Su Qingzhou and Gong Shuheng to keep watch over the patient while she ventured into the street to procure some food. With the patient still unconscious, their so-called care was merely a formality, quite straightforward. After Tang Yu departed, Gong Shuheng moved closer and grasped Zhuang Jing'an's hand, closing her eyes for a long moment before letting go. Su Qingzhou stood by, opening his mouth as if to inquire but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Observing Gong Shuheng retreating to a corner of the room to sit against the wall, he too settled down beside her, cross-legged on the ground. How much food shall we purchase this time? Gong Shuheng turned to appraise him. How much silver do you have? This was a question easily answered. During her first descent from the mountain, he had given her a piece of broken silver. At home, they were unaware that she possessed money, yet they still sent someone to accompany her down the mountain to buy provisions, which implied she must have brought some funds. Su Qingzhou had nothing to conceal from her. They were now family, siblings bound by shared fate. He retrieved a substantial ingot of silver from his pocket, saying, "This is from the flood, gathered during our last trip down after the waters receded. The smaller pieces have gradually been spent, leaving only this largest one. I also have a little bit of change left. Please keep this safe and take it back to our elder brother. In the city, do not flaunt wealth, as it may attract unwanted attention." Gong Shuheng had already gained some experience in this regard, having been followed after their last trip outside the city. Su Qingzhou understood her implication. "Last time you brought back 5 dough of grain. This time, purchase 4 dough and claim that this is all we can afford." One must always remain wary of others. After years of begging, they had seen the treachery of humanity. Living together had its advantages and disadvantages. But nothing in life was ever perfect. Gong Shuheng nodded. "Upon our return, I shall continue to procure medicinal herbs to sell in the city, bringing them back bit by bit while avoiding crowds as much as possible." Even the ethereal Gong Shuheng had accumulated some experience in navigating the human world. Tang Yu returned swiftly, clutching several flatbreads. They could not afford anything more at present, and this was already sufficient. As for water, they carried a gourd with them, along with a bamboo tube. Hot water was abundant at the medical clinic. With hot water and shelter from the elements, they would manage just fine. Tang Yu handed a flatbread to each of them, but Su Qingzhou declined. "Sister Yu, you should eat a bit yourself and save some to soak in hot water for Zhuang Langjun when he awakens. Luer and I will take a stroll. If we get hungry, we'll find a way to manage." The less money they had, the less they could afford to take advantage of others. Gong Shuheng and Su Qingzhou stepped out onto the bustling street. The atmosphere outside had grown lively, far more so than earlier. Passers-by were discussing the altar erected in the eastern part of the city. The statue had been completed today, and the townsfolk could collect a stick of incense for free, making wishes to the high priestess for her blessings. Upon hearing the word free, Su Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and he tugged at Gong Shuheng. Come on, let's go. I still haven't seen what my high priestess looks like. Gong Shuheng sighed. All right, let us take a look. She thought it strange to erect a statue and hold ceremonies for someone who had already passed. When she was alive, the high priestess was unable to grant every wish, let alone now that she was gone. The altar was not far from the eastern city gate, towering even higher than the gate itself, majestic in its grandeur. The colossal statue of the goddess loomed above, surveying the masses below at that moment. A considerable crowd surrounded the altar, with enormous bronze incense burners placed at each corner, the fragrant smoke curling upwards. Gong Shuheng did not approach, preferring to observe from a distance. It seemed somewhat peculiar for her to pay homage to herself. The townsfolk knelt in devotion, each engaged in prayer, beseeching the divine for rain to save them. Amidst their fervent pleas, discordant whispers could be heard. According to rumors, the previous flood was caused by a conflict between the deities and the dragon of the great marsh. In their eyes, mortals were akin to ants, their lives and deaths insignificant to the divine. Such prayers seemed almost laughable. The construction of such an altar, along with the crafting of a statue of this magnitude, must have consumed vast resources, financial, material, and human. With such wealth, they could have procured ample grain and medicinal herbs, repaired numerous homes, and provided for countless displaced individuals. Thus, not only the high priestess but even the court and the emperor seemed to regard their lives with indifference. Chapter 39. Everything relies on oneself. Gong Shuheng sighed. The timing of this altar's reconstruction was hardly fortuitous. Had the emperor lost his senses? Was he truly so out of touch? In her heart, she silently chanted, Su Qingheng, Su Qingheng. She had now become Su Qingheng. There was a well-known saying, one should not meddle in affairs beyond their station. Her only concern now was for her family's sustenance, unable to worry about anything else. Su Qingzhou ran towards her from the crowd. Lure! This was his first visit to the state capital, and being still young, he was somewhat exhilarated. Typically composed, his demeanor was subdued by the authority of Su Qingliang, their elder brother, who kept him in check. However, now in the company of his sister, he felt a sense of freedom. Why don't you make a wish? Gong Shuheng pondered for a moment. My wish has already been fulfilled. Finally, she asked Su Qingzhou, have you made your wish? I have, Su Qingzhou quietly confided. I hope the divine will bless our family with safety, enough to eat and wear, free from calamity and illness. Gong Shuheng glanced at him. Feeling a bit shy, Su Qingzhou rubbed the back of his head. Is my wish too much? It's fine. Whether it's too much or not is inconsequential. In life, many matters must be addressed through one's own efforts. Even if there are deities, even if she truly watches over us from the heavens, with so many people and affairs in this world, how could she manage it all? Su Qingzhou reflected on this as well. In this world, nothing endures without effort. The common folk have their struggles, and the deities have their own burdens. After witnessing the spectacle, the two returned to the city, purchased flatbreads, and requested hot water, which they carried in hand while nibbling as they walked. They did not return directly to the clinic, as they were unsure what to do there. The bitter scent of the medicine lingered, clouding their thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered to the western side of the city. Compared to the southern and eastern districts, the west was still quite chaotic, featuring a livestock market, also known as the mule and horse market, primarily for trading animals. Although it had yet to be developed, the area was already dotted with scattered sellers offering livestock for sale. Most of these individuals had come from afar, some with their own tamed animals, while others were brokers specializing in such trades. The people of Xingzhou were nearly destitute. There was hardly any surplus livestock for sale. Following the flood, a severe drought ensued, transforming the once temperate region into a harsh landscape. If the people were struggling, it was even more dire for the animals. Whether mules or horses, or even the larger elephants, they all appeared lethargic, lying down instead of standing, occasionally emitting sounds to confirm their existence. Su Qingzhou had never encountered such a scene during his time wandering in the county town. Stumbling upon this spectacle expanded his horizons. As they strolled, Gong Shuheng abruptly halted, and Su Qingzhou followed her gaze to two vendors selling mules and donkeys. One particular donkey, seemingly weak and on the verge of death, lay sprawled on the ground. The vendors, employing both coaxing and force, were unable to rouse it. This was undoubtedly a losing transaction. At this moment, the merchants were devoid of any frustration, only fear, as they suspected the donkey might be suffering from a disease transmissible to humans. It was incessantly dripping from its nose, weeping, and even drooling. One vendor implored his companion, "Please keep an eye on it. I must find a way to get it out of the city. It cannot die here, or it will affect our future sales." Given the donkey's current state, seasoned in animal training, they could tell it was beyond saving, its symptoms too similar to those afflicted by disease. They needed to dispose of it quickly, lest it cause them trouble. While it appeared to be a non-issue, the question remained: how could they transport it? Their cart was unsuitable for such a burden. Just as his companion voiced this concern, the donkey, after numerous attempts, surprisingly managed to rise unsteadily to its feet. All living things possess a spirit. Perhaps it sensed it was on the verge of abandonment. It is evident that the creature is struggling. Unwilling to succumb to death, it emits a low, mournful braying sound, almost akin to a lament. Yet, even if it manages to rise, its fate remains unchanged. Its owner sighs in despair, gently pats it, and leads it towards the city gate. The donkey clearly resists, aware that being let alone signifies its fate, but it lacks the strength to struggle, its four hooves stumbling clumsily behind. Gong Shuheng contemplates for a moment before following suit. Su Qingzhou calls softly, "Lure. Let us see what is happening." He assumes her curiosity stems from the sickly donkey, which appears gravely ill and on the brink of death. The man intends to dispose of it. Amidst the rampant epidemic, no one possesses the audacity to consume livestock that has succumbed to illness. This is the only recourse available. Gong Shuheng responds with an as she trails behind the man at a measured distance. Until they exit the city, Su Qingzhou understands her intentions and steps forward to call out, "Sir, wait." After several attempts, the young broker finally reacts, glancing at the two children carrying a bamboo basket as they approach. "Sir, are you selling this donkey?" The broker hesitates, observing their patched clothing. "This donkey is unsellable. It is about to die." Su Qingzhou replies, "I am aware. Thus are you planning to discard it? Might you sell it to us at a lower price? The epidemic is severe, and this donkey is gravely ill. It is unfit for consumption." The broker ponders, suspecting the two emaciated children seek to procure meat. Gong Shuheng nods, "We do not wish to eat it. We simply find it pitiable and wish to purchase it for release." The broker retorts, "Is there a difference between discarding it and releasing it? Whatever the case, it is still a burden. After carrying it this far, I do not have the heart to send this creature on its way myself. He has other goods to sell, yet he cannot entrust them to others, and leaving it here feels like abandonment." After a long gaze at the two, he loosens the rope, reaches out to stroke the donkey's head, and turns to walk back into the city. Just as Su Qingzhou is about to approach, Gong Shuheng stops him. "Return to the medical shop. I fear, sister, you may struggle alone. I will take this donkey into the mountains to find it some fodder. We shall meet at the south gate in 3 days. But you alone? The mountains can be perilous. Even in broad daylight, wolves roam the wilderness, let alone the woods." Moreover, he senses she intends to spend the night in the mountains. Gong Shuheng glances at him, and Su Qingzhou, filled with concern, swallows his words and instead expresses, "Be cautious." Chapter 40. The donkey must rely on itself. One person departs, while another returns. Zhuang Jing'an remains in a deep slumber, and Tang Yu, who is keeping watch, appears lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. The sound of footsteps stirs her awake, and she turns to see Su Qingzhou entering, inquiring, "Where is Lure?" She has other matters to attend to. She mentioned that when we are ready to leave in 3 days, she will return to the Huachuntang to join us. She has come to the city alone twice now. Tang Yu refrains from further questioning. The swiftness with which Lure dealt with the wolves is something even an average adult would find challenging. The Su family's children have managed to escape the clutches of disaster and survive until now, which is no mere coincidence. As evening falls, the medicinal effects wane, and pain gradually resurfaces, intensifying. Zhuang Jing'an finally awakens, roused by discomfort. After Tang Yu calls his name twice, he struggles to open his eyes, staring in bewilderment at the figure before him. Cloaked in darkness and tentatively calls, "Yuer?" The voice aligns, yet the person does not. Zhuang Jing'an feels as though he is still ensnared in a dream, haunted by phantoms. It is I. Despite being outside, the medical shop has closed its doors. Regardless of whether it is an apprentice or a doctor, they have all retreated to the back courtyard for rest. Tang Yu remains cautious, unwilling to utter a word that should not be spoken. Su Qingzhou inquires, "How does Zhuang Langjun feel now?" "In pain. I am beset by hunger and cold," Su Qingzhou sighs. "I shall fetch some hot water from the pharmacy to prepare something for him to eat. Then I will seek out a doctor to see if they can come to examine him." Tang Yu expresses her gratitude, and Zhuang Jing'an musters enough strength to thank him as well. While Su Qingzhou hastily exits the room. Were it not for the Su siblings and lure, you would be left with nothing but bones now. "How did you find me?" Tang Yu is taken aback. She had not pondered this question. How did they find him? They had followed lure recklessly, running forward without direction until they stumbled upon him. At that moment, they had merely intended to enter the city to procure grain. When lure suddenly declared that her lord was in trouble now, having narrowly escaped with their lives, Zhuang Jing'an's question leaves her at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu finally speaks. "Perhaps it is simply that you are not fated to perish. We were seeking grain in the city when we encountered you this time. Gong Shuheng has already ventured into the woods. The donkey's condition is indeed dire. Even if she finds grass, its swollen mouth renders it unable to eat. She delves deeper into the mountains, gradually discovering a few medicinal herbs, but the forest is sparse, and finding water proves elusive. She can only crush the wilted herbs and smear them near the donkey's mouth. If you wish to live, you must strive for yourself, find a way to swallow the medicinal juice. Though it is bitter, once you have wept, the pain shall dissipate. If you do not exert yourself, no one can save you." The donkey twitches its ears, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, seemingly perplexed by its understanding of a human's intentions. Its head may be large, but its intellect is lacking. Nevertheless, it suffices to know that someone is attempting to rescue it. It makes an effort to open its mouth, allowing the bitter taste to enter, laboriously licking the herbal juice from its lips. Observing its actions, Gong Shuheng gently pats its head. She grinds the remaining herbs and applies them to its head and back. The pungent scent provokes a frantic response from the hidden ailments within its fur. The donkey feels discomfort yet also a sense of relief. It lies down, occasionally emitting soft braying sounds to indicate its continued existence. After managing to administer the medicine, Gong Shuheng no longer attends to it. She conserves her water in the gourd to last until tomorrow, and with some flatbreads in her basket, she decides not to venture deeper into the mountains, opting to spend the night in the shallow woods. This donkey appears to be less than a year old, still quite youthful. Upon encountering it, Gong Shuheng felt an inexplicable bond, for she is impoverished, and its illness renders it worthless. Yet she must possess a means to carry Zhuang Jing'an back to Baofeng Mountain. Their meeting was timely, a serendipitous twist of fate. 3 days pass swiftly. Su Qingzhou has not felt at ease during his time in the city. Although he has roamed about, a sense of instability lingers within him. He has considered seeking out Gong Shuheng, yet he possesses no knowledge of where to find her. He can only wait for her to seek him out. As for grain, they have yet to procure any. Zhuang Jing'an's legs are immobile. Transporting him back poses a considerable challenge, let alone the matter of grain. Over the past few days, Su Qingzhou has become familiar with the pharmacy's apprentices at Huichentang, learning much from them that he has fashioned a wooden raft using dried sticks and braided grass rope. The sticks are lightweight, yet he has yet to find the 2 sturdiest pieces for support. When the time comes, they will place Zhuang Jing'an atop it and gradually carry him back. As for grain, prices remain controlled and are unlikely to rise significantly in the short term. They must first return Zhuang Jing'an before making another trip. Gong Shuheng appears punctually at Huichuan's entrance. Compared to 3 days prior, her hair is now a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest, with bits of grass clinging to it. She leads a donkey that can now walk normally beside her. The basket on her back is filled to the brim with medicinal herbs, containing only 2 varieties, honey grass and mountain blue. When Chuanbai sees the unprocessed herbs she has brought, he is somewhat astonished. "Did you gather all of this during your time in the mountains?" The young girl displays remarkable courage. Even adults would hesitate to venture into the mountains alone, especially in these tumultuous times when wild beasts grow increasingly bold. Gong Shuheng replies, "My family is in need of money. Anything I can trade is worthwhile. Having tasted the delectable flatbreads, I find wild vegetables utterly unsatisfactory." Upon seeing Zhuang Jing'an out of the door, Chuanbai notices the donkey outside. Is it yours? Gong Shuheng affirms, "I found a wild donkey. The donkey brays in protest, as if to assert that it is not wild, but has a home. Agreements must not be rendered void. This donkey is so emaciated. Can it truly carry him? Gong Shuheng confidently asserts, it can. Let us take a moment to rest. This donkey resembles the eldest in their household. Its illness is nearly resolved, yet its body remains frail and in need of careful nurturing. However, such nurturing cannot be accomplished in merely a day or two. Work still must be done, for the sake of survival. One cannot afford idleness, so how can a beast of burden be allowed to rest? Chapter 41. A difficult journey. Several individuals, working in unison, managed to hoist Zhuang Jing'an onto the donkey with considerable effort. His calves were wrapped tightly like bamboo poles, rendering him completely immobile. Thankfully, as it was only his lower legs affected, sitting was still feasible. In addition to his person, there were several large bundles of medicine. He could not afford to be without it for even a month. Chuanbai advised, since we have a donkey, the return journey will be much more manageable. After a fortnight or so, depending on the situation, return to the medical hall, and I shall examine you again to determine if a change in medication is necessary. Tang Yu and Zhuang Jing'an expressed their gratitude once more. Chuanbai waved his hand dismissively and turned back toward the medical hall. Have we procured grain? Gong Shuheng inquired. No, not yet. Tang Yu replied, I was so preoccupied with ensuring my husband's return that I hesitated to purchase it early, fearing I might not be able to carry it back. Then let us go now, she urged, for their primary purpose in this journey was indeed to obtain provisions. The three of them led the donkey, burdened with Zhuang Jing'an, to pause at the entrance of the grain store. Gong Shuheng and Tang Yu entered the shop. Tang Yu purchased 2 dough of wheat and 1 dough of beans. She could not carry much more, for the journey ahead was still long, and she feared she might not make it back. Gong Shuheng acquired 4 dough, 2 dough each of rice and millet. They divided the load with Su Qingzhou, each carrying a portion. Even though Gong Shuheng initially stuffed her basket with additional items, it was still manageable for her. It is worth mentioning that during their last journey, she had borne back 5 dough of grain. I could have carried a bit more, but alas, I have run out of money. Su Qingzhou sighed. Gong Shuheng replied, let us gather more medicinal herbs upon our return, and next time we come for supplies, we can purchase a bit more. Every little bit counts, as long as we can endure until the warm season next year. When the grain we sowed will be ready to harvest, we shall not need to spend money on provisions. Gong Shuheng felt they need not wait until then. After the harsh winter, the forest would be abundant with food, and they would no longer have to rely solely on purchased grain. The key factor lies in the rain. Regardless of whether it is hot or cold, without favorable weather, obtaining sustenance becomes exceedingly difficult. The siblings chattered quietly, their voices soft, yet Zhuang Jing'an, perched upon the donkey, and Tang Yu, walking alongside with a basket, could hear them clearly. The donkey, just recovering from a serious illness, was indeed weak, and bearing the weight of Zhuang Jing'an was a considerable burden. Gong Shuheng, fearing for the donkey's health, urged them to take frequent breaks, moving even slower than the previous journey with Su Qingliang and Zhang Xianju. The route was particularly arduous. The newly dug well outside the city had run dry, and even after a night of accumulation, no water could be drawn. The number of deceased along the riverbank increased, and the exodus from the workshops grew. The outskirts of the city were chaotic, with soldiers occasionally pursuing the displaced. Su Qingzhou and his group encountered such soldiers twice in a single day. Were it not for Gong Shuheng's presence, their journey would have been fraught with trouble. Thus, even before they reached the mountains, Gong Shuheng found herself utterly exhausted, her energy completely depleted. Su Qingzhou was the first to notice her distress. Luer, your face. Gong Shuheng instinctively touched her face. Although she could not see it clearly, she could see her hands. They appeared as though a myriad of blood vessels had ruptured, covered in a web of crimson lines, a sight most alarming. Throughout the journey, she had been enduring, telling herself that once they reached Baofeng Mountain, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, her weary body could hardly sustain her. Su Qingzhou had already sensed her decline. She was walking slower, speaking less, and her presence was almost imperceptible during a rest stop. She sat down and immediately closed her eyes, as if falling into a deep slumber. Typically vigilant, she required several calls to rouse her at each departure. They all paused. Even the donkey instinctively turned to gaze at Gong Shuheng. I am feeling unwell. You all should go ahead. I need to find a place to rest for a while, she stated. They were on the brink of entering the mountains, where their destination lay close at hand. Su Qingzhou could not possibly abandon her there. He turned to Zhuang Jing'an. Sister Yu and Zhuang Langjun should go ahead. Once you arrive, please inform my elder brother of my situation. We shall seek a resting spot nearby. Su Qingliang had completely recovered. Having tidied up the stone mill, he seized the opportunity of the sun to dry the grain thoroughly before grinding it. Previously inexperienced in such tasks, he was fortunate to have the knowledgeable Xing Xian by his side. The better the grain was dried, the easier it would be to mill, and the more finely it was ground, the greater the yield of flour. If only they had a sifter, they could separate the coarse from the fine. Regrind the coarse and mold the fine into balls, using a copper plate or a stone slab, more practical for their needs. Using fire to heat the stone until it was scorching, they pressed the dough into thin cakes, cooking them until golden brown on both sides, resembling the flatbreads sold in the city. Lacking a sifter at present, they made do by grinding the grain as finely as possible, knowing that whether they boiled wild vegetables or stewed meat, a bit of flour would be beneficial. With grain on hand, they could stave off hunger and improve their health. He pushed the stone mill in circles, while Jin Sihu, the golden-striped tiger, trailed behind, trotting like a little shadow. Playfulness is an inherent trait of all young creatures. The golden-striped tiger, having gradually accepted its role as a pet, was no exception. The cubs sharing a meal with Su Qingliang had begun to venture from their nest, frolicking in the courtyard under the sun. When thirsty, they would scamper to the creek for water, but only within a limited distance. Should they stray too far, they would mewl pitifully, producing sounds reminiscent of a raccoon despite belonging to the tiger species. Lacking even the courage of a raccoon, Yu Qingliang paid little mind, for when he returned, the creature had already been mewing. The younger members of the Su family unanimously declared it a raccoon they had found. Thus it was accepted as such. It appeared robust, though they had no knowledge of whether it had recently been born or not. They simply felt it must be at least half a year old. As noon arrived and the sun shone brightly, they all made their way up the mountain, returning in the afternoon to tend to their respective tasks. The division of labor had become quite clear. Gathering firewood was now the responsibility of Su Qingyu, who would chop it into manageable pieces. Cooking was left to Su Qingliang, as Yu Qingchen had developed a fascination with crafting, inspired by Gong Shuheng's bow. Occasionally returning with bamboo or gathering pliable vines while chopping wood, he was now adept at weaving simple baskets, producing increasingly refined creations. After grinding the grain and storing it, Su Qingliang turned his attention to the neglected land behind their home. With only them to tend to it, and the weather being unpredictable, it was essential to restore the land quickly to prevent further desolation. Regardless, spring would eventually follow winter, and they would need to resume planting. They could not allow the land to lie fallow completely, for it would only complicate matters when the time came to cultivate it again. Zhang Xian and his grandson shared similar thoughts. Although they lacked wheat seeds, they had brought along radish and bottle gourd seeds when they fled from the workshop. Regardless of their efficacy, the land beside the house needed to be cleared for planting, providing a temporary solution to their immediate needs. Chapter 42. What opinion could the donkey have? Tang Yu and her husband returned during the bustling midday, when everyone was busy. The first to spot them was Zhang Xian, who was tilling the land by the door. He paused, staring at Zhuang Jing'an atop the donkey, and called out from a distance, Yun Yangzi has returned. Why are there only two returning? The one on the donkey must be the elusive Zhuang Langjun. He thought to himself. Where are the Su siblings? Tang Yu responded, introducing Zhuang Jing'an. This is the Zhang Xian I spoke of. Zhuang Jing'an remained on the donkey, his condition not the best, and he bowed slightly toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Laober. Zhang Xian hurriedly tossed aside the weeds in his hands and returned the bow. Tang Yu said, Do not fret, elder. My husband has injured his leg and cannot move, so it is only fitting he remains seated. Oh, no need for apologies. Since he is injured, it would be best for him to return home and rest, Zhang Xian replied, then seemed to remember something. Raising his foot to follow, Do you require my assistance? Indeed, assistance is required. It is fortuitous that I can lend a hand to help Zhuang Jing'an dismount from the donkey. After Zhuang Jing'an departs, Tang Yu primarily shares her meals and rest with Su Qingyu and the others, though she also finds time to tidy up the household. Even though she is no longer a young lady of a wealthy family, the essence of her character remains unchanged. The courtyard is now strewn with fallen leaves. Despite having been meticulously cleaned previously, a considerable amount of firewood has been gradually stored by the side of the entrance. In a clay pot that was prepared earlier, she has preserved some pickled vegetables she made. The entrance is adorned with a curtain of grass strung together with hemp rope. Zhuang Jingyan's other leg still possesses some strength, and with a bit of support from Zheng Xian, he manages to enter the house. After ensuring his comfort, Tang Yu accompanies Zheng Xian outside, where Zheng Xian inquires, where are Su's younger brother and his sister? After all, the two were saved by Gong Shuheng, and naturally, he is concerned, not having seen them. It is only proper to ask. I was just about to seek out Su Xiaolang to discuss this matter. She replies. Luer felt unwell midway, and Su Qingzhou stayed behind to watch over her. He asked me to inform the family that they are resting and will return later. As they converse, Su Qingliang arrives, thus rendering the need to repeat the original message unnecessary. Su Qingliang further questions. What is wrong with Luer? Perhaps she is overly fatigued. Her spirit appears quite diminished, and her face and hands have been chapped severely by the mountain winds, even bleeding. He then hands over the donkey. This is the wild donkey Luer encountered outside the city. It is quite obedient, and without it, my lord would have been at a loss on how to return. Gong Shuheng is remarkably resilient. She consumes slightly more than others, yet possesses greater strength. Though small in stature, her capabilities rival those of adults, sometimes even surpassing them. Su Qingliang is acutely aware of this. Those who are unwell are unable to walk, which speaks volumes. Thus, he finds himself devoid of the inclination to inquire about Zhuang Jingyan's well-being. Merely asking Tang Yu for a rough location and requesting that she relay the information to the younger family members upon her return. He then ventures inside briefly, armed with a knife obtained from the bandits by Su Qingzhou and leading the donkey away. The poor donkey, having traversed arduous terrain, has barely had a moment to catch its breath before embarking on the descent again. As Tang Yu observes the setting sun, she takes a few steps, intending to call out to Su Qingliang, but hesitates and refrains from doing so. Gong Shuheng, pulled forward by Su Qingzhou, reaches the foot of the mountain only to falter. She tosses the empty gourd to Su Qingzhou. Go nearby and see if there's any water. If not, gather firewood. More is better, but don't venture too far. They are compelled to spend the night here. How long it will take for her to regain consciousness remains uncertain. Having a fire is essential for some semblance of safety. After issuing her instructions, she lowers the basket and hands the dagger to Su Qingzhou, subsequently collapsing among the rubble and curling into a ball. The pain is excruciating. The sensation of her body threatening to split apart is overwhelming. Without her prompting, Su Qingzhou dares not stray far. Although it is the broad light of day, her current state is dire. At the foot of the mountain, isolated and desolate, one can never be assured against unforeseen dangers. Su Qingzhou scours the nearby forested area for water, but only discovers a patch of damp sand and stones. This, however, brings him a measure of joy. He breaks off a tree branch and begins to dig. And after a short while, he uncovers water. The muddy liquid fills him with delight. He diligently enlarges the pit to allow the water to seep out gradually. While waiting, he searches for firewood and edible wild greens. In such a place, the options for sustenance are scant, as it is the transitional season between spring and summer. Gong Shuheng remains still as a statue, her face marred by fine lines like a spider's web. Expanding at an imperceptible pace, she strains every effort to mend her frail body, yet the toll of recent mental exhaustion renders her already fragile form even more deteriorated. Her once tranquil spirit now roars like a frenzied dragon from a great marsh. Clamoring to break free, the torment of this tearing sensation is unbearable, only slightly alleviated when the moon rises at night. Su Qingzhou, vigilantly tending the campfire, dares not sleep, fearing he might doze off and extinguish the flames or be surprised by some lurking creature from the mountains. Su Qingliang sets out from the house in the evening, leading the donkey, and darkness falls swiftly. Yet he feels no regret and has no intention of turning back. Were Gong Shuheng in good health, he would be untroubled, able to wait until tomorrow for their return. However, with her current condition, if it were not severe, she would never have allowed Tang Yu to leave. One with a troubled body and another. Su Qingzhou, not much better, spending the night in the wilderness makes it impossible for him to feel at ease. He is acutely aware of the late hour, the dangers of the mountains at night, and recalls needing to retrieve a weapon for protection, yet forgets to take a flint. After nightfall, he cannot even light a torch. Truly, it is rare to be so muddled in this instance. Nevertheless, having come this far in a daze, there is no turning back. He can only press on through the darkness, descending the mountain. Fortunately, he is somewhat familiar with the path, and given the recent clear weather, by the time the waning moon rises, the light will illuminate the way. Thus, as night falls, he seeks a sheltered spot to rest, patting the donkey, planning to huddle together there for a brief respite until the moon rises before continuing their descent. What objections could the donkey possibly have? It, too, is weary and thirsty. While water is not to be found, it can still nibble on the surrounding vegetation, consuming whatever is edible, which is far preferable to perishing from hunger after narrowly escaping death. Chapter 43. Finding food becomes increasingly difficult. Su Qingzhou is roused from his slumber by the cold. A shiver jolts him awake, and he opens his eyes with a start. The fire has long since burned out, leaving only a few embers. Breathing heavily, as if awakening from a nightmare, he glances at Gong Shuheng, who sits cross-legged, her posture unchanged. He hastily rises to add more wood to the fire. Once the flames rekindle, the moonlight becomes increasingly bright, and Su Qingzhou feels warmth return to his body as he inches closer to Gong Shuheng. After a moment's hesitation, he reaches out tentatively to check for her breath. His heart drops. There is none. Unsatisfied with this grim discovery, he tries again, and just as he extends his hand, Gong Shuheng's voice breaks the stillness. "Bring me the water." Startled, Su Qingzhou responds with an "oh" and quickly hands her the gourd filled with water. She receives it and drinks deeply, likely due to her intense thirst. The cold water, sweet and refreshing, brings her a momentary relief, akin to the parched earth beneath her receiving nourishing rain. After quenching her thirst, she falls silent again. Yet Su Qingzhou feels a great sense of reassurance. As dawn approaches, he succumbs to sleep once more. When he awakens, it is to Su Qingliang's voice, calling him as daylight breaks. Gong Shuheng is cradled in Su Qingliang's arms, draped over the donkey like a withered stalk of grass, limp and lifeless. To an unknowing observer, it might seem she is already dead and cold. "Elder brother, are you awake? If you are, we must hurry back. We might just make it in time for breakfast." He carries Gong Shuheng's bamboo basket and leads the donkey, bearing her along the path they came. Su Qingzhou follows closely behind. The dawn is cool, with the sun yet to reveal itself, and a refreshing chill fills the mountain air, making it particularly uncomfortable. However, Gong Shuheng, resting on the donkey's back, finds it quite pleasant. If only there were a bit of dew. Alas, such thoughts are futile at this moment. "Elder brother, have you noticed that the sky seems rather dark today? It's been sunny every day. We haven't seen rain or even overcast skies in quite some time." Who knows how fervently they hope for clouds to appear overhead. Though no clouds are visible now, a mist has settled among the mountains, casting a gray hue. Could it be that rain is on the way? A flicker of hope ignites in Su Qingzhou's heart. Su Qingliang glances upward. "Let us hope so. It is indeed time for rain." Oh, how elusive the rain seems after such a prolonged drought. By the time they returned to the mountain at noon, the sun had burst through the clouds, radiating its brilliant light, illuminating the entire world anew. The sky, once again, was a vibrant blue, as if the gray, overcast morning had been but a fleeting dream. Today, Su Qingyu and the others had not ventured far, for they had heard from Tangyu that Gong Shuheng was unwell, prompting Su Qingliang to descend the mountain to fetch her. Their hearts were heavy with uncertainty, as they felt an unsettling anxiety that rendered them listless in their tasks. They had meandered through the mountains in the morning, inspecting their traps one by one, and each had returned with a small bundle of firewood. At this moment, aside from a few scattered edible plants near the mountain stream, there was nothing left to be found. Everything had withered under the relentless sun. Even the leaves had quietly turned a desolate yellow, beginning to fall in clusters. The quest for sustenance was becoming increasingly arduous. Su Qingyuan spotted a squirrel darting through the woods, tirelessly gathering acorns and chestnuts, transporting them back to its hidden den. She called out to Su Qingyu and Su Qingchen, "Look, the squirrel is hoarding those treasures. Could they possibly be edible? Such small morsels should be manageable for us. Don't you think? I've seen the mountain chickens pecking at them as well. If they can eat them without issue, perhaps we should try too. Let us indeed give it a shot." They agreed, planning to gather some and figure out how to prepare them, intending to consult their elder brother and lure upon their return. Their knowledge was vast, and if they deemed it safe, then it surely was. If it were indeed edible, it would be a blessing, even if the quality had suffered due to the weather. A little was better than none at all, yet uncertainty loomed, making it impractical to waste the entire day on this single pursuit. After their meal, the group frequently glanced down the mountain, anxious for the return of their companions. They decided to return to the back of the house to continue their work. When Su Qingliang returned, he spotted several small figures near the back beam. Su Qingyu, lost in thought, was unproductive in her tasks. When the eldest brother was absent, the second brother had been there to guide her. She could simply follow orders without concern. Now, with both of them away, she felt the weight of responsibility as the eldest sibling, leading her younger siblings, and anxiety gnawed at her. Though she appeared to be working, her gaze kept straying towards the path down the mountain. So, when someone finally appeared on the road, she was the first to notice their back, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she instinctively called out for her elder brother. The three of them turned and dashed towards home. Before Su Qingliang could reach them, they had already returned. Elder brother, second brother, lure. The sight of Gong Shuheng, limp against the back of the donkey, stole away her thrill, replaced instead with a wave of apprehension. Lure! Su Qingyu called out again. Gong Shuheng slid off the donkey, exhaling a sigh of relief. I'm all right, much better now. I'll fetch some food for you. Su Qingyun declared. It was indeed time for a meal. Especially for Su Qingliang, who had not eaten since breakfast the previous morning. He had hurried away in concern for Gong Shuheng and Su Qingzhou, scarcely pausing to drink water. Now, his mouth felt parched and his limbs weak. He had relied solely on sheer determination to return. Curious about the newly arrived donkey, Su Qingyu ignored the golden-striped tiger pawing at her feet and reached out tentatively to pat the animal. The donkey, still youthful and spirited, nudged her in response, braying softly, startling even the normally bold Su Qingyu. Su Qingchen, nearby, chuckled heartily at her surprise. Su Qingzhou sighed. You should take it to the creek and give it some water. He then noticed Gong Shuheng sitting listlessly by the yard and turned to check on Su Qingyuan, who was preparing the meal. Not only did they need to cook, but they also required hot water to drink. Throughout their journey, they had only consumed cold water, and he suspected that Luer's discomfort stemmed from drinking too much untreated water. Gong Shuheng sat upon a stone at the edge of the courtyard. She raised her hand to examine it closely. The once terrifying red threads had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Surely, her face must also be healing. It resembled a doll hastily stitched together from scraps of cloth, frayed and coming apart at the seams, but that was of little concern. For now, she would remain in the mountains to recuperate for a while. On that day, she gazed at the azure sky, noting several wisps of cloud drifting by, hinting at impending rain. With the moon still visible on recent nights, she intended to bask in its glow, cherishing the beauty of the moonlit hours. Tomorrow, perhaps she would venture to the bamboo grove, where she hoped to find greater comfort. Su Qingyu took the donkey to drink, then tied it by the manure pile, planning to build it a shelter. They were already composting, and having the donkey there was ideal. The shelter needed to serve not only as a resting place but also to protect from the elements. Elder brother, come quickly and lend a hand. She knew she could not accomplish this alone. They needed to construct a pen, as the weather was growing colder, and the donkey could become ill if left outside. Su Qingliang replied, Let me eat first, then I'll go chop some wood to build a shelter. Where shall we place it? I can start digging. Su Qingliang surveyed the area and chose a spot near the latrine, as it would not obstruct movement and was quite suitable. Additionally, the shelter could also shield the nests of the two kittens. A win-win situation. Su Qingyu, though not skilled in many tasks, possessed great strength. Once the location was decided, she set to work with vigor. Su Qingchen hurried over to assist, unable to resist the allure of the meal Su Qingyuan was preparing. However, they had already eaten earlier, and it was not yet time for a second meal. Su Qingyuan called out to Su Qingliang, who soon joined her. Meanwhile, the golden-striped tiger, small and hungry, hovered around Su Qingzhou's feet, begging for scraps. Despite her youth, Su Qingyuan was remarkably sensible. Aware that Su Qingliang hadn't eaten the previous evening and that Gong Shuheng was unwell, she had prepared a generous amount of food, ensuring it was wholesome. Their best provisions were the meat saved up and the ground grains, which they seldom indulged in. They typically filled their meals with wild vegetables, adding only a pinch of meat for flavor. However, this meal would be particularly bountiful. With a sigh, Su Qingliang ladled a large bowl of food for Gong Shuheng, then added water to the pot, instructing Su Qingzhou to wash the remaining wild vegetables and toss them into the cauldron, resulting in a hearty stew. He then called out, Everyone, come back for dinner. He understood that none of them had ever truly eaten their fill. Even with a bit of meat mixed in, their previous meals had lacked sufficient nourishment. What was one extra bowl of rice for each of them? Su Qingyu paused, glancing at Su Qingyuan. Did you cook for us too? Su Qingyuan, puzzled, replied, no, they each have 2 bowls, that should suffice. She had gained experience in cooking, knowing precisely how much could be served from the pot. Su Qingzhou called out again. Elder brother added more ingredients. Come eat a little more. There was no reason for the younger ones to stand by and watch while the others feasted. Especially since the meal clearly contained more than usual. If their family were affluent, it would be a different matter, but they were all too familiar with hunger. With food available, the prospect of a meal was their greatest desire. Su Qingheng's meal was brought to her by Su Qingliang. She noticed her bowl was particularly large, which was a blessing, as a smaller bowl would require multiple scoops, a tedious affair. Unaware that her food was different from the others, she simply relished the taste of the rice porridge enriched with grains and meat. After finishing her meal, she stood and walked towards the house. Su Qingliang inquired, would you like to lie down for a bit? Gong Shuheng nodded. She entered the room, closed the door, and quietly slipped out the back, heading straight for the back mountain. A brief rest there, on the large stone by the water pool, would be far more rejuvenating than lying in the house. After the meal, Su Qingyu peered into the house, wondering what could be wrong with Luer. Su Qingliang paused for a moment. Perhaps she is simply exhausted. Su Qingzhou sighed. First, she brought you and old man Xing back, and then she rescued the gentleman from the village. She has scarcely had a moment to rest. Though young, she handled matters with a steadiness that would put many adults to shame. Su Qingliang had yet to inquire about the condition of Zhuang Jing'an. But now seemed an opportune moment. Weren't we supposed to go to the city to buy grain? We encountered him along the way. Su Qingzhou's words are 8 parts true and 2 parts false. In front of Su Qingliang, he has always been a considerate and meticulous younger brother and helper, never known to lie. However, when it comes to matters concerning Zhuang Jing'an, he cannot help but gloss over them. His words laced with a degree of embellishment. This is because he himself finds the situation rather absurd, believing that the fewer people who know about the incredible aspects of Gong Shuheng, the better. While working, he suffered a misfortune when a stone crushed his leg, leaving him discarded in the wilderness to fend for himself. That he crawled his way back, only to encounter 2 ravenous wolves. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet Luer, and the 3 of us managed to slay the wolves, delivering him to a medical clinic in the city. There, the doctor reset his bone and kept him under observation for 3 days before allowing him to return home. Life in the city is bearable, but outside the walls, peace is a distant memory. The drought has persisted for too long. The makeshift wells have run dry, and the wheat crops, whether sprouted or not, have perished. Many can no longer endure the hardship and are seeking various means of escape. The soldiers are constantly apprehending people, and we encountered several groups after leaving the city, scrutinizing us relentlessly. Each encounter was menacing, yet they seemed to ease their aggression without cause. Su Qingzhou instinctively felt that this had a significant connection to Gong Shuheng, as he keenly observed that each time she appeared noticeably more fatigued. Su Qingliang nodded. Then let her rest well. We should focus on our tasks and not disturb her. The group unanimously agreed. The most crucial task for the afternoon was to create a shelter for the donkey from the wind and rain. This labor could be handled by Su Qingliang, Su Qingzhou, and Su Qingyu. Meanwhile, Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan ventured nearby to forage for food for the jumping cats. Yes, now there's an additional donkey, which means another mouth to feed. Has the donkey been given a name yet? Su Qingyuan is the kind of person who even names the jumping cats, reflecting on the golden-striped tiger, Wu Yun, and Baiduo that she keeps at home. Su Qingzhou spoke up. Jiangbai, Luer said it's called Jiangbai. Jiangbai, the donkey, Wu Yun, the gray rabbit, Baiduo, the white rabbit, and the golden-striped tiger. Chapter 45, A Blessing in Disguise. Thus, Jiangbai, Wu Yun, and Baiduo found themselves sharing a roof. The golden-striped tiger wished to join the festivities, but Jiangbai clearly disdained its presence, kicking up its hooves whenever it appeared. Before night fell, Gong Shuheng timely emerged from the house, finally exhibiting a semblance of vitality. Although she still seemed reluctant to speak, her demeanor appeared no different from before. Su Qingliang took Su Qingzhou to the next room to check on Zhuang Jing'an. Zhuang Jing'an had returned, and Tang Yu had moved back in. Despite the house being barren, having a man present brought a sense of security. Zhuang Jing'an's leg required careful tending. He could not move at all, even needing a stool to assist himself when nature called. Thus, until his full recovery, He was rendered utterly incapacitated, Su Qingzhou remarked. If one thinks about it, this can also be seen as a blessing in disguise. I've heard that fighting has resumed in the north, and the east is also unstable. At least half of the soldiers sent here for disaster relief will have to withdraw. The fields we planted are now covered in dust, and those conscripted for labor have either perished or fled. By remaining in this mountainous forest, we have a chance at survival, which is far better than what those others face. If Zhuang Jing'an had not been cast out due to misfortune, he would not have found relief for another half-month or month. He would either have died from forced labor or been beaten to death by the overseers. Either way, it wouldn't have ended well. Su Qingliang sighed. Is the court truly willing to abandon Xingzhou? Zhuang Jing'an shook his head. In times of natural disaster, human calamities inevitably arise. Many occurrences are beyond human control, Su Qingzhou interjected. But don't we have the high priest of the Four Symbols Mountain watching over us? The high priest, I heard someone mention, has passed away. Zhuang Jing'an's words left Su Qingzhou in a state of shock, unable to process. She is a deity. How could a god die? Su Qingliang had also heard during his service that she had fought against the divine dragon of the Great Marsh and lost, leading to her demise. Moreover, the prolonged drought was said to be due to the high priest angering the dragon, which refused to bring rain as punishment for the people of Tianke. He was unaware of disasters occurring elsewhere. These were merely tales he had heard while out in the world. Su Qingzhou recalled having recently burned incense and made wishes beneath the statue, instinctively refuting. Impossible. The altar to the east of the state city has just been rebuilt. I have seen the goddess statue, towering several zhang high, divine and solemn, making one hesitant to gaze upon it. The incense offerings are abundant, with the people flocking to worship and seek divine protection. How could she have died? And how could it be her fault that the drought has come? Zhuang Jing'an regarded him intently before slowly speaking. Is it possible that the statue represents a newly appointed high priest? A new high priest. Are not high priests divine? Can they simply be replaced like an emperor? Is the new high priest still a deity? Can they still offer protection to the people of Tianke as before? Su Qingzhou's questions went unanswered, even by Su Qingliang, who was equally at a loss. Despite having endured hardship for over a decade, living as a beggar and never knowing fullness or warmth, he had never witnessed or heard of such severe natural disasters. First came the floods, followed by drought, not to mention the turmoil in the north and east, seemingly transforming Xingzhou into a desolate wasteland and erasing the era of peace. If the Four Symbols Mountain truly has a new high priest, can this be considered protection? Is this truly a blessing for the people? Su Qingliang sighed. These matters are far removed from us. Those who need to heal should heal, and those who need to chop firewood should chop firewood. Regardless of how difficult this juncture may be, we must strive to endure. The affairs of the powerful have no bearing on us. We are but ordinary people seeking a shelter from the wind and rain, striving for sustenance. Even this requires all our strength. Otherwise, we risk losing our lives. There is no energy left to concern ourselves with anything else. The two brothers spoke with Zhuang Jing'an for a while, and soon the outside world faded from view. They rose to return in the dark, and before entering the house, they heard the sounds of chatter within. After their visit to the bamboo forest that afternoon, and with the arrival of the waning crescent moon, Gong Shuheng had surprisingly not settled early in her usual spot beside the courtyard, but was instead in the kitchen with Su Qingyu and others, gathered around the fire. Can this really be eaten? Came Su Qingyu's voice. Yes, we just had some, and it's not a problem, she replied. This variety has a sweet flavor, while this one is a bit less palatable. But still fine. Su Qingyuan had brought some chestnuts and wood nuts collected from the mountain to show Gong Shuheng. I noticed that both the Xuanyu and the Tianlai owl were handling these. They must be stockpiling for winter. If they can eat these little things, surely we hefty beings can too, right? Regardless of taste, they should be safe to eat, and we won't die from it. Logically speaking, we all have flesh and blood, and we each only have one life. Without hesitation, Gong Shuheng grabbed a handful and tossed it into the fire. As they roasted and burst open, she picked out a few that looked entirely different and tasted each one. It felt akin to testing for poison, causing Su Qingyuan to tremble with anxiety and regret. Lu Air, only slightly older, could hardly know much about it. What if it were poisonous and harmed her? For Gong Shuheng, ordinary toxins would not bring her demise. Her only potential fate was to suffer from her body mending too slowly while her spirit recovered too swiftly, leading to her own explosion. It can be eaten, she reiterated. But there can't be many of these in the forest, right? After all, it's already the beginning of winter. This year has been unusual, with months of rain. The crops have failed, and the vegetation in the mountains hasn't flowered or borne fruit in the usual sequence. Those that do bear fruit are exceptionally fortunate. There aren't many. The vast majority in that extensive forest are. But none can be seen on the trees now, and not many have dropped to the ground. We spent half the morning searching, and we only found half a basket's worth, they replied. But we have discovered more edible items. Collecting them little by little, even if the quantity is small, the variety is beneficial. Su Qingyuan exclaimed with optimism as Yu Qingliang stood at the door, inquiring, "What is beneficial?" Su Qingyuan perked up. "I'm talking about the food items. We found 2 more edible varieties on the mountain." She then lifted the basket to show Su Qingliang. Once the brothers settled down, they passed the roasted chestnuts and wood nuts that had burst open to them. Lu Er mentioned that wood nuts taste better. From tomorrow onward, we'll gather these whenever we see them on the mountain. Chapter 46. Turning Clouds and Shifting Rain. Much like a game, yes, that sounds good. After all, we've added 2 more edible options. No matter the amount, it's a good thing. Yu Qingliang felt a sense of relief watching his younger siblings, who, despite the hardships, were understanding and diligent. Elder Zhang mentioned he could craft spinning wheels and looms. So we need to select suitable wood when we head up the mountain soon and let it dry for a while. Su Qingyu was astonished. Elder Zhang is also a craftsman? Having lived more than half a lifetime, I have seen much, heard much, and learned much. If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek counsel. For instance, regarding farming or certain tasks at hand, inquiries are welcome. Furthermore, you may consult with Zhuang Langjun and his wife, both of whom are well-educated and worldly wise. They possess a wealth of knowledge. Su Qingchen remarked, however, one cannot always rely on others for answers. One must have something to exchange. They are a family, and thus may share everything, yet outsiders remain just that, outsiders. What they possess is not easily given to outsiders, and what others know is not readily imparted to them. Su Qingchen, though young, harbors many thoughts. Su Qingliang responded. Thus, learning from others must be approached with caution. When faced with challenges, one should endeavor to resolve them independently. Only when absolutely necessary should one seek guidance, and before doing so, carefully consider what one can offer in return. It is crucial to understand one's own aspirations and the difficulties that must be surmounted, rather than floundering aimlessly. They have no recourse but to press forward, braving the thorns with eyes closed. What shall we do about the grain? Su Qingzhou's vigilance never wavered. Or rather, among them, only the youngest, Su Qingyuan, remains somewhat innocent. The others are ever watchful and wary of anyone outside their circle. The idea of digging a cellar is, for this generation, rather impractical. Yu Qingliang broke their original plan, stating, while the drought is severe at present, this region typically enjoys abundant rainfall throughout the year. It is often too damp. Initially, he had considered the proposal put forth by Gong Shuheng to be feasible, but after further contemplation, he found it somewhat flawed. Yu Qingchen expressed his unease. Yet I still believe it would be prudent to excavate one. Regardless of the dampness, at least we could conceal some items, providing a measure of reassurance. If we approach it from that perspective, it might indeed be viable. Otherwise, we could venture out from the back door to the bend in the mountain. The nearby underbrush offers concealment, and being elevated may allow for a drier environment. None have experience in such matters, relying solely on conjecture and trial and error. There are numerous considerations to address: how large an opening to create, what precautions to take, how to ensure sturdiness and ventilation, and how to prevent cave-ins during excavation. In truth, Su Qingliang had little certainty regarding these matters. Moreover, such undertakings are difficult to inquire about with others. To harbor suspicion before even beginning the task, the excavation of the cellar must commence immediately, and other chores cannot be neglected. They have accumulated a fair amount of firewood, which is not an immediate concern. Yet no one can predict whether it will suffice for the coming winter. Thus, gathering must continue. The collection of palm fibers from the mountain must also persist, as they are invaluable and highly versatile. Furthermore, they now have 2 surviving kittens and a donkey to care for. Though it appears there are many hands at home, there is scarcely a moment to spare. In the latter half of the night, the moon emerged only to be completely obscured by clouds. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes to the pitch-black sky, then slowly closed them again. As dawn approached, the sound of rustling winds could be heard. The rain still did not descend. In this world, whether great or small, the more one desires, the more elusive it becomes. Yet, in the absence of sunlight, those yearning for rain feel a heightened sense of urgency. Particularly the recently arrived Zhang Xian and his grandson. Radishes have already been sown. Recently, they have been occupied with gathering firewood and in Zhang Xian's view. While the weather is capricious, there is a saying, prolonged sunshine must eventually yield to prolonged rain. At any moment, weather cannot be confined to a singular state. Once the rain falls, it may lead to extended periods of sunshine thereafter. Moreover, when the weather changes and the seasons shift, the chill will intensify immediately. Although winters are seldom harsh in their generation, this year is particularly unusual. Preparation is essential. Without thick winter clothing or fur for warmth, they must rely solely on firewood. A substantial supply of hay must also be stored. In addition, they need to prepare food for the winter. Whether it be dry firewood or hay, the mountains presently hold ample supplies, but what is truly lacking is food. Nevertheless, solutions often outnumber difficulties. Yuyang, situated near the Great Marsh, is surrounded by water on three sides. The populace primarily sustains themselves through weaving and fishing. Zhang Xian contemplated whether to return to Yuyang, given its proximity to the Great Marsh, certainly, even if the waters were to run dry. Such a place would always retain some water. Yet, after much deliberation, he chose to venture into the mountains. A catastrophic flood had instilled a genuine fear within him, not solely of the flood, but also of their reliance on the Great Marsh. He had witnessed the towering waves stirred up by the impending storm and had been among the fortunate few to survive. At his age, having endured so much, he no longer approached matters with the recklessness of youth. What is home, if not the roots one returns to, with a destroyed home, where lies the foundation? In these times, safeguarding one's life takes precedence. Life by the water differs from life in the mountains. Those by the water weave nets and navigate boats, while those in the mountains set traps and snares. When the weather is abnormal, not only do human hearts grow anxious, but the creatures of the mountains feel the same. Humans require sustenance, and so do they. They are food for humans, and in their eyes, humans are likewise food. It is merely a matter of who can consume whom first. The next morning, Gong Shuheng awoke and promptly went to inspect the wheat she had sown. The mountain conditions are somewhat better, and her family members are diligent. Su Qingyu and the others cherish this plot of land. It embodies their toil, their hopes, and their very livelihood. Almost every other day, they must fetch water to irrigate it bit by bit. However, the water in the nearby pond has long ceased to flow, and despite a night's effort, it has not filled. Procuring drinking water is quite challenging. They must continue, as their drinking water must be sourced from the pond behind the bamboo grove, leaving them with no surplus to irrigate the fields. Even now, under the blazing sun, the water they painstakingly apply is gradually losing its efficacy. The earliest vegetables that were planted initially thrived but have now wilted, appearing far from fresh. Gong Shuheng gazed up at the clouds. What seemed a tranquil sky to others appeared tumultuous to her. The swirling clouds resembled a cataclysmic contest in the imperial court. Emperor Jiang Shaoyang, accompanied by his officials, performed a rain-pleading ceremony, even issuing a self-reproaching edict, lamenting his own incompetence and moral failings, which had displeased the deities and brought forth divine retribution. He willingly accepted the heavens' punishment, pleading for mercy on behalf of the countless citizens and all living beings. The four-symbol mountain. The newly appointed high priest, Tai Su, echoed similar sentiments. Chapter 47. A calculation. Su Qingliang, accompanied by Su Qingyu, had spent half the day behind the house without determining a suitable location. Upon returning from the fields, Gong Shuheng noticed the door was not secured and recalled their discussion from the previous night about excavating a cellar. She pushed the door open a crack and slipped inside. "Elder brother?" Su Qingliang responded from behind the house. "Are you feeling better today?" "Much improved. I also plan to head up the mountain. If you begin now, it might be best to take the long way around, secure the door from the outside, and then proceed with your tasks. This will attract less attention." This seemed reasonable to Su Qingliang. As there was no one around, everyone had gone to the mountain. Just as Gong Shuheng turned to leave, he called out, "Come help me determine where we should begin." Gong Shuheng stood still, resting her chin on her hand as she surveyed the area, then pointed. "Right beneath that small tree. We can excavate directly from there." Su Qingliang, upon hearing this, picked up the digging tool and made a mark. "Is it right here?" Gong Shuheng nodded. Su Qingyu observed with some skepticism. "Can it really work here? Do you doubt it?" Su Qingyu's eyes darted about and he chuckled. Of course I believe it. With you thinking ahead, I have it much easier. I just feel like you're different from before. Previously, the eldest was quite assertive. Whatever was said went, and we had no choice but to comply. Disobedience meant punishment, or worse, abandonment. He wondered if it was because they had settled down, no longer wandering aimlessly. They now had a proper home. He felt that their eldest sibling was becoming increasingly humane. She considered this a positive development. Gong Shuheng declared, I shall also join in the excavation. She found this endeavor delightful and felt compelled to participate. Are you not going to the mountain? Digging the cellar is more crucial that we can go up the mountain any day, but this opportunity is unique. Saying this, she reached for the digging tool from Su Qingliang's hand, the basket for storing grain. The one I carried has another digging tool at the bottom. It just needs a handle. Upon hearing this, Su Qingliang understood her intent. Then you all start digging. Take your time. No need to rush. I'll fetch a handle for you, and with 2 tools, we can dig more swiftly. Both individuals possess strength surpassing that of the average person, albeit only slightly. The ground was littered with stones and relying solely on the pry bar. They could not excavate much in a short span of time. Su Qingliang ventured outside in search of a suitable stick for half the day, ultimately deciding to cut one from the back mountain. The use of a pry bar required careful consideration. It could not be improvised. Given its frequent usage, an improperly chosen one would lead to unnecessary exertion and strain that it needed to be relatively straight and made of sturdy wood. If it were too brittle, it would snap with the slightest force, rendering their efforts futile. Behind them were Su Qingyu and Gong Shuheng. Observing Gong Shuheng's hesitation to take action, Su Qingyu eagerly proposed. Shall I give it a try? Gong Shuheng replied, Allow me to handle it. With the utmost speed and efficiency, I shall excavate the deepest hole. Having seemingly identified the ideal spot, she deftly hooked the pry bar onto a protruding stone and pulled it out, extracting the entire rock. In that instant, Su Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the dark, hollow cavity left behind, exclaiming, Is this empty inside? No one responded. Gong Shuheng had already commenced her second strike. She was exceedingly pleased with this beginning. Su Qingliang searched the beams for an appropriate stick, and after cutting it, dragged it back. He trimmed it to the right length, then stripped away the outer bark to ensure the stick was as smooth as possible, preventing any discomfort to the hands, before finally securing it alongside the pry bar. Once he completed his task, he took a detour to the back, and even before he arrived, he could faintly hear Su Qingyu's excited exclamations. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Qingyu had just begun to call out when she realized they were engaged in a clandestine endeavor, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. It was truly hard to contain her astonishment. Who had ever seen someone excavate a hole with just a few strikes of a pry bar? Before Su Qingliang could reach them, Su Qingyu, unable to restrain her excitement, urged, Elder brother, come quickly and take a look. Following her gaze, Su Qingliang was equally astonished. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, pondering whether there had always been a hole here. He inquired of Gong Shuheng from where she had begun to dig. Impressed by her skills and innate understanding that surpassed their own, prompting him to ask instinctively, who could have anticipated that Gong Shuheng would casually point to such a spot? As she continued to excavate, the hole grew larger, and if fully uncovered, it could easily accommodate an adult person hunched over, allowing them to step inside gradually. One questioned why the entrance was obscured or how it had been so convincingly concealed. The thick moss, tangled weeds, and flourishing shrubs on the exterior made it nearly impossible to discern the existence of a hole within. Thus, it was clear that this cavity was not excavated by the original inhabitants of the house. And perhaps even they were unaware of its existence. So how did Gong Shuheng know? Did she calculate it? Su Qingliang cast a glance at the industrious young girl, silently withdrawing his gaze. The two continued to dig, while Su Qingyu busied herself transporting the moss, dirt, and stones they had removed to the side. Eventually, the hole was fully excavated, revealing its true form. Let me take a look. Su Qingyu, bold and unafraid, led the way. Gong Shuheng seized her arm. Not so fast. First, go fetch some firewood to smoke it out. Su Qingyu responded with an "oh." Realizing they needed to dispel the moisture, she turned and dashed off. Su Qingliang then understood. Were they concerned about what might be inside? Gong Shuheng nodded. Do you have the dagger from home? The second brother took it up the mountain. Then please retrieve that bow and arrow for me. It was not mere anxiety, but a certainty. Yu Qingliang furrowed his brow slightly. Then you should step back and not approach. Such caution suggested that whatever lay inside posed a significant danger. He hurried away. Yu Qingyu gathered a substantial amount of firewood, both kindling and sturdy branches, and tossed them at the cave's entrance. Is this enough? Quite sufficient. She could already sense some movement within. Shall I ignite it? Not yet. Wait for elder brother to arrive. Su Qingyu was perplexed by her intentions and took a few steps back. What is the elder brother doing? There was no need for Gong Shuheng to respond. As Su Qingliang returned, bow and arrow in hand, Yu Qingyu's excitement surged. There must be something valuable inside, right? Let me in. Gong Shuheng took the bow and arrow. This time, I will take the lead. You are not yet ready to go start the fire. Then both of you should step outside. It is too congested here. She aimed carefully, for if she missed, their dwelling might not withstand the consequences. Chapter 48. When it comes to food, fear dissipates. Yu Qingyu glanced at her before lighting the fire, then stepped back to stand beside her, gripping the pry bar while fixated on the dark entrance. She was eager to discover what lay within that required Luer's intervention. As she felt herself inadequate, surely, it could not be a monkey lurking inside, could it? What would it do without an exit? Could it survive? The flames leaped forth, and thick smoke billowed into the cave without a trace of waste. Sounds began to emanate from within. No prompting was needed from Gong Shuheng. They could all hear the gradually intensifying hissing. Before they could see its form, a long, thick snake's tongue flicked out, its saliva spraying far and wide. Gong Shuheng swiftly yanked Su Qingyu back, her feet barely touching the ground as she hurriedly retreated to the back door, finally catching sight of the enormous, terrifying head of the boa constrictor. Perhaps repulsed by the choking smoke, the creature violently tossed its massive head, sending flames scattering in every direction. Yu Qingyu and Su Qingliang had never witnessed such a spectacle as that. A snake? It is a freshly molted boa. 100 years to become a python, 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. Gong Shuheng harbored a profound aversion to such limbless creatures. Regardless of size or age, they were all deemed undesirable. Su Qingyu, having never encountered one, instinctively found it terrifying, clenching her teeth to suppress her shivers, her grip on the pry bar tightening. Su Qingliang, being the elder and more experienced, was slightly better off, yet only marginally. They could hardly fathom that their simple intention of digging a cellar to hide things would attract such a formidable creature. Together, the three of them would not suffice to withstand a single strike from it. Its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing them whole. Gong Shuheng drew an arrow from the quiver, not immediately knocking it to the bow but instead pricking her fingertip. The blood that flowed forth shimmered faintly as it enveloped the arrowhead. The boa, having lived for so long, had developed a degree of sentience, instinctively recognizing the allure of something valuable. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and lunged at Gong Shuheng, tongue flicking. Lure. Su Qingliang reached out to grab Gong Shuheng, but he couldn't even grasp her sleeve. The snake's head was mere inches away, its tongue about to brush against Gong Shuheng's face. In a swift motion, she drove the bloodied arrow into its throat. For her, it had once been a trivial task, however, now it posed a substantial challenge. Fortunately, the boa had just shed its skin and had not yet fully recovered. Its new flesh was at its most vulnerable. Otherwise, Gong Shuheng would not have dared to confront it. She would have chosen to flee. The boa likely did not expect that such a small figure could inflict harm upon it. Having lived for so long, it had encountered countless threats. A mere bamboo arrow was hardly a concern. Yet, the sudden pain that surged through its body left it no time to be shocked. The sensation felt as if it were being pierced through from head to tail, sending waves of panic coursing through it. This panic led to its furious response as the massive serpent emerged from the cave, thrashing wildly. Still not fleeing. Su Qingliang's voice pierced through the daze, seeing Gong Shuheng also retreating. He seized the now stunned Su Qingyu and scrambled toward the exit. Behind them, Gong Shuheng had no intention of granting the creature a moment's respite. Another arrow followed swiftly, piercing through its flesh and embedding itself deep within its spine. The boa thrashed violently, its massive body crashing down, bringing the house down with it. Dust flew everywhere. Gong Shuheng was buried beneath the debris. She narrowly avoided the beams but was struck by the heavy head of the boa. Su Qingliang, gripping the pry bar, mustered his courage to approach, uncertain whether the boa was truly dead. For the moment, it lay still, and he struck it a few times with the pry bar. Then, panting, he began to search for Gong Shuheng beneath the rubble. She lay beneath the boa's massive head. His attempts to strike were akin to shaking a mountain to frighten a tiger. The blows left Gong Shuheng's head ringing, nearly incapacitating her. After several arduous attempts, she finally managed to shift slightly, responding with a faint sound. Regaining her senses, Su Qingyu crawled and rolled her way over, joining forces with Su Qingliang to extricate Gong Shuheng from her precarious position. "How are you, Luer? Are you all right?" Panic laced Su Qingliang's voice as he brushed away the grass and dirt from her head, scrutinizing her from every angle. "I am fine, truly. There are no external injuries. Not even the small cut on my hand has left a trace. It is as if it has healed completely. However, my legs feel somewhat weak." The three of us, having narrowly escaped from peril, felt an immense release of tension, as though our bodies had become weightless in an instant. Collapsing onto the disarrayed ground, Su Qingliang exclaimed, "Luer, you truly have an audacious spirit." At that moment, he felt undeniably alive yet as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Su Qingyu remarked, "I nearly met my end. To dig a cellar and unearth something so enormous, a life-threatening discovery at that. Thankfully it was me. Had it been the fourth or fifth, they might have perished from sheer fright." Gong Shuheng sighed, speaking weakly. "I truly apologize. I only sensed emptiness there and thought to conserve my strength. Otherwise, with that compacted ground or the rocky hillside, how long would it take to excavate a hiding place with such a cumbersome pick? Initially, I had detected a faint trace of life within, but I dismissed it, assuming it was merely a groundhog, perhaps one that had lived a little longer than usual and might have gained some spirit. Who could have anticipated such a colossal creature? It was only when the entire cavity was excavated that the creature stirred, bringing me to the realization of my near demise. Indeed, one must approach tasks diligently and step by step. Shortcuts are ill-advised, Su Qingyu inquired. "What shall we do now that the house has collapsed?" Su Qingliang replied, "Only the wall at the back has fallen. The front remains intact. We should first gather trees to make repairs and address the rest later. The most pressing concern is the impending change in weather. At this critical juncture, the collapse of the house could lead to worse consequences if rain were to pour down. The furs we covered ourselves with last night, along with the items Luer has amassed, all buried beneath." The thought of their belongings revitalized Su Qingyu, who sprang up with the agility of a carp, noticing the massive corpse quiver slightly. This creature was far more terrifying than any of those furry beasts, even in death. "Luer, you mentioned that arrows cannot pierce anything too large. Yet I refer not only to arrows, but also to you all. When shall we wield ordinary bows and arrows to hunt down such formidable creatures? I do not know. Through diligent practice, hone your strength and aim. Once your hands gain strength and your aim improves, progress will follow. Ultimately, it depends on your own capabilities. While bows and arrows hold significance, they pale in comparison to your innate skill." Gong Shuheng also rose, reaching for the serpent. "Let's collaborate to extract this creature. Find a way to skin it and draw out its sinews. These are all valuable resources." Su Qingyu asked, "Shall we prepare snake soup?" Speaking of food, her fears dissipated. "We certainly must not waste such a large specimen. Aside from a single bone, the entirety consists of flesh, far too much for one meal. Snake meat is a great nourishment, especially from a creature that has thrived for so many years." She feared that consuming it could overwhelm them. Rising, she spotted Zhuang Jingyan leaning on a stick, gazing at them in bewilderment. None of the three moved forward. Instead, they worked in unison to drag the creature away. The golden-furred tiger, terrified, let out a yelp and dashed frantically into the donkey pen. Curling up beside the rabbit cage, "Eldest brother, go check with Zhuang Langjun for a dagger. Not every dagger is sharp enough to slice through iron with ease." However, there was no choice. The creature was already deceased, and they needed to bleed it and skin it before rigor mortis set in. The flesh could be stewed, but the skin, blood, and bones were also invaluable resources. A millennium-old snake's skin, blood, and bones, if utilized properly, are treasures indeed. When Su Qingliang approached, Zhuang Jingyan had only just regained his composure. "Your mind seemed to have returned, yet not entirely so," he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. In any case, his gaze towards Su Qingliang was markedly different than before. What sort of individuals had they encountered in this unexpected escape from calamity? Masters concealed among ordinary folk? Any common person would have been petrified by such a gigantic snake. Who would possess the audacity to confront it? He had witnessed the creature's tail sweep through and collapse a house, an undeniable reality. Yet, these three had managed to slay it. Yu Qingliang waved a hand before Zhuang Jing'an's eyes. Brother Zhuang? Are you with us? Ah, what did you say? May I borrow your dagger for a moment? Your sister-in-law did not take it with her, did she? No. It remains. Having borrowed the necessary tools, the responsibility of preparing their dwelling fell upon Su Qingliang. While Gong Shuheng called out to Su Qingyu, instructing her to observe how to properly skin the serpent. Although fortunate, this python had recently shed its skin. Otherwise, they might not have been able to slay it. Yet it was also unfortunate that the newly grown layer lacked optimal protective properties. For crafting bows and arrows, its effectiveness would be significantly reduced. As time passed and familiarity grew, Gong Shuheng's words began to flow more freely. Su Qingyu remarked, "There are not many instances where one can achieve perfection. Compared to a fine bow, our lives are of greater importance. Without life, what good is a superb bow?" Gong Shuheng nodded earnestly. "That is true." She then asked, "Have you grasped it yet?" The snake's blood has been drained, and the necessary components, such as the gallbladder and venom glands, have been extracted. What remains is to skin it and remove the bones. I have learned. I have skinned countless creatures before. Even with less than ideal tools, I perform better than most. The skin of a python is not easy to manage, yet it is not insurmountable. Gong Shuheng tossed her the dagger, rising unsteadily and leaning against the wall for support. Su Qingyu, alarmed, nearly pricked her hand. "Luer, what is wrong?" She suspected that the sixth had sustained some form of internal injury. Gong Shuheng took a moment to breathe, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Su Qingyu gasped in shock. "You are bleeding." "I am fine. Just take care of your tasks as I instructed." The commotion caught Su Qingliang's attention, who dropped what he was doing and approached. Having been gravely ill, he had only rested for a day, and now faced this new predicament. He felt it best to take Luer down the mountain into town to see a doctor. "It is fine. You focus on your work." Gong Shuheng halted his impending words, her steps somewhat unsteady as she made her way to the water's edge. She sat by the water, cleaned herself, then returned to collect the extracted materials. Seizing the opportunity while Su Qingliang and the others were occupied, she swiftly made her way to the back mountain. The item she sought was quite easy to find, a tree that was half dead. The dead half had long since been chopped away for firewood. The other half, still full of life, was now bare of leaves. The roots were taller than a person, impossible to embrace. A somewhat decayed stump was covered in thick moss, blanketed by a layer of fallen leaves that had turned to soil. She prodded it with a stick. It was hollow. Poking deeper revealed an unfathomable depth, leading directly downwards. Her spirits lifted. She raced off to find an axe. Everyone was busy, unaware of her intentions. Yu Qingliang glanced at her, observing her swift strides, feeling a slight sense of relief. She appeared quite spirited. Surely, she was not gravely harmed? Gong Shuheng, despite feeling unwell all over, had grown accustomed to physical discomfort over the past few days. As long as her energy was not overly depleted, she could manage. Furthermore, she had too many tasks at hand to afford a moment's rest. With the axe in hand, she struck at the roots, which were significantly thicker than her waist. Each chop, though lacking in apparent strength, inflicted deep wounds upon the stump. She angled her blows from the living side. Curious to see if her suspicions were correct, that this root was indeed hollow, leading down to the cavern below. Had the python entered from there in its youth? Yet now, its size could not allow passage through this entrance, which served merely as a breathing hole. How could it survive without sustenance? When hunting, from where did it emerge? It was crucial to ascertain this, as the cave lay directly behind their house, with the outer layer excavated by them. Leaving no defenses, if not clarified, it would surely weigh heavily on their minds. The individuals who ascended the mountain never anticipated that upon their return, the house would have collapsed, as Yu Qingliang exerted all his strength to unearth the buried items, carefully setting aside any undamaged thatch. Fortunately, the dwelling was spacious enough. Only the rear wall had fallen, while the side walls remained covered by thatch. However, it was imperative that rain did not fall. If it did, this house would be rendered uninhabitable. As soon as Su Qingchen opened his mouth, he was met with a sharp slap from Su Qingyu on his forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? I would rather it rain right now. It's not as if we have nowhere to stay. Even if it does rain, we won't get drenched. But look around. Can we continue like this? Let alone the water for watering the fields. We're on the verge of running out of water for drinking. That little rascal is truly infuriating. I wish I could sew his mouth shut. After waiting for rain with bated breath, he dares to utter such words. Chapter 50. Time for meat. Zheng Xian inquired. Shall we lend a hand to tidy up again? Su Qingliang declined, saying, we can take our time. It won't delay our stay for the night, it's getting late. So Uncle Zhang should cook while there's still light. Saying this, he quickly entered the house and emerged with a piece of snake meat tied with a strand of grass rope. It was not much, merely a piece the size of a palm. Secured with palm leaves, he hurried to catch up with the grandfather and grandson duo. Today, we were fortunate enough to hunt a little something, and I'm sharing it with you. Take it back? Chop it up and boil it. Zhang Xian refused. How can we always accept your provisions? We are neighbors, and it's perfectly acceptable to exchange when we have an abundance. If we lack it ourselves, we cannot offer anything in return. Zhang Xian and Zheng Huai hurriedly expressed their gratitude. You are far too courteous. This meat has been preserved for some time. I suspect it will be difficult to cook. We should chop it finely, add more water, and see if we can turn it into a meat broth. Whether it can be cooked tender remains uncertain. Tea certainly looks like meat, but there are distinctions even among meats. Nevertheless, no matter how it turns out, even a broth will suffice. After all, meat is meat, regardless of its AGEAS for Zhuang Jingyan. He had already received his share when we had the dagger. Zhuang Jingyan scrubbed the pieces in the water from the clay basin, trying to cut them into smaller chunks to simmer in advance. The pungent odor was overwhelming, prompting him to ask Su Qingliang for some herbs to mask the smell. Tang Yu, carrying firewood and wild vegetables, caught a whiff of the aroma as she entered the house. Having tasted many delicacies, she found herself longing for even the slightest hint of meat. Setting the firewood outside, she approached the door. I seem to smell the fragrance of meat, my lord. What have you made? Next door, the Su brothers gifted us a piece of snake meat. An old snake. I'm worried it won't cook thoroughly, so I started simmering it in advance. This was already the second time water had been added. It truly confirmed the saying about tough, old meat. Who knows when it will become tender, but at any rate, having flavor in the broth is a blessing. Tang Yu sighed, brushing off the bits of grass clinging to her. I feel rather guilty for always taking advantage of those children. Zhuang Jingyan gazed at the steam rising from the pot. Once my leg heals, I'll repay them gradually. I will certainly find a way to return the favor. Su Qingliang and the others did not simmer their meat directly. It was Gong Shuheng, who took an axe to chop it onto a wooden board, then pounded it into a paste before tossing it into the pot with water to cook. She added all the necessary ingredients in one go. Su Qing merely had to wait until it was nearly ready. Fish out the herbs, wash the wild vegetables, and when the time was right, add the grain and let it cook. That Su Qingyu flaunted the snake skin she had peeled off. Impressive. I sent it while you were away today. We didn't tea rest for a moment, Su Qingzhou replied. It's not that we didn't tea rest. We practically ripped the roof off. Stop showing off and come help. The group moved the bed to the side and busily tidied up the room. Gong Shuheng fiddled with the segments of snake bone. The blood had already congealed. She planned to dry them and grind them into powder for later use. The snake gall and venom glands also needed to be processed for storage. Any one of these items could fetch a handsome price at the apothecary in town, including the snake bones. Yet, she had no intention of trading them. One reason was that it would attract too much attention, and another was that these items were relatively rare. Keeping them for personal use would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Her body was already weak, and encountering such an opportunity was fortuitous. Moreover, those few others were also in poor condition and required proper nourishment. It was impossible to consume all the meat in one sitting, so it would have to be done gradually. Once they had eaten sufficiently, the results would become evident, allowing her to concoct different medicines based on the outcomes. She set aside several crucial items. Do not touch these, they are toxic. Just a small contact could be disastrous. We must find a secure place to store them. Su Qingzhou accompanied Su Qingchen to the back, clearing away the firewood blocking the entrance. Peering into the dark hole, he felt a shiver of apprehension. What if there is something else inside? Not likely, Su Qingyu replied. Even if there is, it probably fled. After I killed that large snake, I spent the entire afternoon smoking it out with plenty of firewood. Anything that could have been inside would have been thoroughly roasted. What a clever girl she is! At that moment, Gong Shuheng was busy above, completely unaware of the smoke that billowed forth. That it was as if the place had become a giant chimney, and she nearly choked on the fumes. Just as visibility waned, they heard Su Qingyuan calling, "Dinner time? Dinner time?" The hungry group wasted no time pondering and hastily covered the entrance before rushing to the kitchen. While they busied themselves outside, they hardly noticed the chill in the air. Only upon reaching the warmth of the fire did they become acutely aware of how cold it had grown outside. Who knows how long this rain will last? Since clouds have gathered, it should be soon, Su Qingchen exclaimed. Why is this meat taking so long to cook? It feels like it's still tough after all this time. The main thing is the broth. If the meat is too tough for you to chew, then don't eat it. What if it doesn't digest well in your stomach? That's a bit exaggerated, Gong Shuheng retorted. It has been specially prepared. And while it may be a bit tough, with enough cooking time, it will still be edible. Just where did that large snake come from? They had inspected the spot Gong Shuheng had cleared. As children, they could have entered and exited there, but it would be quite difficult as adults. Moreover, that location seemed to be at the cave ceiling, rather than being a point of entry or exit. They had likely fallen in by chance. There must be another exit. Should we go in and have a look tomorrow? Su Qingliang suggested. Let us discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow, he replied. If the weather holds, we should go up the mountain to chop wood early and bring it back to prop up the roof beams. Otherwise, even if we temporarily block the back with firewood, it's not a long-term solution. It's too conspicuous. Then let's chop wood with limited tools. This task was not an easy feat for them. Gong Shuheng remained silent, finishing her meal and sitting quietly by the riverbank, her gaze downcast as if lost in thought. That night, the wind outside rustled fiercely. Gong Shuheng, rarely without her meditation on the stone slab, refrained from doing so due to the absence of moonlight. Yet, she did not retreat indoors to sleep. Instead, she leaned against the wall. A pile of dry grass beneath her, resembling a bird nesting in the wild. She had a vague idea of where the cave behind might lead, but the precise location remained uncertain, compelling her to investigate further. Chapter 51. The delayed wind and rain just before dawn. There was finally some movement. The rustling continued, yet it differed from the sound of wind rustling leaves. Gong Shuheng opened her eyes. It was raining. She gazed at the darkened sky, her expression indifferent, showing no joy at the arrival of the first rain after a prolonged drought. Last night, everyone slept exceptionally well, more soundly than ever before, without even a dream. They awoke to the bright light of day, startling Su Qingliang from his deep slumber. He had never slept so soundly before. Without a moment to ponder the reason, he hurriedly called out to Su Qingzhou and Su Qingchen. Wake up! It's morning! Su Qingzhou rubbed his eyes and blinked open a narrow slit, catching sight of the dim light in the room, instantly sitting up. They were accustomed to rising at the crack of dawn. How could they sleep in this late? It felt no different than being dead to the world. Su Qingchen sprang up and dashed outside, desperate to relieve himself as soon as he opened the door. He shouted, "It's raining! Big brother! It's raining!" His loud call roused everyone. The rain fell steadily, accompanied by a chill that sent shivers down their spines, the wind blowing droplets into the house. It was unclear how long it had been raining. The ground was already damp. The previously wilted weeds by the fence perked up almost instantly, bursting with life. Such is the power of weather. The nourishment of rain is irreplaceable by human means. Su Qingchen braved the rain to relieve himself, then wandered in the downpour, not bothering to stand under the eaves. Soon enough, his hair was drenched and disheveled. Su Qingyu called out, "Su Laosi, are you itching for a beating? You re not ill. You feel fine, don't you? You little rascal." From a young age, they have grown accustomed to the roughness of life, having endured both the biting cold and the sweltering heat. Their skin thick and their flesh tough. They are not the delicate and precious sort. Illness rarely befalls them. However, recently, while in the mountains, an incessant downpour caused Su Qingyun to catch a chill, leaving her with a persistent high fever that nearly claimed her life. The memory of that harrowing time remains vivid for everyone, truly frightening them. Despite having braved wind and rain, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, it is one thing to witness the demise of others, but quite another to face the potential loss of one of their own. Su Qingchen was scolded and, with a chuckle, darted into the house, crouching beside Gong Shuheng like a fool. asking her lure, "Why don't you go back inside to stay dry? Isn't it cold out here?" "Not at all. There is no moon, but the dew has begun to form." For her, it was far preferable to sleeping on the hard wooden floor inside. Su Qingchen was taken aback and felt a surge of envy. "How I wish I could be like you. We are all the same. So why is it that you are so uniquely resilient?" If only he possessed Luer's toughness and strength. Unafraid of heaven or earth, he would no longer fear the eldest brother. With the rain pouring down, felling trees was out of the question. Su Qingliang grunted in acknowledgement and, not waiting for his younger siblings to enter, swiftly tended to the fire in the pit. "I will go to old Zheng's house in a while to learn how to make a loom." Their tools were scarce, and it would be impossible to gather everything at once. They could only make do with what little they had, creating whatever they could. Clothes always needed washing, and with so many family members, even if each had a change of clothing, it required a considerable amount of fabric, which they could not afford. There was still a good supply of hemp saved up, several large bundles, and with the rain preventing them from doing anything else outside, they would find ways to make the most of their limited resources at home. As the eldest, he always had to be the one to worry about food, shelter, and daily necessities. Su Qingzhou wished to seek out Zhuang Jing'an. They had agreed on the way back that Zhuang Jing'an would teach him to read. Yet, at that moment he hesitated. For now, learning to read seemed more of a personal desire than something that would benefit the family. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. "I'll go with you." Su Qingliang did not refuse. The second brother was clever and meticulous, and with more hands working together, they would learn and accomplish tasks more quickly. Su Qingyu chimed in. "Then I will continue working on the shoe soles with Wu'er." Making shoe soles from palm fibers was a labor-intensive task that required combing the fibers and twisting them into thin strands before coiling them tightly to create a sturdy base. With so many of them at home, there was rarely time to work on it. The rainy day was a perfect opportunity to tackle this task. "Third sister, will you accompany me to the bamboo grove and help me carry a few bamboos back?" Despite the rain outside, stepping out would result in being soaked to the skin. Su Qingchen, "You truly are a bit reckless. This unfortunate child, always wanting to run outside. But I can't just sit idle. I want to do something. Moreover, even though it's raining, we still have to feed the animals and cut grass. I'll chop the bamboo, and the leaves can be fed to the donkey. And I'll also look for grass for the jumping cats nearby. Just think about it. We can decide once the rain stops. The donkey and the jumping cats don't need your worry. Just take care of yourself." Near the pond, they had planted a good number of radishes and giant cabbages, and the transplanted cypress had grown quite a bit due to consistent fertilization and watering. Thriving well in the vegetable garden, many chicken heart vegetables and ferns had sprouted, but unfortunately, due to the weather and the refusal of some plants to grow, they had just begun to emerge and were not flourishing. After some more time, they would be ready to harvest. The older ones would be used to feed the donkey and the jumping cats, while the tender ones would be for their own consumption. If the rain persisted today, he would go alone later to gather some radish and cabbage leaves, picking enough for a porridge in the evening, while the rest would be fed to the animals. Su Qingchen sighed as he lay back against the pile of firewood. Had he known, it would have been better to keep quiet, sneaking off to fetch it himself. Now, it seemed he would have to go alone. With no one to accompany him, Su Qingliang poured yesterday's water into the pot to boil, then made 2 trips to fetch 2 basins of water to set aside. Gong Shuheng glanced over. "What are you collecting water for at this time? I feel the rain is quite heavy. Perhaps by later, the water will become murky, so I wanted to gather some in advance." Gong Shuheng gently shook her head. "It's better to discard it. It started raining heavily in the late evening, and the rainwater is already mixed. It hasn't rained in a long time, and the first rainfall is often quite dirty, which can upset the stomach if consumed. The entire world carries a certain murkiness. Let us hope this rain can wash it away. Once the water in the ditches rises and flows down, it will not be too late to fetch water then." Su Qingliang sighed. "Had we known, we should have prepared the water pond earlier, lining it with stones on both sides and covering it with a slate, which would have improved the situation somewhat." Chapter 52. Exploring the path. How could one have known so much in advance? It's never too late to realize things now. Once the rain stops, we can find time to address this issue. Unable to go up the mountain, they must have breakfast early. Gong Shuheng took out a piece of snake meat, and the water inside was brought to a boil. This snake meat was different from what they had eaten yesterday. It had been marinated with herbs the night before and still needed to be crushed and simmered in water. Su Qingchen rubbed his belly. I've noticed I don't feel as hungry today. During growth spurts, digestion happens quickly. Even if they usually ate and went to sleep, waking up the next morning still left them ravenous. Yet today, remarkably, there was a lack of that intense hunger. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu and Su Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we don't feel as hungry as before. Could it be because I slept so soundly last night? Without dreaming, Su Qingchen was astonished. Third sister, you didn't dream either? Neither did you? The group collectively shook their heads. None of us did. Then they turned in unison to look at Gong Shuheng Luer. Could it be that this snake meat has something to do with it? Does it not cause hunger? Gong Shuheng replied, the meat is too tough and difficult to digest. It indeed carries a certain essence, and within the flesh and blood, there resides a spirit, if consumed in excess. An ordinary person's stomach and meridians may not be able to handle it, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. That's why I sliced the meat into pieces and added some herbs I had saved up recently. Simmering them together, it must be taken slowly. Since this is the first meal, its effects will be immediate. Later on, the impact won't be as pronounced. However, by the time we finish this entire snake, our bodies will undoubtedly be transformed in a wonder. This truly is a remarkable find. It suppresses hunger, albeit with a somewhat unpalatable taste. Without the herbs, the fishy odor would be unbearable. With the herbs, a faint medicinal aroma emerges. Nonetheless, they are not picky, as long as it fills their stomachs. After finishing breakfast, the rainwater had gathered on the thatched roof, cascading down in rivulets. Fu Qingliang remarked, we should attempt to make bamboo hats and raincoats. Otherwise, we won't be able to venture out on rainy days. They had the materials, but he was unsure how to create them. He had only seen others wear them. He vaguely knew that they were made from bamboo and palm leaves. The bamboo hats had a layer of waterproof skin inside, but he was unclear on what kind of skin it was. Thus, he needed to consult someone. He wondered if Shuang and his wife were knowledgeable about it. Fortunately, they did not live far away. After breakfast, the two brothers braved the rain and set off. Fu Qingchen took an axe and began to work with some sticks. Third sister, you wouldn't understand if you didn't go to the bamboo grove. That place feels a bit eerie now. Fu Qingyu, busy with her tasks, inquired, what do you mean by eerie? It feels as if there are ghosts. I wandered around for ages, but couldn't find my way in. Only circling at the entrance, I couldn't even chop down a couple of sturdier bamboos. Oh, I see. You want me to accompany you for courage. Helping you is secondary, right? No, both are equally important. You spend all day thinking about making bows and arrows. Do you think you can succeed? How would I know without trying? Didn't Luer say that to accomplish something, one must start, do more, identify problems, summarize experiences, correct mistakes, and gradually improve until success is achieved? Gong Shuheng remained silent. The bamboo grove had a formation set by Taihe. Once a person entered, the formation would remain. Ordinary individuals, of course, could not enter. It was right that they could not enter. The interior was unsuitable for common folk. She recalled the two large snake skins she had brought back from there and decided to take a look. She then tucked the flint into her pocket and lit a torch. Luer, what are you planning to do? Gong Shuheng did not turn back. Fu Qingchen wanted to follow but was pulled back by Su Qingyu. Calm down. If you have nothing to do, just help out. Do you not want to wear shoes anymore? Luer must be heading to that cave in the back. What should we do? She yearned to catch a glimpse as well, though she could venture forth on her own. She hesitated to bring Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan along. The potential dangers lurking within remained uncertain. Should any peril exist, it would surely cause trouble for Luer. Simultaneously, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Surely nothing more awaits? Would it truly be problematic for Luer to enter alone? Thus, while her lips uttered Su Qingchen's name, her gaze was fixed upon him, her hands occupied, and her heart had already soared away with Gong Shuheng. Gong Shuheng ignited a torch, pushed aside the firewood obstructing her path, and upon entering, deftly covered the firewood back up. The opening she had excavated above was left uncovered, and the branches shielding the entrance were not particularly thick. She merely intended to allow this long-sealed cave to breathe. Estimating that the time was nearly right, she noted that the toxic air inside had not yet fully dissipated, but it was not lethal either. The torch flickered steadily, and she could faintly feel a chill breeze seeping in from outside. The interior space was not particularly expansive, yet it was significantly larger than a mere room. Over the years, water dripping from the tree hole above had formed a substantial layer of stone marrow on the ground. uneven and hard beneath her feet. Scattered across the floor were numerous bones, likely dragged in by the serpent during its hunts. Among them lay a skin that appeared quite fresh, indicating it had recently been shed. Not far ahead, an exit awaited, also covered by a thick layer of stone marrow. Perhaps due to the serpent's frequent comings and goings over the years. The surface had been polished to a smooth sheen and sloped steeply upwards, presenting a challenge to ascend. However, this posed no difficulty for Gong Shuheng. She left the serpent's skin undisturbed for the moment, as it would not sprout legs and flee. With one hand holding the torch and the other bracing against the stone marrow, she swiftly climbed up. Not long after stepping outside, a fierce gust of cold wind greeted her, and the faint glow of light became discernible. The force of the wind could be likened to a hurricane, and Gong Shuheng, with her petite frame, found it challenging to maintain her footing. The torch was extinguished in an instant. Fortunately, the faint light remained visible, and she struggled to move forward, feeling the chill enveloping her as if she were about to freeze solid. After advancing approximately 10 zhong, she realized the wind was gusting from a cave on the opposite side. She had reached the exit, where the left side was entirely covered with thick, massive, and oddly shaped stone marrow, forming a dead end as far as her eyes could see. Yet, Gong Shuheng sensed that there was still potential beyond. To her right lay the source of the light, a cave entrance draped in vines, situated about 20 zhong ahead. Below her feet was a water pool, currently not too deep, filled with water dripping from above. Regrettably, the force of the wind was so strong that without the torch, she could not discern its depth. Neither of her feet had ventured into the pool, yet the cold seeped directly into her veins and bones. Chapter 53. The vermilion sparrow holds the grain, hence it does not perish that slight distance. Gong Shuheng treaded with utmost caution, for the cold had rendered her completely numb, and she could only rely on instinct to inch her way forward. Approaching the cave entrance, she spotted many serpent skins. As she looked further ahead, the chilling sensation suddenly vanished, and warmth surged through her body, invigorating her spirit. Zhu Sui He. No wonder this enormous serpent could reside so close to the village for so long. Thriving for years. One reason was the location's sufficient secrecy, and the other must be this Zhu Sui He. Zhu Sui He, consumed, grants immortality. The vermilion sparrow holds the grain, hence it does not perish. However, a trace of doubt lingered in Gong Shuheng's heart. She did not advance immediately but carefully attuned herself to her surroundings. Zhu Sui He was renowned as the herb of immortality, a companion spirit herb to the immortal bird, the vermilion sparrow. Thriving under extremely stringent conditions. 4 Symbol Mountain was not uncommon. She had previously utilized Zhu Sui He in Taiyuan, Taisu, and Taihe. Yet, to discover such a treasure within the ordinary Baofeng Mountain was indeed remarkable. Even more astonishing was the absence of any signs of living creatures here, implying that aside from the deceased serpent, no sentient being resided within. She refrained from approaching the Zhu Sui He for the moment, instead following the sound of flowing water toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, she found a stick to push aside the nearly invisible vines that obscured the opening. Subsequently, she discovered that the water flowed from a nearby area, approximately 2 or 3 zhong away, where the bamboo grove lay beneath. Surrounding this cave entrance were numerous xianming grass and many stars, spiritual herbs she had only encountered in 4 Symbol Mountain. The dense spiritual energy almost condensed into mist. At last, she comprehended the source of the rich spiritual energy deep within the bamboo grove. This cave held mysteries, the precise nature of which required careful contemplation and exploration. For now, she needed to return. Otherwise, she might freeze completely, and future opportunities for exploration would be scarce. This place was truly hidden away, enveloped in clouds and mist, coupled with the thick layers of concealment outside, and the lush, evergreen bamboo below. Had she not lingered here for an extended period, meticulously searching, she would never have discovered the treasures that lay within. The rain outside grew heavier, causing the small creek to swell. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground was quite thunderous. Su Qingyu, previously thrilled by the long-awaited rainfall in the morning, was now agitated by the cacophony that Luer had been inside for quite some time without emerging. And Su Qingyu could scarcely contain her inner impulses, no longer wishing to concern herself with Su Qingchen and Su Qingyuan, and resolved to venture in to ascertain the situation. Having heard no sounds for such an extended duration, she wondered if danger had befallen them. She tossed aside the shoe sole she had just shaped into the basket, stood up, and called out to Su Qingchen, "You handle the rest. I must check on Luer." It has been too long without any movement. Su Qingchen also stood up, eager to follow, but sat back down with a pout under Su Qingyu's warning gaze. Curiosity aside, he preferred to avoid punishment. Just as Su Qingyu reached the entrance, preparing to push aside the obstructing firewood to slip inside, a pale, bloodless hand, almost tinged with blue, emerged from within. Even she, known for her boldness, felt her heart skip a beat. Soon after, she saw Gong Shuheng emerging from within, her face devoid of color and bearing a bluish tint. Luer, what happened? Gong Shuheng swiftly jumped out, brushing aside the traces she had left behind before dashing toward the kitchen. Her legs felt somewhat stiff. Anyone else would likely have failed to return. Su Qingyu hurried after her, only to discover that her legs were soaked halfway up and her shoes were thoroughly drenched. Filled with water. Is there water inside the cave? Indeed. But how come it didn't pour out? Upon entering, it was relatively dry. Logically, within the mountain cliff, one would expect only stone and earth. However, the interior was composed solely of stone marrow. The serpent had, over the years, polished it to a smoothness akin to jade. The only drawback was the overwhelming stench. Otherwise, it was without fault. If one wished to enter again, it would be prudent to wait a while for the smell to dissipate or to introduce some herbs for fumigation. Otherwise, one might truly suffocate from the odor. Su Qingchen inquired. So, it means it's still wide and long inside, with water at the far end? Gong Shuheng affirmed, and the wind is particularly strong. The torch extinguished upon entry, rendering visibility impossible. The moment I stepped down, my feet became wet. Had her body been a bit stronger, more resilient, or had the weather been warmer, she would not have exited so hastily. The presence of stone marrow indicated that beneath the water pool, without a doubt, there was a significant spiritual vein, possibly even spiritual marrow. Otherwise, such a dense concentration of spiritual energy could not possibly cover such a vast area. Baofeng Mountain was indeed a treasure. Su Qingchen felt his mind overwhelmed. If there's water, why hasn't it flowed out? Su Qingyu shot him a glance. Are you foolish? Water flows downhill. That only indicates that the terrain on the other side of the mountain is lower than here. It must be flowing out from that end. After speaking, she glanced at Gong Shuheng uncertainly. Is that right? Gong Shuheng nodded. Su Qingyu's eyebrows raised, and she immediately became elated. There's no danger inside, is there? At present, there isn't, Gong Shuheng replied, but that wind is not something an ordinary person can withstand. For the time being, it's best to avoid this area until the rain stops. Once it does, we can reinforce the back wall for better concealment and easier access. Most importantly, we need to air out the smell inside. It's truly unbearable. She required more time to explore further. A trip to the bamboo grove was also necessary to search for any pathways leading up. If none existed, that would indeed be fortuitous. Have the elder brother and second brother returned? Not yet. They vanished after heading out. Gong Shuheng regarded Su Qingchen. Have you been cooped up at home, not even glancing over? Not at all. I have no interest in such matters. Not interested at all, Su Qingyu remarked, casting him an exasperated glance. You are only interested in food and play, Su Qingchen snorted. Once I create a bow like Luer's that never misses the target, I will definitely not allow you to use it. Su Qingyu chuckled. With your abilities, by the time you finish it, I will have turned to dust. Children can be truly bothersome. At times they appear foolish. Yet their minds can be surprisingly quick. When deemed clever, they often remain utterly confused. Can Luer be like them? The same sustenance nurtures a multitude of individuals. Some are fundamentally different. What comes effortlessly to them may be unattainable for others, no matter how hard they strive. Chapter 54. Reluctance. Gong Shuheng glanced at Su Qingchen. Having aspirations is commendable, but sometimes it is unnecessary to be overly fixated on a single pursuit in this world. One cannot excel in only one area. You could learn from your elder brothers. Some principles apply universally. Craft a fine bow requires a vast array of skills. It is not merely a matter of chopping down a few bamboos and making a few attempts. What exactly must one master? That depends on whether you seek to create or also intend to use it. Su Qingchen found himself at a loss for words. I wish to make a bow like yours. One that anyone can wield to hit every target. Gong Shuheng chuckled and shook her head. Then perhaps you should consider something else. Think about what you can realistically achieve. Speculation is futile. The bow I crafted is truly one of a kind. I shall not replicate such an item. What? Will we then be unable to hunt for food in the future? Our bow is already broken. We have only 6 arrows left, and without the bow. They seem to lose their purpose. Yu Qingyu paused her actions and glanced at him. Before we had that bow, did you starve to death? That bow was damaged when we shot the large serpent the day before. Su Qingyu felt a pang of sorrow, but no matter how heart-wrenching it was, no one is more important than survival. In yesterday's predicament, had it not been for Lure, none of them would have escaped. They wouldn't be sitting here idly chatting. Without bows and arrows, other means can suffice, such as your own hands. Gong Shuheng looked at him. Go find me the best fork you can think of. She raised her hand, gesturing with her index and middle fingers. Like this, I will make you a slingshot. But you must stand at the door every day and hit the wooden post by the fence 100 times. Gong Shuheng regarded Su Qingchen. You must vow that you can achieve this. Then find me the best materials you deem fit. This opportunity is singular. There will be no second chance if you cannot do it. Wait until you feel capable before speaking. If you vow but fail to deliver, you will have broken your promise, and your words will bear consequences. Su Qingchen was taken aback, falling silent. Gong Shuheng was not surprised. She knew that contemplating his capabilities rather than hastily agreeing was already a commendable trait. Yu Qingyu looked on with envy, asking Gong Shuheng, what about Lure? What can I do? She felt that anything produced by her sister was extraordinary. She desired something as well, yet was unsure how to voice it or what exactly she wanted. In comparison, she felt less decisive than the 4th sibling, who at least had a clear goal. Previously, when the second brother was home, didn't you both craft 2 knives? Yes. Every morning, swing a knife 500 times. When you can swing it 2,000 times in one go, perhaps then you will know what you truly desire. And maybe I can provide you with something. In Gong Shuheng's view, among the family members, Su Qingyu was the most distinct. She possessed great strength and vigor. At first glance, she might seem reckless, yet there was a subtlety beneath her rough exterior. Only in the presence of the eldest and second eldest did she appear somewhat thoughtless. However, when they were absent, she was remarkably attentive, caring for the younger siblings and the household. Su Qingyu glanced from one sibling to another. 3rd sister is strong and can wield a knife. 4th brother is determined to create a hunting tool akin to a bow. What about me? Indeed, what about you? What do you like the most? What do you desire most? Su Qingyu inquired. Gong Shuheng also directed her gaze towards her. Me? Su Qingyu rested her chin on her hand. Aside from cooking, I wish to raise many creatures, like golden silk tigers, as well as black clouds and white death. I hope to raise them plump and ensure they do not perish under my care. Then, when we enter the city, we could ride the white dots, and the golden silk tigers could guard against rats, while the black clouds and white dots could produce many offspring, alleviating our concerns about a lack of meat. Actually, I would also like to raise some monkeys and phoenixes, but these 2 are rather wild and difficult to catch. If I could raise a jackal, that would be even better. When we venture into the mountains, we would no longer have to live in fear, and could have a guardian to prevent anyone from sneaking in to steal while we are away. As she spoke, she began to giggle. Feeling a bit embarrassed, perhaps I'm asking for too much. She scratched her head after finishing. Gong Shuheng nodded. That's quite all right. It's not too much at all. What you wish for can be summarized as one thing. Livestock. With dedication, it can be realized. Really? Su Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. I believe it to be true. Nothing in this world is insurmountable for the determined. Then we must strive to achieve our goals. Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou remained oblivious to what their younger siblings were up to behind their backs. The 2 set out separately. Su Qingzhou headed to Zhuang Jing'an's place, while Su Qingliang sought out Zheng Xian, both with specific intentions. The rainy weather was not kind to Zhuang Jing'an, whose leg injury had yet to heal. It was quite uncomfortable, however. He also did not wish for the skies to clear too soon, for the region of Xingzhou was in dire need of this rain. Ideally, it would pour for 2 days and replenish the waters of Huaxi River, preventing it from drying up so quickly. When Su Qingzhou arrived, the couple was busy planning for the future. Zhuang Jing'an was uncertain how well his leg would recover. Perhaps he would regain the ability to walk, but it would never be as it was before. He might very well end up limping for life. For now, he could only wait and see how things would unfold come spring at that time. He could inquire about conditions in the valley below. Perhaps they could explore other opportunities. Are you thinking of leaving this place? Tang Yu frowned slightly. We currently have no means. We cannot even establish ourselves in this picturesque spot. How would we survive outside? She understood Zhuang Jing'an's reluctance. Once wealthy and surrounded by kin, a natural disaster had stripped them of everything. Whether it was the Zhuang family or the Tang family, they were now left with nothing but each other. Their wealth and status had evaporated in an instant. Yet, what good was this reluctance? Surviving was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. One must explore the possibilities. This place must not be abandoned. It is our final refuge. While in service, I heard many tales, some of which seemed true. I simply wished to seek opportunities to verify their authenticity. Chapter 55. Interconnectedness. The life and death of the high priest are intricately linked to the fate of the nation. Since he could remember, Zhuang Jing'an understood that the people of Tianke were under divine protection. Gods, unlike mortals, share longevity with the heavens and shine alongside the sun and moon. Immortal and indestructible, he had never heard of a deity's downfall or the existence of successors. Although this matter concerned many more than just him, it was fundamentally significant to every citizen. He must ascertain the truth, as it would influence his future decisions. If it were merely a rumor, he would find a way to re-enter society. While the Zhuang family's business was confined to Xingzhou, he had acquaintances in other regions. Although it would be challenging to rise again, hope was not entirely absent. If the rumors held truth, then he would abandon that ambition and resign himself to remaining on Baofeng Mountain for life. Zhuang Jing'an looked at Tang Yu. Do you not wish to descend the mountain? Tang Yu replied decisively, I do not wish to. There is nowhere to go below, no relatives to turn to. I find this place quite agreeable. When her father was alive, their business dealings were quite extensive, and she had many friends. However, the Tang family was no more. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. For merchants, profit is paramount. Every action is driven by gain. Now that the Tang family has vanished, they can no longer offer benefits to others, and seeking them out would only invite humiliation, rendering it utterly futile. Zhuang Jing'an sighed softly, ready to speak again when Su Qingzhou's voice called out, Zhuang Langjun. Tang Yu stood up, lifted the grass curtain, and stepped to the door. Su Xiaoga has arrived. Come in quickly. You're soaked. Be careful not to catch a chill. Yu Qingzhou entered, water dripping from him. Inside, they had dug a pit, where a fire burned, creating a warm atmosphere. Yu Qingzhou found this arrangement quite agreeable. We should dig a pit like this in our room. That way, it will be warm while we sleep, and we won't have to crowd in the cooking area. There are fewer of us, so we can share a room comfortably. Your family is larger. If you split into 2 rooms, the firewood will be consumed quickly. After all, there is Su Qingliang, who is no longer a child. Moreover, Su Qingzhou and Su Qingyu are also not youngsters anymore. It is indeed quite necessary for them to sleep separately. That is of little concern, merely a matter of being diligent in gathering more firewood. Furthermore, they only need to roast by the fire during rainy days or when at home. Most of their time is spent ascending the mountains, and there are not many instances when they remain idle at home. Is Lord Zhang feeling better today? He is indeed improved. He slept particularly well last night. It has been a long time since he felt so rejuvenated. Snake meat is indeed a powerful tonic, and that snake was quite robust, appearing to be anything but ordinary. Contemplating this, as he gazed at Su Qingzhou, Zhuang Jing'an felt that perhaps staying in the mountains was not such a bad idea after all. The members of the Su family, though young, are certainly no ordinary individuals. Perhaps remaining in the mountains would be far more advantageous than descending. Whether for the couple or for future offspring, encountering these siblings might just be a stroke of fortune. We also slept quite well last night. Recently, we have accumulated quite a bit of palm fiber at home. Lord Zhang, being well-versed, I wish to consult you regarding the making of raincoats and straw hats. As for the straw hats, Zhuang Jing'an remarked, I possess some knowledge about them, albeit limited to mere awareness, having never crafted one myself. As he spoke, he sat up, preparing to rise from the bees. Yu Qingzhou hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Lord Zhang, just relay your thoughts to me. I shall experiment on my own later. I also have palm fiber at home. It would be a bother if you could help me gather some, so that we may ponder over it together, which might expedite the process. As long as the weather returns to normal, rain will fall intermittently. Raincoats and straw hats are absolutely essential. Their family also requires these items that he only knows how to make them, but has never actually attempted. Thus it is imperative to discuss and practice the process. Tang Yu first helped him to the ground, allowing him to sit against the hay stacked against the back wall, before going to another room to fetch the harvested palm. The raincoat consists of upper and lower skirts, and the harvested palm fronds must be fashioned into palm fluff at the base. The palm fluff can then be woven into fine strings and sewn together with a needle. However, the sewing needles bought for clothing and shoemaking are inadequate, as they cannot accommodate the palm strings nor withstand the thickness of the raincoat. It is impractical to venture into town again to procure suitable needles for crafting the raincoat. Thus, making one's own bone needle is the best choice. Therefore, after understanding the detailed crafting methods, it is essential to carve out a suitable bone needle. Finding an appropriate bone for the needle is relatively easy. Yet the crafting process is not so simple. The bone needs to be polished, with one end sharpened and the other flattened. The flattened end requires a hole to be drilled, which demands not only patience but also a bit of skill. Amid the rain, Su Qingchen found himself idly restless and was summoned by Su Qingzhou to engage in work. To transform the bone into a needle. Upon learning the task at hand, Su Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. What else could it be? Hurry, we need both thick and thin ones. Let us prepare several. Who knows when they might come in handy elsewhere? Most importantly, we must drill holes in the end, which may not succeed on the first attempt. So we ought to prepare a couple more. After selecting the necessary tools, the two returned to sit by the fire. Su Qingzhou was unaware that Gong Shuheng had already ventured into the cave. And upon seeing her sitting cross-legged by the fire, he found it curious. Has she finally felt the chill? Gong Shuheng uttered a soft affirmation. A flesh-and-blood body knows that feeling cold is quite normal. Does it not? As for her squatting outside in the dead of night, it was merely because the benefits she reaped from being outside outweighed the chill. With the season changing, once the rain begins, the cold will only intensify. I just visited Lord Zhang's abode. They dug a pit in the room where they are staying to start a fire for cooking, and they fashioned a curtain of thatch at the entrance, which, while not entirely windproof, manages to block most of the cold wind, keeping the entire room warm. I was contemplating whether to dig a similar pit in the room where you reside. They seem to be faring well. Their fire is quite vigorous. Young ladies are inherently more delicate and prone to the cold. Su Qingyu declined. We are quite well here. Why would we need to dig one specifically for our room? If we dig one for our room, why not for yours? Our family's situation differs from theirs. We have hides, and at night, when we roast to warm up, we wrap ourselves in hides, huddling together. Thus, it is not so cold. Very well. The suggestion was promptly dismissed. Su Qingzhou ceased to pursue the matter. Focusing intently on crafting his bone needled, Su Qingchen inquired. Now that you understand how to make a raincoat, what about the straw hat? Let us take it one step at a time. We'll perfect what we have before moving on. Alternatively, I could make one while you make the other. Aren't you always restless and eager to do something? Perhaps you could consult someone for guidance? Chapter 56. His aspirations. I shall stick to making the bone needle. Mastering this skill is a worthwhile endeavor. Su Qingzhou cast a knowing glance at him. Recognizing that this young fellow is bold at home but timid outside, as dusk settled, the workers became increasingly stiff from labor, while only Gong Shuheng lay nestled in the haystack, soundly asleep. The voices of Su Qingyu and the others grew quieter. It is indeed concerning when someone who typically stays awake late suddenly falls into such a deep slumber. With only 2 meals a day, there has been little variation. Although the weather has turned cooler, meat left out for too long will inevitably spoil. Gong Shuheng had warned against overeating, hence they only stewed the portion they had divided. In recent days, it is imperative to consume this meat promptly. Fortunately, having this pot of meat alleviates the anxiety brought on by the rain. Su Qingzhou's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Despite the cold that settled in during the night, they remained warm, perhaps due to the hides covering them. Feeling no chill whatsoever. As for Gong Shuheng, her behavior appeared erratic, as she continued to huddle in the corner by the wall, unwilling to come inside. The rain persisted for 3 to 4 days. While anxiety gripped the household, it finally ceased. To be honest, it has not been long since the previous flood disaster, and the memory still weighs heavily on the heart. With rain continuing for days, sleep was elusive, fraught with dread of a repeat occurrence. In this bitter cold, it would truly be catastrophic. Fortunately, by the 4th night, it finally stopped. Once the rain ceased, even the night forest began to bustle with life. The owls emerged from their humble nests, chattering incessantly. Unbeknownst to them, the waning crescent moon had passed, and it was now time for the first quarter moon to rise. This rain had poured thoroughly, with the waterlogged pools beside them having burst open, the slightly murky water gushing down the mountainside. Hu Qingliang awoke early, equipped with a digging tool. and ventured out to excavate the disrupted waterhole once more. It needed to be wider and deeper to retain more water. The breached opening was leveled, and once filled, the overflow would take care of itself. Su Qingyu opened her eyes and resumed her task from the previous days. Vigorously swinging the knife she had acquired at the doorway, one stroke after another. To be honest, 500 strokes sounds deceptively simple. However, after the first 500 strokes that morning, her arms felt nearly incapable of lifting. Her ability to persist was solely due to her stubborn character. Either she does not start, or once she does, she must see it through to the end. Abandoning a task midway is not the style of Su Qingyu. It was only as she began wielding the knife that Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou realized what Gong Shuheng had promised the three of them. Su Qingzhou, being the younger one, was unable to contain his impatience. After finishing the meal, he approached Gong Shuheng. "Do you think there is something I could learn?" Gong Shuheng appraised him for a moment. "It is not about what I think. It is about what you believe. The path you choose to walk must be determined by your own circumstances. Once you have made your choice and resolved to work diligently, step by step, you will draw closer to it. The paths others point out may not necessarily be suitable for you, nor can you guarantee that you will be able to persist. Point 1. Must always adhere to one's true heart. Su Qingzhou is a decent child, meticulous and steady in his endeavors. Perhaps he lacks a degree of thoroughness, but he is still quite young that he possesses a bit more fortune than others, though this luck can be fickle. Regardless of the hardships, he never complains and perseveres quietly. This makes him quite an admirable child among ordinary folk. Yet, this also renders him somewhat unremarkable, devoid of sharp edges. This leaves Gong Shuheng uncertain of what path would suit him best. Su Qingzhou felt somewhat lost, unsure of the direction he should take. Su Qingliang stood up and patted his shoulder. "There is no need to rush. Take your time to think it through, and speak only when you have clarity. It is better to carefully consider your choices than to hastily decide and later change your mind. Every path is fraught with challenges. Only those you are truly passionate about will compel you to persist through the many trials and tribulations." Su Qingzhou turned to Su Qingliang. "What about you, elder brother? Do you have something in particular you wish to accomplish, a dream you aspire to fulfill?" Su Qingliang gazed at the distant, mist-shrouded mountains and smiled. "The things I wish to accomplish. I have already achieved quite a few. That if one desires more, then I hope to nurture you all well, enabling you to live a life free from the worries of sustenance and attire." In the days when he begged for alms, he often contemplated never returning to that dilapidated temple again, and no longer would he have to fight tooth and nail for a shelter that did not leak. He yearned for a place entirely his own, a refuge from the wind and rain. He also wished for a household registration, to live as an upright and ordinary person. Now, all these aspirations have been fulfilled. One must not be ungrateful, nor should one be oblivious to one's own limitations. Whether in action or thought, it is essential to remain within one's capacity or strive for that which can be attained through effort. Are we to ascend the mountain today? The path is utterly soaked, and the dew on the mountain is as heavy as can be. Perhaps it is best to tend to the chores at home. What shall we accomplish? The earth behind the wall is thoroughly soaked. I consulted Elder Zing on how to make earth bricks, and while the soil is still wet, we could make a few bricks to dry out and see if we can rebuild the wall. This way, we can spare ourselves the arduous task of hauling wood back from the mountain. It merely requires knowledge of the method. The skill is not overly demanding, though it does require some physical strength. After all, the soaked clay needs to be kneaded anew. The bricks must be compacted in one go using simple tools. After breakfast, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the ground remained damp for a while. But the dew had significantly diminished. Su Qingyu intended to take the donkey out for a breath of fresh air. Keeping it tethered in the shed was not ideal. She would also gather some edible wild vegetables. She was reluctant to disturb the dense weeds in her field, so she decided to search elsewhere, first depleting the edible resources farther afield before harvesting from her own land. The wild vegetables, such as the tender shoots of wild radish and the occasional chicken heart vegetable, were beginning to emerge, while the wild garlic was also making its appearance. After the rain, if the sun shines a bit more, the wild vegetables will sprout wildly. Of course, Su Qingyuan accompanied her. The two of them, with their hats getting increasingly larger, also found themselves more able to eat. The past few days of rain had left them in a half-starved state, to the point where they were even gnawing at their cages. With the weather clear, they needed to cut more grass. Otherwise, how would they gain weight? Chapter 57. Above 3 feet, there are deities. With the weather clear, Staying at home was not an option. The morning dew was heavy, making it difficult to venture out. After the sun had shone for a while, Zheng Huai came over to find Su Qingzhou. Shall we go up the mountain? Today, there are matters to attend to at home, so we shall not go to the mountain for the time being. The sun has just begun to shine, and the mountain path is treacherous. I want to venture far, just nearby, as our firewood supply is still insufficient, and food is particularly scarce. Su Qingliang learned carpentry from Zheng Xian, sharing knowledge about edible resources found in the mountains. The grandfather and grandson were overjoyed. They lived by the large marsh, surrounded by water, and many things differed greatly from those in the mountains. What was found by the water was not necessarily found in the mountains. And vice versa, if they relied solely on their own exploration, they would not know when they might recognize a few varieties, and they might starve long before that. Now that they had some knowledge, with the weather cleared, they would surely take a chance and gather what they could. Then you may go. Zheng Huai looked around. Have Qingyu and Qingwen already left? Yes, they have gone, taking the donkey with them. Even Jin Si, who has followed. However, the sisters did not ascend the mountain. Instead, they followed the riverbank downwards. Just as Zheng Huai was preparing to set off alone, he encountered Tang Yu, who was also heading to the mountain. And they decided to journey together. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered. Has Qingheng gone up the mountain too? Lu Er, accustomed to this, nearly missed the point. She probably has, their siblings are quite diligent. Come rain or shine, no one ever remains idle. At this moment, Gong Shuheng truly was idle. She had risen early to ascend the mountain, but had directly ventured into the bamboo grove, measuring the water level and observing that at her current height, she could scarcely see anything. Following the path she had explored the previous day, the other exit of the cave lay not far from the waterous edge. However, at this moment, her view was obstructed by the bamboo branches and the intertwining shrubs. Nothing else was visible. The steepness of the mountains on either side left no path, and unless there was an urgent matter, few would dare attempt the arduous climb. After contemplating for a long while, Gong Shuheng made a careful comparison and ultimately decided to climb up the right side of the waterfall using both hands and feet. Even though she was small and agile, she could not entirely evade the prickly thorns, and her exposed hands and face bore several scratches. Tough as she was, by the time she reached the summit, her breath was still somewhat uneven. This was advantageous. The more difficult the climb, the lower the likelihood of discovery. Moreover, with Taiha's formation left in the bamboo grove, she need not worry about anyone uncovering this exit for the time being. However, due to the recent rain, there was a substantial water pool above the waterfall. Quite expansive, the slightly murky water flowed swiftly, and the calm areas concealed their depth. Gong Shuheng hesitated. She was uncertain whether her petite frame would be swept away by the current while trying to pass through. After the meal, she was nowhere to be seen. Yu Qingliang had a rough idea of where Gong Shuheng had gone, but he kept it to himself. He directed Su Qingzhou and Su Qingchen to crush the thoroughly soaked wall clay and mix it vigorously with sticks. Although this task appeared straightforward, it required considerable strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accomplish. They had not worked for long when Su Qingchen's face turned red, and despite the cold weather, he was drenched in sweat. Feeling hot and sticky, Su Qingzhou chuckled at him. Little brat, can't take it anymore, can you? How much older are you than me? Su Qingchen, unwilling to admit defeat, resolutely refused to rest. Su Qingzhou was also quite exhausted but felt capable of pushing through. Primarily, this work was essential. It was inevitable. If they did not tackle it, their house would remain in disrepair, and might even deteriorate further. With no support and no expectations, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. Su Qingliang found some wood and, following Zheng Xian's teachings, used an axe to carve out grooves. That should suffice. It's time to fill it with soil. The base needed to be leveled. Then the soil filled in. After the earth was packed, they would strike the wood forcefully towards the center, compacting the top as solidly as possible. The more compact, the better. This would result in a square earth brick. The general process was outlined, but whether they could produce quality bricks depended on their own exploration. This task was indeed laborious. They should have left third sister behind, as she was strong and enjoyed exerting herself. Wasn't he this more effective than her daily sword practice? Su Qingliang cast a glance at him. You are quite something. What does size have to do with strength? Just because you are strong? Does that mean you should take the lead? You are a man, and she is a woman? There were quite a few flaws in his reasoning. Su Qingliang felt that this fourth brother was getting a bit too cheeky and needed to be put in his place. Previously, when their situation was precarious, he hadn't paid much attention to these matters. Now that things had stabilized somewhat, he gradually realized that this child had quite a few issues. Perhaps it was due to their limited time together and a lack of discipline. Su Qingchen became more subdued. He dared to banter with second and third brothers, but not with eldest brother. He understood that if eldest brother got angry, he would truly be ruthless, regardless of age or gender. Disobedience would surely result in punishment. If one continued to disobey after being punished, they would be sent away. Even though they now shared the same household registration and surname, some rules, once established, remain unchanged. Lu Er said, "Let me find the wood that I deem most suitable. She will craft a catapult for me." "What constitutes suitable wood?" Su Qingzhou replied, "It should possess a degree of elasticity and be particularly sturdy, as that would ensure durability, but I am uncertain which is the sturdiest." Then search extends a vow is inherently a constraint upon oneself, and the more severe it is, the better. Only through such severity can one cultivate a sense of trepidation within, thereby spurring oneself to ascend ever higher. What of mere indifference? Chapter 58. The absence of determination is a most unfortunate circumstance, Su Qingchen sighed, feeling as though he no longer desired to engage with this contraption. When the leader finally spoke, his words were indeed venomous. Su Qingliang observed his sudden silence and drooping demeanor, a smirk of scorn forming in his heart. The lack of resolve, whether in adults or children, is indeed a dire predicament. One day fixates on one thing, the next day on another. To merely contemplate without effort is futile. Even if one attains something, it will not be cherished. Although he followed the steps taught by Zheng Xian, Su Qingliang had merely consulted him on the method of crafting molds. The distinction between theoretical knowledge and practical application is significant. The rectangular wooden frame, with mortise and tenon joints at the corners, one side designed to open, is referred to as a mold or a ring. The quality of the mold determines the standards of the clay bricks produced. The one he crafted, due to limitations in tools and craftsmanship, was somewhat crude, barely functional, one might say. Additionally, a pestle was required. Ideally, it would be fashioned from stone with a handle, but lacking suitable materials, they had to resort to wood, which would affect the force applied. After several attempts, the appearance was somewhat acceptable, yet it still lacked sturdiness. After much effort, the clay was finally kneaded to a glossy sheen, resulting in a block that they deemed relatively satisfactory. Once again, Su Qingchen's mouth began to move. This feels akin to making flatbreads. If we harvest wheat in the future and mill it into flour, we could make flatbreads this way. Can you do it? I cannot, but I have observed others. It is much like this clay, kneading it into a ball and then rolling it out with a stick. Before he could finish, a voice rang out from behind the house. "Is that sister you?" Su Qingzhou dropped the pestle in his hand and dashed toward the beam at the back. Su Qingliang and Su Qingchen followed closely behind. After a few paces, Su Qingliang turned back to retrieve the pestle before rejoining them. Tang Yu, while running back, shouted, hoping someone at home would hear and respond quickly. "Sister Yu, what has happened?" Su Qingzhou called out even before reaching her. "Hurry! A large monkey has fallen into the trap at Zheng Xiaoge's house and is struggling to escape. I saw it from the tree and hurried back to get help." The creature was thrashing about, and they dared not approach, relying on the notion that many hands make light work to subdue it. The scarcity of food was pressing, leading to a sense of desperation. Su Qingliang called out to Su Qingchen, "Go back and fetch the axe and rope." Being small, he may not be of much use otherwise, but his speed was an asset. Su Qingchen let out a cry and turned to dash back. Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou, not bothering to wait for Tang Yu, swiftly climbed up the branches. By the time they arrived, the monkey was already clawing its way up, its front hooves emerging from the trap. The creature, though capable of speech, possessed a modicum of intelligence, realizing that by digging into the earth, it could elevate itself to escape more easily. It had already piled a thick layer of dirt beneath its feet, exerting all its strength to climb out. Zheng Huai, fortunately, was not foolish. He had long fled to the safety of the trees. Su Qingliang, summoning his courage, charged forward and swung the pestle down. The monkey shrieked and fell back into the trap. An adult monkey, with thick skin and coarse flesh, was hardly affected by the fall. It likely felt only a brief sting, not even breaking the skin. The most significant injury it sustained was from Su Qingliang's powerful blow, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Seeing the arrival of help, Zhang Huai swiftly descended from the tree. The ferocity of an adult monkey could rival that of a tiger or leopard. With its tough hide and sharp teeth, it primarily fed on vegetation but was not strictly herbivorous. Thus, tales of monkeys attacking humans might not be entirely unfounded. Second brother, do you have the dagger? It's on me. He had developed a habit of never being without it. For those like them, who navigated a life of hardship. Even with shelter and food, a sense of security was elusive. Only when one possessed the means to defend oneself could a semblance of safety be felt. Upon hearing that he had the dagger, Su Qingliang felt a slight sense of relief, though he could not fully relax. The monkey, now driven to madness, was not just running amok, but also howling frantically. It was imperative to resolve the situation quickly. Should it attract its companions or other wild beasts, it would spell trouble. Despite it being broad daylight, this was the mountains, where human presence was sparse, and the sight of wild beasts during the day was not uncommon. Su Qingliang gripped the pestle tightly, waiting for the right moment as the monkey leapt upwards, then struck down with all his might. After several strikes, the monkey began to realize the danger, ceasing its frenzied attempts to escape and instead cowering in the trap. Howling for mercy, Su Qingliang might not comprehend the creature's language, but its actions were unmistakable. At that moment, Su Qingchen arrived, wielding the axe. Here, brother. Su Qingliang handed the pestle to Su Qingzhou and positioned himself at the edge of the trap. Kneeling down. If that creature attempts to leap up, second brother, do not hesitate. Give it your all. He then leaned over the edge, raising the axe without a moment's delay, and aimed it at the monkey below. They could not allow it to continue howling. Otherwise, they would all be in peril. The most effective solution was to end its life swiftly. One must admit, they were rather audacious. An adult monkey weighed at least 200 pounds. And it was no simple feat for a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy to subdue it. Even with Su Qingliang's experience in the marketplace and his agility surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he remained fundamentally just a mortal. The monkey feigned a sudden move, causing Su Qingliang to lose his footing and tumble into the trap. Brother, Su Dage. A chorus of terrified cries erupted. Su Qingliang's heart raced for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, calling out to Su Qingzhou, dagger. He rolled aside just in time to evade the monkey's initial strike and seize the dagger. Through a series of agile rolls, he managed to rise and thrust the dagger into the monkey's wide at that moment. Su Qingliang felt his limbs weaken, relying solely on the will to survive. The monkey, now acutely aware of its pain, thrashed wildly in the trap, its once clever mind clouded by agony. Brother, come up, a clear voice rang out. Gong Shuheng had appeared, holding the rope Su Qingchen had brought, in the astonished gazes of the others. She swiftly threw the rope, ensnaring Su Qingliang and pulling him from the trap. How precarious their situation was. Those bold enough had entirely forgotten their own limits, daring to confront such a formidable monkey head-on. Gong Shuheng was at a loss for words at their recklessness. Chapter 59. A Bountiful Harvest. The moment Su Qingliang hit the ground, his legs felt like jelly, just a fraction slower, and the monkey's gaping maw would have claimed him. The confined space, the overwhelming disparity in strength, and the overestimation of his own abilities had nearly cost him his life. Gong Shuheng seized the dagger, which he had clung to desperately, and without a moment's hesitation, she leapt into the fray. She landed on the monkey's back, plunging the dagger with precision into the back of its neck, denying it even a moment to gasp for breath. The entire blade sank into the creature's flesh, and she withdrew it with deftness, swiftly escaping its grasp. What are you staring at? Hand me the rope. Let's bind it and drag it down the mountain. If we do not leave soon, it will be too late. Su Qingliang, relying on the strength of the nearby branches, staggered to his feet. After forcing himself to regain his composure, he glanced into the trap, where the monkey lay motionless, blood oozing out in a gruesome display. The last time they encountered a monkey, it was still a cub, discovered by Gong Shuheng, Su Qingyu, and Su Qingyuan, and was subsequently killed by Gong Shuheng with a few swift blows. Neither Su Qingliang nor Su Qingzhou, nor anyone else, had ever witnessed such a thing before. This time, however, it was an adult monkey, and they had watched, wide-eyed, as Gong Shuheng delivered a fatal strike. The scene was undeniably shocking. Regardless of their internal turmoil, the immediate priority was to bind the creature and extract it with utmost speed. Su Qingliang understood the urgency in Gong Shuheng's tone. fearing that any further delay might lead to trouble. Although they were on the front mountain, their home was still quite a distance away. Zheng Xian, arriving late and breathless, could hardly believe that his grandson had encountered such a beast while merely foraging for wild fruits. Even though the monkey was now lifeless, the old man remained thoroughly shaken. Fortunately, having weathered many storms in his lifetime, he managed to maintain his composure. Under his guidance, several individuals hastily secured the monkey's limbs, fashioning a sturdy stick to thread through the ropes, and together they carried the hefty creature down the mountain. Meanwhile, Gong Shuheng took her time to scoop soil from the side, covering the blood in the trap. Leaving a trail of drips behind her, the monkey was ultimately transported to the Zhang family. A few strapping lads worked together with remarkable speed, hoisting the large beast along the way. Zheng Xian followed closely, catching up just as they reached their destination. It was fortunate for them to have captured such a creature. Had it not been for them, and especially for Qingheng from their family, they would never have succeeded. Reflecting on their previous ascent, had it not been for that sixth girl from the Su family, they might have perished along the way. And now, once again, they owed their safety to that little girl. Without her, lives might have been lost. Although it may not have necessarily been Zheng Huai from their family, Zheng Xian remembered their gratitude. Su Qingliang stated, "Whoever dug the trap owns whatever falls into it. As for the others in this village, it's just us. If we are close by, who wouldn't lend a hand? If anything happens to our family, old sir, you and Zheng Huai cannot pretend to be ignorant. Can you? Rules are rules. Without them, there can be no order. We must conduct ourselves with some decorum. Otherwise, chaos will ensue." Zhang Xian felt undeserving of such generosity, especially as they had no means to manage such a large beast. It was still brought to the door of the Su family, with the expectation that they would assist in skinning it. Previously, Su Qingyu had always handled this task. Now, faced with such a sizable creature and with Su Qingyu absent, it fell to Su Qingliang, the eldest brother, to take charge. Gong Shuheng offered him simple guidance. First, hang it up and start from the hooves. To be honest, Gong Shuheng lacked experience herself. She had only observed Su Qingyu skinning a cat and thought it appeared straightforward and efficient. A crowd gathered around, including Zhuang Jingyan, who, despite his mobility issues, leaned on a stick to join the spectacle. Their minds were far from the mountain. Such a large catch, even if its meat might be tough and stringy, was still a prize. With a little water and effort, it could certainly be made tender. Yu Qingliang began the skinning process while Tang Yu fetched water from the pond, and the others found themselves with little to do for the moment. Zheng Xian called upon Zhang Huai and Su Qingzhou, the three of them continuing to make mud bricks. With the sun shining, the earth dried quickly. Su Qingchen, too, could not afford to be idle and continued to fetch water. They still needed to chop wood, and if the opportunity arose to enter the city again, Su Shao brothers should remember to look for suitable tools. Anything they could buy must be procured. They were lacking in many essentials. Even a wooden bucket for fetching water. As for finances, he was penniless, uncertain if the Su family had any. Nevertheless, they had to find a way. Whatever could be done by hand would be attempted. What could not be done would require descending the mountain to seek solutions. Surviving, though simple in concept, proved exceedingly challenging in practice. Can the old man make wooden buckets? He wondered. Perhaps he had some knowledge. But not to a proficient degree. In the past, they had crafted their household items, learning a little of everything in their youth. Unfortunately, those days had been spent merely surviving, and they had left nothing behind. Whatever they had was likely long lost in the depths of the vast swamp. Ultimately, Zheng Xian's experience showed, as the mud bricks he produced were of a quality far superior to those they had made previously, each piece remarkably uniform and consistent. Su Qingzhou suddenly recalled, "What about Lu? Isn't she with us?" Zheng Xian replied, "That girl is meticulous. I saw her digging the earth to cover the bloodstains. She should still be on her way back. As for concern, there is none whatsoever. It is not due to her not being one of us. Rather, in Zheng Xian's eyes, despite her youth, Gong Shuheng is the most capable among the Su siblings. Not to mention that the two of us owe our lives to her. Just the act of covering up the bloodstains was something I, at my age, had not thought of immediately. Yet that little girl thought of it right away, which is already remarkable enough. With such steadiness in her actions, what is there to worry about?" Tang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and poured water from the basin into the mud. "She's back? Just now, I saw her, but I don't know where she went now. Where could Gong Shuheng have gone? Surely she returned the way she came to retrieve her belongings. After traversing mountains and valleys to find that spot, she had discovered several excellent herbs and had also gathered a few snake skins. However, upon hearing unusual sounds, she had no choice but to temporarily abandon her finds to investigate. Now that the commotion had subsided, she would certainly return for her belongings. Although she lacked experience, she was aware of the value of herbs. The few she had gathered today were quite precious. It depended on whether the young doctor at the Huichun Hall knew their worth. If he did, then these few items would ensure they need not worry for the entire winter. There were indeed many snake skins, but unfortunately, some had become too dry and crumbled with age, leaving only a few that could still be of use. She planned to keep the newest one and see if she could descend the mountain again soon to sell the others at the pharmacy, allowing her to purchase other necessary items for the household. Upon her return, she stumbled upon two large insect nests. Remembering the lack of proper tools and recalling the last time she had been chased by a swarm of insects while collecting rock candy, suffering several stings in the process, she promptly dismissed the idea for now. Chapter 60. How to divide the spoils. Su Qingyu had not anticipated that a simple outing to gather wild vegetables and lead a donkey would cause her to miss such a significant event. When she returned, carrying a basket of grass and leading the donkey, accompanied by the muddy Jin Si who, Su Qingliang had finally managed to fully skin the monkey, even with a sufficiently sharp dagger. It remained a daunting task. He marveled at how Su Qingyu, at such a young age, had managed this feat, especially when she had dealt with that large snake just days prior. He truly could not fathom how that little girl had skillfully removed its skin intact. Today had left him utterly exhausted. By the end, he felt as if he could barely stand, his head spinning. Upon seeing the figures at the door, before they even approached, Su Qingyu dashed over, dropping her basket of grass, leaving the donkey bewildered. After a brief moment of confusion, it trotted after her. As for Jin Si who, upon catching the scent of blood, it was in a frenzy, yowling excitedly, bounding swiftly with its four legs and leaping up the hillock. Su Qingyuan followed behind, breathless. "You all, wait for me. Why are you running so fast?" The donkey, sensing its need for rest, made its way back to the shed, having eaten its fill and still in recovery. Jin Si who, meanwhile, circled around Su Qingliang, eager to lick the blood-stained ground. Su Qingliang gave it a light pat, and it mewed before scampering away. Su Qingyu, having placed the grass beneath the eaves, rushed over. "Did our family catch such a large creature?" "It was caught in the trap set by old Zhang. We're just helping to clean up," Su Qingyu responded with a soft "oh," her eyes dimming slightly, scratching her head in thought. "They must have had quite the luck." I envy them. "What kind of luck is that? You've never seen how ferocious these creatures can be. You might think it's like the little cub we encountered before, which almost cost lives," Su Qingliang retorted. Su Qingyu paused. "Did someone get hurt?" "Not exactly. Just a bit startled." That someone was him. He bore some abrasions on his body, yet for them, such minor injuries were hardly a concern. Had it not been for Luer's timely arrival, he feared that his predicament could have been far graver, perhaps even a matter of life and death. The thought was unsettling, stirring a lingering sense of dread within him. Thankfully, if we were to assist them, would there be any share for us? Perhaps, after I have my abdomen opened, I will let Uncle Zhang handle it himself. They all contributed their efforts, and Zhang Xian could not possibly remain ungrateful. If he were truly indifferent, taking his polite demeanor at face value, then there would be no future for them. Shall we continue to feast on snake meat this afternoon? Indeed, it is getting late. You all should take a moment to catch your breath and prepare a meal. I am nearly finished here." Su Qingyu responded with an acknowledgement and entered the house to fetch a basin for water. After feeding the two playful kittens some grass, Su Qingyuan also brought in some dry hay to start a fire. This morning, they had added wood and buried it with ash, and now, upon digging it up, there were still embers glowing. All that was needed was to place the hay inside and blow gently with a bamboo fire tube, and the flames would spring to life. They had been consuming snake meat twice a day for several days now, and today marked the last piece. Fortunately, the weather had turned quite cold. Otherwise, it would have spoiled long ago. Even so, the freshness had diminished compared to the first couple of days, and the smell had become somewhat pungent. Nonetheless, for them, discarding it was out of the question. Food was far too precious. One had been idle today. Su Qingliang had spent time processing a monkey, while Zhang Xian, along with several others, had already produced many mud bricks, Nearly exhausting the collapsed yellow clay, it still felt lacking. If there were clay or more yellow mud nearby, it would be best to gather some more and finish it all at once. A sturdy house like this should not have collapsed so easily. It was fortunate that no one had been injured, or it would have caused considerable trouble. Su Qingliang called out, "Uncle, it's ready." He had already removed the internal organs, and the entire monkey hung upside down from a wooden post, blood dripping steadily. Zhang Xian rubbed a handful of grass against the mud on his hands and approached, saying, "Young brother, with your hands and your knife, why not divide the meat as well? I am aware that most individuals perceive this as a mere collection of filth, deeming it dirty and odorous. However, when properly prepared, it can indeed be quite palatable. Regrettably, we are lacking in several essential ingredients. Were we to marinate it with some spices, it would truly become edible, devoid of any foul scent. I, in my humble capacity, can recognize a few herbs that eliminate the fishy odor, and I have encountered a couple here that I wish to experiment with. The scarcity of food is our primary concern. Even the innards can be considered a form of meat, which is certainly preferable to the meager fare of watery vegetable soup." Su Qingzhou crouched down to examine the dark contents of the basin and inquired, "Are you washing this with ash?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The ash from burnt straw and wood is most suitable for cleaning. This it can be rendered spotless. Once thoroughly cleansed, if one were to add some bay leaves, fragrant seeds, mountain pepper, and other spices, it would be even better with a splash of strong liquor. Soak it all together in water overnight, and the unpleasant odor will dissipate. If one still finds it unsatisfactory, they can skewer it with sticks and hang it over the fire to smoke for 10 days or half a month. Then boil it, resulting in a delightful aroma." As for the nature of that delightful scent, Su Qingzhou was unsure, yet he could hardly suppress his saliva at the mere description. Zhang Xian remarked, "In the future, should fortune favor us with a catch, even if it is merely a single swallow, do not discard the innards. Some of these creatures from the mountains possess quite a bit of water within them. You may attempt the method I have described, and if you are unsure, do not hesitate to ask. If you find the process tedious, do not abandon it. Simply call out to the old man, 'I want it.'" Su Qingzhou responded with a smile, then broached the subject of descending the mountain to enter the city. Upon turning back, he saw Su Qingliang sitting alone on the stone steps, gazing blankly at the undulating mountains in the distance, lost in thought. "Elder brother," Su Qingzhou called out. Su Qingliang snapped back to reality and glanced at him. "Have matters been discussed?" "Yes," he replied. "They mentioned they would confer and discuss again before departing tomorrow morning. Yunyang and the others may have a little money, but it seems that Uncle Zhuang and the others do not. Surviving the journey from Yuyang is quite an achievement in itself, after spending so long in the workshop. Those who escaped would have brought very little with them. The discussions have been had. Whether or not we have anything is irrelevant to us. To survive, one must strive independently. We too have not fared much better. Having benefited from lure, without lure, what plight would they be in now?" Su Qingliang understood that their situation could not possibly be worse than it is at present. Perhaps they would not even be alive. Last time, he had already faced death. Twice now, that little girl he saved had rescued him on 2 occasions. "Second brother, sometimes I find myself fantasizing about becoming stronger one day. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to achieve that. If I cannot even protect myself, how can I safeguard these younger ones?" Su Qingzhou replied, "But I believe, elder brother, that you are already quite formidable. You are but an ordinary person. However, the myriad tasks you have accomplished are feats beyond what an ordinary individual could achieve." Chapter 62. She struggles to recall how she once raised children regardless of whether Bai could comprehend. Su Qingliang repeatedly reminded her, "Remember, this is your home, and no matter where you go, you must bring people back to me." He then filled 2 gourds with water, all of which had been boiled in a pot, infused with the sweet essence of rush root. He also prepared a few vegetable dumplings as provisions. Should they encounter a scarcity of food along the way, they would not perish from hunger. Su Qingliang had ventured into the city once before and had a fair understanding of the conditions along the route. Su Qingzhou presumed that she had already exhausted all her funds and had entrusted all their money to her. "If it is feasible, perhaps you could bring back some food. After all, we have a donkey accompanying us this time. So there is no need for Gong Shuheng to carry everything back herself, allowing Su Qingzhou to worry less. As for money, it holds value only when one has the means to spend it. They lack the ability to descend the mountain and enter the city on their own. so any money left would serve little purpose. Among the 6 family members, the youngest sister, who was salvaged last, is the most reliable and capable. Knowing that Gong Shuheng intended to enter the city, Tang Yu also wished for her assistance in carrying something back. Primarily, she needed some salt and also wanted to see if there were any farming tools for sale. As their family lacked them, the land must eventually be cultivated. She also hoped to find some slightly warmer white cloth, as women face certain inconveniences each month that require practical solutions. Zhang Xian also lacked many necessities and had not tasted salt in a long time. But he was penniless and could only dream of it. Despite their lack of resources, the pair of grandparents rose early to prepare. Gong Shuheng carried a bamboo basket filled with herbs she planned to sell for money upon descending the mountain. Zheng Huai, observing her leading the donkey away, then turned to his grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, may I learn from Sister Qingheng how to find medicinal herbs? If I could gather some, I could sell them at the clinic and at least earn a little money." They were currently destitute, and survival was proving exceedingly difficult. Each person has their own means of survival, and what we can rely on is not what we observe in others, but rather what we inherently possess. The suitable timber has been prepared. You must focus, behave, and work with grandfather to create the loom and spinning wheel. In time, we too shall have wealth. As the sun rose higher, the consecutive days of sunlight finally dried the damp earth at the entrance. Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou busied themselves at home, crafting mud bricks for the walls, while also laying out the chestnuts and wood that had been collected over the past few days to dry. With the back wall having collapsed, they had felt quite uncomfortable these past few days now, as they gradually rebuilt it, applying a layer of mud on the exterior and leaving a door frame in its original position. Their hearts felt a bit more at ease once everything was completed. However, the two of them worked rather slowly, for this task required precision and could not be rushed. Once the wall was fully erected, the accumulated chestnuts and wood at the entrance would also increase. Su Qingyuan was particularly meticulous about food, even separating the two types while drying. This was because the wood variety had a much better flavor than the chestnuts. Despite their similar appearance, their tastes were entirely different. There were 2 baskets full of chestnuts, while the wood variety only filled half of one. After several days of drying under the sun, the outer skins had become crisp. Once the rear wall was erected, the original back door would no longer suffice and would require timber or bamboo. Rearranging the back door is a task that Su Qingzhou can easily handle. Su Qingliang cautioned several younger individuals, forbidding them from discussing the cave at the back with anyone, and prohibited anyone from entering it without permission before he busied himself with his own matters. As for how to consume the chestnuts and wood nuts, Su Qingliang himself was uncertain. He thought of grinding them on a stone mill, just like other grains, and then using simple winnowing baskets and sieves made from vines to remove the outer shells. This way, he wouldn't need to grind them as meticulously as wheat or beans. Breaking them into several pieces to detach the shells would suffice. It sounded straightforward, yet it was far from an easy endeavor. This was a meticulous task that required considerable patience. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Qingliang began, estimating the amount before sweeping it down with a brush. At this moment, they were no longer as constrained as when they had first arrived. Even having enough to lend to the Zhang family, the dried chestnuts and wood nuts were easily crushed on the stone mill. The only downside was that the wood nuts, due to their sweet aroma, attracted weevils within just a few days. By the time the afternoon climbers returned, everything laid out at the Su household had been ground into powder. Su Qingliang managed to keep things relatively tidy, and the grinding was quite fine. Unfortunately, lacking a sieve meant that there were still quite a few small particles mixed in, but it was not a significant issue. Ultimately, they had added 2 more edible items to their provisions. Not only were they pleased, but the Zheng family was also joyful. Su Qingliang had set a fine example for them right there on site. After the rain ceased, they had not been idle either and had gathered a fair amount of these items. They had been drying outside for the past couple of days. If the weather was good tomorrow, they would need to spend half a day tidying things up. After all, they were on the verge of running out of supplies. Especially for the Zhang grandparents, before they obtained that bit of meat, their meals had consisted solely of bland wild vegetables, leaving them weak and unsteady on their feet. They were in desperate need of some grain lest they felt they could barely endure any longer. Gong Shuheng descended the mountain this time in a rather casual manner. She did not head straight for the city but walked leisurely, stopping periodically. Although the night air was frigid, she managed to find several flint stones and quickly kindled a fire. The cold weather deterred wildlife from roaming the mountains at night, which was one reason for the delay in her journey. Before she left, Su Qingliang filled 2 gourds with water for her, along with a mixture of wheat and beans, complemented by some vegetable dumplings made from wild greens, providing her with a small feast. However, for her appetite, it was barely sufficient for one meal. The notion of conserving was non-existent. She prioritized eating first and figuring things out while on the move. A trip to the city was no simple task, requiring several days of travel back and forth. Even with an additional donkey, it needed food and rest, making it no quicker. While resting overnight, Gong Shuheng found herself idly scrutinizing her appearance from head to toe. They all looked the same, tattered and reeking, their hair a wild mess. Without a basin to wash her face, she would usually splash water in the pool when it was warmer, but now, in the biting cold, she had no inclination to do so. She appeared no different from a beggar in the city. She had never anticipated that one day she would be in such a wretched state. Not even the simplest act of dusting herself off could be accomplished. She had heard that the elderly man next door could make wooden barrels. Surely he could craft a wooden basin as well? This time in the city, she needed to thoroughly explore and see where woodworking supplies were sold. If she could not purchase them, she would have to resort to using the earthen basin at home. They had indeed produced too few during the last firing. Once the weather warmed up, she would need Su Qingliang and the others to fire another batch. Not to mention, she needed to buy wooden combs and hair ties. Time had passed so long that she could barely recall how she had cared for the children in the past. What preparations did she need to make? There were plenty of mountain spirits in the Four Symbols Mountain. It seemed these matters had never truly occupied her mind before. Chapter 63. Not enough to fill the gaps between teeth after a rain, the area near the state city began to show signs of greenery. The crops that had been planted revived with an impressive vitality. A reduction in yield was inevitable, yet regardless, it was far better than being left with nothing and seeing no glimmer of hope. One could only hope that the coming season would bring favorable weather without any further mishaps. The surviving populace truly lived in a state of prolonged struggle, unable to withstand any more turmoil. En route to the state city, Gong Shuheng came upon a couple of places where people gathered, no more than a dozen or so, each gender and age represented, though the men were in the majority. In the biting cold wind, they shivered, clad inadequately. As they diligently constructed shelters, it appeared that the forced labor had finally concluded. Contrary to prior rumors, conscription had not yet been implemented in Xingzhou. The current state of devastation in Xingzhou made any potential draft feel akin to a complete annihilation. If such actions were to be taken, Emperor Jiang Shaoyang might soon find himself in dire straits. Gong Shuheng's first stop was Huichuntang. She needed to empty the bamboo basket she carried before inquiring with the doctor about any woodworking shops currently operating in the city. She recognized this particular doctor and found him quite amiable. Upon arriving at Huichuntang, she sensed that the past troubles should be left behind. Previously, the clinic had been bustling with patients, but today it was eerily quiet. With not a single sick person in sight, Dr. Chuanbai was leisurely seated in the courtyard, brewing tea by the fire. Upon seeing Gong Shuheng, Chuanbai was no longer surprised. He remembered that this young girl always came with offerings. Yet her attire remained the same, tattered and increasingly so with each visit. Her hair was a wild mess, resembling a bird's nest more than anything else. However, upon closer inspection, her complexion seemed significantly improved. Was she perhaps gaining a bit of weight? Unable to resist, he raised his hand to cast a spell, quietly cleansing her. Gong Shuheng pretended to be oblivious. She was well aware of the changes in her body. They had been gradually sharing the meat of a large python among themselves. Even aged snake meat is known to invigorate blood circulation and strengthen bones, let alone that creature. She felt much more comfortable in her body these past few days. With a lightness in her step, what medicinal herbs did she bring this time? A few valuable items. She placed the bamboo basket before him. The moment she revealed its contents, Chuanbai's expression shifted. Did you gather all of this? Indeed. Do you know their names? Are you aware of their uses? Gong Shuheng shook her head. I don't know. It's my first time seeing them. I thought they were rather rare. So I brought them for you to examine. While speaking, her hands were not idle. I also have 2 snake skins that I found in the mountains. They look quite large. The snake that shed this skin must have been quite old. I heard that older skins are more valuable. Could you help me appraise them? Chuanbai, a disciple of Taihe who had previously spent time in the Four Symbols Mountain, was experiencing his first descent into the world. In some respects, he considered himself knowledgeable. Yet, a Upon seeing the skins, he couldn't help but gasp. Where did you find these? In the mountains where we reside, deep within the forest. Chuanbai sighed deeply. You actually ventured into the dense forest? You have quite the audacity. What kind of snake could shed such large skin? If you encountered one alive, it would be more than enough to fill your teeth. Gong Shuheng remained impassive, unaffected. Chuanbai's emotions were quite complex. Where does your family reside? Baofeng Mountain. Where is Baofeng Mountain? Since arriving in this area, Chuanbai had been busy and had never ventured far from the city. He had never heard of this place. Perhaps he should find time to explore outside the city. The items you brought are indeed valuable. What do you plan to do with the money from selling them? Buy some grain, maybe some cloth. Is there a woodworking shop around here? I also want to acquire some woodworking tools, Tado, and I need some salt. She had quite a list. Do you have someone at home to sew clothes for you if you buy fabric? Yes, my elder sister can. How many people are in your family? 6. Chuanbai was taken aback. After the floods and then the drought, very few had survived. Most people he saw in the city were wealthy outsiders coming to establish businesses in the aftermath of the devastation. And there were merchants seeking trade opportunities. For a family of 6 to have survived was no small feat. Why haven't I seen any adults from your family? It's always just you. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people while out alone? This question carried a hint of probing. However, Gong Shuheng did not pick up on it. She held a favorable impression of Chuanbai. I am bold, not afraid. How far is your home from here? From the mountain to the city, I can make the journey in about 3 days if I walk quickly. That was indeed quite a distance. Chuanbai settled the account with her, handing her a small pouch, and cautioned, be careful. Don't flaunt your wealth. It's best to keep it separated. This journey is filled with valuable items, yet it comes at a considerable cost. Gong Shuheng expressed her gratitude to him, and then inquired about the location of the carpentry workshop, followed by questions on where to purchase salt. Today, Chuanbai was free and even personally escorted her to the door. Indicating a direction for her, he then advised her, not far ahead is a fabric shop. Once you have some money, your elder sister at home can make clothes, so do buy a little to have 2 new outfits to alternate. And about your hair, get yourself a wooden comb and a hairpin, and let your sister teach you how to style it. You are quite a lovely young girl, but your appearance is rather untidy. Gong Shuheng sincerely thanked him, saying, you are a good person, and good people will be rewarded. Chuanbai noted that it was the second time he had heard such words from this little girl. Xingshou was not lacking in salt, as it was a major salt-producing area of Tianke, with the largest salt ponds located at Bailutan to the north. However, it was uncertain whether the salt ponds had returned to their former state after the recent flood. Chuanbai informed her of the salt market's location and reminded her of some finer details. Just as Gong Shuheng was about to leave, she turned back and asked, will you be staying here for long? Chuanbai was momentarily taken aback by her sudden question, but quickly replied, I will be here for the time being. Once I find a suitable doctor, I will move on. I came down the mountain to travel. After all, it is impossible to remain in one place for too long. One must explore different locales to gain broader insights. He was puzzled by why this little girl would ask such a question. But he did not dwell on it. Upon returning to the pharmacy, he suddenly felt a blankness in his mind. What had he come here for? Rubbing his temples, he stepped back outside, sitting on a chair. He took his own pulse. The pulse showed no significant issues, so why had he felt so disoriented? Gong Shuheng made her way directly to the salt market in Tianke. Salt was sold uniformly by the government, and Xingshou was no exception. Due to environmental differences, there were 4 main types of salt: bitter salt, coarse salt, shaped salt, and sweet salt. Just by their names, one could discern which was superior and which was inferior. Bitter salt was indeed bitter and the cheapest, commonly sold in the market, mostly used by impoverished folk. Coarse salt was derived from evaporated seawater and had a milder taste compared to bitter salt, but its price was slightly higher. Shaped salt was official salt shaped like a tiger, used in receptions for distinguished guests, while sweet salt was a mildly sweet pit salt, favored by the royal family and categorized as the highest grade. With a hefty price tag, whenever the royal household required salt for seasoning, the salt vendors were expected to prepare the appropriate type in advance, ensuring no mistakes were made. After contemplating for some time, Gong Shuheng made her purchase. Chapter 64. Such extravagance in comparing prices, she bought 2 varieties, bitter salt and coarse salt. The bitter salt was large granules taken directly from the salt pond, unrefined and particularly salty. She could cook, but it was cumbersome. so she opted to use the somewhat milder coarse salt for the time being and would deal with the bitter salt later. After acquiring the salt, she proceeded to the carpentry workshop. Along the way, she caught a whiff of enticing meat aromas. She approached the source of the steam, but before she could reach it, she was shooed away. "Go on? Little beggar, stay out of my way while I conduct business." Gong Shuheng was unfazed, stepping aside and leaning against a donkey as she asked the vendor, "I can smell something delicious. It seems you are skilled in your craft. I do not seek to eat for free. I will pay for what I buy. I just need to know what you are selling, huh? You little beggar have some nerve and a sharp tongue. Look at you. Do you have money to buy meat buns?" Gong Shuheng pulled out some coins and placed them on the steps. "How much can I get with this?" The vendor was taken aback. Surprised that this seemingly disheveled little beggar could produce any silver, he hurriedly picked up the coins. "Are you sure you want to spend it all on meat buns?" "Yes, I want to buy them all. But do not try to cheat me. If I find out you are deceiving me, I will come here every day and ruin your business." Whether she was a plague or a fortune, it depended on how he treated her. Vendors were always wary of crossing paths with troublemakers. Who wouldn't he want to maintain a harmonious business relationship? After all, encountering a rogue could lead to trouble, at the very least causing annoyance. Hastily, he found her a corner seat and served her food to Tianke. The staple foods consisted of steamed buns, meat buns, and either grain or half-bean rice. Steamed buns and meat buns were enjoyed by those with better means, while most common folk consumed grain, also known as wheat rice, which involved simply steaming the wheat to eat, primarily due to limited conditions that made milling difficult. Originally, rice was grown in Xingqiu, but its yield was too low, mainly reserved for tribute, and the remaining was not consumed by the people but sold to the nobility. If one did not eat grain, they would mix and crush legumes and mill it together to cook, which is what Gong Shuheng was currently eating, this half-bean rice. The distinction between buns and cakes was minimal. Both were chewy, differing mainly in preparation methods, one steamed, the other baked. "What meat is in your bun?" "It is pork, an old recipe, mixed with various seasonings and cooked before being minced into a paste and stuffed into the bun. It's truly aromatic." Gong Shuheng pondered whether she should inquire with a pig farmer about acquiring a piglet to raise back on the mountain, to eventually slaughter it once it was grown. This meat was tender and flavorful, vastly different from the tough, gamey meat of wild animals. One bite was enough to fill her mouth with grease. It was simply delightful. At this moment, her thoughts of purchasing grain were completely overshadowed by the idea of acquiring a piglet. The vendor couple occasionally glanced her way. What kind of little beggar could afford such extravagance? Not only did she pull out silver, but she was also leading a donkey. She seemed to be faring better than they were. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Gong Shuheng completely disregarded the peculiar glances directed at her. Before she had finished eating, she wrapped the remaining food in dry lotus leaves and placed it in a palm leaf pouch. Gong Shuheng lazily departed from the food stall. She felt that as her health improved, her appetite had significantly increased. The feeling of satiety was truly delightful. This outing was markedly different from the last. She had acquired a few items, though somewhat scattered and incomplete. Leading the donkey, she explored every nook and cranny of the state city. Not only did she visit the carpentry shop to buy a complete set of tools, but she also purchased a hoe for Tangyu. Similar to salt, agricultural tools were also regulated by the government. Both the well-established bronze crafting and the newly introduced ironworking techniques were under government control. A dazzling array of tools crafted from bronze was available, alongside some rudimentary iron tools that appeared somewhat crude but were not as heavy as bronze. Due to their rarity, even the simpler items commanded exorbitant prices. Gong Shuheng felt her pockets and ultimately decided against purchasing them, instead opting for a bronze elixir furnace. She had amassed a considerable collection of items, albeit not complete, scattered here and there, yet she needed a dedicated vessel for straightforward concoctions. Not only did she intend to bring agricultural tools for Tangyu, but she also aimed to buy softer white fabric from the fabric shop. Although Gong Shuheng was uncertain about the purpose of such purchases in these strange circumstances, she felt obliged to fulfill her promise. As she squeezed her coin pouch, while buying fabric, she emerged with more than just 2 feet of white cloth. The donkey now carried an additional pouch containing the cheapest fabric she bought from the shop, all of which was linen but came in various colors: green, white, and blue. Upon returning, she could look for reed flowers or gather more leather, so they could each sew a set of clothes for change. It was unreasonable for everyone to wear the same attire constantly. Furthermore, she needed to address her disheveled hair. She had tied 2 little buns on top of her head with red ribbons. The pouch now contained a comb and several hair ties. In summary, since she had begun her meal at the stall, she recognized the importance of maintaining a respectable appearance while out and about. This respectability, first and foremost, required cleanliness and tidiness, given that this was the best they could manage at present. These were considerations she had never contemplated before, issues she had never thought about over countless years. Su Qingliang had not reminded them of these matters either. One reason was that his upbringing had not instilled such habits, and the second was that their current living conditions did not allow for such reminders to surface. After leaving the fabric shop, the shopkeeper's wife shook her head at the sight of the scattered hair on the ground. She was momentarily puzzled, unsure of how such a mess had appeared in her usually spotless establishment. Gong Shuheng, leading a donkey laden with a bamboo basket, ultimately found herself unable to procure the desired pig. The city had none, as it was the butchers who ventured out to gather pigs from the outskirts. Villages to the east and north of Xingzhou specialized in raising such animals, yet the journey was far from short. The final destination of Gong Shuheng's foray into the city was a butcher's stall. After having tasted pork, she found the meat she had previously consumed in the mountains to be utterly unpalatable by comparison. Having already savored the meat, if she encountered no game on her journey back, it was likely that the remaining meat patties would end up in her own stomach. Thus, she resolved to purchase a bit of fresh meat to bring home, allowing her family to experience this rich flavor as well. However, before she could reach the stall, she suddenly halted, her brow furrowing slightly as her peripheral vision caught sight of a woman who had just passed by. Immediately, she turned back, leading the donkey in pursuit. Chapter 65. A contribution must be made. The household was bustling with activity, so much so that during the day, no one had the time to think of those descending the mountain. Su Qingliang had gathered chestnuts and wood, and when evening came, he prepared a porridge. Now that he was familiar with the taste, he added a bit of both ingredients and mixed in some beans and wheat. Had it not been for the predominance of wild vegetables, it might have resembled the half-bean porridge Gong Shuheng had eaten in the city. Shall we continue foraging for these items? If we can find them? Then yes, but remember, we must remain close to the nearby mountains and not venture too far. Moreover, do not go alone into the mountains. If anything happens, quickly climb a tree. Climbing was a skill they all possessed. Originally, they might not have known how, but during those rainy months in the mountains, they had learned to survive. If one failed to learn, they would have long been devoured by the wild beasts, leaving them uncertain whether they would be reborn with full tails and whiskers in their next life. As long as it was edible and transportable, they would continue to bring it back. Their food supplies were limited, and this descent primarily aimed to procure salt and other necessities. It was their last bit of money, and once spent, it would be gone. They must continue to amass food. Su Qingzhou asked Su Qingliang, "What did Uncle Xing say about the loom and spinning wheel?" "We've already discussed it. If Luer can bring back some tools this time, he will be able to craft them, starting with one that our 3 families can share. We will provide the tools, while Uncle Zhang will lend his skills and time. Sister Zhuang can spin thread and weave cloth, and the 3rd and 5th brothers can learn from her. The cloth produced can be used by everyone." As Uncle Zhang is also in need of fabric, however, he mentioned that after finishing, he would like to continue borrowing our tools to create other items for sale at the foot of the mountain. This is understandable. Although he will lend a hand and learn the craft in the process, mastering any trade is no easy feat. It ultimately falls upon Zhang Xian himself. Time and effort must yield some form of reward. Besides, the 2 of them are utterly impoverished, lacking everything. The loom and spinning wheel are of utmost importance to them. What then, after we have the cloth we need? How will we account for the loom and spinning wheel? This matter had yet to be thoroughly discussed. Since it would be shared, the 3 families could each use it for a period. Or do you have a better idea, second brother? Su Qingzhou shook his head. I cannot conceive of a better plan. However, the most crucial aspect is that Luer must find a place to purchase the tools and successfully bring them back. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. Relying solely on the not-so-sharp axe in hand and the worn ruler in Uncle Xing's possession, how could they possibly create such a large and complex item? Thus, we must await Luer's return. Well, there's no need to wait idly. We should do what needs to be done in the meantime. The lumber has been mostly selected by Uncle Zhang. It cannot be brought back solely by him and Zheng Huai. We all must contribute. Their tools were limited and primarily relied on human effort, making the task exceedingly laborious. Hence, they dared not select particularly thick branches. Anything that was sufficiently usable would suffice. After choosing, they would first climb up and tie a rope at the top, then attempt to chop from the bottom. When they had cut halfway, they would pull in the chosen direction together. Once felled, they would remove the upper branches. Zhang Xian measured the dimensions on site with the ruler, chopped with the axe, and then carried the wood back to peel and dry when he had the time. This was all physically demanding work, and for someone who had been in a state of hunger for an extended period, it was truly a test. As Tang Yu made her way back, she felt as though her feet were floating. She had not participated in the tree felling. That task was primarily handled by Zhang Xian and his grandfather, along with Su Qingliang. Even the younger Su Qingqian and Su Qingyuan were not involved. Some tended to the donkey, while others gathered grass and wild vegetables. Yet, Tang Yu felt that since they were making something that would be shared by all in the future, she ought to contribute in some way. How could she bear to use something crafted through the hard work of others without doing her part? Zhuang Jing'an's legs were now able to touch the ground, but he still dared not exert himself, relying on a stick to assist his movements. Under Tang Yu's repeated reminders, he rarely got up except for necessary tasks like using the toilet. While he could not assist with outside work, he endeavored to manage household chores. He had consulted Su Qingzhou about the palm fronds and crafted a few small baskets for carrying items, and even made a straw hat and raincoat for Tang Yu. When Tang Yu returned home, he was already cooking, steam rising from the pot, the scent of wild vegetables and yam mingling with the aroma of wheat, further intensifying the hunger of those with empty stomachs. Zhuang Jing'an, not idle, held a piece of wood that he had smoothed with stones, diligently carving it. It was a palm-sized wooden comb. They had found themselves in dire straits, devoid of all possessions. He could not even afford to buy Tang Yu a comb or a hairpin. If he couldn't afford it, he would find a way to make it. Life had to go on, however. He had yet to complete it. It still required sanding, or else it would not glide smoothly and might snag her hair. Hearing light footsteps, he quickly tucked away the unfinished item and, using the support of his stick, stood up. Tang Yu had already entered the room. "Have you brought everything back?" He stepped forward to brush off the bits of grass and leaves from Tang Yu's hair. "Yes, it's better with more people. However, the fresh timber is quite heavy. The selections made by Uncle Zeng are still not very thick but remain burdensome." She was certainly stronger than those wealthy ladies. Having often traversed the outdoors and learned a bit from the family's martial arts master. Yet, she had never experienced such a life, feeling utterly drained and relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. With such exertion, she felt on the brink of collapse. "Then let us rest." Zhuang Jing'an leaned against the wall, unsure of what to say. He did not know when his leg would heal, or if it could ever be healed. A grown man, unable to do anything, relying entirely on a frail woman, he felt like a burden. Tang Yu was utterly exhausted. Once seated against a stack of firewood, she closed her eyes, appearing as though she had fallen asleep. The short distance back from the Su family's door weighed heavily on her heart. She felt discomfort, grievance, and even a hint of despair. Yet upon seeing Zhuang Jing'an at home, her mood gradually calmed. No matter what, she was not alone, so many had perished, and the fact that they had survived until now was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Natural disasters had not claimed their lives. And since they had survived, they must live well. Everything would eventually improve. Zhuang Jing'an looked at her, his expression complex, filled with heartache. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang Yu opened her eyes suddenly. "It's time to eat. I'm truly starving. I hope Lua returns soon, and that she can successfully bring back the tools. Regardless, those two items must be made." The city of Zhou was now beginning to recover. The common folk should have acquired the necessary items for daily life. The main concern was the prices. She was uncertain how much money the Su siblings had left and whether they could afford those things. The tools used by craftsmen were not inexpensive. Chapter 66. Just feeling so filthy. Gong Shuheng had spent a considerable sum during this trip down the mountain. Yet the items she sold were also valuable. Thus, even after purchasing numerous items, she had not touched the money Su Qingzhou had given her, for she had yet to exhaust her own earnings. Initially, she had intended to buy some meat to satisfy her family's cravings. However, who would have thought that before she even reached the stall, she sensed a faint, elusive aura of malevolence. The celestial gate was overseen by the grand priest of the Four Symbols Mountain, with checkpoints in every direction. Within its borders, no malevolent beings could exist. All the demon tribes resided on the islands to the east of Dongyi. To the west of Dongyi lay Qianlong Pass, where any demon that dared to cross the boundary would be obliterated by the power of the demon-slaying platform at Qianlong Pass. So, how could there be any trace of malevolence? Gong Shuheng would never doubt the accuracy of her perceptions. Even when deliberately suppressed, her spirit would never misinterpret reality. The individual before her appeared to be in their early 20s, youthful yet only moderately attractive, their beauty not exceptional, clad in a brown dress. With a simple hairstyle wrapped in a light-colored headscarf and carrying a basket lined with cloth, Gong Shuheng could keenly detect the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from it. She wondered what unspeakable contents the basket concealed. However, given that the person was a demon, this transgression was undeniable. Since she had encountered them, it was impossible for her to feign ignorance. She followed discreetly, leading her donkey along. It was already late, and the streets were nearly deserted. Her pursuit felt conspicuously evident. Gong Shuheng had no intention of concealing her presence. The mere act of the other appearing brazenly within the Tianke realm constituted a breach. Discovery would inevitably lead to extermination. Yet, before that, she sought to ascertain how the individual had traversed into this domain. The troublesome creature from the days had been sealed, and the demons it had smuggled and had been slain. Was it a case of failing to eradicate the root, or had the demon-slaying platform at Qianlong Pass encountered unforeseen issues? All these inquiries demanded clarity. As she led her donkey, they unwittingly wandered into a secluded alley. The young woman seemed blissfully unaware of her follower, walking at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the end of the alley, she suddenly turned around with a radiant smile. "Little girl, why have you been trailing after me? Have you lost your way and cannot find your way home?" Gong Shuheng maintained a stoic expression, solemnly nodding. "Indeed, I cannot find my way home. Might I trouble you for a bowl of water?" After speaking, she quietly loosened her grip on the rope in her hand. The woman's countenance remained warm and inviting, yet beneath that warmth lay an unsettling aura. "Of course, I can afford to give you a bowl of water. Come in, come closer." Gong Shuheng stepped forward, her basket in tow. The donkey, oblivious, lingered behind until both women entered the courtyard, at which point it turned and bolted away. "The monster is coming for the children." Its hooves clattered against the blue stone pavement. Gong Shuheng stepped into the courtyard, but before she could discern its appearance, the world around her shifted dramatically. It felt as though she had been dragged into an alternate realm. The demon's aura, previously faint, now enveloped her, thick and palpable, ensnaring her entirely. "What a delectable little morsel," the creature mused, inhaling deeply. "Your blood must be exceedingly sweet." The intoxicating scent overwhelmed her senses, shattering her long-held restraint. After days of consuming only livestock, she could no longer suppress her instincts. Gong Shuheng stood frozen, as if struck dumb with fear, allowing the creature to wrap her in its demonic winds and grasp her neck. Its foul mouth descended upon her throat, eye in her hand. A flickering orb of light materialized silently. Just as she was about to raise it, a thunderous voice echoed, "Abomination, release her." The voice struck a familiar chord. Chuan Bai, clad in a pristine white robe, stood in stark contrast to the murky world enveloped by the demon. The young woman chuckled lightly. "Let us see who is faster." It was our having successfully thwarted the opponent's attempt to unleash the demon pill. She retained a breath of life, knowing that he would still be of use. Otherwise, she wouldn't even want to spare a glance at such a vile thing. Nevertheless, Gong Shuheng found herself unable to act without further questions. Asking too many might arouse suspicion. Returning to the Chuntang with Chuan Bai, he had the medicinal boy arrange a place for her in the backyard. He also sent the donkey to graze alongside the mule pulling the cart, ensuring everything was settled. While away from home, Gong Shuheng remained remarkably obedient, refraining from seeking the moon. Being from the Four Symbols Mountain, she wished to avoid raising any doubts in Chuan Bai's mind. Presently, she was merely an unremarkable child. She dutifully got into bed, covering herself with the quilt, yet sleep eluded her. The unfamiliarity of her surroundings was one reason, but more significantly, her mind was burdened with myriad thoughts. Chuan Bai's timely arrival was notable. He could not be shadowing her perpetually, and he likely already knew about the demon infiltrating Xingzhou City, keeping a close watch on her. His hesitation to act might suggest ulterior motives. Her appearance today may have disrupted his plans. The sea demon did not emerge from the vast marshlands, but rather from the eastern sea of Dongyi. Indeed, the Qianlong Pass had encountered issues. However, if Chuanbai was aware, then those from the Four Symbols Mountain must also be informed. The following events would reveal how they intended to resolve the situation. Ultimately, it bore little relation to her, and it was not something she could consider at this moment. After a night of restlessness, as dawn broke and the first light of day appeared, Gong Shuheng arose, armed with a newly purchased wooden comb. Mimicking the technique of the fabric shop owner from the previous day, she meticulously styled her hair anew. Only after sensing movement outside did she open the door and earnestly express her gratitude to Chuanbai. She then accompanied the medicinal boy to retrieve the donkey and departed from Chuntang. As the new year approached, there was no hint of festive cheer within or outside Xingzhou City. It was eerily silent, as if a tremendous storm were brewing. After several sunny days, the weather grew overcast once more. Su Qingliang felt a twinge of worry. Luer had been down the mountain for several days, and by his calculations, he should be on his way back now. He hoped the rain would hold off for another couple of days. Without a raincoat or hat, what would they do if it poured? While riding the donkey, Gong Shuheng sensed the impending change in weather and decisively mounted the donkey, urging it to gallop back home. Just as they neared their destination, the rain began to fall. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Throughout her journey, she had not been idle. Like a spider weaving its web, she had gathered palm leaves and cut off fronds to craft a rudimentary yet oversized hat. Placing it atop her head, it not only shielded her but also protected the bamboo basket and the donkey from the rain. Although it was somewhat heavy and uncomfortable, the rain was not particularly fierce, just a gentle drizzle that could quickly soak through. As they ascended the mountain, the donkey could not move quickly, but Gong Shuheng felt no urgency, reassured by her makeshift hat. In contrast, Su Qingliang felt anxious. He had experienced rain before. During the floods, they had spent most of their time drenched on the mountain, with no day free from the downpour. Yet, that was during the warmest season of the year, when even cold rain was bearable. This time was different. They had entered the coldest part of the year. Thus, on the eve of impending wind and rain, Su Qingliang made arrangements at home before donning a hat and raincoat, taking with him a set of clothing specially made by Su Qingzhou for Gong Shuheng, and descended the mountain. The path to the state city was well-trodden, eliminating any concern of getting lost, regardless of whether it would rain or not. He intended to meet Luer partway if it did not rain. That would be ideal. If it did, he would at least be shielded from getting soaked. Meanwhile, Gong Shuheng leisurely surveyed her surroundings atop the donkey, her mind never ceasing its activity. The pitter-patter of rain soaked the hat, pooling atop it and dripping down. The donkey, sensing the discomfort of its wet head, quickened its pace, eager for shelter. It longed for its grassy abode. To her surprise, Gong Shuheng had not anticipated Su Qingliang's arrival to escort her down the mountain. Had she lingered in the city for another day or two, he would have met her directly at the city gates. Chapter 68. An abnormal normality as she descended towards the state city. She passed several villages, where construction had commenced and residents had already moved in. Gong Shuheng was genuinely astonished that the change in weather prompted Su Qingliang to come down the mountain to fetch her. Su Qingliang, in turn, was taken aback by Gong Shuheng's cleverness and deftness, capable of utilizing available resources to safeguard herself. Yet, he also felt it was to be expected. After all, this little girl was anything but ordinary, and thus could not be judged by the standards of common folk. Seated atop the donkey, Gong Shuheng ambled back home, while Su Qingliang, clad in his raincoat and hat, followed closely behind, listening as she spoke. One village contained no more than 20 inhabitants, a modest increase compared to their own, which comprised merely 3 households and 10 individuals. However, such simplicity was beneficial. Fewer people meant easier collaboration in overcoming difficulties together, allowing them to sustain their lives. As he passed one of the villages while seeking water, Su Qingliang encountered a sickly child. Knowing which herbs could help, he offered assistance, causing a delay in his return. Otherwise, he might have already reached home. Had the labor obligations at the mountain's base concluded? Observing the construction of makeshift shelters, he felt it likely, yet remained uncertain it should have ended, though he had not looked into it deliberately. He sensed that the situation at the mountain was still precarious. Having procured everything he could think of, he believed it best to remain in the mountains for the time being. She needed to venture deep into the mountains to gather herbs and nurture her body as best as she could. She did not seek a complete union of spirit and body, but at the very least, She aimed to endure a greater portion of the burden. Otherwise, she would remain perpetually constrained, which was far too passive. As for Su Qingliang and the others, they were now busy with their own plans, striving diligently to manage their own affairs. Surviving and addressing their basic needs was paramount. Other matters were beyond their control. The Qianlong Pass had encountered problems. The demons that infiltrated it were certainly not limited to just one. With both visible and hidden threats, she could only wonder at the cost required to eradicate them entirely. Moreover, she remained unaware of the specific issues plaguing the demon-slaying platform. The ability of Taisu and his group to resolve the situation swiftly and effectively was equally uncertain. All she knew was that the impending storm could not be warded off. She could only prepare to face it, standing resolutely against the wind. As a mere mortal, she found herself utterly incapable of aligning with her spirit. She felt overwhelmed by every endeavor. Thus, she resolved to set aside her thoughts and focus on her own path for the time being. I did not procure any grain, as the supplies at home were already calculated to last. They were at the coldest point of the year. If they could endure this period, when the golden belt of spring flowers bloomed, the weather would gradually warm. Su Qingliang nodded. Everyone was working hard, steadily accumulating food supplies that a few days ago, Su Qingzhou had discovered 2 nests of Xuanyu eggs on the mountain, saving them to await her return. They had also gathered a considerable amount of chestnuts and wood nuts. Though the flavor of chestnuts was bitter, they could still fill the stomach. Coupled with their previous provisions, they had gathered a fair amount. Once the weather normalized, they could forage for edible wild vegetables on the mountain during winter, and they would manage to last until the harvest season, as long as they could wait for the arrival of spring. The abundance of edible resources in the mountains would only increase, alleviating any concerns. Moreover, with the warming weather, they would be able to plant seeds. The gourds they had collected could be tested for cultivation. As both gourds and calabashes were edible and could serve as vessels, the rain grew increasingly dense, droplets cascading down the edges of the cloaked. At last, they had arrived. Before reaching the courtyard, Jean Si who dashed through the rain. Although they had become familiar, Bai was still startled, braying a few times. The commotion was not loud, yet those inside were eagerly awaiting her return, attentively watching the outside. Upon seeing both her and the donkey return, everyone was filled with excitement. Even Zheng Huai, who lived at the edge, rushed out, exclaiming, "Qingheng, you're back." Gong Shuheng replied with an affirmative sound, riding the donkey up to the gate of the fenced yard, where she handed the bamboo basket to Su Qingliang. Subsequently, she unloaded everything from the donkey's back and temporarily placed it in a spot sheltered from the rain at the entrance. Bai, being a clever donkey, sensed the absence of weight and dashed back to its shelter. After settling the donkey and providing it with fodder, she brought her oversized cloak to her doorstep. Su Qingchen immediately took notice, exclaiming, "Luer, you are truly clever. This is marvelous. It covers your entire body, eliminating the need for a raincoat. The straw raincoat is truly cumbersome. However, it does possess its advantages, providing protection against the wind during cold weather. If you like it, feel free to take it." "Really?" Su Qingchen was suddenly filled with excitement. He had always had a penchant for unique items. Su Qingyuan glanced at her, noticing she remained dry, and inquired, "Are you hungry? I can cook some porridge for you." It was still a while until dinner, but after a long journey, where one hardly eats or sleeps well, it was only right to prepare something to sustain them now that they were home. "No, let us eat together later," replied Gong Shuheng, first handing the tools she had purchased to Su Qingliang. Subsequently, she retrieved a sizable piece of meat from the bottom of the bamboo basket. "I specifically chose the fattest cut, though it does have a bit of lean meat. This is particularly oily and fragrant." She had insisted on acquiring the fattiest part and even consulted the butcher for a few cooking methods. But she informed Su Qingyuan that she would not be participating in the preparation. Su Qingzhou cautiously suppressed his excitement as he accepted the meat. "We can render some fat and savor it slowly." Gong Shuheng paid no mind to the details, having found it delicious before. She then called out to Su Qingyu, "Third sister, this is for you." It consisted of 2 wooden combs and several pairs of hair ties. Only then did Su Qingyu notice her previously disheveled hair was now tied into 2 small buns atop her head, adorned with red hair ties. "Did you style this yourself?" Gong Shuheng nodded. "Do you need my assistance?" As she spoke, her gaze flitted between Su Qingyu and her siblings, taking in their unkempt appearances, resembling wild savages. Su Qingliang and Su Qingzhou instinctively touched their hair, which resembled a bird's nest. It dawned on Su Qingliang that he had long overlooked something important. He had always aspired to be a normal person and to lead his younger siblings to a conventional life. Yet, could they truly be considered normal? The couple next door, the Zhuang family, was in a similar predicament. Perhaps even worse, yet they maintained a clean demeanor daily, and though their hair might be untidy, it was neatly gathered atop their heads. Only they, oblivious to their appearance, resembled savages. Chapter 69. Matters he should worry about. Su Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. You'll learn to manage it. At her age, it was unreasonable to expect her younger sister to style her hair. Gong Shuheng pondered for a moment. We should get a basin. The weather is turning cold, and we need to heat water for washing our faces and hair. I'll go find some herbs in the mountains to brew for your hair. Su Qingliang felt his face burn with embarrassment. These were the kinds of responsibilities he, as the eldest, should have been mindful of. Yet it fell to the youngest to take charge. Gong Shuheng, however, was focused solely on completing her tasks so she could rest. This fabric is for you, sister you. The small piece of white is for you. And I'll take it along when I deliver the salt later. The rest is for us. What? What? The others present stared at her in astonishment. All of this is for us. Su Qingyu looked at the two large bundles. Swallowing hard. Yes, later we'll gather more bulrushes to make some clothes. While there were ready-made garments available for purchase, even the cheapest was not as economical as making their own fabric. Having only made a few purchases, Gong Shuheng had now become adept at budgeting. She was learning to live frugally, especially with so many mouths to feed. She had money, but she didn't intend to spend it all at once. It was necessary to take things step by step, slowly. Reflecting on the past, she realized her previous approach had been misguided. Sometimes, an easy path is not necessarily the best. It is through hardship that one hones their character and grows. Learning to discern right from wrong, solidifying their resolve. So much fabric, all in varying colors and all new. The sudden influx of happiness left them feeling dazed, as if in a dream. So, is this all salt? Su Qingyuan's voice trembled with uncertainty. Gong Shuheng affirmed. The separated portion is for Sister Yu, and the rest is ours. Su Qingzhou licked his lips. This must have cost a fortune. He had given the largest silver ingot to Luer, intending for him to bring back some grain. Although he did not see any grain, the items they returned with seemed to hold more value. Gong Shuheng responded again. The last batch of herbs was quite expensive. I bought everything I could think of. The situation down the mountain is unstable, so we should avoid going too often. Now that she had completed her explanations, she sought a place to rest. However, Su Qingliang called her back, and the two entered the room. He quietly asked her, "Is that cave at the back usable?" In recent days, Su Qingzhou had fashioned a rudimentary fence from branches. Camouflaging the area, he had also placed some firewood outside, making it less likely for anyone to notice the cave within. Once inside, it's safe, but don't climb up. Above is a wind tunnel, and the gales are fierce enough to tear one apart. Thus, this was their only secure entrance. Also, we need to camouflage the hole on the back mountain. The best approach would be to plant some shrubs there. Those would remain evergreen and lush all year, easily concealing the entrance. Su Qingliang took note. Since that area was so perilous, it was sufficient to secure this entrance. A little camouflage on the outside would be far better than leaving things exposed in the house. Digging a new cellar into the compacted earth was no simple task, so that thought could remain on the back burner for now. Su Qingyu organized the items and sent them to Tangyu. Su Qingzhou was squatting with Su Qingchen, both examining the tools they had bought. They could not name any of the items, nor did they know how to use them as Su Qingliang emerged from the house. He heard Su Qingyuan call out to him, "Elder brother, are there two types of salt? Are there really two kinds?" She observed the differences closely. Su Qingliang understood this matter well enough. Yes. The larger granules are unrefined, saltier, with a hint of bitterness, while the finer salt is of better quality. Su Qingyuan exclaimed, "Oh," as she retrieved a small clay jar from the house to store the bitter salt. "Then we shall use this stronger flavor for now. We can save the better quality for later." She hesitated, reluctant to part with it. Su Qingliang temporarily stored the remaining salt, ensuring it was kept in the driest place to prevent spoilage. He wrapped it in several layers for protection. However, before wrapping it, he preserved a bit of the bitter salt, encasing it in banana leaves to carry close to his chest. He stepped outside and called to Su Qingzhou, "Pack up the tools. We heading to Old Man Zingest." "All right, I'm coming too. I'll take something." The three brothers set off with excitement. Zhang Xian was aware that Gong Shuheng had returned but did not approach, as they hadn't requested help with anything. The old man simply wished to know if they had managed to purchase the tools. After all, it required a fair amount of money to buy a complete set. Zheng Huai thought to check, but he was called back. With the back and forth over several days, and having returned in the rain, it was only fair to allow them a moment to breathe. Regardless of whether they had succeeded, the young brothers would surely come to report. If they couldn't even manage that, how would they survive? Su Qingliang called out, "Old man." Zheng Xian replied from inside, and Zheng Huai opened the old wooden door to welcome them. "It's raining. Hurry inside." The three brothers each entered, carrying their belongings. Zheng Xian thought that regardless of how many items they had purchased, as long as they had a couple of usable tools, it would suffice. Who could have imagined they had acquired such a complete set? A saw. With this tool, cutting wood would be much easier. It was far superior to an axe. The ancient saw, a square, served the same purpose as his half-damaged ruler. But this new one would undoubtedly perform better. The square, the Lubon ruler, and a plane could smooth the wood they needed. This was particularly crucial. In addition, there were a chalk line, chisels, and a drill, several small items. Though they appeared insignificant, their utility was considerable. They could be deemed the simplest yet most essential tools they required at present. It was said that ancient woodworkers had 26 tools, including axes for felling trees, chisels for shaping wood, and planes for smoothing. Zheng Xian meticulously explained the purpose of each tool to the brothers. "We already prepared the lumber in recent days, even with the rain now. It won't delay us. We can bring in what we can work on. There is an overwhelming amount of tasks to be accomplished, and on rainy days, there is little else that can be done. Thus, one can only strive to make the most of every fleeting moment. The first tool to be put to use is the chalk line, essential for marking. Many concepts are often merely spoken of, yet true understanding comes only through hands-on experience, which reveals the practical applications of each tool." Before departing to gather wood from the house, Su Qingliang entrusted the wrapped bitter salt to Zhang Xian, stating, "The items brought back are rather miscellaneous, and though our funds are limited, the salt is not in abundance. However, having no salt at all would be unfavorable, so I can only distribute it sparingly among you." Zhang Xian and his grandson were taken aback, as they had not a single coin to spare and had no means to assist one another in carrying items back from the mountain. Who could have anticipated that someone would arrive with tools in hand, bringing them salt as well? Not only were Zhang Xian and his grandson astonished, but Su Qingzhou and Su Qingchen, the brothers, were equally surprised. Nevertheless, the elder brother had his own rationale for his actions. Any doubts he harbored could be addressed upon their return home, seizing the opportunity while the day was still young. Under Zhang Xian's guidance, the four began to process the timber. Although initially only one weaving loom and spinning wheel were required, they also needed 6 pairs of water buckets and wooden basins. Each task demanded meticulous attention and an abundance of patience, and more importantly, time. The household was not idle either. With such a sizable and succulent piece of meat at hand, it was imperative to prepare it first. Su Qingyu and Su Qingyuan had never rendered oil before, but with Gong Shuheng directing, they managed. If the goal was to render all the fat into oil, there was nothing particularly intricate to consider. Culinary experience sufficed. Many tasks are interconnected. A high flame would scorch the meat, and speaking too hastily would result in a lower yield of oil. Thus, a gentle flame was necessary, with an uneven base. A little water was added to cover the bottom, after which the meat, cut into small pieces, was added. It is said that the lard rendered in this manner comes out snow-white. Though Gong Shuheng was not adept at cooking, she was well-versed in alchemy and had sought guidance on how to eliminate impurities. It was not a particularly complicated endeavor. It merely required a modicum of patience. Once simmered, the oil from the meat released an enticing aroma that filled the air. Distinctly different from the wild game of the mountains, Gong Shuheng remained inside, reclining against the hay, feigning sleep. The golden tiger, drawn by the savory scent, wandered about, sniffing here and there. Yu Qingyu playfully tapped its head, saying, "Stop that. It's of no use. You must learn to fend for yourself. The effort we expend to keep you fed without starving you is already considerable." They could hardly bear to consume the meat themselves, let alone provide it to a domesticated beast. To share a pot of food with them was already a generous act. The golden tiger, disheartened, lay by the fire, letting out pitiful whines. who among the household would feed a tiger vegetable broth daily? Even a raccoon would require some meat. Gong Shuheng cast a glance at it, devoid of any sympathy. If you wish for meat, venture out and procure it through your own efforts. It had grown considerably since its arrival. Regardless of being nurtured as a raccoon, the tiger's instincts remained intact. Though it could not capture larger prey, it could certainly manage smaller ones. Even a raccoon could catch a bird or a rat. In these times, survival necessitated self-reliance. The golden tiger emitted a few grunts, seemingly comprehending her words, and curled up restlessly, changing positions several times before finally getting up and leaving. Since their ascent to the mountain, Su Qingyu and the others had not descended for several months. Yet, they had no inclination to do so. The base of the mountain had always posed a danger to them, even before any calamity struck. Their lives had been far from easy on the mountain, shielded from the wind and rain. Diligent efforts yielded sustenance, ensuring they would not go hungry. This was a sense of security they had never experienced before. The delightful aroma wafted from the house, carried by the mountain breeze to all corners. As the meat in the pot reduced and turned golden, Su Qingyun felt it was nearly ready. She buried the flame beneath and, using a ladle crafted from bottle gourd, carefully scooped the oil and residue into a prepared jar. There was still a considerable amount left, so she tilted the pot temporarily to let the remaining oil flow to one side. Before pouring it all out, not to mention the meat, even the residual oil mixed with water and a pinch of salt produced an incredibly fragrant dish. Today's main course was chicken heart vegetable. Su Qingzhou had gathered a fair quantity of Xuanyu eggs, awaiting Gong Shuheng's return to enjoy them. However, given the richness of this meal, they decided to save the eggs for another time. The pot contained ground wheat and chestnut husks, which were nearly cooked before the chopped chicken heart vegetable was added, along with some garlic chives. Once salt was introduced, the aroma intensified, tantalizing the appetites of all present. The 6 family members gathered around the fire, each with a bowl, eagerly devouring their meal. The golden tiger had a small bowl beside the door, from which steam was rising, as the little creature circled around it in anticipation. After the meal, Su Qingchen eagerly presented a bundle of items before Gong Shuheng, exclaiming, "Lure, look at all these things I've managed to gather recently." He was uncertain about which type of wood was the best. Gong Shuheng regarded him with a knowing glance. Suddenly, Su Qingchen remembered the most crucial element. Rising to stand before Gong Shuheng, one hand raised with utmost seriousness, he proclaimed, "I, Su Qingchen, vow to follow Su Qingheng's guidance from this day forth, to hold myself to the highest standards, to persistently strengthen my skills and precision, and to never abandon my efforts halfway. Should I falter, may I live my life as a beggar, forever hungry and poorly clothed." After making his declaration, he hurried back. "Didn't you say that to achieve perfect accuracy, I must refine my aim and strength? Now, I practice every morning alongside third sister with the blade. While I may not be as proficient as she, and my repetitions are fewer, I trust that over time, my numbers will increase." Heaven knows, during those first few days of learning, his arms had ached to the point where he could barely lift them. He had contemplated giving up, but the scorn from Su Qingyu had spurred him on. Su Qingchen felt compelled to prove himself. Otherwise, he would always be overshadowed by third brother. Yet, in recent days, he sensed he was becoming accustomed to the exertion, and the pain had lessened significantly. Feeling a newfound strength, he suddenly recognized its true value. Moreover, he noticed that his third sister was discreetly increasing her repetitions, now far exceeding 500 swings a day. The greatest challenge remained honing his accuracy. Xu Huai had crafted a simple slingshot from bamboo for him. Standing on the edge of the eaves, he struggled to hit the wooden post at the door with stones, let alone from a distance. Gong Shuheng responded with a thoughtful murmur, her gaze lingering on the wood he had collected. "Make another vow. If you use your hands for nefarious deeds, may you render them useless and live out your days in agony." "What? That seems excessively harsh," he protested. "I merely wish to learn this skill for hunting. I have no intention of engaging in any wrongdoing." Su Qingliang shot him a glance. "If that is the case, what do you fear? A vow is merely a form of restraint, a constant reminder. If you believe you will not stray, there is no reason for apprehension." After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingchen renewed his vow. Gong Shuheng then turned to Su Qingyu. "You too, dummy?" Su Qingyu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback, but reflecting on her own commitment to practice with the blade for so many days. She shrugged off her initial surprise and stood up to make a serious vow. Gong Shuheng surveyed the pile of wood before her, then selected one piece. This one will do, drawing a simple outline in the dirt with a twig. She instructed, take the time to consult with Uncle Zhang and shape this into something resembling this outline, smooth and polished, then bring it to me. Upon her affirmation, Su Qingqian was overjoyed and hastily accepted the task. Gong Shuheng also held a skin from a green python and sinews extracted from its body, ideal for crafting slingshots or bows. Naturally, if she could obtain skin and sinews from the great dragon of the days, it would be even better. However, given her current strength, she was unable to contend with such a formidable creature and could only act within her means. Whether with blade or bow, accuracy and strength were important. But steadiness of heart and hand was paramount. This steadiness required daily practice and contemplation. Chapter 71. Days the rain fell for an entire day and night, finally ceasing as dawn approached on the following day. The mountains were enveloped in mist, leaving one uncertain whether the weather would clear or remain inclement. The household had accumulated several stacks of firewood, and even the pine needles and fir leaves for kindling were piled high. There was no rush to gather firewood. The priority lay with the carpentry tasks at hand. Once they opened their eyes, some wielded blades in the yard while others kindled fires and boiled water indoors. Su Qingliang, the elder brother, declared that from this day forth, they would wash their faces with warm water in the mornings and tie their hair up atop their heads. Once the wooden basins were ready, morning face washing and evening foot soaking would become part of their routine, fostering a clean and orderly demeanor. Go be honest, it had been so long since they had washed their faces that it felt somewhat foreign. With a soak in hot water, a layer of skin can be scrubbed away, leaving a fiery sensation on the face, juxtaposed with a chilling coolness. Su Qingyu was assisting Su Qingqian with her hair, tugging at it, causing Su Qingqian to cry out, "Third sister, do you even know how to do this? Could you be a bit gentler? I'm on the verge of becoming bald. You're pulling my scalp off. Hand me the comb, quickly. I'll do it myself." How can you, as an elder brother, be so inept at such a simple task when wooer and lure can manage it on their own? As dawn broke, the entrance was suddenly filled with a cacophony of sounds. After they were all tidied up, Zhang Xian and his grandchildren arrived. The old man observed that the weather seemed to have cleared, and taking advantage of the dry skies, they needed to attend to the pile of timber outside. Zhang Huai joined them as well, but once the sun emerged and the dew dried, he would venture into the mountains in search of food. With a modicum of skill inherited from his grandfather, he could learn at his own pace, undeterred by urgency. He had a basic understanding. Simpler tasks he could manage, while for more intricate ones, he would observe and assist when necessary. Gong Shuheng called out to Su Qingliang, "Elder brother." Turning away from his conversation with Zhang Xian, Su Qingliang walked towards the door, asking, "What is it?" "I must head into the mountains," she replied. "I see," he responded. Only to realize moments later, "You're going into the deep mountains?" Gong Shuheng nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, despite not straying too far. There was a possibility she might not return until nightfall, or even for several days. "You must take some provisions and be cautious," he advised. "I have brought a gourd, flint, and some salt," she assured him. "Then do take care and come back early," he urged. She replied with a simple affirmation. "If I am not back soon, do not come looking for me." There is nothing to worry about. Su Qingyu watched the two whispering, unable to discern their conversation, and approached them, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Nothing much. You're heading into the mountains, aren't you?" "Yes, we need to take Zhangbai out for a stroll before the sun fully rises. Then we'll cut some grass for him to eat tonight. It will help him grow faster. Then off you go," she encouraged. "Are you not joining us?" they asked. "No, I have other matters to attend to," she replied. "Very well." Once arrangements were made, Gong Shuheng stowed her belongings into the bamboo basket she often carried and boldly set off into the mountains. Besides what she had mentioned to Su Qingliang, her basket also contained the snake skin she had previously peeled off and the sinews she had extracted, along with dried snake blood and segments of snake bones. She was not intending to venture directly into the deep mountains, but rather to the bamboo forest. At the closest entrance to the cave, she harvested a strip of bamboo and hoisted it up. Pushing aside the dense layers of vines that concealed the entrance, she slipped inside. Upon entering the cave, a shiver coursed through her as the crisp, penetrating cold enveloped her body. If an ordinary person were to step inside, they would likely become a statue of ice. merging with the ancient stone essence that had existed for countless years. Not far behind her were two strange gusts of wind, colliding and tearing at one another, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Gong Shuheng set down her bamboo basket, crawled back out of the cave, and began foraging for firewood nearby as the sun gradually ascended over the mountain. Its brilliant rays illuminated the dewdrops clinging to the leaves, making them shimmer with vibrant colors. Two wooden frames were erected at the entrance of the Su residence, where the chopped wood rested. Su Qingliang had already learned to use a saw, carefully cutting the timber along the marked lines. Zhuang Jing'an also emerged from the house, taking a seat on a pile of hay at the door. Refining the cut wood with a planed at this pace, we should have the loom and spinning wool ready in just a few days, right? Su Qingchen remarked. Zhang Xian glanced at her and replied, "It's not as simple as that. I am not a skilled carpenter. I only remember the basics and can manage some rough work. With Zhuang Longjuan's guidance, it won't be a guarantee of immediate success. But at least we can avoid unnecessary efforts." Zhuang Jing'an added, "I'm even less capable than the old man. I've only seen it done before and know nothing of woodworking. Life is truly unpredictable." He continued, "Regardless of the situation, one should seize every opportunity to learn. Skills are never burdensome. I once lived comfortably, never worrying about food or drink, and had more exposure to opportunities than others. I thought I was quite remarkable and diligent. Yet the skills I possessed were only applicable in times of peace. In the face of calamity, they are utterly useless. In this world, there are only things one cannot conceive of. Everything else is possible." Zheng Xian asserted. Su Qingzhou inquired, "I heard from elder brother that you reside in Yuyang, near the Great Marsh. Are there mountains in that area?" "There are no mountains nearby. The closest ones are to the south of the state city. Otherwise, the flood disaster wouldn't have been so severe. Water flows to lower places, and Xingzhou is already situated low, with Yuyang being even lower. Without mountains to rely on, there's nowhere to retreat. Previously, one might have thought the waters teemed with resources, believing they could survive by the water alone, but reflecting now, that was truly short-sighted. They only saw what lay ahead, forgetting what was behind. Are there many fish in the Great Marsh? The brothers and I have only mixed in the county town. Had it not been for the calamity, we might have been trapped in that small county for a lifetime. Even so, we have never ventured elsewhere. Our curiosity about unvisited places is boundless. Indeed, the Great Marsh is aptly named, as it is a confluence of waters from various lakes and seas. If not for the presence of the Dongyi tribe to the east and a stretch of land, it would bear little distinction from the ocean. The towering waves during high tide can be quite terrifying. Yet, when the tide recedes, the shoreline is strewn with an array of edible treasures. This is why many have settled there. Chapter 72. The beginning and end of disaster. Once the flood recedes, will it not bring forth an abundance of food? Zheng Xian paused momentarily, then chuckled wryly. Yes, certainly. When the tide rises, many creatures escape from the Great Marsh. But when the tide ebbs, many cannot return and perish outside. However, many have drowned in the flood, and with various corpses mingled among the food. While one might eat in desperation, the consequences are uncertain and quite terrifying. Moreover, there are likely no survivors left there. Even if there is plenty to eat, no one will be around to gather it. Zhuang Jing'an asked, "I've heard tales of dragons residing in the Great Marsh, possessing the ability to summon the winds and rains. Is there any truth to that?" Zheng Xian paused, his axe halting mid-swing. "Perhaps there is, but how could such beings be seen by ordinary folk like us?" He dared not speak further, for even living close to the Great Marsh and frequently fishing there, he remained ignorant of many matters. The Great Marsh once bore another name, Laze, long ageod, at that time. Waters did not flow from west to east. There was no Great Marsh, only a place where dragons dwelled and rested. The yellow dragon sensed the essence of heaven and earth, birthing the Hua Su. Hua Su, in turn, sensed the mark of the thunder god, giving rise to humanity's ancestor. Fushi. A great battle ensued, tearing apart heaven and earth, nearly annihilating all of humanity. Rivers turned to desolate mountains, and highlands became oceans. Since then, dragons vanished from this world, and Laze transformed into the Great Marsh, a confluence of rivers and lakes. No one knows that Laze lies beneath the endless abyss of the Great Marsh. Sealed away. The legends of dragons within the Great Marsh are merely fragmented memories passed down from ancient times. There are no dragons, only remnants of a skeletal form. If one were to call it a dragon, it could only be deemed a bone dragon devoid of spirit. Tai Yuan, the eldest disciple of the Grand Priest of the Four Symbols Mountain, was traveling abroad in search of suitable materials for sword forging for his junior sister. Tai Su, he had heard rumors of the essence of mystery within the Great Marsh and ventured into it. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the bone dragon had inexplicably regained flesh and blood, shrouded in demonic energy. This was no trivial matter. A skeletal form long forgotten had, for reasons unknown, reformed flesh and regained intelligence, an exceedingly bizarre occurrence. Tai Yuan initially intended to avoid disturbing it, planning to collect the essence and report back to his master at the Four Symbols Mountain before devising a long-term strategy. However, since he had already come this far and was aware of the sought-after treasures hidden below, how could he possibly return empty-handed? Excessive arrogance ultimately leads to catastrophic consequences. The colossal skeleton of the dragon, that is the remains of an ancient divine dragon, reborn in flesh and blood, is truly extraordinary. Although he is trained under the high priest of the Four Symbols Mountain and has attained remarkable skills, having long forsaken the consumption of grains and transcended the cycle of reincarnation, he remains, in essence, merely a mortal. With his limited prowess, even the slightest remnant of thought before the ancient divine dragon would be sufficient for his obliteration. Despite his utmost caution, he inadvertently provoked the entity in a perilous moment. He shattered the life token bestowed upon him by his master, a token he had never before utilized. The high priest, who had been in seclusion at the star-gathering tower on Four Symbols Mountain, was compelled to emerge prematurely in response to the summons, confronting the reborn skeletal dragon in his stead. That battle plunged the world into chaos, obscuring the heavens and the earth, as the sun and moon lost their radiance. For the high priest and the skeletal dragon, the duration of the conflict was but a fleeting moment, yet for the beings of the world, it endured for 3 months, a relentless darkness, thunderous roars, and torrential rains, claiming countless lives. Since receiving the mandate of heaven, the high priest had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The adversary had merely regained a fraction of its strength, and yet proved to be exceedingly troublesome. At its peak, she would have been no match for it. Most concerning was her prolonged absence from combat, which had led her to sense an issue with her own body. Her cultivation was being suppressed. Having not engaged in battle for an extended period, she was entirely unaware of this predicament. The accumulation of millennia's worth of cultivation was unexpectedly stifled, rendering her incapable of unleashing her full potential to vanquish the foe. Unable to achieve a swift resolution, she realized that prolonging the confrontation would lead to the destruction of the entire celestial vault. Reluctantly, she resorted to a strategy of inflicting harm upon herself to ensnare the skeletal dragon. Sealing it deep within the vast marsh, however, she herself perished in the marsh, her body descending into an endless abyss, submerging into the once thundering waters. Zhuang Jingyan inquired further. "Elder, have you heard of the matters concerning the Four Symbols Mountain in Tiandu?" "Ah, the Four Symbols Mountain. Who in the celestial vault is unaware of it? It is the sacred mountain of our realm. Tiandu exists as Tiandu precisely because of the Four Symbols Mountain. Wherever the Four Symbols Mountain stands, there lies Tiandu. Located to the east of Tiandu, it boasts the largest altar of the celestial vault, adorned with a statue of the high priest carved from moonstone, with incense offerings abundant. Behind the altar lies the entrance to the Four Symbols Mountain, shrouded by a formation, making it impossible for the common folk to approach. They can only gaze from afar. The ground is strewn with white jade, known as haoyue. Flowers of countless stars bloom in every season, never fading. When the dream grass blooms beneath the rising moon, it emits a faint glow, inviting dreams for a deep slumber. Within the mountain dwell unicorns, dream butterflies, and winged birds, ethereal beings unseen by ordinary mortals. The mountain is adorned with pavilions and towers, exquisite palaces of jade, mesmerizing in their beauty. The ancient and solemn Two Instruments Hall rises into the clouds, while the star-gathering tower looms high above. Beyond lies a vast lake, harmonizing with the full moon, its surface as tranquil as a mirror of glazed glass. This is the mortal mirror. By the lakeside stands a massive stone, known as the Xintian Shuyu stone. When the high priest is not in seclusion, she often stands upon this stone, surveying the entire lake and gazing upon the celestial vault and all beings of the world. Tai Su, clad in her purple robe, truly adores this color, opulent and noble, exuding an air of grandeur that is unmatched in the mortal realm. Yet, compared to before, the patterns on her robe have become even more resplendent. She has visited this place countless times. Since the fall of the previous high priest, she has temporarily assumed the role and has come here many times. She has ascended the Shintian Shuyu stone innumerable times, yet never succeeded in unlocking the mortal mirror. She has envied her master, who could summon clouds and rain at will, earning the faith of the world and reigning supreme. With only 3 siblings, Taihe is engrossed in medicine and oblivious to other matters. Only she can accompany her master, comprehend her master, become her master, and even surpass her master. She has often fantasized about what it would be like if one day she became the high priest, the center of attention. Yet when that day arrived, when dreams turned into reality, she felt not an ounce of joy. The lives of all beings, 4 simple words, may seem light as a feather, but only when one bears the weight upon their shoulders do they realize how burdensome it is. In just a short span, it is pressed down upon her until she can scarcely breathe. News from Xingzhou continuously flows back to the 4 Symbols Mountain. Simultaneously, reports from the northern Wuling Pass arrive. The Hu clan is advancing with great momentum, gathering numerous talented individuals and fierce beasts, stalemating with the Celestial Vault's army in Yunzhou. Due to the turmoil, the populace around Wuling Pass has fled southward. With no resolution in sight, troubles arise again at the eastern Qianlong Pass. Chapter 73. Time flees and never returns. Since the incident with her master, her elder brother Tai Yuan has shut himself away in seclusion. Her younger brother Tai he harbors doubts regarding their master's sudden departure to the vast marsh, and questioning their master's death equates to doubting himself. Doubting Tai Su, accusing her of murder and usurpation. Tai Su gazes at the still lake before her, sighing deeply, and once again temporarily relinquishes her efforts. Descending from the Shintian Shuyu stone, she slowly makes her way to the front hall and ascends the star-gathering tower step by step. Taihe has been lingering in their usual spot for quite some time. When their master was present, she would often sit cross-legged on the observation platform of the star-gathering tower, playing the zither, while they would frequently listen and learn beside her. Time flees and never returns. The observation platform remains, yet the people are no longer whole. I shall venture to Qianlong Pass. Taihe turns back to glance at her. You just returned from Wuling Pass. Injured, and now you wish to press on to Qianlong Pass? I am consulting with you, and you are sulking at me. Taihe regards her coldly. You are now the esteemed high priest of the 4 Symbols Mountain, bearing heavy responsibilities, no longer the maid who could act as she pleased. How did our master conduct herself? I do not ask you to be exactly like her, but surely you can follow her example. The high priest and the 4 Symbols Mountain are inseparable. This is the divine decree. Our master's past serves as a cautionary tale. It has not been long since, and for a mere Jiang Shaoyang. You have forgotten everything. Ignoring the lives of the world, you recklessly expose yourself to danger. The Hu clan and the great shaman possess extraordinary abilities. Although Jiang Shaoyang is an emperor, he is still but a mortal. What of it? He wields the imperial seal. Will he perish? In the past, with our master present, the entire 4 Symbols Mountain overshadowed the Tiandu court. Jiang Shaoyang has long harbored discontent, but dared not act recklessly. Now that our master has fallen, if you rashly leave the 4 Symbols Mountain to confront the Hu clan and the great shaman, has he ever offered assistance? You, already injured, have been seen through by Jiang Shaoyang. The Hu clan's retreat is merely a matter of time, yet the status of the 4 Symbols Mountain rests in your hands, ready to be destroyed in an instant. Tai Su takes a deep breath. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Further discussion is futile. Since you are aware that I am now the high priest, you should adhere to your duty as a lesser aide, assisting diligently rather than repeatedly questioning and provoking. Taihe glances at her, snorts coldly. I have said all I need to. Do as you wish. With that, she sweeps away in displeasure. Zhuang Jing'an sighs. Indeed, from childhood to old age, the citizens of the Celestial Vault know of the 4 Symbols Mountain and the High Priest. Yet when I served at the foot of the mountain, they all spoke of the High Priest's demise. Zhang Xian furrows her brow slightly. Such hearsay is merely a distortion of the truth. The High Priest is a deity, born of the essence of heaven and earth, and shares a lifespan with the world. How could she possibly die? If she truly perished, the rains would cease, and calamities would not abate. This world would have long become a hellish realm overrun with monsters and suffering, Su Qingzhou adds. I also believe this is mere fabrication and nonsense. Those who spread such words surely have ulterior motives. They are not of good character. Perhaps they are demons attempting to sow discord among the populace. The court has even commissioned the construction of an altar dedicated to the high priest. How could she possibly have died? However, there is a saying, no wind rises without a wave. I cannot shake the feeling that there are matters concerning the four symbols mountain and Tiandu that we are unaware of. Su Qingliang responds, yet those places and events are beyond our knowledge and not ours to understand. Even if we were to learn of them, it would only lead to restless days and nights. Without any effect, Zhang Xian sighs. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, simply surviving is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. To find a place to remain hidden in this desolate mountain forest is already a significant blessing. Zhuang Jing'an nods in agreement. In the midst of their busyness, they managed to have a meal at noon, only pausing when evening approached and darkness began to envelop the sky. Su Qingyu had already ventured outside several times. Why has Luer not returned yet? The sky is nearly dark. Let us not wait for her. Let us eat. She may not return today, Su Qingliang states, already convinced that Gong Shuheng would not be returning. This remark leaves the younger ones momentarily stunned. Is she going to spend the night in the mountains? If she does not return, it implies she intends to stay overnight in the mountains. She must have journeyed quite far, making it inconvenient to come back. Su Qingchen furrows his brow. The depths of the mountains are fraught with danger. Even if the weather is cold, the wild beasts will emerge to hunt. Su Qingliang casts a glance at him. After spending such a long time together, you all are not fools. You should realize she is different from us. The places she wishes to go are beyond our reach. The things she intends to do are things we cannot accomplish. Shall we just ignore her then? Even the smallest of Su Qingyuan is acutely aware that they are fundamentally different. Luer is exceptionally capable, surpassing many adults they have encountered. How can they remain indifferent? In her presence, they should exercise their authority when possible. If there is something she needs that they can provide, they shall act accordingly. Sometimes, refraining from adding to her burdens may indeed be the most significant assistance they can offer. Su Qingliang not concerned. In truth, he harbors worries, yet simultaneously strives to convince himself otherwise. Gong Shuheng finds life in the mountains far more enjoyable than at home. She has gathered an ample supply of firewood, stacking it by the pond nestled within the bamboo grove. Taking advantage of the early hour, she ascends and sits cross-legged at the cave's entrance, swiftly entering a meditative state. The lush greenery at the cave's mouth sways gently beneath the starlit sky. Faint, almost imperceptible strands of light gradually converge upon Gong Shuheng, enveloping her like a luminous cocoon, slowly solidifying around her. Initially, she intended to descend when hunger struck, to catch a couple of fish from the pond for sustenance. However, she did not anticipate that her meditation would last until nightfall. The moon ascends slowly, its silvery light silently blanketing the earth. Although the vines at the cave's entrance provide some concealment, they are somewhat obstructive at this moment. The silver light still manages to filter through, entering at an oddly peculiar angle, as if drawn within, entwining with the spiritual energy inside the cave. Initially, they resist one another, but ultimately they relent, merging completely into a singular entity, as the moon gradually fades. Gong Shuheng slowly opens her eyes. Utilizing her keen perception, she begins to explore the interior of the cave. The faint luminescence of the dream grass gradually detaches from the blades, coalescing in midair, all drawn towards the single stalk of the nine-headed grain. Within the dark cavern, this glow appears rather eerie. Yet, Gong Shuheng does not even spare it a glance, walking steadfastly past the nine-headed grain. Two powerful gusts of wind tear at her body, and after relinquishing her resistance, her form soon bears the crisscrossing patterns of blood once more. This time, however, the experience is starkly different from the previous mental exhaustion. It is as though her very essence is being rent asunder. As her body undergoes the process of mending itself, the outside world quietly brightens. Undertaking carpentry is no trivial endeavor, without the requisite skill and experience. Even the simplest of tasks can result in a cacophony of errors. After numerous attempts and adjustments, they finally prepare the necessary materials. The spinning wheel, in essence, is quite simple, utilizing a rope-driven mechanism. This type of spinning wheel allows for the blending of fibers, creating threads or strings of varying thicknesses that are more uniform and consistent. Beyond spinning yarn, it serves another crucial purpose, producing weft yarn from slivers. Chapter 74. Striving to excel in undertakings within one's grasp. The loom is also uncomplicated, consisting of a basic wooden frame equipped with a single shuttle known as a reed. However, its operation is somewhat cumbersome, necessitating the cooperation of two individuals. This is the oldest type of loom. In larger workshops, there exist looms capable of being operated by a single person, enabling the weaving of substantial quantities of fabric. Regrettably, Zhang Jingyan has only seen them without closely examining their workings. As for Zhang Xian, he has yet to even lay eyes upon them. For now, they must settle for this rudimentary version, which will suffice for their needs. Once they have gathered all the essential items, they will contemplate more efficient alternatives. The effectiveness of their creations can only be assessed when Tang Yu arrives. One person cannot accomplish this alone, so Su Qingzhou accompanies him. Primarily, he is meticulous, intelligent, and possesses the patience required. Transforming the high-quality hemp into thread on the spinning wheel and then properly weaving it into fabric on the loom cannot be achieved in a mere moment. The two of them spent a full 2 days refining their rudimentary machine, at last producing a piece of relatively lightweight hemp cloth. Completing these two substantial tasks does not signify the end of their carpentry endeavors. They continue unabated. Zhang Xian is acutely aware that neither he nor his grandson Zhang Huai can manage the spinning and weaving effectively. Therefore, they should delegate these tasks to those who possess the requisite skills. They shall focus on what they can do, striving to excel in their own capabilities. When Zhang Huai entered with a bundle of wild vegetables, the golden-haired tiger darted past on the nearby path with astonishing speed. Su Deji's golden-haired tiger has grown remarkably fast. It truly resembles a tiger, he exclaimed, having never seen a raccoon grow at such a pace. Zhang Xian continued his work on the timber, crafting wooden bowls and barrels. This effort can persist. The more, the better. Aside from their own family's needs, any surplus can be sold, as this item is perpetually in demand. Regardless of the circumstances, relying on others' resources cannot be a long-term solution. By utilizing their labor, they can earn some money, and if they can eventually acquire their own supplies, that would be ideal. Zhang Xian glanced at him and chuckled. What do you mean it looks like a little tiger? It is, in fact, a little tiger. Its name is golden-haired tiger. Huh, Zhang Huai exclaimed in surprise, but Qingyuan's sister said it is their family's raccoon. The old man paused momentarily. A raccoon? Surely these children can distinguish between a raccoon and a tiger, can they not? The younger ones may not understand, but what of the older ones? Su Qingliang certainly knows what a raccoon looks like. Though he has never owned one, during his days begging in the city, he would occasionally spot raccoons lounging in the sun against the walls of wealthy families' courtyards or stealthily lurking, eyeing the tree's fruit. He has seen both black and yellow ones, so he is quite familiar with the appearance of raccoons.